The following program is made possible by a grant from the Bigelow Foundation. Welcome to Area 2000. This program introduces our listeners to the scientific approach to discussion of two particular subjects, UFOs and near-death and after-death experiences. To contact the Bigelow Foundation during the work week, call Angela Thompson between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. at area code 702-456-1606. That's Angela Thompson at area code 702-456-1606. And now, Area 2000. Good evening. Welcome to another Area 2000. I'm Art Bell. And as usual, we've got a full plate this morning. We've got our roving journalist, George Knapp. And way back in Philadelphia, this time at the airport, Linda Howe, just arriving back home, with her glimpses of other realities. And then it'll be Dr. Michael D. Swords, and this morning's major subject, I guess, is going to be UFOs, but his education, his interest goes into the parasciences as well. So we're going to be just moving all over the place this morning, this evening. You're never going to be able to get that straight. Maybe in 4 or 5 years. At any rate, good evening, everybody. We'll try and start it on the right note. Let's find out what's new in the world of UFOs this week and what's coming up. And for that, of course, our roving journalist, George Knapp. George, good evening. Welcome to the program.
Well, this week we begin our UFO newscast with things that did not happen, which is sort of, as you know, the bane of what news is supposed to be.
Sure.
But which is all too appropriate in this crazy field. The first thing that did not happen is communication with the Mars Observer. NASA says the craft is either orbiting Mars, spinning toward deep space, or blown up. Take your pick. It really doesn't matter much to those who were waiting for information from that probe.
Is it now declared an absolute lost cause?
I don't think so. I think you've got people who are still hanging on that think that something might snap to life and that they still may get some information. I think, realistically, that's a pretty long shot. However, NASA has now appointed a team of experts to evaluate the possibility of another probe to the red planet, what it'll take, what the objective should be, and the ubiquitous Carl Sagan is on this panel, so we can almost rest assured, I think, that investigation of the Cydonia region, which is of primary interest, I think, to people interested in UFO and alien research, will not be a high priority on that next probe mission, assuming it ever happens at all. The second thing that did not happen is the big UFO event in New Mexico. As we have mentioned on previous programs, former government psychics had predicted a major event in New Mexico in the month of August. They staked their professional reputations on this prediction, and unless you and I, Art, have missed something on the news wires, their prediction was wrong.
George, you didn't say government psychics, did you?
Well, yeah, they did. They worked for the government, yes.
Can you elaborate on that? I had no idea we had government psychics.
Oh, we do. I think the first guest on your first program was probably more knowledgeable on the subject than I. Psychics is not perhaps the best term, but remote viewers is the term I think that's used in defense circles.
All right, that's what caught me.
Sure, they don't want to publicize it a great deal because that would be the sort of thing that would attract budget cutters looking for headlines, but yeah, they take it pretty seriously. Anyway, these folks had left government service and formed their own company in New Mexico, and had staked their professional reputations on this prediction of a big UFO event, but there's been no UFO landing, no mass abductions, no spaceships zapping cacti, nothing. As we warned our listeners long ago, these types of UFO predictions come and go, and almost none of them amount to anything over the years. The real question in the wake of this is, why did these folks stick their necks out so far on such a prediction? What it means for the credibility of the ongoing remote viewer program run by the Department of Defense, and could this be another example of disinformation orchestrated by certain intelligence authorities to discredit or otherwise belittle UFO research in general? I'd be curious on Linda Howe's views on this stuff when you talk to her a little bit later. Art, we apparently have some pretty avid listeners in Clear Lake, California, and would like to say hello to them tonight. As we reported last week, Clear Lake is experiencing another wave of UFO sightings at present. It's nothing new, we're told. Residents say the same sort of weird lights and craft have been seen there for almost 40 years. It's kind of comparable to Fife, Alabama, which has had these periodic UFO episodes for as long as anyone can remember in that area.
Well, are there more of them lately, George? Why is Clear Lake suddenly in the news?
Only because the very efficient Angela Thompson has been following up the story and has been passing along the information to me. I think they have flaps every couple of years or so, and they're in the middle of one right now. The newspaper in Clear Lake has mentioned the program, Area 2000, in connection with its coverage of the UFO flap. And, hey, Clear Lake, give us a call and let us know what's going on up there. An update on the situation in Russia. As we have reported previously, we managed to obtain some material from alleged Russian UFO landing sites during our journey there earlier this year. The material, which consists of some strange glycerin-looking nodules, we got it from two so-called landing sites, UFO landing sites in the middle of nowhere. Russian scientists we talked to were unable to figure out what the stuff was. We managed to put it subtly, retrieve some of this, get it out of the country. We sent it to a very respected university-connected lab here in the U.S. for analysis. I've not yet received the final written report, but did speak to the research team leader. The bottom line is they don't know what it is either. This Russian doctor that we had spoken with had speculated he thought it might be some sort of cosmic seeding operation, and if you'll pardon the expression, some kind of like outer space sperm. However, the lab told us that whatever this stuff is, it does not appear to be biological. It's not a seed as we know seeds. The mystery persists because the experts were unable to tell us what it is, where it came from, why it was found in two separate sites, hundreds of miles apart.
Will you get a chemical breakdown eventually?
I sure hope so. How could be reproduced in nature? They are speculating that it might have something to do with lightning. When we get the final lab report on the material, we certainly will share it with our listeners.
You don't want to tell us how you got it out of Russia?
No, because I'm going to have to go back there.
All righty.
Stories about a UFO movie centered on Las Vegas scientist Bob Lazar are true. There had been considerable speculation about whether this matter was going to come to the big screen in UFO circles anyway. Lazar has reached an agreement with New Line Cinema. No word yet on when the cameras will roll. A side note for Lazar's many critics, he did not initiate this deal. The movie people came to him. In fact, it's not the process deal to be proposed concerning his story. Already, it has become apparent that some people out there don't want the movie to be made. Some junior UFO investigators have been scouring the country looking for, in their words, dirt on Lazar, with the intention of sending that dirt on to the movie people and scuttling the project. Best of luck to those folks, but it isn't going to happen. The movie will. Finally, the initial reports from last week were true. The Clark County Library series of UFO lectures and films is sold out. In fact, all the tickets for 2 months' worth of programs were gone in 2 days.
Wow.
This happens despite, as you know, Art, continued ridicule from other media here in Las Vegas, blind skepticism from science concerning UFOs. I think there is an appreciation that regular people feel this topic is important. Regular people want to know what's going on, and I think your program really fills an important niche in that area.
And clearly, interest in it is growing quickly.
It's exactly right. I had a chance to talk to Dr. John Mack of Harvard a couple of months ago, and he feels there's a quickening of the interest in this, and maybe even feels that the visitors, call them aliens or whatever, they may be responsible for picking up the phone from it. For our sake,
well, that's excellent, George. That really does please me. How that is going, that means that more legitimate researchers will begin to look into all of this, and maybe we have a chance of really getting somewhere shortly.
Sure hope so.
All right, George, wonderful hearing from you as always. Thank you. That's George Knapp with a lot to say this morning, and of particular interest, those materials that he got out of Russia. And on another note that he mentioned, when we do get a little further into the program and get to a telephone segment, I, too, would like to ask that anybody in Clear Lake who can catch us up on what's going on over there would give us a call. I'm glad to know they're listening. Nice to hear they mentioned us in the Clear Lake newspaper. All right, time for a glimpse into another reality. That would be our Linda Howe, who I understand is at the airport or near the airport at an airport inn or something of that order, and is doing a lot of traveling. So I guess we'll find out what she's been up to right now. Glimpses of other realities. It comes from Linda Howe, now back in Philadelphia. Good evening, Linda.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
I spent the day in Rye, New Hampshire, which is up near Portsmouth and Exeter. For those listening who are familiar with the Betty and Barney Hill abduction case, it was up in that area that famous first abduction occurred. This was the annual New Hampshire MUFON conference. It occurs on a day, on a Sunday, has for the last 3 years, and this day there were nearly 600 people in the audience. It was one of their best attended, which several people, including John Mack, one of the speakers, he and I at lunch were talking about the fact that the grassroots interest in the phenomena seems to be growing conference to conference. The general audience is getting larger. And today, the people who did speak were John Mack and Richard Hoagland, and I'll talk a little bit about what he had to say about Mars in a second. Myself, Colin Andrews, and Pop Circles, and David Jacobs. Most of these people you've had on the program in the last couple of months. But I will start with a recap of what I think were some very important points that Dr. Mack made to set the day off in what everyone agreed was the focus of the conference and will continue to be probably the focus of much of our work in the coming years. And Dr. Mack put it in those ways. Other realities, glimpses of other realities is where we are headed with all of this phenomenon, because it is not just simply the extraterrestrial biological entity that we're dealing with. There appears to be other dimensional aspects to it. And in that context, he said that he's now studied 76 UFO abduction cases and has found an interesting evolution that he has been surprised in terms of the nature and complexity of the evolution of abductees themselves if they hang in there with him as a psychiatrist. That's his background as a psychiatrist at Harvard, and working with hypnosis, and has seen them go through terrific fear, terrific anger. Many people feel like that they have been raped by some kind of a physical entity or being, or taken against their will, or all kinds of physical violations that manifest in terrible trauma. As he said, he has never in his years as a psychiatrist seen the kind of trauma that he has seen when he has worked with the abductees in hypnosis. And yet, he said that in many cases now, if they hang in there and they continue to work together, they seem to come to a point, some kind of a breakthrough. And they pass the fear, they pass the trauma. They end up with a new sense that the abduction experience is concerned with the evolution of their spiritual life in some way. And in that context, he has found, and this has shocked him as a psychiatrist, he said it was very difficult for him in the beginning when these episodes began coming out, and that would be an abductee who, under hypnosis, trying to deal with the abduction experience, is being taken back to their birth, trying to find out where these experiences begin, and he's suddenly, apparently, in another life, and in another life, the same beings or beings that look like the ones that were involved in the abduction in this life are in what appears to be another life. And so Dr. Mack himself, a professor of psychiatry at Harvard University, who 4 years ago did not, as he said, know what he was getting into, and has been finding his own curiosity provoked to the point he has studied and worked with 76 people, is now finding that the whole idea of reincarnated cycles, life to life, is becoming part of his research, and that the same alien beings are in these other lives too, that there's some connection between the alien beings and a particular abductee's current life. Now, what that is headed toward in terms of understanding the implications of all this for the human-alien interaction in the past, present, and future is a huge unknown, and I think that there will probably be more and more reports over the next year or two or three in this particular area, and I hope to be bringing more information about this kind of other aspect of a reality that also touches perhaps into the near-death experiences. That's something we don't know yet, but Ken Ring's work certainly suggests that there are parallels between what happens to abductees and what happens at the moment of death.
Boy, that is really fascinating, Linda. Do you think the two areas of study will somehow merge at some point? It sounds like it's possible.
Well, in my own research, I am exploring both all the time, and Dr. Mack and I and others, we see each other on a somewhat regular basis at conferences, and I think what will continue to happen is we will keep sharing our own research and our insights about all of this, and as we see something that seems to be another insight, I will certainly report it on Area 2000. And so the radio listeners and you and I and George and all of us, I feel like we're all learning together as we move along each week. And we really are bringing glimpses of other realities because none of us know the answers, and every week something new happens. The next speaker was Richard Hoagland. And there were 2 hours of his particular focus of research about Mars and his, I guess you would say, almost 10-year mission to convince the world that there is an artificially constructed face up there that's a mile long and 1,500 feet high, and that it was placed there, according to his estimates, based on a whole variety of research they've been doing, way before the current cycle of Homo sapien here, let's say in the last 25 or 50,000 years. He's placing it back much further than that. And he explained that this work that he's been doing on the face on Mars and other structures has now been awarded a major scientific honor in Sweden just in the past week or two, because Sweden believes that the mathematical work that people like Torin, it's in Washington, D.C., Errol Torin, who works for the Defense Mapping Agency, has been involved with research on the mathematical relationships on Mars. Mark Carlotto at the Analytical Sciences Corporation in Reading, Massachusetts, has been using computer enhancement to look at this space, to look at other objects that are within about 10 miles of this space in a region called Cydonia that appear to be at least pyramidal looking. They look sort of like pyramids in these computer-enhanced photographs. And because the math, the angles, and the relationships between the face and these pyramid-like structures appear to have consistencies, patterns that repeat over and over and over again, it is reinforcing the idea that Hoagland introduced 10 years ago or so in his book work, The Monuments on Mars, that it is artificially constructed and that it is very ancient, that it was something that was there once upon a time and left these huge, gigantic markers on the surface of Mars. And the big question is, why? Now, he personally stated at the conference today that he has sources that are suggesting, as George has talked about, that the orbiter is actually not in a failure mode, but has continued to function on some kind of classified channel because they wanted to get pictures of this region and other regions of Mars secretly.
All right, Linda, I've got to stop you here because somebody faxed me something that I'm sitting on, and I don't know what to make of it. It appeared in a publication called the Weekly World News, September 14th edition. It purports to be a rather high-resolution picture of the face on Mars, and it is absolutely startling. And I guess I'm going to have to figure a way to fax it to you or get it to you. It comes with a story. It says that this was taken on August 20th, this August 20th.
Well, if it were anything else but the World Weekly News...
You'd be ready. Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Seriously, what these are proving problem in all this is that we always get leaks here and there, and Hoagland is saying that he's had what he considers to be firmer leaks than just speculation or the Weekly World News, that something actually is still functioning on Mars, but that the government does not want us to know anything yet until they've had a chance to analyze what's up there. Now, I suppose there are two possibilities. One is that it is not functioning and we'll never know and they're going to have to relaunch something. Or they are getting some kind of data, and then somebody's going to have to come up with a scenario of how they would reintroduce this lost satellite orbiting around Mars so that they might reintroduce some data from a planet that we haven't been to since 1976.
Well, Linda, they have been right along suggesting that, they may regain contact, so they're leaving the door open.
Yeah, and that may actually reinforce what Richard Hoagland had to say today in New Hampshire about this new information, that it actually is functioning. He also suggested that in December that there will be a NASA mission to repair the Hubble telescope.
Right.
And he was indicating that he believes that the mission, the repair mission itself, is also a type of cover-up, that they actually are going to be using that telescope to focus on some kind of multiple asteroid-like objects that are supposed to be coming into the solar system right now and that they want to track on Hubble. But what we now have, since this is in September, it's not very long until we get to December. We've only got 2 or 3 months to see how is information about Mars, the Hubble telescope, asteroids, how is it going to be handled, and is there something that is going to come out of all of this that will culminate maybe in the government finally telling us something straight about the whole alien connection. That's what I'm hoping will happen.
Wow. Well, I'll hope along with you. And
let me just give you one quick update, and then I'll pass it on to you.
All right.
And that is, I got a call Friday before I left for New Hampshire from Dr. Lovingood. And he had had a chance to look at that black tissue around the wheat seeds from that enormous 445-foot formation in Churchill that I talked with you all about now 3 or 4 weeks ago when I was in England. That first night I got to Alton Barnes, and this big, enormous, beautiful formation was laid out in that wheat field. And he's had a chance to look at what's called the electrical conductivity across the black tissue on those seeds from inside the formation, and says they line up right down the line with a very unusual pattern of electric conductivity and oscillation of this tissue that he has found in the Utica, New York formation, the Kennewick, Washington formation, and others in Canada, the United States, Australia, and England that fall into another pattern of other anomalous changes in the plants that Dr. Lovingood, a biophysicist, says cannot be hoaxed. So, for those caught up in the politics of cynicism out there that are convinced that Doug and Dave, Jim Schnabel and Robert Irving must be making all of these, they are going to have to show Dr. Lovingood and the scientists how they are actually changing the fundamental microfibril structure of seeds and wheat.
Well, that's absolutely remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. I would like to understand a little more of what that means. In other words, is there any other way, naturally or with what these hoaxsters were doing, that this change? It's hard to even know what to ask, Linda. And what, in his opinion, could have produced this change in the structure, molecular structure?
Yeah. He did this experiment, devised it, because last year, actually going back 18 months ago, he had seen enough changes in the plants that included bending of nodes. Plants, wheat should be growing straight. And in the formations, and this has been repeated now in many countries for 2 years, in formations, the node will be bent on the ground without cracking at the surface of the earth. But 6 or 8 inches out to, let's say, the first or second growth node, all of a sudden the wheat is taking a 45 or 90-degree angle. It is something that cannot be hoaxed. It means that there's an actual change in the cell structure of the plant stem and the growth node for the stem to actually take off suddenly into a bend and to have many of those inside of a formation and none of those in the control weed outside. That's one particular demonstration of a dramatic change in the formation.
That's absolutely incredible.
And this is very consistent with his hypothesis was that was one of many changes that he said there's an intense energy that is interacting with the plants and the formations that is affecting the fundamental biochemistry and biophysics of the plants. And so he hypothesized if it was as intense as he was seeing in these other changes, he guessed that it was actually changing the microfibril level of the plant, which would mean down getting close to the cellular level. And that's where electrical conductivity would take place across this particular bark tissue.
I see. So
so this experiment was to say he knew how the electrical conductivity would work in control plants. So he said, what would I find out if I did this experiment on plants from the formations? Would I see a change? And he has seen a consistent change.
Well, there's some hot information. Linda Howe, where are you going to be next week? You're going to still
I'm going to be moving around in the mid part of the country going west, and by next Sunday I will be in Denver, and I will give you a number there where I will be, and by then I'll also have some new information.
Wonderful, Linda.
Okay, you guys.
As always, thank you.
Care.
Linda Howe and her glimpses of other realities. And in a moment, Dr. Michael D. Swords. Stay right where you are. You're listening to Area 2000.
From Jackie Gone's Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
Good evening, everybody. This is Area 2000. I'm Art Bell. Michael D. Swords is a professor of natural science at Western Michigan University in Kalamazoo, Michigan. He graduated from the University of Notre Dame in 1962 with a B.S. degree in chemistry. Also holds an M.S. degree from Iowa State University in biochemistry and a B.H.D. from Case Western Reserve University. His major professional involvements are teaching and writing in the areas of general sciences and anomalous phenomena. His teaching centers about human biology, the history and philosophy of science, scientific methodology, and the parasciences, of which ufology is a member. His writings have concentrated mainly on topics in ufology, parapsychology, and cryptozoology, which we'll ask about, and several have been published in the MUFON UFO Journal. He has won his university's Teaching Excellence Award in 1978. Dr. Swords is a member of several professional and parascientific societies, including the American Association for the Advancement of Science, the American Association of University Professors, the Society for Scientific Exploration, and, of course, the Mutual UFO Network, or MUFON. He serves as a MUFON consultant and was in the same capacity for the Aerial Phenomenon Research Organization. The International Fortina Organization, we'll ask about that too, and is a member of the advisory panel for the Society for the Investigation of the Unexplained. He is a board member of the J. Allen Hynek Center for UFO Studies and is the editor of ufology's academic journal, the Journal of UFO Studies. Dr. Swords originally spoke at the MUFON 1986 UFO Symposium in East Lansing, Michigan, a talk for which the current presentation will be an extension. He has recently presented materials at the Abductions Conference of Treat 2, as well as the National Science Teachers Association. Dr. Swords may be contacted at the Department of General Studies, Western Michigan University at Kalamazoo. And now, Dr. Swords. Dr. Swords, good evening.
Hello, how are you?
All the way to Michigan. I am fine, and I hope you are as well.
Yes, it's been interesting listening so far.
Well, one of the things that caught my eye about you, Doctor, was I know that you mainly do research into other people's research as opposed to conducting your own.
Yeah, I'm not a case researcher.
Right. And one of the things that you said and I'm going to enjoy this, is that you are not a yes man for anybody's theory.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, if I was given the job of critiquing most of the things that had been talked about on the show so far tonight, I would have to hedge a little bit on almost everything, if not quite a bit.
Okay, good. Well, that's a good, healthy attitude. What did you happen to think of what Linda said about the molecular changes in the wheat? What doubt would you cast on that offered information?
Now, one of the things that is a problem in all UFO research, and it is lopped on over into crop circles research, is that there are not many people actually doing tests. So that you have a fellow like Dr. Levengood, and I have no reason to suspect that Dr. Levengood is not a very good scientist, but you have him do a piece of research. He's not actually on the site himself. He doesn't do his own sampling. Somebody else does that for him over there and then sends it back to Michigan. And then no one else except Dr. Levengood, who to some degree is working at very long range, rechecks the information. So something like Dr. Levengood's work could be brilliantly correct, but from the point of view of the academic community, since it's such an extraordinary thing, you'd want to have a researcher right on the site doing this stuff and then following in kind of a team research mode all the way through to the data, because it's a matter of trust, after all, as to whether everything was done properly all the way down the line. I don't really have that much negative to say about Levengood's work. I think it's pretty interesting stuff. It just needs to be repeated.
Well, as you've looked into what all these other researchers have been doing, and I try to ask every guest I have this same question, are you personally convinced, or do you lean toward the theory that, or the fact that we are indeed being visited? In other words, is something really going on? In your view, have you come to that personal conclusion?
I don't think there's any question that the UFO phenomena entails some very major mysteries which could very well be extraterrestrial produced. But the UFO phenomena at large, I think, is composed of mostly errors. And so when you, in other words, I don't think it's as robust a phenomena as people tend to want to make it, who kind of want to keep the excitement going in almost like a Saturday morning cartoon style. In the United States, the folks are impatient and we want a miracle on the street corner every second. I think that the UFO phenomenon has a lot of great cases in it that for which the most prominent hypothesis would be an extraterrestrial hypothesis. I think the abduction phenomena also has some great cases in it, but the vast majority of these things are very unconvincing, and a lot of the stuff that has accreted to the UFO phenomena is, I think, erroneously stuck in there.
Well, I'm wondering, as you look at the various researchers' work, for example, abductions you mentioned, how do you sift through, or what methodology do you use for trying to determine what has some credibility and conversely what does not?
Well, the abductions thing is a very difficult thing to understand. You have two kinds of researchers, basically. You have researchers who become very personally involved with their clients, and God bless them for that, because these people are hurting. But at the same time that they do that, they don't really gain any information that you could count on as objectively gained in some way. In other words, they're more like client counselors than they are researchers. And you have other individuals who proceed according to sort of old-fashioned UFO research that go to the trouble of checking the people's backgrounds out and talking to other people who know them, trying to give some feeling for the observer credibility. So the first thing I do is I look at the research methodology of the person who is of the researcher who's making the claims. And when a researcher who seems to be very thorough and also has done a good job of checking observer credibility, comes out with a statement that these are the various facts, at least as presented by the reporter, then I say, well, now that's probably a true anomaly, especially when it matches up with what other researchers are reporting. But for the people who...
well, all right, how much of that do you find versus the other?
I find, unfortunately nowadays, I find rather small amounts of true old-time UFO research on abduction cases. Almost everybody wants to have sympathy and rapport for very good reasons with the people who have come to them, and they can't bring themselves to really do the in-depth character background checks so that you could really say that you knew whether this was a true case or a wannabe case or a case that's asking something else.
So then probably the best way to determine is to look into the alleged victim's background. And if their background is solid, then you would lean toward concluding their story, maybe.
Yes, I would at least lean towards concluding that they absolutely believe what they're saying to be true. If then the pattern in what they're saying seems to match other things that they would have no good reason for knowing and matching, then I would say this is very likely a good case.
Doctor, how much regard do you have for regressive hypnosis in these cases?
I think regressive hypnosis is capable of being a very good tool. We've had some individuals who've used that, like Dick Haynes has a method of using that I think is perfectly good. We have a lot of different kinds of hypnotists that have used the thing with different sorts of methods, and they seem to come out with the same basic patterns, so I see no reason to suspect that hypnosis is screwing the works up.
In some of your publications, you've written about something called the wow signal, and that intrigued me. I'm very much a radio person. What is the wow signal?
Wow signal was something that came in during a very early search for extraterrestrial intelligence by the Ohio State University radio telescope. I've forgotten whether it was in the 60s or when, but it was pretty far back in time.
Mm-hmm.
And they were just doing automated sky scans. And one evening, as the thing passed across the sky, it got a tremendous burst of energy from a certain place in space. This was not noticed until the next morning when a graduate student came in and looked at the readout and was so blown away he wrote "wow" next to the thing. That's how it got its name.
I see.
Of course, they went back and they rescanned the sky in that area to try to find out what it was that gave the signal. They were never able to pick it up again.
Do you know what the nature of the signal was? Was it just pure white noise energy? Was there any... the wow must have been because there was some pattern or something.
It was energy at a certain specific wavelength in the spectrum. I don't recall what the wavelength was right now, but the machine was scanning just a certain narrow band of the spectrum. This is not too much unlike what they've recently claimed for the big search that's gone on with Jill Tarter and Carl Sagan and Frank Drake, where they think that they've picked up maybe 50 or 60 different of these one-time only signals out there and never been able to relocate them again, all in different parts of the sky, so no repeatability.
And again, with the current search going on, which they've renamed, I can't recall the new name for it, but I think it's funded to the tune of about $100 million. The report from those folks so far would be basically negative or nothing that would earn a wow.
Well, we'll have to see how much kind of a thing that they want to run on the politicians who they're trying to get more money from. To see what spin they put on it. But I think intellectually, honestly, you'd have to say that their results are negative, but they're going to feature, I'm sure, the fact that they've got these one-time glitches or whatever it was in the signals from these various points in space to hold out as a carrot that this thing is probably worth continuing.
I see.
That's what I predict.
Sure. Let me try this one with you. Linda Howe was mentioning something we frequently talk about in this program, the possibility of parallel universes, and I was particularly intrigued with her mention of the possible tie-in between reincarnation, parallel universes and this business with UFOs and abductions. Is there any possibility, or is it much too much of a reach to imagine that one day there will be a kind of a merge that will occur where there is some sort of connection? What are your feelings?
Well, if one assumes that the so-called abduction phenomenon is not just one phenomenon, but it's in fact a lot of different things that are causing something that sort of looks the same on the surface, then you might be able to say, well, there's one part of this thing that looks like it's ET-based, and there's one part of this thing that looks like it's, say, some kind of a peculiar human mental carnival, and that there's maybe some other kind of thing that's much more paranormal. I don't see at this stage of our investigations, of our knowledge, how one would want to be too confident in making any claims in one of those areas. But I would say this, that you can certainly imagine a cosmos that has reincarnation in it that has nothing to do with parallel realities in any sense other than kind of a loop through a disembodied spiritual existence. You don't have to have a Jacques Vallée and Magonian type parallel reality or something like that. And I would say that if you're going to try to speculate about ET people being involved in past lives, well, there better be a lot more evidence for this than what we've heard so far from Dr. Mack.
All right, let us return to an earlier time, maybe the beginning of the modern UFO phenomenon, and that, of course, is to 1947 and the Roswell business. I take it that there's been so much done on that since you study what others have done that you've looked at Roswell and the studies done on it very carefully. What have you concluded about that incident?
I think that Roswell is the one other thing in UFO research other than abductions research that's really worth doing right now. From what I can tell from the Roswell research that's done by Kevin Randall and Don Schmidt, that case just continues to look stronger and stronger through time. It has fought off the challenges of maybe 20 different alternative hypotheses that people keep throwing out. The more witnesses that are dug up, instead of having the idea dissipate and fragment into a lot of nonsense, the story just seems to grow tighter. So I went into that Roswell thing thinking that it just couldn't possibly be true because it would change the whole nature of the space program and everything else. And I've been disabused of all that stuff by this stage. I think the Roswell case, along with the better abduction cases, are by far and away the most important thing we're doing right now.
All right, well, then let's stick with Roswell for a moment. Can you run us through it a little bit? What is it that you find so convincing as you've studied it about Roswell?
Well, the first thing is the fact that the initial witness who cracked the story was a man of such importance in the armed forces, a high-level intelligence major who almost no matter what kind of a game you try to think up would be serving no good intelligence purpose in breaking the Roswell story the way he broke it. The second thing is that at this time there are probably between 1 and 2 dozen different first-hand witnesses to the metal pieces that were scattered around the Brazil Ranch. And their descriptions of the metal pieces and also some of the other debris, they match perfectly. And the characteristics of this metal are 2 different kinds of it, especially the one that was the unbendable, unburnable kind, and the other that was the clumpable, but then it would refold into its own shape. These are metal alloys that you look back as to what our metallurgy was in 1947. We couldn't do that stuff. So it gets to be pretty difficult to just wave off, say, 15 to 20 first-hand witnesses who are describing a couple of different metal forms that we couldn't make at the time.
Well, of course, after Roswell, there were some initial reports that seemed quite clear, early reports. Then all of a sudden we began to get the government involved, the weather balloon story and so forth. You must have looked at all that very carefully as well.
Now, those alternative reports, they have been tracked down with amazing efficiency by Don Schmidt and Kevin Randall to the point of first-hand records for launchings of balloon types and of different sorts of missiles and all of these things. And not only do none of them match any of the described characteristics of the material, but all the known launches of anything have been accounted for. So I think that's just all smokescreen.
All right. What about the part of the story that suggests there were alien beings there, that they were picked up and taken, I think, to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base? All of that hold up?
The alien beings part of the story is not as strong as the debris part of the story, but once you get the debris part of the story sort of established in your mind, it's a lot easier to buy into the craft occupants, especially since on one or two rare occasions a witness will talk some about both. And so if that person was credible on the metals, that person is probably credible on the beings. Still, in terms of the so-called body site, because there are two different locations, a debris field in one area and then a body site much closer to the town of Roswell, that body site is still pretty much a work in progress research-wise. There are prime witnesses for that. I've been in the presence of a couple of these people. They are still holding on to their anonymity. I think one of them is about to be willing to come out and be quoted all over the place. But that's still a work in progress, and that needs to be firmed up before too much is claimed.
All right. Well, all this works very easily then into the government cover-up aspect of this. And there have been all kinds of documents over the years that have come out purporting to be government documents, briefing papers for Eisenhower, and all sorts of things, as you know, have come out.
Yes.
What have you concluded as you've looked at this aspect of it, the government cover-up aspect?
As far as the government cover-up of Roswell, I haven't been impressed with any of the documents that specifically claim to relate to that. But as far as government cover-up is concerned, that's just obvious. That's been obvious ever since David Jacobs wrote his history of the UFO phenomena way back in the 70s. As soon as people got inside the Robertson panel information and also into the Condon report information, these are the two major government elements that existed. One which ended up with the idea of completely debunking the UFO field forever because of national security reasons, and the other one was a so-called scientific study that was a debunking study from the beginning. As soon as those internal documents were revealed, it was obvious that you had nothing going on except the big cover-up, and we've done nothing but to indicate more of the same with all the FOIA documents and things.
And as a matter of national security, from what perspective?
Well, there's a lot of reasons that it can be a matter of national security, but I'll give you the main one that the Robertson panel suggests. The Robertson panel was a CIA panel, for listeners who haven't heard about this, in 1952, very late in the year, actually early 1953, that was composed of 5 major scientists, and they recommended actually a downplaying of UFO phenomena because, mainly, during the previous summer, which was a big flap, probably the second biggest of all time, the communication channels within the military were so clogged by citizens calling in that they considered it as having weakened the country's ability to respond to a real attack from the Soviet Union. And so they felt that if so-called UFO hysteria or enthusiasm or whatever you want to call it was allowed to just go unchecked, that they would continuously be vulnerable from, say, the Soviet Union messing with us and doing things to stimulate a lot of calling in and swamping the phone lines, and then maybe be able to have a more successful attack come in after, say, a fake UFO wave of some kind.
That's something. Well, you know, there are so many governments in the world, and if we have decided to cover it all up, or for the reasons you just suggested, or even others, What about all the other governments in the world?
Well, it would be my opinion that that our government was the only one fortunate enough to have a crash come down and ended up with something really amazing that it had to cover up for more reasons of concern for various social and economic institutions in the country, and that would be the Roswell thing, and the other countries wouldn't have to be bothered with something like that. Now, some people say that back in those days, in 1947, that would have been such a big thing that we would have had to have gone to the other major powers in the world and informed them at least somewhat and gotten a gentleman's agreement to keep the lid on the crash saucer case. But as far as other governments were concerned, I don't know what their thinking process would have been. Certainly the Soviets would have had a somewhat similar concern to ours with the voice from the Robertson panel.
Sure, I'm sure they would have. We're now beginning, of course, with the Soviet Union breaking up and with Russia being so much more open. As you may have heard, George was actually able to get some materials out that never could have been done previously. There should be a lot of new information coming from Russia and the other republics. Are we getting much?
I don't think so. You keep hearing rumors of this, but I would caution listeners to remember that the Soviet Union, for a very long time, has had a record of having isolated researchers who were pretty much unchecked by anything but their own imaginations, who claim almost anything out in the boondocks. And so unless we get some extremely good, trustworthy information from research institutes that are backed by known scientists, I would not just automatically swallow any stuff that comes from the Soviet Union. Now, the other thing to say about that is, though, that Dr. Haynes from NASA Ames, which is someone that you may get on your program sometime, he's a very good scientist, he has made a link with Soviet scientists who are interested in UFOs, and it's hoped that as this liaison becomes more firm, that we will get some genuinely good case research out of them. But to my knowledge, that has not yet happened.
All right. One popular theory, and one of my favorite subjects, is time travel, and I noticed that you'd written something on UFOs as time travelers with a question mark after it. It is at least as possible a theory, when we're left with nothing but theories, to imagine as any other. Could it be that what we regard as UFOs from elsewhere actually are from our future? Is that possible?
For Walt Andrus in the MUFON Journal some time ago, I wrote actually a pair of papers separated by a couple of years to try to analyze whether that theory could make any sense or not. When you take a look at the shape of the typical euthanaut, it turns out kind of amusingly, to me at least, that critter does look like something that you might expect due to what's called a neotenous shift, or a gene rate growth shift, so that our own human species might tend to look a little bit more like our own fetuses grown up, to say. And so I thought, well, that's kind of amazing that the biological part of this thing could actually make some sense, that it would be the same species just in a future mode.
Is there anybody, Doctor, doing any work on computer projections, one might imagine, of how we might continue to evolve?
No, and the reason why is that when you look at the thing in terms of the theory of evolution, it doesn't make any sense. We basically have stopped our evolution. Now, we're not going to change on the basis of just natural activity. Now, we might choose genetically re-engineer ourselves, but and that would have to do with this neon shift.
Boy, that's fascinating. You're concluding we have stopped our evolution.
Yep.
Then what? Well, now I'm pushed on time. I've got to do a newscast at the top of the hour. I would like to come back and continue this with you. So relax for about 5 minutes. We'll do some news and come back to you, Doctor.
Okay.
All right, Dr. Michael D. Swords from Michigan with us. More Area 2000 coming up. I'm Art Bell.
Jackie Gone's Plaza.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Area 2000. I'm Art Bell. I'd like to remind you, if you have information on something involving UFOs, parapsychology, life after death, we would like to encourage you, in fact, to contact the Bigelow Foundation. They are the mentors for this program, and a great deal of research that is done generally into UFOs, life after death. You can contact the Bigelow Foundation at area code 702-456-1606. Your contact there, Angela Thompson. Area code 702-456-1606. Back now, or in just a moment, to Dr. Michael Swords, who is somebody who looks into other people's work and investigation. And I've got a couple of questions continuing on evolution here. In the metropolitan area of Las Vegas, you're welcome to get on the phone lines and line up to ask the doctor a question if you'd like. The local number, of course, is 383-8255. 383-8255. Toll free from outside the state of Nevada. Our number is 1-800-338-8255. Take these down, please. 1-800-338-8255. The wildcard direct dial lines are area code 702-385-7214, 7214. And finally, if you have never called at all, you're welcome, of course, on the first-time caller line, which is area code 702-385-7213 or 7213. With that, back now to Kalamazoo, Michigan, and Dr. Swords. Good evening again, Doctor.
Oh.
We were on this. You really stopped me when you said that our evolution has stopped. How do you conclude that?
Now, that's actually something that biologists have known ever since the theory of natural selection has got so much evidence and supported, because the way biological evolution proceeds is it only works when the offending characteristic, a characteristic that you don't want to have, is a characteristic that will kill you prior to you being able to mate and pass on the genes that create that characteristic.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's a characteristic that makes you so sexually unattractive that nobody wants to mate with you.
So it is determined then by environmental considerations, which are now stable?
Well, the thing that stabilizes the thing is the fact that we have brains, and we don't wait around anymore to die. Instead, the person with an appendix that gets ill has the appendix simply taken out. There's no evolutionary pressure for people with appendices to die anymore. The person who has a huge wart on his nose and nobody likes him could have that wart removed if he wanted to. You know, it's that kind of thing. Our intelligence allows us to adapt to negative conditions immediately rather than waiting around for the next generation to get lucky genetically.
Suppose there are stark environmental changes. The ozone dries up and blows away. The planet begins to heat. One of the things suggested by some of the things suggested by the environmentalists, would that then trigger some evolutionary modification in human beings?
Only if the catastrophe was so large that it destroyed our ability to technologically react to it. As long as we still have technology that would allow us to react to whatever this thing you're talking about is and preserve the life until it has a chance to mate, then it would have no effect.
Fascinating.
The catastrophe is big enough that it downs our technology again. We'll be back into the game of life then.
Fascinating. There are a lot of people who suggest that one of the motivations for the intervention by extraterrestrials would be connected to genetics. And I'm sure you've looked into that aspect. What are your comments?
Well, I have tried for years to get David Jacobs and Bud Hopkins off of that because it does not make any sense whatsoever. And finally, I think I've succeeded in getting Dr. Jacobs to change the way he talks about what he's found. And he's talking now more about hybrids in the sense of changing human genes rather than trying to mate alien genes to human genes, which is a theory that just doesn't make any sense at all. So if aliens are messing around with our genetics, they're simply messing around with our genetics to change us in some way, not to mate us with them. And that becomes very mysterious as to why they would be bothering.
All right. Since you, again, look into everybody else's work, and that's what you do, this question would be a good one. I've been looking into all this and interviewing people for years now, and I have noticed that ufologists seem to eat each other alive.
Yes.
And I would like your comments on that and how damaging it is to the overall credibility of the investigators.
I think that that your observation about this being a mean streets as far as research is concerned is unfortunately more than accurate. There are some people who do not engage in that kind of personality bashing, who somehow manage to stay above it, but almost everybody manages to get down into this. The reason why I think that happens is that UFOs are something that the majority of people in the country seem so anxious to want to ignore or to ridicule or get rid of in some sort of way that the researchers in the field think that they have to be perfect. And as they try to be perfect, they end up taking some kind of extremist positions that will never allow themselves to admit that even some little part of what they've done is wrong. This ends up then when somebody comes back and tries to mention, perhaps even in a nice way, that some part of what they have done is wrong, it becomes very personal with them. I think the other reason why it happens all the time is that most of the folks who are doing research in UFOs are amateurs. And I don't use that word in any pejorative sense. I'm using it in the old English word of people who love what they're doing, but they're not doing the thing with an academic style. And because of that, it just creates an environment that maximizes all the tiniest little errors to the worst possible end, and it really hurts the field getting any kind of credibility.
Well, and maybe adding to it all is disinformation. Is there or is there not, in your opinion, an active disinformation campaign by the government or any other agency or peoples? Is there a lot of intentional disinformation out there?
Well, that's a tougher one to know because the people doing the disinformation, if they are professionals and they're very good at it. But there are known cases of UFO researchers themselves who have created disinformation for whatever crazy reasons they had going on in their head. Also, when you look at the Roswell investigation, there are hints in various places up and down the line that there's been some disinformation and some research blocking going on there. But if you're talking about the big guys in the Pentagon-shaped building and that outfit, that's harder to document because those people are good at what they do.
I've got to ask, what is cryptozoology?
Cryptozoology is, that means hidden animal forms. And so that's the group of people who's headed by Richard Greenwell in Tucson, Arizona, and Grover Krantz at Washington State, and Roy Mackle at Chicago, and that they look for the Loch Ness Monster and Bigfoot and the Bomble Snowman, dinosaurs in Africa, etc.
All right. I just wanted to know, and then just down below it is something that really piques my interest. It's simply entitled Disappearing Stars. And I have a man who calls me on my syndicated radio show and is doing research into precisely that, disappearing stars. He claims that stars at different moments actually do, for varying periods of time, disappear. What do you know about that?
Well, for one thing, there is a known astronomical phenomenon which causes a star to seem to dim out to us. These are extreme variable stars, and they go from a very high magnitude to a very low one as part of a cycle that probably signals the end of their life. But that's probably not the most interesting kind of disappearing star.
No, this man is referring to ones that disappear and then at the same intensity later reappear, and he has a certain theory about that.
Oscillating stars would in fact do that, and it would be a known phenomenon that would be occurring probably near the end of a star's life as a variable. But the things that are more puzzling to standard science anyway are cases where you have a very accurate phenomenon for a century who everything else on his maps looked like it couldn't be better, and yet here will be a rather prominent star sitting there and we can't find it anymore. So there seems to be a case of a star that really did just disappear, and what in the world could be going on there, no one knows.
All right. I would like to get to the telephones, if I could. We have a lot of people who would like to talk to you, Doctor.
Oh, yeah. In the show. It's fine by me.
All right, good. Let's get to a few questions. Wild card line 3, good evening. You're on the air in Las Vegas with Michael Swords, Dr. Michael Swords.
Hello, Art and Michael Swords. I've got kind of a two-part question. First, with the so-called technology that these aliens have, how come they're crashing on, like Roswell? And the second part of the question is, are these people forcibly being told to keep quiet? Maybe, due to threat of personal injury or scandal or that type of thing, Art. Now, I'll listen off the air.
I'm not sure I have the second part of what people are you referring to, sir?
Oh, the people of Roswell.
Oh, I see.
The witnesses and all that,
All right. That is a good question. Thank you. First of all, Doctor, his question, if they have all this technology, why are they crashing?
Well, from what I can tell from looking at the literature of crashes, there's probably only been one crash. The second thing I would say is that we've got a lot of pretty clever technology, too, and we make all kinds of foul-ups. I would assume that Murphy will continue to live in outer space for time immemorial. The third thing is it's suggested that the Roswell event occurred during a rather large high-voltage thunderstorm. It could possibly be that this thing merged into that without really knowing that it could get electronics glitches in it by a direct strike. But the fourth thing to really say is, well, why sit around and speculate when we don't know what their technology is? Let's just go with the empirical evidence as we find it. Empirical evidence seems to indicate something very strange crashed. Now, as far as that other question was concerned about the
people being threatened or shut up.
Threatened or not, there's a lot of evidence that people were threatened in Roswell. And especially the civilians, very severely threatened, kind of embarrassingly threatened from your and my viewpoint as an American, like we wouldn't do that to the citizens. But they, of course, are now just angry at this stage in life. But
well, you said there's a lot of evidence. Can you give an example when you say there's evidence they were threatened? For example, what?
Let's say you could go to perhaps 6 or 8 people down in the Roswell area right now and ask them what had happened with their father and mother or themselves, if they're very much of an oldster still around, that caused them to have all this nervousness after this event was over, and they will tell you all, even though they don't know one another necessarily, that they got these similar messages from the government telling them that they were not supposed to talk to them or there was going to be harm done to their family, and in the case of the parents to the children, or the people were going to be taken away and they'd never see them again. I mean, outrageous sounding stuff. As far as the military people are concerned, the military people mostly don't feel threatened. They just simply feel that they have made a personal duty vow and that they're not going to break it. And that since their commanding officer is now dead, why they can't find someone who be able to relieve them of their vow.
Presume for a moment all of this is true. The government is covering it up. They know. If you personally had all of the evidence you needed, and you could have a news conference, and you could beyond any shadow of a doubt announce to the world that, oh yes, it's real, oh yes, they've been here, here's the proof, would you release it?
I might give... that question has gone through my mind quite a bit, because there's about 12 or 15 different reasons why you might not want to release it.
Exactly.
And all these things involve some pretty serious stuff about government reaction, people reaction, economic reaction, etc. to these things. And I might possibly give the government one last chance to explain to me why I shouldn't release it. Try to get in contact with them and say, this is something I've got. Of course, I'd protect myself on that, but I might give them one last shot to try to explain to me why I shouldn't be doing that.
And if they were to produce studies that showed you that the American people would react very poorly, that it would be disruptive of the entire social structure, that religion would be in danger of collapse and so forth, would that be enough?
If they could prove that to me, I think I'd swallow it. But it's my belief that they can't prove that to me. Richard Hall has recently asked a bunch of us to write some essays on this exact topic, and I've gone down through the whole list of things, and I could see their reasoning for not wanting to release the information. I think right now we're at a stage where probably releasing the information would be the better thing to do.
Have we been in a period of time with all of these motion pictures and all the rest of it, and even this type of show, where we are, in essence, preparing the American people to receive that information without going off the deep end?
Yes and no on that. Shows like yours, probably yes, for most of the speakers on the show, but the no part is the abductions part. And unless people like John Mack are correct, and this is some kind of a benign thing, the Bud Hopkins, David Jacobs scenario, this thing being kind of horrible, is precisely the thing that would not want you to release information that this is real and it's going on and you can get plucked at any time and nobody has a defense against it.
All right. Then that brings up another good question. With everything you've looked at, would you say this is in all likelihood something that is, as far as we're concerned, horrible if we knew about it, or is it basically benign?
It's my guess that, and this is just a guess, and for goodness sakes, don't rate this as anything more important than one person's opinion, but the guess is that because human beings do not seem to have been deliberately harmed in some physical way, now, admittedly, there are some possible exceptions to that in some of the claimed cases, but I still think that some of that stuff is pretty loose as far as the claims. But I would say that the worst-case scenario that I see so far would be of some self-centered group of individuals, ETs or whatever, that were using human emotions in some kind of a way, but did not intend any kind of a permanent harm to the host. And so because we have been able to live with the shadow of the atomic bomb hanging over our head, I'm not so sure that we could live with the shadow of this hanging over our head, knowing that we're going to get up in the morning and we're going to get basically another form of a nuisance after a while.
Yeah, plus I suppose the conjecture that if they have this technology and meant us harm, we'd be harmed.
Yeah, and unless for some reason they want some other kind of thing out of us first and then still would be looking for harm afterwards. There's always a possibility.
All right. Line 1, good evening. You're on the air with Dr. Swords, who is in Michigan.
Well, good evening.
Good evening.
I heard it's very interesting that you brought that particular part up. It wasn't exactly what I called about, but I had a chance to talk to my grandmother a while back who remembers the night of the War of the Worlds radio show.
Yes.
And I think the biggest answer to your question about why they don't tell anybody is look at the reaction of that. I mentioned that to you once before, but the interesting information that I didn't have on that at that time was that people were killing themselves and killing their children because they really thought that, that these beings were visiting Earth.
Well, of course, if you ever heard that radio show, it was awful. I mean, they were zapping people, eating people, people. It was not a benign visit. So that was then, and that is an interesting subject. Well, I'll ask the doctor about it in a moment.
The thing on that, though, that I want to elaborate on, Art, is that, maybe the times have changed and our technology has gotten a little bit better, but human nature is human nature. I mean, if I were out and it seems really funny to me that the only people that really get a chance to experience this kind of stuff is Billy Joe Bob, who lives, out in Boo-Foo land. The thing that really gets me about is human nature is human nature. He's going to feel, I need to protect myself. I've got a gun, bang, or, whatever else. I can't really tell you of very many people who are going to sit back with open arms and say, come on in, have some tea, tell me about where you're from, and that sort of thing.
Right.
I think people are going to be really on the defensive. And as far as, all the movies coming out in this radio show, I really think that these kind of things can desensitize people on a lot of issues, but I don't think this is one of them.
All right. Do you have a specific question, or?
Well, I would like him to comment on that.
All right. We will do that. Thank you. Doctor, I guess he's saying that you can't be desensitized really on this issue, nor can you be prepared. And he points to that radio broadcast. Indeed, that was a big disaster. And I wonder if a decision, for example, in Washington to keep all this silent might be based on that catastrophe, which is probably one of the best studies of what human beings would think.
The government's perfectly aware of the Orson Welles broadcast situation, and in fact it appears in a couple of studies that were made by them to ask the questions about the response to just the general question of the meaning of extraterrestrials. I think, with all due respect, that the young gentleman's facts on what went on in New Jersey are wrong. The extent of the damage there were basically automobile accidents and things like that. People.
Not a lot of suicide, people killing their children, that sort of thing.
My reading of the situation, there was, I would say none of that, but let's be open and say little or none of that. I don't believe that any of that went on. In terms of what kind of people are done, it isn't always Billy Joe Bob out in Podunk. We know of people all up and down the socioeconomic spectrum and through all the races, and it's a wide mix of people who are coming in and talking about this. One of the guys who makes the rounds is Dr. John Salter from, I believe, South Dakota State University, and here's a guy who took almost a totally intellectual approach to the experience all the way through. I do think it's true that there is going to be a significant segment of the American people who are very anxiety prone, and that you can't desensitize them to that. And that I think he's right. But I think on the other hand, we have been, as I mentioned before, living under a threat that is at least as horrifying as this, namely the hydrogen bomb, for a couple of decades now, and somehow or other, although it scarred us, we've managed to go about our business. So I think that the jury's out as to what the impact of this would be.
All right, Doctor. Hold on just 1 second while I do a station ID, and we'll be right back. You're listening to Area 2000. My guest this week is Michael D. Swords, Dr. Michael D. Swords. He looks into other people's research in these areas and is a fascinating individual, which you should know by now. If you would like to make a comment, the only line I have open is one local line that we just cleared at 383-8255 or 8255.
From Jackie Gone's Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
evening. This is Area 2000 on the air every Sunday evening from 8 until 10 o'clock. Happy to be with you. Back in a moment to Dr. Swords. Well, no. Back right now to Dr. Swords. Doctor, you're back on the air again. And there are a bunch of people that want to speak with you, so let's keep moving through these calls. Good evening. You're on the air with Dr. Swords, who is in Michigan. Where are you calling from, please?
Good evening. This is Fritz from Los Angeles.
Los Angeles. All right.
Just correction. The previous caller said there was mass panic. Yes, it was a disaster in 1938 with the U.S. Welsh, but there was nobody killed. Like Dr. Swords said, there were a few car accidents and a few handful of strokes. Some people got excited, but it was not a mass panic like everybody said. But it is true that the government and the Air Force way back in the Dr. Mensel's time used this as a barometer. They said, well, there was this incident in New York, and then there was another copycat somewhere in Europe, in a Latin country, where they had also Orson Welles War, a copycat type, where people really went berserk. And so they used this as a barometer, and they said, hey, the people are not ready, etc., etc.
All right. Do you have a specific question?
Well, there's a film coming out now from Russia called Cosmic Top Secret by a producer, I think, his name is Avinsky, where the Russian scientists and ufologists exchanging information with our ufologists, and a major is interviewed there where he will claim that alleged 2 Russian soldiers standing guard were abducted, and that also a UFO was shooting at an antenna on a radar station. I don't know if Dr. Swords is aware of it, but this film should come out very soon here and make the circles.
Are you aware of that film, Doctor?
I'm not. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, he's not.
Well, I will make the circles eventually, but the Russians are catching on now and trying to have the freedom of speech. In some way, they're behind in UFO research, but they're more open-minded than we are. They really are hungry for knowledge, and they have less fear than we are. We have we have a coverage on here, an umbrella of fear, because we've been so conditioned that the ETs are above. Somehow Russian people embrace the ET contact. They need just more information. They're hungry for the information.
All right. Thanks, Fritz. And that is a good subject. Linda Howe was in Europe a few weeks ago, Doctor, and there does seem to be a very distinctly different attitude through Europe and I suppose in Russia and elsewhere than there is in this country. How do you account for the, I don't want to say unnatural interest, but greater interest in America in this subject?
I think that we're not getting a very correct view of what the Europeans and the Russians really have in terms of interest. After all, what do you have? You have a few U.S. researchers going over there. Naturally, the people they're meeting with are the people who are most interested in UFOs. They're going to put on their most positive views on the thing, especially the Russians do that, because the Russians not only want to make linkages with the U.S. researchers, but they also want us to help support their research because Russia's so destitute for money. The major institutions over there for the Soviet Union for UFO research ends up every time, and I understand this, and they voted against them, but they end up every time asking you for money at the end of their letters. And
hard currency, please.
Yes, indeed. And I don't think that I would say that if anything in Europe that there's much less interest in UFOs. The tendency of the people who study UFOs in several of those countries is to view the thing as a psychosociological phenomenon. In fact, that's the heartland of that particular theory about UFOs. I would say that if there is an unusual interest in the Soviet Union, it might be because they've just gone through so many decades of atheistic materialism and that this is kind of a religion substitute for them. But other than that,
good evening. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Swords. Hello there. Line 2, you're on the air with Dr. Swords. Good evening.
Well,
hello.
Yeah, Art, I just want to tell you, I really like your show, I've been listening for years.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I got a couple questions for the doctor. First, one is on abductions. And the question I have is, what does your research show as far as abductions through tangible items as far as walls, canvas, tents, etc.? And the second is, have you done any research as far as in Area 51 in Nevada? I've done some my own research up in that area, and it's been very, I can't really say the word for it, but I've seen a lot of weird things up there.
All right, Doctor, let's go to Area 51, if you would. It's just to the north of us here. And I wonder what sort of, there's been a lot of documentation and research about this area. Some people speculate there are discs up there, and so forth and so on. What have you learned about that?
Well, as far as the more spectacular kinds of claims are concerned, I haven't yet been very impressed with those because of the very fragmentary nature of the information and, to some degree, the aspersions that have been cast on some of the people delivering it. But in terms of there being a lot of weird stuff in the air over there, I don't think anybody doubts that. Aviation Week and Space Technology magazine is constantly documenting very high-performance envelope vehicles that are flying over Nevada. And to me, if I take that as the baseline of my information and I look back through time, I think that what they're flying out there is spectacular, but I don't think it's beyond the direction of the technology that you see just prior to that, that's real good old-fashioned U.S. technical magic rather than extraterrestrial technical magic. So I haven't seen anything yet in the Area 15 idea that would lead me to believe that we have to have UFOs and back-engineered alien technology out there, although I sure have heard the rumors like everyone else has.
And it certainly might be the place to take it if you had it. Caller, what was your first question, please?
First question was on as far as abductions through tangible items such as houses and walls or tents, that kind of thing in remote areas. But getting back on as far as Area 51, I want to ask Dr. Flowers if you had any observations as far as anything as far as pulses in the area, as far as like laser-type items. I've seen whole mountain ranges lighted up in that area. We're talking magnitude of 10 miles across in depth.
All right, Doctor?
Well, I've heard from some of the people on the airtech side of the thing that the engines of the so-called pulsar craft are so great that when they turn on, that they light up the whole area around. So, again, I think that it's not, it doesn't sound to me like it's a laser effect. It sounds to me like it's the ignition of a big engine.
All right. I'm going to tell you, about 2 weeks ago, I'm 48 years old, Doctor. I've never seen a UFO. 2 weeks ago, I saw something I absolutely could not explain, though I think it might have been an experimental aircraft. On my way home, a large triangular craft passed about 150 feet above me. It was actually lit up. It had what appeared to be anti-collision lights, 2 white lights, 1 red light at each point of the triangle, and that's what it was, Doctor. It was a perfect triangle, and at about an altitude of, I'd estimate, 150 feet, passed above me, making not even a sound. I had my automobile stopped. You could hear crickets a quarter mile away. I mean, there was no sound at all, and it just passed above me. Now, I live in a valley just adjacent to Area 51, and my presumption is I saw some sort of incredible experimental aircraft. I have no idea what it was, but it was low enough and slow enough, I would describe it almost as floating, that it absolutely simply is nothing that I know that we have. It was remarkable, Doctor, remarkable.
Now, I'm impressed with that kind of a thing because, first of all, you're a credible witness seeing something fairly close. It's a good close encounter of the first kind report, and it matches the pattern of the so-called Belgian triangles that were researched so well by the Belgian government a few years back. It's almost precisely the same description that was given for the objects that appeared quite often over a several-month period in Belgium.
Well, I don't know what I saw. If I was pressed to the wall, Doctor, I would say that I saw some sort of experimental aircraft. But
most people feel that they have to, the crux of the thing is that if what you saw was the same kind of an object that was in Belgium, then the key thing is the Belgian radar reports, which show an extremely rapid change of direction and upward acceleration that should have produced more G-forces than a pilot could have taken, and do seem to be a little out of the performance envelope that we would expect from a current technology.
a little out is putting it mildly, and I'm still thinking very hard about that encounter. I just thought I would take that moment to discuss. Okay, line 3, you're on the air with Dr. Swords in Michigan. Good evening.
Good evening. I think everything means one point, to make believe people that they will be alive after death. And this is not true. All those people who believe in the UFO, those are the same people who talk all the time about Jesus and his mother, who they see those people, they see Jesus and his mother in different kind of places, like Medjugorje, like in Poland, like in different, and this is absolutely not true. You need children to tell them those kind of stupid stories about life after death and about Jesus alive and his mother alive and UFOs. And you make it's a propaganda now, like they grow like mushrooms after the rain, after the collapse by the Soviet Union. So they try to make people believe in more stupid ideas and more stupid lies. Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, in that man, Doctor, I just left him on because I wanted to hear it, and I wanted you to hear it. There are a lot of people who react just like that man does to this information. They may make the best case for never releasing it. There's anger, hostility, and I have this feeling that if the information ever came out, that man would be on the warpath.
Yeah, that was a very quiet sound coming to me, and so all I could get from that is that this is a gentleman who was so complaining about UFOs the same way as Blessed Mary Virgin things or
Precisely.
like that. Well, what I would say is that we've always had a element in society that needed some very simplistic grounding, or they become somewhat unhinged, and things are going to happen. When we walked on the moon, this kind of a person is either going to go into a state of denial that it never happened, or it's going to have some kind of a life crisis. The same thing is going to be true if Carl Sagan gets any extraterrestrial signals, if the Darwinian theory of evolution sounds like it's better, or whatever. So we can't protect that element of the population against new things happening, and I still don't think that it's a useful reason to deny full information.
Well, nevertheless, perhaps not. Is there any way of estimating what percentage of people in the population would react as that man seemed to be?
There probably is if you were talking to a psychologist that looked at statistical data. Allow me to reflect on something that might cast some light on that, but it wouldn't do exactly the same thing. When you look at the way in which human nervous systems are geared, you find that about 1% of the human species is geared at such a high level that they can't even get their thought processes to go straight, and we end up calling them things like schizophrenia. If you boil that down to the next stage in the curve, you might say that there's between, say, 5 or 6% or so of the population that might be so highly wired that they're anxiety-prone.
Well, that adds up to a lot of people these days.
It does add up to a lot of people, but there's no way to protect that group of people from the fact that life goes on. And so I would say that you let life go on, and you don't try to cushion things and hide them, because if things get worse and then they do break, you've just made a bigger problem.
Indeed. All right, Doctor. Good evening. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Swords on Area 2000.
Hello, Doctor.
Hello.
I have a question for you, and Well, the question is, have you noticed, or is there any research being done on what seems to have changed the physiognomy of the women of mainly Western Europe and North and South America? And I have some examples.
Well, go ahead with your example.
Well, for instance, the arms of women since roughly the mid-'70s have become very long, and their hands are either very narrow with long fingers or large hands, thick fingers. The facial structure seems to have stabilized in a very angular dimensions. The mouth has widened. The features are becoming very close set, and the length of the leg is becoming long, and also its size is becoming very narrow, very slender.
Where does this information come from?
Yeah, I've got the same question. Where'd you get this, sir?
This is just observation.
Oh, I see.
Now, this seems to be the type of female, which seems to be mainly in the like I said, in North and South America and Western Europe. This seems to be becoming a very dominant feature, especially the legs and the arms.
All right, thank you. Doctor, do you concur with any of those observations? Oh, I'm afraid we're going to have to get Dr. Swords back. All right, caller, I appreciate it. We're going to have to find out if he concurs with any of that.
Take a look at the beach.
Take a look at the beach?
Now, the next time you look, well, say at movies from, say, roughly 1960 to date, when they show crowd scenes or women at the beach, etc., not the actresses, but just general women, and you'll see what I'm talking about. It's becoming real striking.
I've never even heard such a thing suggested before.
Try it. Try it and see, and you'll begin to notice certain features are becoming standard.
Well, do you think that's just something you're noticing, or do you think it's actually some sort of, real change that's gone on?
Well, from what I've seen, it seems to be a genuine genetic change. It's not. I'm not talking surgical alteration either. Because who in their right mind would have, for instance, the muscles in their calves reduced? And how would you narrow someone's hand without cutting away so much musculature that you couldn't close your hand?
That's a very good point, caller. Very good point. And, Doctor, we've got you back now. I still have this caller, same caller on the line.
Okay.
And he's saying that he's noticing all of these changes in women. Do you concur with any of that at all? Thank you, caller.
No, I'm afraid I don't. I was saying before the gremlins got into the works of the phone company here, I don't know what you make of that, because I watch women just as much as anyone else, I suppose, and I haven't noticed that perhaps if he's sitting around watching the shapes of actresses and models, which could possibly be changing to the fashion of some sort.
All right. Line 2, good evening. You're on the air with Dr. Swords, who's in Michigan.
Art?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Sam against Las Vegas.
Okay, we're only allowed to make one call, sir.
I understand that, Art.
All right, well, thank you then for the call. And good evening out of state. You're on the air with Dr. Michael Swords, who's in Michigan.
Yes. When do you think the government will reveal to the American people that there are actually UFOs?
It's a good question, if ever. Doctor, any comment on that? When might they reveal it, or what might provoke them to reveal it? Or can they be pushed into it?
Well, of course, all of us that are interested in the Roswell case are constantly trying to think of something productive along those lines all the time. I certainly don't believe that marching with tickets out in front of the White House asking for Bill Clinton to come clean is going to do it. I think, in fact, if anything, that's a negative way of going about things, because that is it puts it into a kind of an unserious light, I think, in most people's mind, and actually causes negative pressure. If there were another couple of major breaks of the security people, then perhaps the combination of what's already known on Roswell and, say, a current guardian of the black box that contains this stuff would would come through with something. But if you don't have a major leak of some kind, I don't see any incentive for the government to reveal anything they know about UFOs.
And there may be more on the social side that dictates you wouldn't reveal it unless you had to.
And it has been stated by some experts in the past that if you've got a situation that has essentially nothing on the positive side except solving the curiosity of a few American citizens, and you've got a whole lot potentially on the negative side, you don't run the experiment.
Absolutely, and that's what it would seem to add up to. Line 3, you're on the air with Dr. Swords.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Is that me?
That's you.
Okay, thank you. I was on my way home, and I heard this discussion, and it must have been at least 20 years ago. It might have been a little longer than that. I remember my husband came home with a book, and it was called Chariots of the Gods. Has the doctor ever heard of this book?
Oh, I suspect so. Thank you. Doctor, what about that, Chariots of the Gods?
Well, he's talking about the thing that made Eric von Daniken a multimillionaire, of course. Eric von Daniken actually did the concept of ancient astronauts a disservice. There's nothing inherently wrong with the idea that you could have had extraterrestrial visitations at ancient times and that these particular visitations would have affected the cultures in terms of the making of their buildings or more likely the sculpting of their mythologies. But since Eric von Daniken played so fast and loose with the facts and made such horrendous errors and howling zingers throughout his book, he took what was a potentially respectable theory and it completely ran the entire scholarly community off of it. At one time, even Carl Sagan, prior to von Daniken's input, even Carl Sagan had broached a Chariots of the Gods type hypothesis in a famous Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence textbook that he wrote. And, of course, Carl Sagan wouldn't be caught dead saying anything about that now.
Big flap going on now about Mars, about the Explorer, the loss of the Explorer. What feedback are you getting on that, Doctor?
The feedback that I'm getting is that that NASA just screwed up, and that we set back a couple of years ago and yucked it up and called the Soviets a bunch of goons for pushing the wrong button on their Phobos probe, and now we've apparently made not a computer error, but a mechanical error, and that there's some sort of a transistor that has been known to have failed in a couple of other spacecraft before that was also put back into this thing, and that if it failed again, like it has failed before, we would have lost contact. So
that though, it seems so unlikely. If you had a transistor that had failed in one craft, surely you would put it through its paces. You'd already experienced a large financial loss as a result of it. Why would you put it in yet another craft?
It started failing the rings on the shuttle before we let one blow up, too.
Good point.
We're capable of any amount of stupidity because the organization is so big that it doesn't keep good track of our pieces.
All right. Good evening. You're on the air with Dr. Michael Swords, who is in Michigan. Where are you, please? Hello? Apparently not. Line 2, you're on the air with Dr. Swords. Good evening.
Yeah, about that, the world news thing, those are hoaxes, those pictures on there. They just want to sell, one satellite. I hate to buy those years ago, but they're all hoaxes.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I'm very well aware of their reputation.
Do you have a question for the doctor?
Sure. All right, I understand. Thank you. Good evening. You're on the air with Dr. Michael B. Swords, who is in Michigan. Where are you calling from, please?
Santa Ana, California.
Santa Ana. Go ahead.
Yes. I just wanted to say that I really think they should disclose any information that they have on UFOs. I feel like I should have a right to know, and I want to know. And I feel like, I don't know, maybe it would do some good for a lot of people if they knew that there was something more than, or something bigger than us, than this, beyond this planet. Something to strive for, I guess.
Well, I guess that has to be balanced against what the doctor said about what the reaction would be among, say, 5% of the population or so. But it sounds as though you're looking forward to it.
Yeah, and I think that the 95% should outweigh that 5%. I think most people would welcome it, and it would do wonders for, I don't know, I guess just our whole outlook on things.
All right, very good.
Thank you, ma'am. Just a comment, Doctor. She thinks the 95% would benefit far more than the 5% that would go around the corner.
Of course, we don't know about 95% or 5%. We don't know what people are thinking, but the government has already tried to play that mind game, too, and see how that came out. And what the Brookings Institute said in their report to NASA was that when a superior culture and an inferior culture intimately meet, and so there's a genuine sharing of information between them, the inferior culture almost always dies in terms of a self-ordaining kind of a culture and becomes just a appendix sucking in whatever it gets from its now big brother and doesn't any further develop on its own. So that as Carl Jung, the famous Swiss psychologist, was supposed to have gotten this information about talking to an Amazonian shaman. The Amazonian shaman said back to Jung, "You have stolen all our dreams." And so the happy thought of us having this wonderful new possibility out there might well be very negative as far as independent development of the human race.
All right. Line 3, you're on the air with...
Harold, how you doing?
I'm doing well, sir.
Need more time for these
I know.
shows, but anyway, real quick, I'm just curious been trying to get that shuttle off the ground. Is that...
It is now off the ground.
Well, they did...
Yes, it did successfully launch.
Oh, finally, yeah. I was just curious if that had anything to do with that screw-ups, or they were just pressured by people from the unknown that they didn't want it to launch or something.
No, it's up, sir.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Out of state very quickly as we run out of time for Dr. Michael Swords in Michigan. Good evening. Line 1, good evening.
Good evening, Art and Doctor. I'll try to make this fast because I know time is running out. First of all, Doctor, have you ever heard of Noah Fredericks, who is a biblical and UFO researcher? And then I have a second part to the question.
I have not.
Okay. He basically believes that UFOs have been around even before biblical time in history. And my question is to do with the finger formation of alien descriptions. If you ran every description on a computer, do you know how many, or if many came up with 6 fingers? And the reason I'm asking, the other day when I was doing my own biblical research, I found that in 1 Chronicles 20th chapter, verse 6, they mention a being with 6 fingers and 6 toes, that he's of large stature.
All right, I'm sorry. Time just about gone. Doctor, any response?
Well, the UFO humanoids are almost always described as having either 4 or 5 fingers and not 6.
Dr. Swords, we really could use a whole lot more time for this subject. We only get, however, 2 hours. And as I do with most of my guests, particularly you, since you look into everybody else's research, I would like to have you back sometime.
Oh, that's a possibility.
Well, it has been a distinct pleasure, and you're an easy interview, and I thank you.
Well, you're welcome. Love be a service.
You have a good evening, sir. Dr. Michael D. Swords, and I'm afraid that's it, everybody. We operate as close as we can to what's going on here at the clock, and so that's going to do it. Remember, if you have any information at all that you would like checked out, anything you would like looked into, the Bigelow Foundation has the ability and has the resources to accomplish that, and I urge you to call them. Their number is coming up now, and we'll see you again next week at 8 o'clock.
The preceding program was made possible by a grant from the Bigelow Foundation. This has been Area 2000, a program that introduces our listeners to the scientific approach for discussion of 2 particular subjects: UFOs and near-death and after-death experiences. To contact the Bigelow Foundation, please call during the week between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Area code 702-456-1606. Ask for Angela Thompson. That's area code 702-456-1606. And be with us next Sunday evening at 8 for another edition of Area 2000. Welcome to Area 2000. This program introduces our listeners to the scientific approach to discussion of two particular subjects, UFOs and near-death and after-death experiences. To contact the Bigelow Foundation during the work week, call Angela Thompson between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. at area code 702-456-1606. That's Angela Thompson at area code 702-456-1606. And now, Area 2000. Good evening, and welcome to Area 2000. I'm Art Bell. And my guest this evening, right after our report from George Knapp, is going to be Stanton Friedman, all the way from Canada, a nuclear physicist, a lecturer, and a big name in UFO circles. And we will get to Mr. Friedman in just a very few moments. First, I want to tell you Linda Howe is on her way back at this hour to Philadelphia, and so she's not going to be with us this morning, and we'll catch up with her next week. There's no way, apparently, to do it in the air, or in flight, I guess. So we'll not hear from Linda this evening. But our roving journalist, George Knapp, is here, and he'll catch us up with what happened with the lectures that went on and the meetings that went on, what's new in the world of UFOs, and so let's do it. George, good evening.
Art, good to talk to you. I'm here to tell you about the glamorous life of the UFO journalist.
All right.
So contrary to popular opinion, it's not just all well-aged airport hot dogs, you know. I just walked in the door minus my lost luggage.
Oh, boy.
After a weekend trip to Springfield, Missouri for the annual Midwest UFO Conference, which in my opinion is just about the best-run conference in this business. There's so much going on in the field of research, it's difficult to keep up with all of it. The day when UFOs merely meant elusive lights in the sky is long gone, and the phenomenon is sprouting off in several intriguing directions. Highlights from the conference include a rare appearance by Dr. Jesse Marcel Jr. Marcel's father, as you know, Art, was the military intelligence officer who discovered the wreckage of an alleged alien craft near Roswell, New Mexico in 1947. Marcel Jr. remembers the night his father brought pieces of this wreckage home. He described how light but tough the metal was, and he clearly remembers the odd writings and inscriptions on the metal, some sort of language that he had never seen before. It was a very persuasive statement from an unassuming man who actually held this material in his hands, and I know that this is something your guest tonight is certainly qualified to discuss. Abduction researcher Bud Hopkins, who was a guest on this program a few weeks ago, shared some of his latest findings as well, including the case of a missing 7-month-old fetus. One day this lady is pregnant, the next day the fetus is gone, 7 months into the term. Attempts to fully document this case are underway, and Bud says he will keep us posted. I had a chance to have an extended personal conversation with Bud concerning the Linda Corteil abduction case, which occurred in New York City, has been getting a lot of attention, and which was witnessed by several people, including an important political figure. Bud's been hit with everything but the bathroom fixture by his detractors in the past couple of months, and I think the bathroom is exactly where a lot of this criticism belongs. They have been vicious, unfair, and personal attacks on him, probably, I think, because the debunkers, which Stan Friedman certainly knows intimately, realize the importance of this case. That Hopkins is confident, though, he says, when all the evidence comes out, that he will prevail. Also on the abduction topic, a panel of abductees, ably guided by the conference organizer, John Carpenter. They shared some very moving insights into their experiences. You know, it's difficult to hear these gut-wrenching stories and not be affected by them, at least on one kind of an emotional level. Some major crop formation news was unveiled this weekend. Linda Howe, who certainly sends her regrets about being unable to join us tonight, reported on some scientific tests conducted on seeds of plants found inside these crop formations in England. There are apparently clear, scientifically measurable differences in how these seeds grow in comparison with seeds found just outside the formations. They grow slower, at least that's my understanding, and they exhibit several genetic changes. We also know that significant changes in the soil have been measured there, as if the soil had been bombarded by high-energy physics, some sort of particles. That kind of evidence sort of rules out hoaxsters. Premier crop researcher Colin Andrews
Also had some bad news for people who think the formations are all hoaxes. Andrew says that recent formations turned up on land owned by both Prince Charles and the British Prime Minister. Because of the people that they are, their land is patrolled and is even monitored by security cameras. However, no one saw anything about the formation of these crop circles. If it is hoaxsters, they're awfully clever and awfully brave to go on land that is patrolled and is fairly secure. Andrews also reported on a first-ever type crop formation in England. A Star of David appeared in a field on the same day that Israel and the PLO signed their historic peace agreement. It's a weird coincidence. It gets really far out there, but then you have to ask yourself, could someone be trying to tell us something? I don't know.
Wow. That's my comment. Wow. George, can I take you back 1 second? You were talking about New Mexico and the crash in New Mexico and the pieces. George, is there anybody who claims to have, or do you have any knowledge that anybody still has any of these pieces?
Not to my knowledge. You really should put that question to Stan, because I got a feeling from my conversations with him that he may be online to try to find some people who may have picked this stuff up. Of course, the military came in and tried to scoop up all of the material, according to the witness reports. There are even reports that some of the material was recovered by some people who lived in the area, and the military found out that they had squirreled it away, and they came and got it even days or weeks after the crash.
But there could still be some in somebody's basement or attic somewhere.
I guess it's possible, sure. And I think actually Stan, I hope I'm not giving away too much, is on the trail of that.
I certainly will ask. Thank you for that tip.
Back to the conference, between 500 and 600 people attended this event, and they certainly went away with plenty to think about. Most surprising to me of all was that the media response. On the first day of this conference, the Springfield newspaper had a front-page story about it, and some of its speakers, all 3 local TV stations ran stories on it. Fox TV out of L.A. was also there taping interviews. They were even interested in talking to your roving reporter here. No jokes about saucer nuts or Elvis sightings or Bigfoot or any of that sort of thing, just straight stories about the material that was being presented. It was a nice change from some of the snide and childish things that we've been reading here in the Las Vegas media.
Yeah, but you know, George, before you finally make that comment, that is that they treated it well, you almost need to see the final aired report, because a lot of times right at the end of something that looks serious, from your perspective, having done the interview, will engender some sort of flippant little remark at the end.
Sure, the little happy talk from the anchor people, but that didn't happen in this case. And,
okay.
It was a real pleasant surprise. You know, the Las Vegas newspapers might want to take a message from this, you know, and get in touch with the interests of their own readers one of these days. This Las Vegas Library lecture series that your guest tonight is coming out here for, you know, it's sold out in a couple of days. Linda Howe is also coming to town. There's a great deal of interest in this topic. People take it seriously on some sort of an innate sense, and you would think that the media would pay attention to what their readers and listeners are saying to them. Southwest Missouri was not only the site for this conference, it's also something of a UFO hotbed. Since the beginning of this year, there have been 70 UFO sightings reported in that area around Springfield, including 17 disc shapes. 27 of those incidents involved multiple witnesses. Abduction reports in the area have virtually exploded, and there have been a few dozen reported cattle mutilations as well. It's almost like you can say the gang's all here. I put the question to John Carpenter, why such activity is so prevalent there. He admits a lot of it has to do with awareness. In other words, when the public becomes educated to look for such things, and as he and his team have done, they find them. And in that sense, it may be that there's a lot more of this sort of activity in the hometowns of our listeners all over the West here, just waiting to be uncovered. We add this caveat, of course, just because someone sees lights in the sky doesn't mean it's an alien spaceship. 90% of all sightings are misidentifications, and just about anyone would agree with that. And just because someone says they've been abducted doesn't make it so, and not every cow that's killed is killed by someone from Alpha Centauri or the ninth dimension. People interested in these types of phenomena certainly need to keep an open mind, tempered, though, with a healthy dose of skepticism.
Right.
And by skepticism, I don't mean the distorted version of the word, which has come to mean basically it can't be true, therefore it isn't, no matter what evidence you have. One final comment, Art, regarding your guest last week, Dr. Michael Swords. We were certainly glad to have a man with his credentials on the show, but I can't let some of this just pass without comment. As you noted several times in last week's program, Dr. Swords is not really a researcher. He reviews the work of other researchers.
Right.
He said two things which directly affect the work that I've been doing, which I take strong exception to. Number one, he said, we've heard nothing out of Russia about UFOs except rumors about what their government knows, and that simply is not true. As we have mentioned before briefly on this program, we were in Russia a few months ago. We obtained several hundred pages of official government and military documents. We interviewed government, military, and scientific people who have a great deal of inside information about what Russia knew about UFOs and knows about UFOs. Solid information, not rumors. They take it very seriously, and they say we take it seriously too. Second thing is, Dr. Swords says there isn't much to this Area 51 stuff. It's all conventional aircraft, although it may be top-secret U.S. planes that people have been seeing.
Right.
I think that may be true now, but I think there is a lot of testimony and other evidence to suggest that this was not always the case. And we're not merely talking about the Bob Lazar testimony. There's a lot of people who have given testimony about what they've seen out there. And while it may be planes or flares or whatever now, I'm not sure that was always the case. To my knowledge, though, in the 4 years I've been working on this story, Dr. Swords has never spoken to any of the witnesses or investigators. He's never been to Area 51. He has done no investigation whatsoever. And I think it's certainly okay to have an opinion on this or anything else. But if you're going to make the kind of definitive statement that he made last week, I think the audience deserves to know whether you know what you're talking about. It was still an interesting program. I hope you invite Dr. Swords back again sometime. Your guest tonight is a really interesting man. He and I, as you may have guessed, Art, have had some very distinct disagreements about a lot of issues, but it's generally been kind of a healthy disagreement, which is the way it should be, as long as both sides are doing some honest research.
Well, give me a couple of healthy directions to look then, George. Where, if I might, where are your disagreements?
Lazar, basically.
Lazar?
Stan has had significant doubts about Lazar all the way along. He has done, I think in fairness to him, he has done a lot more research than just about any of the other people who have who've been down on Lazar and the Area 51 story. In fact, I'm certain that he's done more. A lot of people have taken shots at this area, but have based it on nothing more than gut hunches or scuttlebutt or whatever. Stan has actually tried to do some work. We still have disagreements about the nature of his research and his findings, but as I said, I think that's really a fairly healthy thing for this kind of a field. He knows a lot about UFOs as much as anyone in the world, I think. No one has worked harder to add credibility to the field. I look forward to hearing him tonight, and I look forward to hearing him here in Las Vegas.
Good enough, George. I really appreciate it.
Okay.
And filling in a little bit on the other side for Linda as well, in a way.
We'll be back.
All right. We'll see you next week, George. Thanks. Take care. That's George Knapp, our roving reporter who just managed to rove back barely in time from the Midwest to get on the show this morning. Linda did not. She's in the air, and she'll be with us next week. And now, from Fredericton, New Brunswick, Canada, all the way to Canada, we're going to speak with Stanton T. Friedman. He is a nuclear physicist and lecturer. He received an MS degree in physics from the University of Chicago in 1956 and has had 3 distinct careers since then. For 14 years, he worked on the development of a wide variety of classified, advanced nuclear and space systems for such companies as General Electric, Westinghouse, General Motors. From 1970 to 1982, he lectured about and researched UFOs full time. Since 1982, he has combined lecturing, industrial consulting, and various research and communications activities. Overall, he's spoken at more than 600 colleges and to many dozens of professional groups in all 50 states, 9 Canadian provinces, Germany, Finland, and England. He's appeared on hundreds of radio and TV shows across North America, to include Nightline, Sorry Josie Raphael, Unsolved Mysteries, A Closer Look, UFO Report, Sightings, Ron Reagan Jr., Canada AM, and many more. He's published more than 60 articles about UFOs and co-authored the August 1992 book, Crash at Corona, now in its 3rd printing. Here is Stanton Friedman. Mr. Friedman, good evening.
It's a pleasure to be on.
It's a pleasure to have you, and we do have a remarkably good connection for this great distance.
Or time zones, yes.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it's a better connection than I've had with some people a time zone or two away, so I'm thankful. Miss Friedman, you must stay on your great level effort with George. Of course, as you know, the place in which we're broadcasting is very much adjacent to yourself, Area 51, and there was a big deal with Bird before. I'm sure you well know the story. And George indicated the two of you had some disagreement on the credibility of the Lazar story. What are your comments?
Well, I think you have to separate the story into two parts. One is Bob Lazar telling the truth about himself? And the other is, are there underground bases with alien vehicles there, or bases at least where vehicles are being researched?
Right.
And my focus has been on Lazar right from the word go, mainly because people were referring to him as a nuclear physicist, and since I am one, I constantly get asked, what do you think about Lazar? Now, I don't like to express an opinion until I have done some research, and as I had told George back 4 years ago in 1989, when I first found out about Lazar and had agreed to meet with him, although he didn't show up when I came to Las Vegas for a mutual UFO network symposium in the summer of 89. As I told him then, I've had enough cases where people have misrepresented their credentials that if they're going to make extraordinary claims, we better check on the people. And that's what I did once I heard about Lazar and saw him on television. He certainly comes across very well.
He does, and he seems, I am not a nuclear physicist, but to the layman he seems very conversant with physics.
Yeah, and so there wasn't anything that he said that obviously said, oh, this guy is throwing baloney here. So what I did was what I've done with a number of other people is try to check their credentials. Scientists leave trails. They get degrees. They belong to professional groups. They publish papers. They have resumes. There's a whole long list of things. And this is the kind of checking I've done. It has been claimed that Bob has master's degrees from MIT in physics and from Caltech in electronics. Mm-hmm. That he worked as a scientist for Los Alamos National Laboratory. Okay, that's three good places to start. Now, two other institutions of higher learning have been mentioned. He, to me, in the one phone conversation we had, where he promised to send me a resume, but incidentally never did. Resumes are useful because they tell you where. Who did he work for? You can check that way. What groups does he belong to? All that thing. Anyway, he mentioned California State University, Northridge, where, ironically, I will be speaking a few days after I'm in Vegas, and also Pierce Junior College, which is a junior college out in the San Fernando Valley, just northwest of Los Angeles. Mm-hmm. And so I checked all four schools. MIT, I checked both the alumni and the registrar's office, people who keep track of your college records. Now, the alumni office would only matter if you got a degree, otherwise you're not an alumnus. But the registrar's office keeps track of everybody who ever went there at any time for any length of time. Neither one ever heard of him. Caltech, they never heard of him. In both schools, incidentally, I asked them, I said, well, do you get calls about people claiming to have attended and who never did? They said at least once a week. That's not an uncommon phenomenon.
Well, the aspect of this, though, that I'd like to bring up now is that he claims that all of his records of this sort, the ones you're mentioning, somehow have been erased, along with most of the records of his work at some of the facilities he claims he was at.
Look, there's no question that the government can refuse to speak about what you did when you worked for them. But people have actually checked yearbooks from these institutions. And incidentally, I did find a record for him, but not at either one of those places or at Cal State Northridge. I found that he had indeed taken courses at Pierce Junior College. Now, the chance of winding up at MIT starting at Pierce are essentially nil, but I've gone a step farther than that. I've checked with the high school that he attended. He took one science course, chemistry. He ranked in the bottom third of his high school class. Again, you don't go to MIT with that background. When he was up at the Alien, I don't know how Las Vegans pronounce that.
No, you did just right. The little alien, I think they call it.
Okay. When he was up there, two significant things, and I've got a tape of his presentation, or really he was responding to questions. When he was asked what year he got his degree, he hesitated and said, well, 1982, I think. Well, nobody who's gotten a master's degree from MIT is going to hesitate about what year he got it in. Second, somebody asked him, and this is the kind of questions that I've asked of his supporters there in Vegas, not only for a resume, but I'm more than 20 years older than Bob, and I can tell you who a lot of my professors were and what my textbooks were and their classmates. He gave the name of a professor of physics from Caltech who he was sure would remember him. Well, I tracked down that professor. He never taught at Caltech. He did teach at Pierce, and Bob apparently took some courses under him. But at the same time, when he was supposedly at MIT. Now, so there's no evidence that he went to any of those places except Pierce. Now, beyond that, I checked with Los Alamos. I talked to the personnel office. I gave them two names. One, I knew of a guy who worked there. I had professional dealings with Los Alamos on the nuclear rocket program. And they found my guy. They couldn't find Bob. But as I think George would agree, the phone book listing, which is put forth as proving that he worked there, it does just the reverse. It proves he works for Kirk Mayer, which is a consulting outfit, sort of a job shop outfit. You work for them and you get seconded, as we say here in Canada, to the lab. It says K/M next to his name. We found two people in Los Alamos who say that he was a technician out there, and I can buy that. The newspaper article about him in the jet car, and I don't doubt that he drove a jet car. I've talked to people who verified that as well as the newspaper article. But the newspaper article said he worked out at the Clinton D. Anderson, and it's probably a longer name than this, Maison Research Facility. It's slightly different from that. I checked out there. They didn't remember him, but that's not too surprising. It's a user facility. At least often 1,000 people a year go through there. Groups from all over the world come to use their rather special accelerator. You set up equipment, and eventually you get time on the machine. That would certainly put your name in the phone book if you were there long enough. So he doesn't belong to any professional groups, as far as we can tell, and I've checked the American Physical Society, the American Nuclear Society, and the American Association for the Advancement of Science, and there were a couple of others. But anyway, so there's no evidence at all from anybody that Bob ever attended MIT or Caltech or Cal State Northridge. The government wiping out his records, well, again, they don't go running and pick up all the yearbooks. Where are his copies of his diplomas? Where is a resume? There's just no indication that he is a scientist.
What I find intriguing, Mr. Friedman, is that you, as an obviously very thorough researcher, you just documented that, and George Knapp, also a very thorough researcher, both come to separate conclusions on this. It's quite remarkable.
Well, the kicker here is that it's like I'm more accustomed, I guess, to dealing with people who misrepresent themselves than George is to some extent, because I go back a dozen years at finding fraudulent people whose claims included some truth. There was a guy who claimed to be an aerospace engineer and suddenly shows up with a degree in physics. And I checked his employer. I checked the school that he supposedly got it from. And make a long story short, I found that he wasn't telling the truth.
But you at least have to hold out the possibility, I suppose, that his claim would be accurate and somehow was erased, virtually erased.
I don't see how they could erase him outside of the government enclave. That they would lie, that governments can keep secrets about what he might have done for them anywhere at any time, sure.
Do you hold out, Mr. Friedman, that the government is covering up the UFO reality?
Well, you see, there's no question about that. And in every lecture, and the one that I'll give there in Vegas on, October the 2nd at the West Charleston branch of the library, and I gather the tickets are all gone.
All gone, long gone.
Yeah, I will prove that there's a cosmic Watergate. There's no, you see...
All right, hold the cosmic Watergate thought. We've got to take a quick station identification. We'll be right back. Stanton Friedman, my guest from Canada. We'll get back to it in just a moment.
From Jackie Gone's Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
Good evening from Las Vegas. I'm Art Bell. This is Area 2000. My guest is Stanton T. Friedman, author, lecturer, nuclear physicist, here all the way from, actually it's Fredericton, New Brunswick, Canada. And so now back to him. Mr. Friedman, you still there?
I'm still here.
Good. So you'll be here in Las Vegas lecturing then?
Yes, that's at the beginning of a tour that's going to last 5 weeks, 16 talks. I hope I'm up to it. I'm not as young as I used to be for this sort of thing. Lots of colleges, management clubs, even 2 planetarium lectures, and a library conference or 2. It's going to be a busy time. But
Sounds fascinating. My point was that with your belief that the government is covering up all of this with regard to UFOs, that in itself is so incredible that they could keep successfully such a secret that I just wonder why you're so hesitant to believe that a more minor matter like Bob Lazar couldn't be taken care of.
Well, the kicker is, again, nothing I've said means that there aren't any saucers being held at Area 51. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if Bob isn't telling the truth about himself, and, he's a very convincing kind of guy.
He is,
Comes
yes.
across well, but let's face it, he went into a major bankruptcy, like $300,000 that other people loaned him. That's how convincing he is.
Yeah, but that too...
That was back in 1986, I guess, and he talked a lot of people out of a lot of money. Every con man is sincere. Comes across well. That's the stock in trade. That isn't enough.
Right, but the fact that you had a bankruptcy doesn't necessarily mean that it was through some sort of, or that it was a result of some sort of con or anything else. Let's talk a little bit about the cosmic Watergate. What is that, first of all?
No, it's a neat phrase. Shows you how old I am. I actually remember Watergate. I've been to 15 different archives, various presidential libraries and the National Archives and the Library of Congress and a lot of other places where government documents are stored. I worked on classified programs for 14 years. I visited many facilities other than the ones at which I directly was employed. And so I have a pretty good handle. I wrote a lot of classified reports, as a matter of fact, on nuclear airplanes and nuclear rockets and nuclear power plants for space, and even did some looking at Soviet capabilities on what might be called intelligence work. I've got a pretty good handle on how security works. I had to help keep secrets. What I do in my lectures is prove that there is a cover-up by going through this little routine. A group of us called Citizens Against UFO Secrecy went after the CIA for their UFO information back in the late 70s. Mm-hmm. They said they didn't have any. You do too. We do not. We went to court eventually when they denied having any, and the judge asked them to do a search. And they came back with 900 pages of UFO materials. Now, it was clearly only the tip of the iceberg, and they have a long history of throw you a bone and hope you'll go away. The mind control work, for example, first release was 400 pages. John Marks, the lawyer who went after that stuff, wound up with 40,000 pages. The first release was 1% of what he eventually got. Anyway, in the 900 pages, there was nothing above secret. Now, I've seen loads of formerly top-secret material at almost all the archives, so that alone makes one suspicious. There were internal references to another 200 documents. They weren't there, which certainly makes one suspicious. But of most interest was the fact that they gave us a list of 57 UFO documents originating with other agencies and therefore releasable only by those other agencies. Mm-hmm. Army, Navy, Air Force, Defense Intelligence Agency, Department of State. Everybody and his brother was collecting data on flying saucers. But the most interesting, at least on the surface, appeared to be a list of 18 documents from the National Security Agency, the NSA.
Right.
Now, I've found that half the people in my American lecture audiences have never heard of the NSA, but its annual black budget, it's the biggest of the intelligence agency. A black budget is one not under congressional control. Its annual black budget has been seriously estimated as $10 billion. Now, that's the Washington Post. And Tim Weiner, who has got 2 Pulitzer Prizes for investigative journalism. So these aren't top-of-the-head comments. Washington Post says they employ 160,000 people. Anyway, 18 UFO documents from the NSA. We naturally filed a Freedom of Information request for those. They get back a page-and-a-half letter saying, we can't tell you anything under public law. We can't release any information about sources and methods of intelligence work. We don't want those. We just want the UFO stuff. We can't give you anything.
All right, Mr. Friedman, while we're on that subject, the Justice Department apparently has just successfully sealed the records away from public view and away from the Freedom of Information Act with regard to Waco. If they can do that with regard to Waco, it seems to me on a secret basis they can put anything they want away, and I just refuse to believe that this Freedom of Information Act accomplishes anything serious.
Gives you access to peripheral material. There's a list of exclusions that is a page-long list for each of the agencies, certainly the CIA and the FBI, because I have those lists, which include National Security and Privacy Act and all kinds of other things. Freedom of information is not the magic key, but it does give you some stuff that proves there's a cover-up. That was the point of my story, which I haven't finished yet, namely, we then go after the 18 NSA UFO documents. They refuse to release them. We appeal. They deny. We go to court. Judge says do a search. This is first federal Judge Gerhard Giselle, who was later Oliver North's judge not too long ago. Anyway, ask them to do a search. They come back to court. We know about 18 NSA UFO documents. How many UFO documents did you find, gentlemen? 239, Your Honor.
Wow.
79 originate with other agencies, including 23 from the dear old CIA. That leaves 160. They got rid of 4 as being not really appropriate. Fine, we'll take the 156. Gentlemen, you're not hearing us. National Security, we can't give you anything. We're going around in crazy circles here, so we try a legal ploy. It's been done before. We ask that they submit the 156 NSA UFO documents to Judge Giselle so he can determine whether they are properly invoking national security. He absolutely refused to show any, not one, of those 156 NSA UFO documents to Judge Giselle. But they do provide him with a 21-page top-secret plus affidavit in chambers, in camera, as they say. Our lawyer doesn't get to see this document, justifying the withholding of the 156 NSA UFO documents.
Wow.
The judge was so impressed that he found in their favor they should not release the documents, saying that the public interest in disclosure is far outweighed by the potential danger to the security of the United States.
That is incredible.
Should this information be released? Now,
did he put that on, did he put that on paper?
Oh, yes. He not only put it on paper, but we even went a step farther. We appealed to the Federal Court of Appeals. 3-judge tribunal normally takes 2 months. They got to look at the same darn affidavit, and they agreed with the lower court that information should not be released. We tried to go to the Supreme Court. They wouldn't hear the case. We filed a Freedom of Information Act request for the affidavit. We got it. And at every lecture, I turn the pages so people can see that it's 75% blacked out. There's no question about NSA withholding 156 UFO documents, even from a federal court judge who, mind you, had to get a special clearance to see the affidavit, which is top secret plus. Now, we don't know what the plus is because that's blacked out. But there's a footnote to the story which is kind of amusing. Naturally, I went after the CIA 23 UFO documents that the NSA found. They're supposed to respond within 10 working days to a Freedom of Information request. It took them 35 months to respond. I think that means they work 15 minutes a day or something. But anyway, they agreed to release the first 9, which got me very excited until I looked at them. They were press abstracts, believe it or not, of Eastern European newspaper articles about flying saucers, which the Russians had the day they were published. Their own 14 documents on this small group that the NSA found they refused to release. They tried to discourage me from appealing. I appealed anyway. 2 years later, total of 5 years, they agreed to release tiny portions of 3 of the 14 documents. On a couple of those pages, you can read 8 words. The security markings are blacked out. Exciting words like doc reference, date, USSR. That's it. And there are some pages, it's kind of funny, these guys got a sense of humor. It says deny in toto. They couldn't even find 8 words to release. So anybody who says that there are no agencies of the United States government withholding any information about foreign officers, as noisy negative as their class has said many times, it's simply not telling the truth. The best way to do it is for a withholding, which is the whole point. So the freedom of information, I mean, I go through all this routine so people get a feeling for the fact that while it does give you something, the sure it does not give you access, and the government treats it, I won't say as a joke, but the average time, for example, for mandatory classification review of documents at the Truman and Eisenhower Library by the National Security Council, the average time is running 3 years, and sometimes it takes 6 years to get a response. And you don't know what you're asking for. That's one of the funny things here is that you get a box of documents that say the Eisenhower Library, and there'll be 3 withdrawal sheets in it, on each of which are listed 12 different documents which have been withheld for reasons of national security, and the listing is so brief. Memo, Joe Smith, Tom Jones, July 29th, 2 pages, top secret. Now, that doesn't tell you much.
Well, it seems to me, though, you have proven something very important, and that is that there is an overriding stated national security reason enough for a judge or a couple of few judges to agree not to let this information out, and that is significant.
Yeah, I think it's very significant, and I think for those people who are naive enough to think that governments can't keep secrets, that total black budget that I mentioned, and the book that I was talking about by the Pulitzer Prize-winning author is Blank Check by Tim Weiner, now working for the New York Times, I guess, in the Washington, as a Washington reporter, investigative journalist. He documents a total annual black budget of $34 billion. That's an awful lot of money every year for projects that Congress doesn't control, about half for technology and half for intelligence. The stealth fighter, for example, was developed in a black program. They built, was it 56 before they admitted the program even existed, having spent several $billion. And I stress this because I found that many Americans are terribly naive about secrecy. They forget that the Manhattan Project to develop the atomic bomb involved well over 50,000 people in one aspect or another.
And it was held.
I have talked to loads of old-timers, former military guys, and there's no question, especially from World War II era people, that secrets could be kept, that there are projects about which we will never hear. The people who tell you that there are no secrets are people who aren't familiar with how the system operates, or there's one thing that's taken advantage of, especially around Washington, ego. That is to say, if that was happening in this town, I would know about it, say some of these guys. And the government takes full advantage of the need-to-know concept.
Well, I'm told presidents are only told what they need to know with regard to this. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is. We talked to a man who was responsible for the morning briefings of President Eisenhower for a considerable period of time at the beginning of his term in early 1953. And he said that I didn't have access to everything, especially when he took office. Part of that is for an obvious reason. Presidents are subjected to questions by journalists. They go to press conferences. There are times when if they knew something, they might not be able to lie appropriately. I mean, I'm not saying politicians can't lie.
You know, it's a funny thing. Of all the presidents we've had, probably one of the most open presidents, no matter how you think of him politically, without a doubt, was Ronald Reagan. He's the kind of guy who'd say whatever came to his mind, it would just, boom, come out. And he made some references to UFOs during his administration. as did Jimmy Carter in the beginning, which, of course, then it didn't go anywhere. But Ronald Reagan made a number of interesting references with regard to an invasion and SDI and all the rest of it.
5 different times he made comments about if there were alien intruders, we and the Russians would work together. And the press was mystified by this. And one of the strange things was that each one was treated out of context. Nobody bothered to point out the 5th time that he'd already said this 4 times. He said it at the United Nations, for example. He said it to Gorbachev. Said it at a conference in Chicago. Said it at a high school in Maryland, Falston, whatever it is, Maryland. Now, Reagan had his own sighting. I talked to the pilot while he was a governor in California. His pilot, who has, believe it or not, 30,000 hours as a pilot, which is an awful lot of hours. That's a huge number of hours of flying. Saw it. Other guys on board the plane saw it, including Reagan. It was at night, a big object that was station keeping with them, and then took off at a very high speed. Reagan, on the other hand, don't be fooled. The black budget increased more during his time in office than during any other president's time.
I'm sure that's true. I'm sure.
So he was in favor of secrecy, and there are loads. That's another thing. There are loads of executive orders that are classified. A guy with the Congressional Research Service even wrote an article about the secret government complaining because these highly classified orders, which set national policy, and things like Vietnam and other such things, involving tens of billions of dollars eventually, were still classified. So anybody who's listening, and of course people around Vegas, there are plenty of people there who've worked on classified programs and know about secrecy. So to get back to Bob Lazar for a moment, the question isn't can the government keep secret all kinds of strange activities at Area 51. I don't have any qualms at all. I mean, I know that they can. That doesn't make his story legitimate.
Well, I've been told by a number of people that they pick a certain type of person to work on these things, so that if there ever is a problem, they can, in effect, either make them disappear or give out information about them that would be that would be damaging to them and damage, therefore, the rest of whatever they might have to say.
Let me give you a parallel for Bob's story that the government wiped his records clean.
All right.
One of the things that concerns me over the last year is I've seen more phony baloney stuff, and I even exclude Bob, go out around than I have in many years. One of the perpetrators, if you will, of some of the phony baloney stuff is a guy who has gone by at least 4 different names. The one he was on the movie with was Guy Kirkwood. Supposedly, and he's a handsome-looking, looks like a fighter pilot. He's close on to 60 now, I guess. And Guy supposedly was an Air Force captain flying jets, F-86s, chasing UFOs, taking pictures of them in the early 1950s. That was his job. And he comes across, he goes to conferences, and he's been at this since the 60s, mate, telling this story. And he was on the Fox Network, first show of the season. George and I were both on the same show. Kirkwood was never an Air Force pilot. He admitted that in the late 60s when confronted. We got a recent letter from the Air Force. His story was total baloney. He was not a captain in the Air Force, and he wasn't a pilot in the Air Force. And he elaborated, Linda Howe was with me at the time with 8 other people, that he flew DC-8s for United, and he'd get us a copy of his DD-214 discharge paper, that is.
Right.
And he also would get us a copy of his Airline Pilot Association certificate. Well, okay, he couldn't provide the DD-214 because it was in a box of papers which fell off a truck when they moved. As any veteran will tell you, that's a crucial paper, and you can always get another copy.
Absolutely.
No. So that was a phony baloney story, but I checked a lot farther. I checked with the Airline Pilots Association. They have a United office. It's a union airline. You got to belong to the union to fly for them. Under all 4 names, they found no record of him. We have a tape of a show that he did in the late 60s when he was supposedly flying DC-8 for United, when he says he was only rated for single-engine aircraft. We checked his FAA license they have different levels of medical examination if you're a commercial pilot versus just a private pilot. He didn't have the right one, where you get tested every 6 months or whatever it is instead of every year.
Sure.
The Air Force didn't have any people with no college background. He admitted publicly he hadn't been to college at all, who became captains. They had some warrant officer pilots. You could get by with 2 years maybe. He said he graduated from some rather prestigious academy back east. He attended there for 3 months. And it goes on and on. But he's still taking people for rides. That is...
Well, that brings up, I guess, then the whole subject of the terrible fights that are going on in the UFO.
Yeah, you're right.
And researchers ripping at each other and ripping at each other, and if the central goal is to flush out the real information, it seems awfully damaging.
Oh, I agree with you wholeheartedly, but you see, there are no qualifications to be, quote, a UFO researcher. You read 2 books, carry your briefcase, and it makes you an instant expert. That's why, at least George and my disagreement, we've had letters back and forth. I think we're both in it to find the truth. We share our information.
Right. That's why I found your disagreement, again, on Bob Lazar to be so remarkable, because you're both very thorough, careful researchers. All right. Ms. Friedman, I want to ask you about the crash at Corona, briefly, if I might, because you may have heard George reference sort of a tantalizing reference to the possibility you might be on to a piece of that. What can you tell us?
Well, let me back up and say I was the first to start investigating the so-called Roswell incident. My book is Crash at Corona because the town closest, and there's no place right there. People have said, well, what street do I take? Well, there's no street out in the boonies. There is a little town called Corona, like the cigar or the Toyota Corona or whatever. I started that investigation in 1978. We're always, of course, looking for pieces, for new witnesses. As a matter of fact, I got a new story today. No indication of a piece. There have been all kinds of claims made that various and sundry people do have pieces or know where they are. I am aware of one situation where there is a possibility that the guy is telling the truth. He's temporarily relocated. I know where he is, but so I haven't been unable to truly verify that, but we have made plans just in case what kind of testing would be done. And people think it's easy to determine that something is of extraterrestrial origin. That isn't necessarily true at all. I mean, my college classmate Carl Sagan, in a terrible article in Parade magazine back March 7th, talked about finding some element that doesn't occur here. Well, that's nonsense. It's how it's made. It's what its properties are that may very well be different, and our analytical skills may not be that good. So you got to plan to do a lot of different things and hope that you get lucky and find the characteristics which are outside the envelope, so to speak, of things we can make. Maybe strength at temperature, for example. Certain kinds of electrical or magnetic properties.
Ms. Friedman, how likely is it that the physics of some other planet would be so different that some piece of anything that we would find would be unrecognizable in terms of the element table that we know?
Well, we expect physics to be the same everywhere, but if you go back 100 years on our planet, we didn't know about radioactivity, we didn't know about the nuclear world at all, and a whole bunch of other things. We could not, if you'd given somebody, smartest people in the world, even 50 years ago, a chip from one of today's desk computers, they couldn't have analyzed what was in it. Our analytical capabilities were simply inadequate to the task. If you took a cheap Timex wristwatch back 50 years, people had used it. They'd know it was telling time and that it worked by a battery, but could they have built another one? No way. Not at that time. So the physics is going to be the same, but there will be more of it and stuff we don't know. I mean, Friedman's law, immodestly proclaimed, technological progress comes from doing things differently in an unpredictable way. The future is not an extrapolation of the past. You can know all about light bulbs. You'll never come up with a laser. It involves very different physics.
Right.
You didn't know. That doesn't mean that it's impossible kind of thing. So the whole technological side, now, one good reason for thinking that there are samples of wreckage around. When Unsolved Mysteries did their first program on crash saucers, and it's been repeated since, they had a woman on named Sappho Henderson. Her husband was a pilot based at Roswell, which was the home of the only atomic bombing group in the entire world, the 509. Something not usually mentioned by the critics, you see, that just a bunch of soldiers with nothing better to do. Baloney. They dropped the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki and out in the Pacific. It was our front line of offense, if you will. Mm-hmm. Anyway, the guys from the 509s were handpicked, very special kind of people. And the wreckage, I started to say about Pappy Henderson, one of those people. Pappy didn't tell his wife, Sappho. He's dead when we came into the picture. That's why I'm talking about his wife. She was on the show because he died in the mid-'80s. Anyway, he told her in 1982, when he saw a newspaper article about this, the first book, The Roswell Incident, came out in 1980. I was a major contributor to that. Bill Moore and I did 95% of the research. Anyway, Pappy said, after seeing this article in the paper, that he'd always wanted to tell her, but he couldn't. It was classified, but if it's in the newspaper, now we can tell her. He flew some of that wreckage to Wright Field in Ohio, and he saw the bodies. Now, I had that story. I located Sappho, because the guy who had the story wouldn't tell me where she was, for Unsolved Mysteries. The show ran. After the show ran, a friend of hers told her that a mutual friend, a dentist named Chrome Schroeder, old friend of Pappy's, not only had been told the story in the late 70s, and I talked to John, got this from him, but in 1979, and this was done on his honor as a former naval officer, never to talk about it, 1979, Pappy pulled a piece of the wreckage out of his pocket and handed it to John. Unfortunately, took it back, but what I'm saying is GIs pick up souvenirs. And we know that the government sort of vacuums the desert with a phrase that one of the neighbors used. I expect there are pieces out there. I would very much like to know about them. As I say, we've got a plan in place, what kind of tests to run and where to run them. And as a matter of fact, I'd like to give out my phone number and address, and if anybody wants to tell me about some wreckage, I'd be happy to hear it. Or who knows anything about what happened. We know that there are hundreds of people involved. There are actually two crashes, one near Corona, one out in the plains of St. Augustine, which is roughly 160 miles west, out in the middle of nowhere, frankly. If anybody wants to reach me, they can call me. And I'm not, people say, what do you give out your number for? Don't you know there are a lot of nuts out there? I don't hear from lots of nuts. I get wrong numbers occasionally, but...
All right, well, at your own risk, go right ahead.
It's area code 506-457-0232, and I should stress that I'm 4 hours ahead of Vegas. We're in the Atlantic time zone east of Maine, and a mailing address. And this is for two purposes. If you have a story for me, it's easier for Americans to write to a U.S. Post Office box. I live in Canada. I'm not hiding. And my number's a Canadian number, but if you want to contact me by mail to tell me your story, give me some clues, and if you want free information, send a self-addressed stamped envelope. You'll get a 990-word article on the cosmic Watergate, among other things. Send it to Stan Friedman, Post Office Box 958, Holton, Houlton, Maine, and that's M-E, not M-A, 04730. Self-addressed stamped envelope for free information.
What was the zip code again, please?
04730. All right. But you won't find me by calling information in Holton because I don't live in Maine.
Oh, and I suppose people do that occasionally and say, look, he's hiding.
Yeah, and also people have told me that they heard that the CIA chased me out of the country.
I see.
The FBI.
All right. Stanton Friedman, stand by while we do the news here at the top of the hour, and we will come back, and perhaps you'll be willing to take some phone calls.
Sure.
All right, good. Stay right there. My guest is Stanton Friedman. This is Area 2000 from Las Vegas. I'm Art Bell, and there'll be more right after the 9 o'clock news.
From Jackie Gone's Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
Good morning again. Good evening. Let's make it. I'm never going to get that right. This is Area 2000 from Las Vegas. I'm Art Bell. My guest is Stanton Friedman. He's with us all the way from Fredericton, New Brunswick, Canada. Subject UFOs, of course. And we're going to get to the telephone lines here in just a moment. If you have a question for Mr. Friedman, here are the ways to contact us. In the metropolitan area of Las Vegas, the number is 383-8255 or 8255. Toll free outside the state, 1-800-338-8255. The wild card direct lines are area code 702-385-7214. And if you have never called the program at all, we have a first-time caller line, which is area code 702-385-7213 or 7213, and we'll get to the phones in just a moment. Mr. Friedman, are you still there?
Yep.
Good. There are a couple of other questions I certainly have for you. There's a lot of researchers now that are talking about the possibility of other dimensions as a source of these visits, as opposed to travel from another planet, and I wonder how you feel about those theories.
Well, having worked on nuclear fusion and nuclear fission propulsion systems, and I recognize that one possible means of coming here, although I haven't the faintest idea of how to do it, is to warp space and time. It isn't necessary, though. Fusion propulsion, fusion is what goes on in the sun, is capable of getting us to the stars with a little help from some cosmic freeloading, such as we use in all our planetary probes, using the gravitational field of one planet to take you over to the next one into the stars. Yeah. The only theory you need to fall back on another dimension as the source. In other words, if somebody is coming, and I think some aliens originate, say, in a planet around either Zeta 1 or Zeta 2 Reticuli, two stars in the constellation of Reticulum. We've got to go below the equator to see them. They're only 37 light years away, which is just down the street. And they're only about a 20th of a light year apart, which is like 100 times closer to each other than our star, the sun, is to the next star over. And they're a billion years older than the sun. So it's not unlikely that the earlier systems are counteracting. But people are coming from there. Whether they warp space and time or use a fusion or some totally unknown, which is the most likely propulsion system, it doesn't really change the fact that there's extraterrestrial origin. I think that the other dimensions is a kind of cop-out. And a lot of astronomers fall into that box or into that trap. They don't know how to get here from there. That's nothing about which they have any professional knowledge at all. So if there were such things, they'd have to go through another dimension, and I don't buy it yet.
Okay. On another subject, very quickly, and then we'll get the phone lines open. The recent Mars Observer mission. Boy, there's an awful lot of rumor going on about it, and I wonder what manner of it has reached you or what you can tell us about it.
Well, I got called by a Seattle radio station saying that charges had been made by Richard Hoagland and others that NASA, destroyed it to avoid showing them pictures of Mars, and I think that's hogwash. I think one has to recognize, if you look back over the history of space projects, there have been loads of failures, things that didn't work. Go back to the Roswell days, loads of the 60 or so V-2 rockets that were brought over from Germany didn't work when they were fired. They fizzled. Our first attempt to put a satellite up went dead on the pad. I mean, that's putting it very kindly.
So you're buying the explanation as given?
Well, I'm not sure that they know what has happened, but I see no reason to say that it wasn't a foul-up, a mistake, something went wrong. What I'm saying is I don't know whether the thing blew up or just went out of commission.
All right, but you think, in other words, natural causes.
I think natural causes is a strange way to put it if it's a bad transistor, but I think so, and I think it's utterly nonsensical to suggest that NASA would sabotage the whole program to avoid doing something which wasn't going to be done for many months. It would take 3 months to circularize the orbit, and they do the low-resolution photos first, then the high-resolution. I'm not saying that NASA doesn't keep secrets. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I see no evidence whatsoever
that this is one of them.
Yeah.
All right. One last question. I can't help this since you're a nuclear physicist. The prospect of time travel, Mr. Friedman.
We use those words kind of glibly, time travel, but one of the craziest things about the world as it is that, as part of what Einstein suggested and has been verified many times since, part of relativity, is that as you get close to the speed of light, which is only 670 million miles an hour, to give you something to compare it to, as you get close to the speed of light, time slows down for the things moving that fast. So if you want to go to Zeta Reticuli 37 light years away at 99.9% of the speed of light, it would only take 20 months pilot time. Now, if you crank up the engine and go, put her in 6th gear and go 99.99% of the speed of light, it would only take 6 months pilot time.
Now, does that include acceleration and deceleration?
No, it takes only a year at 1G to get to the speed of light.
Okay.
At 2Gs, half a year. So what I'm saying is that effectively many times faster than the speed of light. You go out and come back and marry your granddaughter's best friend and repeat the process. It's the gift of immortality. For those biblically inclined, that's probably how Methuselah lived 900 years. That's good physics. It may be lousy. But,
all right, there are a lot of people who would like to ask you questions. Our lines are loaded, so let's see what we've got out there. Good evening. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Stanton Friedman in Las Vegas. Where are you?
I'm in Oceanside.
Oceanside, California. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Freeman. I have a question.
Sure.
The civilian sector is really, really going after the UFOs, crop circles, animal mutations, and abductions. Why is it that the government part of this whole thing, especially the Air Force, they had their program for investigating this stuff. Why have they totally shut down, and you never hear anything about what the government is doing? I'll hang up and listen.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, let's recognize that the Air Force Project Blue Book was an unwitting and perhaps very unwitting cover operation for much of its existence. It was officially closed down in 1969 as a result of a memo from an Air Force General, Carol Bolender. And in Bolender's memo, there's a very provocative statement, and this quote will come with anybody who sent that self-addressed envelope. You'll get the exact quote. He said, reports of UFOs which could affect national security are made in accordance with Joint Army-Navy Air Force Publication 146 or Air Force Manual 55-11 and are not part of the Blue Book system. He repeated that 2 paragraphs later. He said, if we close Blue Book, the public won't have a place to report UFO sightings, but as previously noted, reports which could affect national security will continue to be made in accordance with established procedures, those 2 documents. When you get those 2 documents, you find that Blue Book wasn't even on the distribution list for them. So the Air Force good data on UFOs never was part of the Blue Book scene and never was made public, and people again tend to forget that we have a huge organization, the Air Defense Command, that's gone through various names, but North American Air Defense Command, Aerospace Defense Command. Anyway, all their data about uncorrelated targets is born classified. They don't put out weekly reports on those. They don't say how many times they scrambled jets. That data's always been classified. So the reason we don't hear about what the government is doing is because what they're doing about flying saucers is classified. And some of it, well, in a Canadian document that was top secret at the time it was written, been declassified, I think, by mistake, 1950. They said flying saucers most classified subject in the United States, even more so than the H-bomb. So there's an enormous difference between public reports of things in the sky or landings or whatever, and the reports that could affect national security. For example, flights down the runway at a SAC base where nuclear weapons are stored. I would say they could affect national security.
You betcha. What, Mr. Friedman, does your government in Canada
well, I'm
do?
an American, so it's, I got two governments.
Well, all right, but you're living there, so I suppose technically it's your government in a way. What is Canada doing since you're there? Does it treat all this identically to the United States?
No, not quite. On several different levels, there are significant differences. One, it is part of the joint Army, Navy, Air Force publication 146. The Aerospace Defense Command is a joint Canadian-American project. Canada's a bigger country physically than the United States, and it used to be thought if the Russians were going to attack, they'd be attacking across the top, so the DEW line and all that early warning stuff. And so they're part of that on the classified level. They do something that isn't done in the United States. The National Research Council collects reports of UFOs. Unfortunately, they knew nothing with them other than label them as meteor and non-meteor, and they're only interested in the meteor. There's a lot of good stuff, in other words, in the official files that nobody looks at. There isn't quite the same sense of official ridicule. I just got, Friday, a letter in response to a Freedom of Information request for some Air Force office. They responded sending along a copy of a 1987 release, which was just a dupe of what they put out when Blue Book was closed in '69, saying the same outrageous things that were said then. One of them, they said out of 12,000 some sightings, only 700 remained unidentified. Now, suppose you tried 12,000 drugs to find a cure for AIDS. If you found 700 that worked, would you say only 700, therefore there are no cures for AIDS?
No, it is really, and it's exposing the intent in the end statement in the report. There's no question about it. Ms. Friedman, one other subject, Linda Howe, who you're very familiar with, looks very carefully at crop circles and the crop circle phenomenon as well as some other things. What do you think of this crop circle business? Any comment?
It's an exciting, intriguing mystery. The question is how much of a connection there is with flying saucers. I resist putting all the mysteries in the same box and shaking them up. I don't know what's causing them. I would like to know. I think we tend to lose sight because of the beauty and majesty and frequency of the crop circle reports of the fact that there are more than 4,000 physical trace cases directly associated with flying saucers from 65 countries. These are cases where people see a saucer on or near the ground, and after it leaves, one finds the equivalent of burned circles, burned marks, swirled vegetation, etc. Nothing nearly as exotic as the crop circles. And in 24%, something over 1,000 of these cases, beings are seen. So these are really the close encounters of the second kind, not the crop circles. Mm-hmm. The crop circles are an intriguing mystery, which may indeed be produced, but I think by aliens, but they could be produced by our own intelligence services. I often think of the scenario, there are a lot of reports, and Linda has mentioned some of them, about lights, small lights circling around the crop circle formation.
Yes.
And I keep thinking that, gee, I'll bet the aliens sent them down to figure out, what are these idiot Earthlings doing now?
All right. Wildcard line 3, good evening. You're on the air with Stanton Friedman.
Hello.
Hello. Where are you, sir?
I'm in Las Vegas.
All right.
I just need to turn down my radio.
Turn it off, actually.
Okay, it's off.
All right, go ahead.
My question to Mr. Friedman, has he heard of any pilots that have suffered a psychosis from testing that new technology?
All right. Thank you.
Okay, let's separate the question. Certainly, there are loads of pilots who have had UFO sightings. Dr. Richard Haynes, who is retired from NASA Ames Research Lab up in the San Francisco area, has collected more than 3,500 cases of pilot sightings. So there's lots of them, and some of them very good, multiple witness, long duration, electromagnetic effects, compasses swirling, the whole business.
Any physical effects?
Now, that's what I'm trying to think about, other than the psychological problem. I'll give you an example. A pilot told me that he had a sighting when he was flying an airplane, a helicopter rather, in Vietnam. It circled around their helicopter several times, quite spectacular, and he reported it. And then the big shot, high-ranking officer comes to him a couple days later and said, "You didn't see anything the other day, did you?" "Yes, I did. I reported. You didn't hear me." "You didn't see anything the other day, did you?" And they go back and forth, and finally he gets the picture. "You like flying?" "Yes, sir." "You didn't see anything, did you?" Now, and of course he finally said no.
Right.
Psychological trauma from that. But in terms of physiological effects directly associated with observing a flying saucer, not that I'm aware of offhand. Bright lights, but I wouldn't call those. And fear, there's a famous Iranian jet case where all the offensive systems went off on the F-4 aircraft, American plane, Iranian pilot, chasing a UFO not far from Tehran back in the 70s. And I can imagine if all your systems go off, all the electrical systems, there's a strong effect. Fear, they call it.
I'm sure there would be.
Yeah, but in terms of, just directly because of seeing the saucer, I don't know of it.
All right. Line 1, you're on the air with Stanton Friedman in Las Vegas. Good evening.
Yes, good evening, Art. Good evening, Mr. Friedman. I think what that last gentleman was referring to was on a show that was on this last week called The X-Files.
I didn't see it. We don't get it up here, unfortunately.
Well, what they're saying is with Art's flying saucer, that the people that fly that are supposed to have ill effect to them. That's apparently the case they had made.
Well, it's an interesting thought, but I don't know of any evidence for that.
And I don't know how you'd find it either. May I ask, are you familiar with a document called, I don't even know if it's a document, it's copyrighted 1989, and it's called The Secret Government, The Origin, Identity, and Purpose of MJ-12, and it was written by a gentleman named Milton William Cooper.
Yeah, I would disagree with calling him a gentleman, but yes.
That was my second question, because he apparently he has references to you in the document.
Yeah, I know. And
this is under the category of here we go again.
Well, the kicker here is Mr. Cooper tells a great story. He's apparently a very good speaker, an evangelical type. I mean, powerful speaker, and I don't deny, I'm not knocking speakers since I'm one myself. But in his book, Behold the Pale Horse, I read over the sections dealing with me, and, for example, I am accused of being a CIA employee. And I will categorically state that I have never worked for, with, associated with the CIA or any other government agency, except when I was in college for 2 weeks in 1952, I worked for the post office, delivering mail in Linden, New Jersey.
All right, caller, thank you. Yes, but if you were a CIA employer, Mr. Friedman...
I know. I couldn't say that.
Well, that's right.
He even misquotes, Cooper even misquotes me greatly about what I said about nuclear airplanes. He has me saying it was the size of a basketball and produced hydrogen, and the ones I worked on were certainly much larger than that and didn't produce hydrogen, and I never said that. Mr. Cooper has claimed he was on the briefing team for the Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet, which is an interesting claim considering that he was a hydraulics mechanic in the Air Force, switched to the Navy, was an E6, which is not a high rating, has no college background. To say that the Navy in the 70s couldn't find anybody with a better background than that to be part of the briefing team is unimaginable. I gave him a list of names of the the think pack, whatever it's called, commanders, except I sort of mixed them up in order, and he couldn't even pick out the name of the one who was in charge at the time he claims he was there.
Mr. Friedman, if Yitzhak Rabin and Yasser Arafat can shake hands, shouldn't there come a time when all of you UFO investigators get together for the cause and try and reconcile your information and
tried to do
disagreement?
that.
Some kind of summit or something?
Well, there ought to be some rules of the game. I agree with that. And there have been people who have disagreed. Not only George and I, but I've been listening in Long Beach, actually, taught a course before and appropriate for your show, but really UFO abduction experiences were like near-death experiences or like the birth experience, really the other end of that system. And Al and I strongly disagreed about that. We never said bad words about each other.
All right, while we're on the subject of George, I have him on the line, Ms. Friedman. George, you're on the line with Stan Friedman.
Okay.
Hi, George.
George, turn your radio off.
Gotcha.
If you would, and go ahead. You're both on the line.
Stan, some of the differences we have, Art, for the benefit of your listeners, Stan had regaled us with how much he had checked into Bob Lazar's background. What he did not tell you is that basically he had followed up research that we had already done. The fact that there were no records at MIT or Caltech or Los Alamos regarding Bob was the starting point of this mystery. I mean, I had already checked that stuff out basically when Stan got involved in it. Stan has had a very definite opinion about Bob basically from the beginning, and I think he expressed it fairly well to your listeners earlier when he said Bob is not a nuclear physicist, which the central question to me is not whether Bob has been in a professional organization of physicists or national academic organizations or whatever. The central question to me is always, did Bob work on flying saucers or not? The question for me boiled down to, did he work on classified projects at Los Alamos? Because if that were true, it's at least conceivable he could have been brought into classified projects elsewhere. Concerning the lab, the Los Alamos National Lab, Stan, and I have it in writing from him, has said, well, Bob may have worked at the Mason facility at Los Alamos, and there are no classified projects that have ever been conducted at Mason. That is simply not true. The lab has said in writing to me that there are classified projects there. What's more, I have 4 people who worked with Bob at the lab who said that he was, in fact, working on classified projects.
As a technician, George?
As a technician slash physicist, I don't really think that the labels matter so much as the question of whether or not he could have been taken from those kind of programs into additional classified programs. Now, if he worked there on classified projects, he had to have some sort of a security clearance. The plain and simple fact is there are no records of him having a classified security clearance anywhere. Even Stan, in writing, had said if Bob were at the lab, even working for Kirkmeyer, he would have had to have a clearance. Every government agency that I have contacted, and there have been several over the years, have denied having any records on Bob. In fact, one person that Stan has contacted himself in regard to Bob's bankruptcy, either Stan or some of the people who are working with Stan, confirmed for Stan that Bob was, in fact, working on classified projects. Now, some people showed up in Los Alamos with people that asking questions of people that Lazar knew. The questions began with this: we're looking for dirt on Bob Lazar. That's sort of a pejorative beginning for an investigation.
I don't know why that's connected with me. As a matter of fact, I got some feedback that indicated somebody was blaming that on me, and it had nothing to do with me.
Well, let me put it this way, Stan, is that in the communications that you and I have had, especially concerning the bankruptcy, which I think, sometimes you go too far, not necessarily you, but investigators, in the sense of how much you can invade a person's privacy. As Art was alluding to earlier, because a person has had a bankruptcy doesn't necessarily mean he's a bad person. One of the people that was contacted concerning Bob's bankruptcy, one of his major creditors that was listed on the bankruptcy, was a guy who had very bad opinions about Bob and who said bad things about him. But one of the things that this same person said was, even though Bob owed him money, was that, yeah, I remember he worked on classified projects. My question is, where are Bob's records concerning that security clearance? Because the lab denies having them. All these government agencies deny having them. A second point.
Let me ask something.
Well, let me go on for just a second. Concerning his high school records, you called his high school And I thought it was very interesting, the comments that they gave to you, because if they gave them to you, they were clearly violating all kinds of privacy statutes. I called them after you did. They categorically denied giving you or anyone else the information that you have claimed to have got from them. And if they did, they broke the law. I've asked Bob to go ahead and request his high school records. Good. He has done that.
All right, both of you, hold on just 1 second. We'll be right back. You're listening to Area 2000. At the moment, George Knapp and Stanton Friedman. We'll be right back.
From Jackie Gone's Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
Good evening, everybody. Area 2000 continuing on a Sunday evening. I'm Art Bell. With me on the telephone, George Knapp and Stanton Friedman, and you're both back on the air again.
In addition, Stan, to the high school thing, which they categorically denied telling you or anyone else what you have claimed, and I'm going to get that in writing from them. One of the other points that you raised, you had gone to Los Alamos, gave a lecture, and you told me in a letter that someone had come up to you out of the crowd and said that Bob Lazar was a con man. Well, I know who that person is. I've contacted him. I've talked to him. And the way they tell the story is they came out of the crowd and were talking to you about Bob sort of after your lecture, and they said their version of the story is they said, well, you must believe that Bob's a con man, to which you responded, yeah, that's a good term. Not their term, your term. But the way you communicated it to me is someone comes out of the audience and says Bob is a con man. My point is, goes back to what I had said in my earlier part of this broadcast, is we have disagreements about Bob. That's fine as long as the disagreements are based on honest research and honest differences of opinion.
Well, my observation for both of you is that you both conclude that nobody can find his records. The difference seems to be in your conclusion about why.
Well, the question I have here, if Bob has degrees from MIT and Caltech, where is there any evidence of that at all? And if he doesn't, then that means he's intentionally, I guess is the word, misrepresenting his background. Well, none of that means there aren't saucers out at Area 51, and I've never said that there weren't out there. I don't know whether there are or aren't. But why should it be up to me to prove that he has degrees from two of the most prestigious universities in the country? And why would anybody accept the notion that they can go, that the government can wipe out his yearbook pictures, his memory of what went on there, any indication that he was there?
I'll put it this way again. I think the central question is not whether Bob went to a school or not. If he is lying about his educational background, and I have admitted, Stan, even in your presence and in public appearances, that I find this to be the weakest part of Bob's story. I've never caught him in a lie. I've never caught him in an inconsistency, but I have been bothered by the lack of documentation on that. But Bob would not be the first person who has exaggerated his educational background in whatever field. The question to me is not whether he went to Caltech or MIT. The question is not whether what he did or what classified project he worked on at Los Alamos. The question to me is, did he work on flying saucers? And if he worked on classified projects at Los Alamos, which at least 4 people who work there now have told me is a fact, it is conceivable to me that he could have been taken into other kinds of classified projects here in Nevada. And that's the central question. Not whether he's a real physicist, not what school he went to. Did he work on this program? The fact is that what Bob's story tells us is confirmed by many, many other witnesses who I have interviewed over the years, who are still talking to me. In fact, the story is consistent, the facts are consistent. That is the central question, not what school he went to.
But, George, his credibility is the central question, it seems.
Well, it's a central question to you.
Well, it's a major part of the story simply because there have been over the years so many other people who mixed truth and fiction.
I know, and you should be intimately familiar with him, Stan. I will raise the name of Gerald Anderson, the primary new witness in your book, Crash at Corona, a person who you based a great deal of your book on concerning the Roswell crash, and who turns out to be basically bogus.
Not quite, George. That's a long story, and I don't know whether you've seen the papers I've written about, in effect, the crash without Gerald Anderson, and it wasn't the crash at Corona. I mean, well, okay, that's the title of the book, but it's the other crash that he was concerned with.
I gave you a plug there, by the way.
I understood. Appreciate the plug. I wish only the publisher was alive and well in so many books.
All right. Well, to the both of you, I say again, wouldn't it be valuable somehow to get some of this scrapping out of the way between researchers for the sake of the whole subject?
I agree, Art, as well. And Stan and I have gone around on this a little bit. We haven't talked in a little while. I think it's generally healthy. I don't think it's healthy when there is deception or not really a fair shake given in the research. Now, maybe Stan is not responsible for some of the things that I'm talking about, but I know that some of the people who are asking questions about Lazar are reporting directly to him. They've represented themselves as Bob's friends. One guy showed up at Bob's high school saying, "I'm his buddy. I'm trying to get his records to help him." The high school kicked him out, which is what they should have done. They refused to give out information about Bob's high school records to him, and I seriously doubt that they gave him to Stan.
How about it, Stan? Have you had people out knocking on doors for you?
Oh, I have not. Now, I will add something that I had wanted to talk to George for the last 2 weeks about, was to get Bob to write the high school for his record.
That's been done.
I'm delighted. That's what I wanted to ask you about 2 weeks ago, George.
All right. Well, let's leave it there. And thank you, George, for calling in. I wanted to get some more of that on the air.
Stan, talk to you later.
All right. Take care, George. So there you go, Stan. Again, it seems as though both of you agree that the records are missing. You simply come to different conclusions about what it means. Let's keep moving. Wildcard line 3, you're on the air in Las Vegas with Stanton Friedman. Good evening.
Yes, good. I hope you can clear this up. In the 60s on television, I heard an ad-lib conversation between Ed McMahon and Johnny Carson. And Ed McMahon said he was stationed at that base and that he was in a bus going on leave with all the other fellows, and they came upon this confusion, and I've forgotten whether he said he saw what had taken place. I'm sure he didn't say that.
What base was this?
Janet Brasser.
Oh, yes.
And that the lights and the traffic jam and so on. And the next day, he didn't get out of the bus. The next day, he and his friends went back to take pictures. And they were taking pictures of this giant crater. And I don't believe they mentioned anything about, this is so long ago, that they mentioned anything about debris. But the military came and took the film away from them. Now, he wasn't joking, and it was just a conversation between guests coming on, and he just was shaking his head and said, I don't know what was going on, and...
Well, did he use the term flying saucer or UFO?
They were talking about that subject, and understand that in the 60s, that's the first I'd ever heard of such a thing. And they were talking about flying saucers, apparently. I've forgotten how the whole thing started even. It was so long ago. But he did say, yes, I was stationed there, and we came upon this in the bus and so on. And then they went back the next day, and there was a giant crater in the earth.
Tony, where are you, ma'am?
I'm in Palm Springs.
Palm Springs. All right, thank you. Any
Well, there's no report of a crater associated with either the Corona or the plains of St. Augustine crashes. No crater. As a matter of fact, one of the things that mystified, George mentioned Jesse Marcel Jr., who spoke at the Springfield conference. Just as a medical doctor, a pilot, served on military aircraft accident investigative teams. His description of the wreckage is very important because he himself was shot down, as a matter of fact. He's familiar with wreckage. But one of the things that mystified his father, who was the intelligence officer for the only atomic bombing group in the world at the time, when he came across all this wreckage that led to it by the rancher out near Corona, was that there wasn't a crater. Here's this stuff strewn across an area 3/4 of a mile long and a few hundred yards wide, and there's no crater, so it had to be some kind of an airborne explosion of some sort, but no crater. No crater at the other place.
That's odd.
Well, I don't know what that story refers to.
Well, maybe she caught that on the Carson show on satellite, and she, during one of the commercial breaks, they made a comment. She may have caught it that way. Line 2, good evening, you're on the air with Stanton Friedman.
Yes, Mr. Friedman claims that the MJ-12 documents are authentic, but, articles published in the Skeptical Inquirer magazine prove that the MJ-12 documents...
Hardly. I have responded to those articles. Anybody who sends for a free list of materials of one of the documents on there is a 108-page report. As a matter of fact, I even collected $1,000 from the man who wrote the 2 articles in the Skeptical Inquirer about MJ-12 for proving him wrong about the type on one of the Majestic 12 documents. For a reader's information, in 1984, December, a man received a roll of film on which were 2 sets of 8 negatives each of a top-secret magic, M-A-J-I-C, not G, eyes-only document, a briefing for President-elect Eisenhower, dated 18 November 1952. So he was the President-elect. That was before he was inaugurated, after he was elected. Which had claimed that the government established in 1947, President Truman established a group called Operation Majestic 12 to deal with the crashed flying saucer and recovered near Roswell, New Mexico. And it listed the members of the group, and it's a whole long, involved story, which is discussed.
So you claim that the alleged memorandum from President Truman to Secretary of Defense Forrestal of September 1947 was not typed on a typewriter model that didn't exist in 1947.
That's right. And I also pointed out that the date on there, one of those obscure little details, September 24th, 1947, period. There's a period after the date. And the word September is slightly lower than the numbers. The numbers are higher, if you will. And they were clearly done in a different typewriter from the date. And that typeface matches that on a memo from one of the people who were mentioned in the memo, Dr. Vannevar Bush, who was the top scientific person in the country during World War II and for some time afterward. He was over the atomic bomb project, for example.
Well, what about the alleged signature of Harry Truman on the 47 document that is shown to be an exact duplicate of one that's found on another one of Truman's papers, which is an impossibility because no 2 signatures of an individual are ever exactly the same.
As a matter of fact, even that quote, which is given in the article from a book by a man named Osborne on question documents, which is listed as 1978, it was actually written before 1910, and was dealing with traced forgeries, which were a major problem before we had Xerox machines. Even the quote 2 lines later that book says, that you can have identical signatures. And Truman certainly wrote his name a lot. After the 48 election, which he won to some people's great surprise, he wrote thank you notes, and he wrote a letter to his sister saying that he was signing about 500 an hour. Now, nobody has established that there are no other pairs of signatures that are identical. The expert, Osborne, that you can get identical signatures, but not consecutively. So, there is no substance to those articles. They're dealt with at considerable length in several of my papers. And as I say, I got paid $1,000 for proving the skeptic wrong about the type on the 3rd document, the Cutler-Twining memo. So it's easy to be a debunker. there are three basic rules. Don't bother me with the facts. My mind's made up. What the public doesn't know, I'm not going to tell them. And if you can't attack the data, attack the people. And this works extremely well in all fields. You don't need to know anything.
Well, how do you explain that the dates used on the 1952 Eisenhower briefing document are written in this strange, mistaken style that William Moore used in his own correspondence?
Well, the
All right,
notion...
we'll have to hold it there. Thank you. Go ahead and respond to that.
Yeah, the date format in the briefing is indeed a little unusual. 18 November, comma, 1952. It's the comma that bothers some people. I have found that identical format used by two directors of the CIA, and they're members of MJ-12, and around the same time frame. It's not that unusual a date format.
All right. Let's hold it there then, Stan. We've got a first-time caller here. Where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling from Berkeley.
All right. Well, you're on the air, and do you want an address? Is that it?
Can I stay off the air?
No, you're on the air, and you have no choice. If you want to ask a question, you're going to have to be on the air, or I'm going to have to disconnect.
Yeah, well, I do have a couple of questions.
Well, then, you're on the air. Go ahead and ask them.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, sir. You're on the air.
Well, I don't know if it has anything to do with UFOs or not.
You wanted an address, is the note I got. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I'd like.
What you want an address for my guest?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Stan. Give it out again.
Okay, send a self-addressed stamped envelope for free information to Stan Friedman, Post Office Box 958, Holton, Houlton, Maine, ME 04730, and a phone number 506-457-0232.
All right, we've got it. Good. Let's keep moving. Line 3, good evening. You're on the air with Stanton Friedman.
Good evening. I had a couple of questions concerning previous topics on the show. One's a UFO question, one physics. I'd like to hear your opinion of the Pope Diary story and of Al Felix.
I'm glad you asked about that. Let's start with the. I faxed to you, Stan, the Pope's predictions for 2000.
Yeah, I read the story with interest, obviously, because if it's a legitimate story, it's very important. It's pretty dynamic stuff, to say the least, as you know.
Yes.
I at best put it in my gray basket. The world isn't black or white in my viewpoint. It's maybe, most of the time it's gray. And I was struck that the tone of many parts of the article reflected that what I see in Weekly World News, where we have authorities say it was 100% authentic, but they didn't mention the authorities.
Good. You see the face in Mars picture from the Weekly?
Yeah, there's a good. How about Hillary Clinton holding an alien baby too?
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah. So it's with that authoritative sense, and I have trouble, cleaning woman finding the Pope's diary in a little used room at the Vatican, and I want something much more than that.
Right, but
there's other parts of that. Forget the alien invaders routine.
Yeah, you're following up on this, aren't you? You sent it to the Vatican.
I've got a guy who was going to the Vatican, a scientist, an outstanding scientist, as a matter of fact, and who's interested in UFOs. And so I'm hoping that he will get a chance to check it out. There is a name given in it. I forget, Giuseppe D'Angelo, something like that.
Something like that.
And we're going to check on that as the first place to start.
All right, good. Well, we'll look for a follow-up to that. And I've now forgotten the second part of his question.
I've forgotten it, too.
Well, that makes two of us. Well, maybe it'll occur to me here. Wildcard line 3, you're on the air with Stanton Friedman. Good evening.
Good evening.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in San Francisco.
San Francisco. Turn your radio off, please.
I did.
All right, good. Go right ahead.
I'd like to ask, is it Professor Friedman?
No,
Mr. Friedman. I'm of the opinion that, mathematically, when you consider everything, that it's inevitable that there are extraterrestrials in the area. But if theoretically, it seems to me that these people would have a vested interest in traveling in shrinking time. In other words, they have, in order to be here, it makes sense that they would have to be living in the future.
I don't understand that. Why do you say that?
Because theoretically you can't go past.
I don't understand that.
Huh?
I don't understand that. If you're coming from 37 light years away and you're capable of gliding close to the speed of light, it doesn't take that long to get here.
But all you can do is shrink time down to a minute fraction. But still, any amount of time, by the nature of time, they still have to be in the future.
I don't understand that at all.
I don't either.
I can't get any physics around that one.
All right. Thank you, caller, for the try. Anyway, line 3, you're on the air with Stanton Friedman in Las Vegas. Hi.
Hey, I recently, one of my friends told me really vaguely about a case called Guardian, and I was wondering if you could embellish on that some.
All right, Guardian.
Yeah, there's a strange situation in Ontario, Canada, where there were witnesses that came forth about a sighting, or at least a videotape came forward with all kinds of strange, what do I call it, conspirational kind of paperwork. And then a witness was found whose description of a saucer coming down visible from their farm out in a rural area matched this videotape. And the confusion is that, the tape was sent anonymously, and the guy's name used, or the person's name, I don't know if it was man or woman, was Guardian. And so Unsolved Mysteries and one of the other news magazine sort of shows showed the footage. I've talked to one of the major researchers, Dr. Bruce Maccabee, an optical physicist.
And a guest on my show a couple of weeks ago.
And I consider Bruce one of the top researchers in the world, frankly, and a man of complete integrity. And he's very impressed with the footage and how difficult it would be to fake it. And I haven't heard anybody say that they were impressed with the Guardian material. So we've got this strange situation of interesting footage and lousy stories.
All right, well, glad to get your comment. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Stanton Friedman. Good evening.
Good evening.
Where are you, sir?
I'm calling from Palm Springs.
All right, turn your radio off.
Yes, I will. Just a second.
Thank you. Everybody remember to do that. We have a delay system here.
Right. I understand.
All right.
I wanted to ask him about Men in Black.
Yeah.
These are people who appear to those who have had UFO experiences, perhaps the day after or a few hours after. Sometimes they wear Air Force uniforms. Sometimes they simply are in black suits. And does he believe they exist, and who are they?
All right. We've heard much about the Men in Black, Mr. Friedman. What do you know about them?
Oh, I had a Men in Black experience. I think the notion has been way overstated by a man named John Keel, who made a big deal about Men in Black experiences. But in all my years of listening to people tell me about their sightings, and I've been interested for 35 years and lecturing for 26, so I hear a lot of stories. I think I've had 2 legitimate Men in Black stories, and I don't know who these guys are. My story, which some people would play up into something big, I was at a conference in Oklahoma City. People heard me the first day of Saturday. They called where I was staying, asked if they could take me out to lunch the next day. I said, fine. They show up in a big black Cadillac, and they were all wearing black suits. And we had a very pleasant lunch, and it turns out they always rent black Cadillacs. They always wear black suits, and they took me back, and nothing happened of any strangeness at all, other than somebody might have made a lot of imagination about that story. So I don't rate it high on the list of the significant aspects of the problem.
All right, very good. Time is short. Line 1, you're on the air in Las Vegas with Stanton Friedman, who's up in Canada. Good evening.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Friedman.
Hi.
In your capacity as an nuclear physicist, and putting aside your differences as far as problems around the personal goes, I wonder if you could comment on his explanation about element 115 and its use as an energy source for producing extremely strong gravity fields.
Interesting theoretical constructs. I have no reason for saying anybody here on this planet has ever handled any 115. We've certainly never made any, we Earthlings. Most of the story really comes out of a Scientific American article back several years ago, where it is talked about the existence of stable elements with very high atomic numbers. And there's been some changes in ideas about that since. So it's one of those things that uses a lot of fancy language, but again, I've never found any physicist who says that he buys the notion. In my gray basket at best, I guess I would.
All right. Your gray basket must be very full.
It's overloaded.
I see. All right. Good evening. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Stanton Friedman. Where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling from Eugene, Oregon.
All right. Turn your radio off, sir, and go ahead.
Turn the radio off, Ralph.
Are we going to get it off?
It's off.
All right.
Yes. Very quickly, Mr. Friedman. By the way, I've met some of the people that you've spoken about at some of the various meetings, and I'm calling particularly about the Men in Black. Are you familiar with Gray Bastards, book of 1956? Yeah. Not much more while he was alive, of course. Yes, they knew too much about flying saucers for the listeners that haven't heard of it. Would you speak momentarily about that, sir?
All right, thank you.
Just as I said earlier, I don't consider this an important part of the story, that some people have been threatened, sometimes by phonies, people trying to get information. There are some UFO investigators, as George and Knapp and I would certainly agree, who resort to all kinds of tactics, intimidation or otherwise. But I can't make a big deal out of they knew too much, and there's been several other articles that dealt with this sort of thing. But Gray was a great collector, not so much an investigator.
All right. Line 2, good evening. You're on the air with Stanton Friedman.
How are you doing?
I'm fine.
I've got a question for Mr. Freeman. Bob Lazar, there is a tape out by a company here, and they want quite a bit of money for a video. It was on one of your shows last year.
Right.
The Bob Lazar story. It's quite expensive, and I'm kind of a skeptic on it. Can you elaborate on that? Is it worth getting, or is it a lot of hearsay?
Oh, boy.
I'll listen off the air.
All right. Have you seen it, first of all?
Yes, I have seen it. Mm-hmm. And I kind of enjoyed parts of it because Bob comes across well. He's not holier than thou. He's not an elitist. He doesn't talk down the people.
Actually, he's very retiring in a lot of ways.
And I appreciate that. I mean, I like to communicate in terms people can understand, not to try to sell myself as somebody who can use $10 words. So I appreciate all that. On the other hand, I must say that I didn't find the tape from my putting on my physics hat as opposed to my ufological hat. I didn't find his explanation for how the thing works very convincing.
The gravity amplifiers.
Using element 115.
That's right, the folding of space, which is one of the same things you mentioned a little earlier.
Yeah, and also that all you got to do is accelerate protons. Well, that's a big deal, not a little deal. And he said that things weren't connected, which I couldn't make any sense out of. So, again, it's a gray basket. There's no way to verify that.
Mm-hmm. All right, we've hardly got any time left, and too many people who want to talk to you. Very quickly, line 3, you're on the air with Stanton Friedman.
Your opinion of Al Bielek, and I'll just listen.
All right, thank you.
Well, that
was it.
Yes.
Yeah. Very quickly, because we're about out of time. Al Bielek.
I've listened to Al Bielek. I do not think he was reborn as a different person than that he got a Ph.D. from Harvard as Cameron in 1939. I think it's a phony baloney story.
You don't buy it. Yeah, well, there's just not enough time. We could go on with this, obviously, for hours, but we can't. So I'm going to thank you as a guest, and you've been a great one. I've got to say that. It's been very controversial, and I've enjoyed it very much.
My pleasure.
So hopefully someday you'll come back, and we'll do it again. All right? I'm curious. Would you like the opportunity to be on the air with Bob Lazar?
Sure. I agreed to meet him 4 years ago. He wasn't there.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe we can get that on. Stanton Friedman, thank you.
My pleasure.
Good evening, and I'm afraid, everybody, that is it. The clock is the clock. We've got to go. We'll be back once again next Sunday evening at 8 o'clock with more Area 2000. 8 to 10 o'clock right here. I'm Art Bell. Good evening.
The preceding program was made possible by a grant from the Bigelow Foundation. This has been Area 2000, a program that introduces our listeners to the scientific approach for discussion of two particular subjects: UFOs and near-death and after-death experiences. To contact the Bigelow Foundation, please call during the week between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Area code 702-456-1606. Ask for Angela Thompson. That's area code 702-456-1606. And be with us next Sunday evening at 8 for another edition of Area 2000. Welcome to Area 2000. This program introduces our listeners to the scientific approach to discussion of two particular subjects: UFOs and near-death and after-death experiences. To contact the Bigelow Foundation during the work week, call Angela Thompson between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. at area code 702-456-1606. That's Angela Thompson at area code 702-456-1606. And now, Area 2000.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Area 2000. I'm Art Bell, and it is going to be a very serious program this morning. It is, of course, every week, but this week, in addition to George, who is back, George Knapp, our roving journalist, and Linda Howe, who's got a special guest herself, will be having Bud Hopkins as our guest. And most of you should know Bud, Missing Time, Intruders, two bestseller list books to his credit, and a whole lot more. So, without any further wait, let's get started, shall we? To, I guess first, George Knapp, who's back after being on an airplane last week, lost in airspace someplace or another. Good evening, George. Welcome.
Good evening, Art, and good evening, listeners. A lot of stuff to cover tonight. First of all, my apologies for not being with you last week, but I was winging my way back from an important UFO conference held in Connecticut at the time. Yeah, I get a chance to attend about a dozen of these events each year, and at these things, you often hear speculation or predictions about big events, something major is about to happen, that sort of thing. For the most part, as you know, Art, such predictions fall flat. No alien landings, no government announcements, no end of the world kind of thing. But at this one, and in others I've attended recently, I've heard more and more pessimism from researchers whom I respect than ever before. I mean, solid, well-connected people are, quite frankly, scared, visibly, physically upset by something that they feel is about to happen. A few of these researchers have been told things, but are unwilling to talk about it even in private conversations. Among those who work on this topic full-time, I think the feeling is almost universal that we're all in for some sort of a major jolt, and it's more than just kind of an end of the millennium retrospection. It's a real and palpable perception based on informed sources in some cases, gut instinct, and the fact that the people I'm talking about work with this material every day.
George, when?
Well, that's a good question, because we've all heard these sort of predictions before, and it doesn't seem like they ever come true, but I've never felt it quite like this, as I said, almost universal among the people whom I greatly respect. And I think Linda and Bud would certainly have probably better insight on that than I. It could be soon, and I'll tell you about that in just a second. I know Linda has heard the same sort of rumblings and has similar perceptions, and I'd really like to hear her thoughts on whether she's getting this same sort of feedback, and Bud absolutely has the same sort of thing, possibly from the abductees themselves. What could the big event be? I think much of the current attention that I heard back there is focused on an astronomical event slated for next July. Several asteroid chunks, you've heard this, Art, are going to slam into the planet Jupiter. Now, Jupiter is a big planet. That's an understatement. But these are also major league asteroids, and they're sort of almost in synchronicity. Even mainstream scientists say this is going to be a spectacular celestial event. Could it possibly affect Earth, considering the vast distances between them and us?
That would seem remote, but a lot of people are wondering if something is afoot. One of those is Richard Hoagland, known for his groundbreaking work about the so-called face on Mars. I had some lengthy conversations with Hoagland at this Connecticut conference. He is imbued with this same sense of foreboding about the future, especially as it relates to this pending Jupiter event. Now, Hoagland has extensive sources, as you know, within NASA. He isn't at all reluctant, though, in saying that something truly nasty is in the works. We'll see.
Okay, but it is all foreboding. In other words, this could not be a good event. Everybody's concerned.
Oh, that's pretty much. I mean, Colin Andrews, the crop circle researcher, who has probably the most optimistic view on the whole alien-human interaction, even he feels that something big is coming. It's saying it's universal. It's unanimous. I mean, I don't know any of these major researchers who don't feel the same thing that they're getting from different sources.
Well, we've got several major researchers this morning on this program, so we'll ask.
Good, I hope you do. Of more immediate interest is Richard Hoagland's information about this ill-fated Mars observer. Now, he's the guy that did the groundbreaking work on this. He has all kinds of sources within NASA, and he is convinced the loss of this craft was not accidental, which a lot of us suspect, that there was some sort of a hidden purpose behind the mission, which is certainly possible, and that the observer, he says, is going to spring back to life after the first of the year. That's his prediction. It's a long, complicated explanation about why it's going to happen, but if it does, you'll know where you heard it from Hoagland. And I understand Linda has a guest who may be able to shed light on this as well.
That's right.
On the subject of Mars and predictions, remember the predictions by these former government psychics? We talked about them a couple times on the program about this big event that was supposed to happen in August in New Mexico. Well, although nothing of the sort materialized, the folks who made this prediction now say the Mars Observer incident was directly related to their predicted event and that the New Mexico part of the story has been delayed by 5 or 6 weeks. The chief remote viewer who used to work for the military, a guy named Ed Dames, predicts that a very high authority, whom he says is higher than President Clinton, not a whole lot of those going around, will make an announcement of some sort in the near future. Again, listener caution is advised when evaluating the credibility of predictions like this, but we will certainly keep you posted. The 2-month-long Las Vegas Library UFO lecture series concluded last night with a talk from researcher Bill Moore, who has done a lot of good work on Roswell and MJ-12. We don't have the final crowd counts, but the library folks are elated with the public response to the series. Nearly every event drew a full house, and the district has already decided to do it again next year. I had 2 chances this week to address some of these library audiences, and for the most part, the questions were intelligent. The discussion was healthy. It's apparent that people are really hungry for credible information on this topic, and I think your show, Art, is evidence of that. I want to give congratulations to the library people for having the courage to put on a program like this, because you know how much skepticism there is in the local media, and luckily they didn't get bashed too badly.
You know, George, I wonder if the general public, and maybe we'll find out this morning, has the same building sense of something imminent.
I sure feel that, you know, traveling around the country and doing stories and going to conferences. I really do feel it. And some of it you have to chalk up to general paranoia. And you know, we've heard these predictions, as I mentioned, over and over again. But there's a building sense that I try to resist it as a journalist. You don't want to get into that sort of a framework, but you hear it again and again and again, and it sort of plays with your mind.
Do you think you have that same feeling, or do you think you're being infected by those who say they have it?
I think the latter is the idea, is that I don't have that sense, but I'm getting it after hearing it again and again from people whom I greatly respect.
Right.
A few weeks ago, we hinted on this program that we might have some definitive evidence concerning the Bob Lazar Area 51 alien technology story. Well, this week that evidence was made public for the first time during this library lecture, and this will mark the first time it's been broadcast anywhere. In a nutshell, this is it, Art. A few months ago, a company in California purchased some photos taken by a Soviet satellite in the summer of 1988. This is just a little bit before Bob Lazar allegedly started working at S4 Papoose.
Right.
Photos in question were targeted at Groom and Papoose Lakes here in Nevada. Bob Lazar said he saw flying saucers, alien technology, stored and tested at Papoose Lake, a story which no one will confirm and which, as you know, a lot of people refuse to believe. Well, this photo, as amazing as it might sound, apparently caught a large, metallic, disc-shaped craft flying above Papoose Lake.
Oh, my.
I've seen this thing. Some former NASA imagery specialists have seen it. They have analyzed it. It is a big, fat flying saucer on film above the area where Lazar said they were being flown.
Wow. Now, that really does earn a wow. Do you have a copy of it, George?
I do.
You
I do.
do?
And it'll blow you away.
I would like to see that, George.
I'd be glad to show it to you.
I would really like to see that.
Now, some additional blow-ups are being processed, which allegedly, and I say that only because I haven't seen this part of it myself, they show roads which lead into the hills that are adjacent to Papoose, where Bob said the hangars were, which stored the...
There is no question about the geography?
Oh, none at all. None at all.
George, is there any chance you can get this published in the local paper or better?
Well, I don't own the photos. I've been shown them. I've been allowed to talk to it, but I don't own them. I think there's some corporate interest. As you know, Art, there's a movie company that wants to do some stuff on Bob, and they're the ones that forked over the money because this is an expensive proposition to come up with the photos and to get them analyzed.
Boy, that's really serious. When you said evidence, you weren't kidding. You say you've had this analyzed?
Well, they have had this analyzed by some former NASA people, and they are as mystified as anyone. They say what it appears to be is a flying saucer. Additional blow-ups, as I said, are being processed, and they allegedly show roads which lead into these hills adjacent to Papoose and buses parked outside the area where Bob said he worked. Now, the reason this is really important is I have two congressional sources who've been up to that area and who have flown over Papoose in the last couple of months, specifically looking for evidence of any kind of programs or hangars or anything else. There's nothing there. There is absolutely nothing there right now. And they've been told that there was nothing there in the past. Well, these photos, I think, will clearly demonstrate that there was something there before and that there has been some sort of a cover-up, and I hope someone in Congress gets mad at it because someone clearly is lying. I have a couple of other items, but I think it's probably more important to get on to your guest tonight because concerning him, he was also at this Connecticut event that I attended last week, and I tell you, this is a guy you can't get enough of. I've heard Bud probably 10 times. I've interviewed him. We've had numerous private conversations. I think he is probably the single most important figure in ufology today. A really good and honest man. I can't wait to hear it.
All right, it's been wonderful, George, and somehow or another, I would very much like to get to see those. Are you going to get copies made yourself?
Well, I don't have the permission to do that. I certainly would have permission to show them to you, Art, because I think it's important for you.
All right, I will contact you.
Okay.
Thank you, George. That's George Knapp, our roving journalist, and this morning he had some pretty serious news. And once again, what he just revealed was that there are Soviet photos, and this is big news, folks. Soviet photos taken of the Groom Lake, Papoose Lake area, precisely where Bob Lazar said there were discs, purporting to show that there is, in fact, a disc in the photo, and the buses and the roads leading in and out and the facility itself that is not there now. That would be a very, very serious piece of evidence. George Knapp. Now, to Denver, Colorado, or Boulder, Colorado, I guess, more accurately, and Linda Howe this evening, and yet another glimpse into yet another reality, and her guest this morning, Dan Drayson. So let's go to Boulder, Colorado, and say good evening, folks.
Art, hi.
Hi.
I think one of the unusual features about tonight is that neither you nor George nor I had a chance to talk today about what we were going to discuss tonight. And yet, earlier this afternoon, I was in a place where some of the astronomers now meeting at the University of Colorado on a planetary conference were. Mm-hmm. And I talked with two of them, one from Poland and one from France, and one of the issues was this event next summer in which a comet-like body followed by asteroids is supposed to plunge into Jupiter. And I asked them, as astronomers, what they are expecting the consequence of this event to be, and their unanimous response was, well, there will be nothing in the solar system because Jupiter is so huge, and they used the analogy that it would be like throwing something into a huge feather pillow, as they said, and it will absorb whatever this is that's coming. That is the astronomer point of view today in Boulder at this large planetary conference. Whether or not there is any other information about this event next summer, I don't know. But obviously we are coming up against a phenomenon that is real. It is physical. It was reported in Science this week. It's been reported in various national news media. So between now and the middle of next summer, we can at least begin to gain more information about it. And
how big? Do you have any idea how large these objects are?
No, the only description that I have heard is a comet-like body that is preceding a series of 17 or 19 asteroid-like, which would be rocky bodies. Each one would be directed into the gaseous planet of Jupiter. Whether anything like this has happened before, I don't know. Maybe no one knows for sure. But at least in terms of the scientists meeting here today, there is no man they are interested. They will be trying to monitor what happens. They are, from just the conversation this afternoon, though, they're not expecting there to be any impact on the Earth, and they said that with some strength.
George talked about a strong sense of foreboding that seems either to be connected to that or separate from it, but he's getting it, he said, from just about everybody. Are you getting that same sense, Linda?
I would not say foreboding as much as a sense from some of the abductees I know and other research colleagues. I think everybody has a sense that something major is going to happen in the next possible year. I don't know the details. I know that some of the abductees are talking about having a sense of something major happening, but whether or not it is going to be of some kind of a global catastrophic impact nature, which the Hoagland hypothesis would present, or it means that there may possibly be the beginning of the opening of this very difficult story, that we are not alone in the universe, that there are other intelligences, and we may be finally on the brink of encountering some of these intelligences in another way.
All right, Linda, before we get to your guest, and I do want to ask you about what George said. Did you hear what he said about the Soviet photos of Papoose Lake and the disc that he's got on I guess, in a photograph?
Right, and about the only thing one can say anymore is that with the kind of virtual reality that is capable on computers these days, it is so hard to know what the source of photographs are. People, unfortunately, can concoct many things and pass them off for money or fame or whatever.
Sure.
Say that they are X, Y, or Z. The issue here, and George may have that, is that there needs to be some kind of substantial proof about what the source of the photograph is, how legitimate it is, and right now, until there's more information forthcoming, it sounds like this is a very sensational and dramatic-looking photograph, and I hope that we will learn more about its source and the details. And this whole issue of other intelligences involved with our planet brings me to the subject that a friend of mine in Boulder has been involved with the research of the unusual Martian features for the last decade. He has worked with Richard Hoagland, the author and investigator of many of the anomalies on Mars, including that enormous mile-long, 1,500-foot-high face feature. And he was the editor of a book that has been out for a couple of years, beautiful, called The Martian Enigmas by Mark Carlotto, who specializes in digital imaging and has been doing a lot of the photograph work on the NASA frames. And for people who may not be aware, just very briefly, in the end of the 70s, we had an orbiter that took two frames that showed a very unusual, what people more conservatively call an unusual Martian feature, and it looks like an enormous face, and there were other odd features around it. Richard Hoagland and others have speculated that this is the archaeological vestiges of what was once upon a time the civilization on Mars. With me is Dan Drayson, who has edited this book with Mark Carlotto, has worked with Richard Hoagland, and has been involved with this whole issue. Is there any hard evidence to support the speculation that somebody somewhere is still receiving secret imaging from the Mars orbiter, or is it really dead in space, either orbiting completely turned off around Mars, or has it gone sailing off into space? And I'd like to introduce Dan Drayson, and we'll start off with the whole issue of, is there any evidence to support the speculation that there are secret signals coming from the Mars Observer?
Dan, good evening.
Good evening, Art. How do you do?
Just fine. Well, tell us what you can about the Explorer. We're all curious about it.
Well, nobody that I know of has any definitive evidence, at least none that they're willing to make public at this point in time. But the circumstantial evidence is quite intriguing, and the timing is quite intriguing. I don't know if you're familiar with Stan McDaniel, professor at Sonoma State University in California, who recently released a paper known now as the McDaniel Report, which has made quite a few waves, both within NASA and around the whole Mars investigation. McDaniel's report essentially takes NASA to task very firmly for the false statements they've made to the public and to Congress over the past 15 or so years with regard to the Martian investigation. It also dissects the game plan for Mars Observer.
So, in other words, it tries to lay out a pattern of lies or deception over many years, not just with regard to this latest thing, but over many years.
Right. Essentially, in a nutshell, NASA has claimed over the years to have photographs which disconfirm the existence of the Martian face and these other objects. They have claimed time and time again, and they have said this both publicly and in private correspondence with members of the public and members of Congress. They have claimed that this photograph exists, although they have never named this photograph. Each of the Viking photographs were numbered. They've never produced this photograph that they claim to have for 15 years, and recently have as good as admitted that it doesn't exist. Further, NASA have also claimed over the years to have exhaustively studied these objects, and that the results of these exhaustive investigations have been that the top experts in the field consider these things to be nothing more than illusions and tricks of light and shadow. Well, as it turns out, there were no such investigations. That these, the verdict that these were illusions were basically the personal opinions of a very few NASA geologists.
That's a little puzzling. On the one hand, they're saying they don't exist. On the other hand, they're saying we investigated them and they're nothing.
Right.
So there's something there.
Well, of course there's something there. It's been a bit of a shell game, actually. And one of my personal interests is in the whole psychology of belief, disbelief, propaganda, debunkery, and so forth. And I found this entire case to be a goldmine, sort of a textbook case of, in a way, people living in different worlds. You've got the independent investigation team, Dick Hoagland, and going way back to 1979, Vince DiPietro, Greg Molinar, then Mark Carlotto, Errol Torr, and myself, and several others. We have watched this thing develop from what was essentially a subjective impression of a face way back in the 70s when these photos first came in, into quite a detailed and elaborate series of analyses of these pictures, mathematical, fractal, cultural. These photographs, and there's more than two, by the way. There's probably a half dozen in total that are in question here. And this is an investigation which NASA basically does not acknowledge ever took place. The amount of energy expended in propaganda in place of science has been enormous here. Probably the best account of the history of this whole affair is in this document known as the McDaniel Report. One of the interesting things about the history of this report is that NASA received a copy of it probably a day and a half before the apparent loss of Mars Observer. And this particular edition of the report contained a bit of an expose on NASA's strategy. You see, Mars Observer was supposed to have gone into orbit, undergone its proper orbital adjustments and technical checkouts, and then started photography sometime in November or December of this year.
That was the Explorer, wasn't it?
Mars Observer.
Oh, okay, Observer.
That's what Art went out on August 21st and lost signal and set in all this speculation about whether or not the signal was really lost or if it is out in space somewhere.
Right. What the McDaniel report pointed out was that NASA had recently published their a revised edition of their protocols, which provided a week and a half, an unexplained week and a half to 2 weeks of time during which Mars Observer could have photographed these areas on Mars, sent back the photos, and then perhaps political decisions could have been made about what to do about them.
So you're suggesting, then, that they got some early pictures before the orbital maneuvers, they found something shocking, and did something to the observer?
We're suggesting that they already know what's there, and that Mars Observer would have allowed them to get a much, much closer look than we've had the opportunity to have in the past, and that they wanted to have the first glimpse to themselves, so to speak, and then decide what to do about it. And this report, which made public for the first time NASA's apparent strategy, was received by NASA I believe on the 20th, and on the 21st the spacecraft was lost, immediately after receiving its program instructions for orbital insertion. Now,
Dan, what do you think is there that is so shocking that they couldn't tell us about it?
Well, I can tell you what my own opinion is after being involved in this study for over 10 years now. I think that we have, and in fact, I'm going to quote Stan McDaniel on this from the back page of his report, and he says, whether the objects on Mars turn out to be alien artifacts or simply the most stupendous constellation of geological coincidences in history, eventually the human race must face these questions. When you really, really look into this material, not just superficially, but in depth,
so then if we...
the history of the investigation...
Okay, so Dan, if we...
layer upon layer upon layer of confirming evidence.
All right, so if we presume then that these are, as he suspects they might be, evidence of an alien race, then we have to imagine that NASA has concluded we would be so disturbed by that information that we'd all go crazy and wouldn't be able to handle it, and so they're keeping it secret. Is that the probable motivation?
Certainly a possible motivation. We know, for example, that in 1960, a report entitled Proposed Studies on the Implications of Peaceful Space Activities for Human Affairs was delivered to the chairman of NASA's Committee on Long-Range Studies. It was prepared under contract. And the report outlines the need to investigate the possible social consequences of any discovery of extraterrestrial intelligence, and also to consider whether such a discovery should be kept from the public in order to avoid political change, possible devastating effects on scientists due to the discoveries that many of their own most cherished theories could be at risk, and so forth. Now, this certainly does not concur with scientific method as I learned it, and as most of us understand it. But
all right.
We also know that science and politics are very much interwoven.
All right.
In the real world.
Dan, stand by just one moment, please. I've got to do a quick station identification. We'll be right back to Linda Howe and Dan Drayson. You're listening to Area 2000.
From Jackie Gone's Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Art Bell. We're running a little late to Bud Hopkins. We'll get to him shortly. I've got Linda Howe and Dan Drayson in Boulder, Colorado. The subject is the Mars Observer mission, what might be on Mars, and back to them. Folks, you're back on the air once again.
The issue here was what possibly could be the motivation for a policy of government silence and all this, and is it just to prevent public panic, or is it to keep the social, financial, and other status quo in place? And if that is the reason, how are we going to move on with getting on to the fact that we're not alone in the universe? And here's Dan.
Well, that's a rather large question. I view this whole process. I tend to take a long view of the whole process. I mean, we live in a world that's balanced on the edge of great change, and particularly great changes of perspective in terms of our own self-image. Who are we in the universe? Did we evolve as sort of freakish creations on this isolated rock, or are we part of a much larger network of life? And this has implications in terms of our history. We're beginning to suspect, or some of us are, that someone stole our history. Where's our real history? Why has this been kept from us? People like Zecharia Sitchin and others are uncovering some very provocative evidence that perhaps the general belief that we're alone in the universe was perhaps a purposeful thing, and that many human institutions down through the centuries have evolved and had as their purpose keeping us quarantined in a sense. And there are various opinions and perspectives on whether this is a good or a bad thing, or just what happened, or and I find this whole field fascinating. And I find my own process of discovery and self-questioning to be really rich.
The only other question I have with reference to the Observer is, if they had a pretty good idea of what was there and that they didn't want us to see it, why spend the $1 billion and launch it in the first place?
I'm not sure they had any choice. And I'm also not sure that the forces within NASA and other institutions are all that monolithic. My impression is, and this is reinforced by having been exposed to many points of view in this field, that there are varying points of view within our institutions and within government, and that there are those who want the truth revealed, those who do not want the truth revealed, and many people in the middle, and that what's going on now is a process whereby all this is being sorted out, and will obviously be shaken out in the next few years, because the dam's going to break sooner or later.
Good enough, Dan. It's certainly been good speaking with you. And Linda,
yes.
Do you have anything more for us this evening?
I'm eager for you to transition on to Bud, who clearly is dealing with another aspect of this whole issue of, are we involved with another intelligence on this planet, and what would the motives be for the UFO abduction syndrome and all of this?
All right, then to Bud we will go, and I thank both you and Dan for being with us this evening.
Thanks, Art.
Thank you.
We'll talk to you next Sunday.
Both of you take care. Dan Drayson and Linda Howe in her glimpse into another reality and now. Very quickly, because we're short on time already, Bud Hopkins probably is, as George advertised, I would say the leading ufologist right now in the nation. UFO investigator, author of Intruders, author of Missing Time, and he had his own sighting back a very long time ago in 1964, and that got him started. And that got him started investigating, and then finally himself writing. He founded the Intruders Foundation, a not-for-profit organization devoted to research and public education concerning UFO abduction phenomenon. He has been a guest just about everywhere, including this program previously, but Today's Show, Good Morning America, Joan Rivers, Nightline, Oprah Winfrey. He's been everywhere. 2020, Larry King, Jenny Jones, Night Watch, Unsolved Mysteries, PM Magazine, Current Affair, Peter Philbin. I could go on, the list goes on forever. And instead, I'm just going to go directly all the way to New York and Bud Hopkins. Bud Hopkins, good evening.
Good evening, Art.
Oh, we've got a good one. Excellent. Glad to have you. The audience needs to know a little history. I was supposed to connect with you down in Texas.
Right.
But we got all turned around, and you got the wrong day, and then we got the wrong time. But here you are, back in New York. Yeah. All right. You've been able to listen to quite a bit this evening. Any reaction to what you've heard so far?
Well, I'll start first with what George was saying about the sense of foreboding that many investigators have.
Exactly.
And I will add what I have to say and my feelings about this. The first point about it is that after having conducted this investigation that we did through the Broker organization, a poll looking into what percentage of the American people we think have had UFO abduction experiences, we found this a staggering number of people who seem to have had these experiences. At the time, we came up with a rough guess of 1 in every 50 Americans. Higher than that. Now, what that means, of course, is that whatever is going on in Mars right here and now on this planet, right in Nevada and Nebraska, New York City, and whatnot, there are abductions taking place as we speak. The numbers would imply that that it has to be that frequent. So something absolutely enormous is going on this planet. And the point is, in terms of the foreboding that people feel, a sense of something about to happen, rather than there being necessarily some single solitary event, what's been happening is that more and more and more people are coming to realize that this crazy stuff is actually going on. People are having these experiences, and the evidence is amassing itself, so really this can't be kept under wraps for much longer.
When do you think? I guess we're talking about an astrological event in July, next July, this coming next July.
Yeah. Well, I was talking about the astrological event, which may or may not have much of an effect on us. I'm talking about the very fact that the evidence, as it comes together, supporting the idea of an alien intelligence operating within our world and affecting our lives in a very profound way, abducting people from childhood on for some kind of ongoing genetic experiment, which implies the production of some sort of hybrid life form between them and us. This is so incredibly widespread that it's simply, the days are numbered, really, in which we're going to be able to keep this thing secret.
How would you think, Bud, that it would break open? If that magic moment comes and all of this builds to some kind of climax, how would you think it might come?
Well, it can come in many different ways. I'm working on a case, and have been for quite some time, in which a very important political figure witnessed an abduction of someone floating 12 stories up in midair with 3 aliens underneath a UFO right in New York City at around 3:30 in the morning back in 1989. Now, I can just say that if this figure, this political figure, were to come forward and state for the public record what he's seen, it would have the same effect as if, to make a rough analogy, let's say Robert McNamara, the former Secretary of Defense, came forward and announced officially that as Secretary of Defense he did see alien bodies and alien captured craft and so forth, crashed UFOs.
Is it somebody that big?
Yes, and that's all I'm going to say about his identity. But the point is, if this were to happen, I mean, that would just be one way in which it could be made public. Another way, of course, is if we had other important figures. You see, this is so widespread that there have to be enormous numbers of military and government scientific individuals who are operating under some kind of vow of secrecy right now. There have to be, because you can't keep something this large, this secret for this long. And if we're a crack could occur in the circuit of control, a crack could occur at any point where information could come tumbling out if people decided to come forward with what they know. There have been isolated cases. George has been looking into the whole situation, of course, with Bob Lazar and so forth, but there have been many, many other people who have come forward little by little, people around the Roswell case and so forth. And when suddenly 3 Air Force generals will suddenly call a press conference and announce that they can't live with themselves any longer, and they want to announce this to the public. That could happen, that sort of thing, any day.
In your work with abductees, are you getting any sense from abductees and from stories, or is there anything you can tell us that would also...
Well, I'll just say one thing. Now, this slightly humorous note, maybe we need a little humor at this point. But if there's any universal law operating here, it's Murphy's Law, because things seem to go wrong with alien abductions, too. The meaning of this, I think, has to do with the fact that there are so many these events taking place that mistakes are bound to occur. And there also seems to be something sort of frantic about the alien activity, as if they're speeding things up. I get reports very often from abductees
implying that this hybrid program really isn't working properly. It isn't doing what they're not totally successful with it, and it's as if time is limited for them or something of that sort. So there's a kind of frantic nature. But on the humor part of it, for instance, I was just working with a woman who had gone to bed wearing a T-shirt and some underpants, and when she woke up in the morning, she was wearing the T-shirt, some memory of an event during the night having been taken out of the house and an abduction. She was not wearing underpants, but in fact on the bed table next to her were some other woman's underpants, not hers.
Holy mackerel.
I had the same exact thing that happened to a woman in Florida. I went to bed wearing, again, some kind of nightshirt and underpants and woke up without them, and there were some other woman's underwear in the house. A woman in Ohio went to bed wearing her nightgown and woke up with a man's green T-shirt on. Clothes disappear. One woman woke up with another woman's earrings on the table next to her. This sort of thing.
But, when you regress these people, and I assume that you did.
Yes.
How could you resist?
Yes.
What did you find out?
Well, that the person was taken into a ship, undressed. There was a series of physical examinations and so forth, and often this whole presentation scene where they're shown a small, strange child, they ask to hold her, one of the various kinds of things that seem to happen in a very routine way, and then the person's taken back. There are often mistakes. The person is put in the wrong bed, or the person's feet are up on the pillow, and they're at the foot of the bed, or they're on the couch downstairs, and in one case, just working with the people, one man is driving the car, next to a UFO, to themselves. They have switched positions. The different man is driving the car. They have no recollection of how that happened. In other words, people are put down in the wrong place or with the wrong clothes or whatever it is, suggesting that there's a kind of undue haste operating here. But it does, of course, give a very specific kind of physical evidence to these events. These are not out-of-body experiences. These are out-of-the-house experiences, as we like to say. But the alien haste, I think, signals something in a strange way. It signals that they're working too hard, too fast, against some kind of deadline would be the deduction we could make. And those all may be wrong deductions.
All right, here's a question for you, Bud. During these abductions, have there ever been cases where the person abducted is with several other people that they're able to then describe to you? Or is it a person always singly abducted without another human being ever being?
No, in many, many cases, people are abducted in groups. I have 2 cases where there's 7 people abducted simultaneously, all remembering the same story. John Carpenter just gave a lecture at the conference I spoke at in Houston yesterday.
Okay, are these people, though, Bud, who don't know each other otherwise?
In these cases, these are families or people who do want to know one another. But one wonderful case, I'm working on 2 right now. We're trying to locate people. We have names, and we have a name in one case and a physical description in another case of a stranger who was abducted along with the person I was working with. We're trying to locate these strangers. But there is a wonderful case where a woman in excuse me, Boston, in the Boston area, was abducted, remembered an old lady with her in the craft, actually had a conversation with the old lady, and the old lady managed to tell her name and where she was from, although all of this was forgotten until hypnotic regression was entered into.
Wow.
Women in Boston then remembered the old lady's name and her hometown, and although this was an event that had happened 7 years earlier, the town was a very small town in one of the Dakotas, as I remember. The town clerk was contacted. In fact, such a woman had lived there and had died. Unfortunately, was not available. But there were some very interesting stories about from her surviving sister about a very strange adventure that her sister had had, which was very terrifying to her. But the very fact that the woman in Boston was able to describe, get the name right, get the town right, and get the particular description even of the kinds of clothes she wore, and the fact that she was an artist, because she had been able to tell the Boston woman that's in the craft, I think it goes a long way to establishing the reality.
It does, Bud, and if you ever got two credible people in separate locations, both still alive, you would have something that just might be the key that opens up the whole business.
Now, see, that's one of the other interesting things, Art. There are so many areas where the evidence is just coming forward, not in little dribbles, but it's coming in quite a rush. In the conference that I just attended and spoke at in Houston, a young woman in the Houston area who is in the medical field presented an X-ray of a man who had actually tried to commit suicide, and the X-ray was done just routinely. He shot himself in the head, and the X-ray was taken for medical purposes to locate the bullet and so forth. The man is still living, although in evidently pretty terrible shape, and has been moved to a hospital in Mexico. He was a Mexican. But this X-ray showed a very unusual thing. There is an absolutely clear-cut spring-like object, which is evidently in the sinus cavity right behind it, near the pituitary gland.
Wow.
It's a totally foreign object.
A spring-like object?
Spring-like object. It looks like, you know, the kind of spring you have in a ballpoint pen.
Sure.
It looks like that, although it's much smaller, but it's a very distinct metallic object. And, of course, we don't know anything about what that is, but nobody is supposed to have something like that next to the pituitary gland.
No.
The suggestion is, of course, that we may have now another X-ray of an implant. This man is lingering from his suicide attempt with a bullet in his head, and the woman there in Houston is investigating this further and hoping that it's a horrible thing to say, but if the man doesn't survive, that an autopsy could be done and this object could be recovered.
Have they managed to attain that? In other words, if he passes away, will they be able to do it?
No, that's something that I leave to the medical people there. The problem are a lot of these things are not as easy to do just because of the proprieties involved and the ethics involved. But this is something that, this just turned up in a completely accidental way. And therefore, I should point out that head X-rays are not typically done. In other words, doctors do not like to routinely prescribe a full head X-ray. So it isn't as if we have literally millions of X-rays of heads the way we do of the rest of the body and the teeth and so forth. So the fact that this was done because of the suicide attempt and the bullet lodged in the skull, the head X-ray turned up what seems to be an implant. So here we are again. When we talk about these breakthroughs, they are coming left, right, and center. And as I say, the evidence is simply accumulating at such a rapid rate that society is going to have to get itself together and decide, we're going to have to decide how to affect this transition into a period where we are dealing quite consciously with the existence of a non-human intelligence.
How about the number of abductions? You'd be the one to know, Bud. I'm sure you get reports left and right.
I pick up at least 2 new cases every single day, and I would guess that we have in the United States, it's many, many millions. We might be dealing with 5 million abductions. If I could have a second, I'd like to read you something. I just read this letter today I received from a woman, and this is just so typical, and I thought it would be interesting for people to understand what would suggest an abduction. This is a woman who's 35, describing about an event that happened when she was 11 or 12. She said, my room had wooden louvered shutters at the bottom halves of the windows. I always felt very exposed at night in my room and used to dress and undress in the bathroom. I lay awake now sometimes trying to force myself to remember more of this incident, but my mind won't let me. She wants to know why it bothers her after 23 years. I find that I cannot stand to see an exposed window at night, and even make sure the mini blinds are all angled up so no light could shine down through them. She said she was asleep in bed at the age of 11 or 12 and awoke to see light coming down through the shutters. The light was most strong in the window directly above my head, but I could see it coming through another window, too. It was dark outside. She said, I thought I heard what were voices barely buzzing at my hearing threshold. I was completely unable to move. Total paralysis. This couldn't have been from intense fear, I suppose, but I remember not being able to move my head, my arms, legs. I could barely breathe. I remember desperately wanting to be able to run into my dad and mom's bedroom, but being unable to do so. I had the worst feeling of deep dread. Sometimes, even now when I'm trying to remember, I still get a sense of this numbing dread. I can feel my heart rate and respiration increase, and my muscles even get rigid with stress. I have a brief picture of silhouetted heads bobbing around in my room. I don't know where that image comes from, and it may be completely unrelated. I then remember being outside my house when it was barely getting light outside by an oak tree near my room. It's hard to piece this all together. At any rate, she just goes on to say at one point that she knows the difference between fantasy and reality and so forth, but she has this incredible fear. She said she watched the TV special featuring your friend who was abducted and had an implant, and I must admit that I had a strong reaction to the program. I'd tremble, and I had to keep my teeth from chattering. Now, when you hear something like this, you know that this woman is suffering from a very real trauma. These are the effects that one runs into with post-traumatic stress disorder. And she's 35 years old and desperate to find out more about this event at the age of 11. She has other problems, too. These are the sorts of things that if any of our listeners recognize these in their own lives, that I would suggest that they get in touch with us.
I don't know if we talked about this before, Bud, but, that was so traumatic that it forces me to again ask, how many of these people that have had experiences, don't you wonder, didn't make it through it with their sanity? Might be in mental institutions today.
Well, I have a case where I have certainly two cases, actually, where after the fact, in one case, the son of this particular person, the son happens to be a psychiatrist. In the other case, it was the wife of the particular person, wrote to me, and I've worked with them and so forth. But each one described the death, the suicide of, in the first case, the father, in the other case, the husband, after a particularly terrifying, evidently a terrifying UFO experience. So there have been deaths. There have been people who have not made it. Now, this woman, who, incidentally, I just happened to get her letter when I came back from my Houston trip, and I did phone her because I'm going to be speaking at a conference in Gulf Breeze, Florida next week, and she lives in Florida, so I'm going to try to work with her.
So you literally got this letter tonight?
Yep.
Okay.
I read it maybe a half an hour ago. But the point is, she seems very sane. She went into her background. It's a very, very intelligent, clearly written letter, as many of these letters are. These are not people who are in any sense strange. These are people who are suffering from a very real trauma, a series of traumas.
How much help can you give these people?
Well, the first thing that can be done, of course, once you get to know the individual and feel that he or she is stable and that there is a kind of safety net at home, that the person has friends they can talk to or relatives or a therapist or whatever, and so they're not totally alone, and you undertake the idea of hypnotic regression to look back into the experiences. There is a process that I think is a little bit like working a splinter out of the flesh, working the memories out, which might be very painful to extricate. But once they're out, once the splinter is out, the flesh can heal. The person feels a lot better because, first of all, the self-doubt disappears. That gnawing thing, I must be crazy, there's something the matter with me, sure. How can I possibly have had this happen? And, of course, the saddest thing about this is that as children, very often the child will run to mother or dad and say, "These little men in the room, I couldn't move," so on, and we'll be told, "You just had a bad dream, go right back in there and go back to sleep."
Of course.
So once the child, as now an adult, is looking into this and can ventilate a lot of the fear and a lot of the anger, which is virtually inevitable, and can have that sense that there's nothing the matter with them. They're perfectly normal. It's just that they've acted in a strange way because they've had these terrible fears. There's fear that this woman can't go by an open window and it's got to close at night. It has to get the blinds down at the age of 35 with the whole family.
That's really more like a phobia at this point, isn't it?
Oh, well, the phobias, that's one of the most fascinating things, Art, of the way phobias can often be explained away when and can actually be lessened when the person realizes, as is often the case, the phobia is connected with a UFO experience. The actress Mare Winningham, who was in the film Intruders, called me and had me talk to a man she knew who thought he might have had these experiences. He had a terrible phobia of sharks when we discussed that, and I said, well, I imagine, trying to do a little leading, I said, I imagine you must, when you're afraid of sharks, you must think of that great big mouth with all those teeth. He said, no, I never think of that. I said, well, what do you think of when you think of sharks as being so scary? He said, it's their eyes and something about their skin.
Well, their eyes, of course, sharks' eyes are just dead cold.
Yeah, but the point is, he realized the gray skin and the haunting eyes and the coldness, what he began thinking about it,
I see,
associated with the alien.
I understand.
Was nothing to do with teeth. Nobody even thought about that.
Good place to stop, Bud. We've got a 9 o'clock newscast, and we'll be right back with you.
Okay.
So stay right there. Bud Hopkins is my guest, and we will be opening the telephone lines. So stand by for that. You're listening to Area 2000 from Las Vegas. I'm Art Bell. Good evening and welcome back to Area 2000. Bud Hopkins is my guest this evening. I want to remind everybody a couple of station-keeping items here. The Bigelow Foundation is the one that makes all this possible. If you have questions, if you have a story, if you have somebody you would like to talk to about an experience in one of the areas that we discussed, please contact Angela Thompson, who is the research coordinator for the Bigelow Foundation during the business week between 9 and 5 at area code 702-456-1606. 702-456-1606, Angela Thompson. And let me also give you the telephone numbers if you would like to speak, a rare opportunity to speak to Bud Hopkins. In the metropolitan area of Las Vegas, our number is 383-8255. 383-8255. If you're calling from out of state, please note one of these numbers, toll free. It's 1-800-338-8255. 1-800-338-8255. The wildcard direct dial lines are area code 702-385-7214. 7214. Let them ring until they're answered. And finally, if you have never called at all, no matter where you are, we have a special line for you. Area code 702-385-7213. Repeating that number, area code 702-385-7213. Now back to Bud Hopkins. Bud, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Good. We'll get phone calls here in a moment.
And how long are we going to go?
We've got about 53 minutes or so to go.
I couldn't remember. I thought it was a 1 hour show, but I couldn't remember.
No, we're a 2 hour show.
Oh, great.
And even that's not enough many times.
Yeah, I know.
Anything else? You know what I wanted to ask you, Bud? What is your current area of fascination? In other words, as you've moved through investigating these abductions, what is the most fruitful area, the best area, do you think, of research? But what are you concentrating on right now?
Well, I'm going to be giving a workshop on Saturday in Gulf Breeze on how parents can handle the issue of their children being abducted.
So children?
Yeah, that's a very important thing, and I have, of course, a projective test that I've developed. I have a wonderful videotape which was sent to me by a man who used the test on his daughter and videotaped it, 6-year-old. It's extremely moving.
Can you give a sense of how you would do that, or what do you mean by a test?
Yeah. Well, this is my projective test. The basic idea is if a child feels that, if the parents feel a child has had or is having abduction experiences, and that would mean that the child is terrified, doesn't want to sleep in his or her room, and talks about monsters in the room with huge eyes. The child then described as maybe being taken outside. Perhaps the parents find the child outside. physical marks, cuts, and these scoop marks and so forth on the child's body. All the sorts of things that would lead virtually anybody who knows about the patterns to suspect abductions. I've developed this test, and it's partly to help the child feel freer to talk about the experience. What the test is, and I present it in the framework of a game of fun. When I do it, I play with the child first, and we fool around. And this is a child anywhere between 2.5 and, let's say, 10. And then I say, now this is a game, and see if you know who or what these people are. And I have 10 cards with coloring book-style drawings of heads on each card. And they go this way: Santa Claus, a Batman, a clown, a policeman, a little girl, a Ninja Turtle, then an alien head, then a little boy, a witch, and a skeleton head, a skull. So the first thing, of course, is to see how the child reacts when they get to the alien head. And most amazing things happen. This little girl on the videotape, who at the age of 6, as soon as she sees the head, just bursts into tears, hides her face in her father's arms. Said she's terrified. That's the man from her dreams. She doesn't want to look at it. As this whole thing progresses, at one point she asks her father, "Where did you get that?" Meaning the picture of the alien. Her father has quite a bit of time trying to get her to talk about what her dreams are, but she calls them dreams, of course, with this figure. And she said they come in and they take her out and put her in their car and take her away. And he said, "What kind of car is it?" And she said, "It doesn't have any wheels."
Oh, boy.
And she is in tears throughout this whole thing, totally terrified of looking at this thing. I have had...
Would you likely follow something like that up? In other words, after seeing that on a videotape, for example, would you then call the parents? And
have been in touch with the parents, but of course this is a test that is mostly administered by a therapist that I have provided a copy of the test to. A number of people have them. I mean, there must be at least 100 of these out now. It's extremely effective. Now, the second part of the test is I'll ask the child to divide them into two piles, the good guys and the bad guys. And so once they do that, you can ask them, because the alien inevitably ends up in the bad pile, why do you like this one in the good pile? And then you turn to the alien pile and ask why you don't like that. And in this case, with a little girl, she couldn't even look at the picture. She kept turning it over and saying she just couldn't look at it, and she'd cry and so forth and so on. And the third part of the test is I'll ask the child to make up a story. I'll tell them I really love stories, and I bet you can make up a good story, a silly story, or a scary story, or a funny story. And I pick out the Ninja Turtle or whatever they liked, and we start with the story there, and then I take out the alien picture and have them make up a story. And, of course, that, again, is a wonderful way to elicit real events. And it gives you a lot of insight into how to then go about helping the child cope with these experiences.
Wow. All right, there is a full bank of lines that would like to speak with you, Bud, so why don't we do it?
Okay.
All right. On our first-time caller line, you're on the air with Bud Hopkins. Good evening. Where are you calling from, please?
Yes, I'm calling from Nye County.
Nye County. All right. Turn your radio off, please, sir.
The radio off, please?
Off. Thank you. Go right ahead.
Yes, I'm calling from Nye County, and I'm presently 35 years old, and I walked out when I was 17 years old.
You walked out of what?
You familiar with the book Strangers Among Us?
Oh, yeah, the walk-in things?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I became a walk-in when I was 17 years old. And I've unfortunately have a difficult time trying to assert myself. It seems to me that our country, I know about MJ-12 and the activities going on. It seems that there's a problem with our government. They don't seem to want to help us. And I hope to see that someday that changes.
Well, we certainly are working to hope that the government can change its policy about ridiculing people who've had UFO experiences. the official government policy comes down in its practical implications to one very simple idea. Anyone who says they've had abduction experiences, or sightings for that matter, are either lying, desperately mistaken, or somehow psychologically deluded. And this is, of course, a terrible thing, and I thank you for your comments, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm not sure, but even if let's say I were a business person or somebody with pretty good career underway, and I had an abduction experience, frankly, Bud, I don't know that I'd relate it to anybody.
Well, I advise people I work with, abductees, not to go public, because there are hidden risks. As an example, one woman desperately wrote to me that she had gotten herself, after exploring her experiences, she had gotten herself involved in a divorce, and a messy divorce with her husband.
Exactly.
And he was trying to get custody of the children on the grounds that she was insane because she believed she had been abducted by a UFO.
Did he win?
I don't think he won. I had never met this person, at all. It was just a thing through letters. But one would never imagine, in the middle of a relatively going marriage, that something like that could happen. And then you can see that the husband could use even something like this in such a vicious way against his wife.
Of course.
There are all kinds of problems, and I've only had maybe 12 people or so. Of all the people I've worked with, probably in the area of almost 500 people, I've probably had only about 12 willing to come forward and use their full names and describe their accounts. And I think that this is the interesting thing, and in a way the terrible thing. Even though those of us who've been looking into this for a long time, Linda and George, and of course many of the other guests you've had on the program, we're in essence very much winning the war against the skeptics who refuse to look at this, who refuse to think about it, or admit its possibility. We're winning the war, but in the meantime, the one battle that they have won is that they have managed to create such a climate of ridicule that witnesses are afraid to come forward and state their names, give their names and their positions, and tell what happened to them.
I wonder what that might mean in terms of how many have not come forward, Bud, versus those that have.
Oh, well, there's only a tiny, tiny percentage of those that come forward.
That would be my
guess.
guess.
Percentage.
Wildcard line 3, you're on the air with Bud Hopkins. Good evening. Where are you calling from, please?
Tucson, Arizona.
Tucson, yes, sir.
I want to ask Bud a question.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going back now more than 50 years, when I was about 7 years old, and there was a phenomenon that happened then that was followed by some strange things later on. But basically, what it was, I remember I was alone in the living room. I was about 6 or 7, and there was a Christmas tree with presents around it, and this is a memory that's persisted all my life. A ball of light came in the window. Must have been about the size of a volleyball or basketball.
Right.
Came in the window, went around the living room. I watched it, and went back out again. And sometimes I've asked myself, did this really happen? And there's nothing to say that it didn't.
Yeah.
It seems to be a very, very, extremely vivid recollection.
Well, now, the two situations here. You could have had an experience which we tend to associate with UFO experiences, conceivably even abductions, but there's also the phenomenon known as ball lightning. Do you know anything about what the weather was doing at the time, or whether this thing made any noise?
No, it was completely silent, and it was completely round and glowing, I thought at first that it had come it had entered in a broken part of the window. But when I looked later on, the window was solid.
Caller, what was the weather at the time outside? Do you know?
I don't recall, but it was not in a place where you'd expect that. It was in a place called Holly Drive in a canyon near Hollywood. And it was not a place where
one would expect that kind of phenomenon to happen.
Well, those are the only two alternatives I can think of for what you've just described. And if you associate it with other experiences that might relate to the abduction phenomenon, then I would suggest looking into them. But of course, if it's sort of just an isolated event,
there was two other distinct events. I'll be extremely brief. One was as if time stopped.
Mm-hmm.
It was I was walking in the desert, and it was as if something had shifted.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been able to put it into words very well, but it's as if something had shifted and something strange had happened, and it was like a frisson, like a chill all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
And you look back and you say, what the heck was that?
Mm-hmm.
And another one was an extremely bright flashing light, and this was only about 5 or 6 years ago, where I had thought I was laying in bed and everything was extremely quiet. It was like the other phenomenon, a complete lack of sound.
Yeah.
And an extremely bright flash that filled the room.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember waiting because I thought there was going to be an explosion.
Mm-hmm.
So it repeated itself in about 10 minutes, and I walked out and back, and I didn't hear a sound.
Mm-hmm.
Everything seemed normal, but I don't particularly connect it with anything. I feel that I shouldn't really try to interpret it in any way. And so,
all right. You said you walked out the back, or looked out the back.
I walked out and back.
Would you get dressed
and the one thing that I remember distinctly was that, and this is a recollection later on, there was a complete lack of sound. I didn't hear anything.
Well,
no animals, no birds, no planes, or anything.
That's also something that's commonly reported. Well, I would say if all of this leaves you pretty uneasy, then it's probably worth looking into.
And by that, he probably means finding somebody who can help you out with being regressed and...
Well, I'm not really that uncomfortable with it. It's not something that's ever particularly frightened me.
All right, caller, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
But it seems to happen, though, multiple times to people, not just once, but multiple times.
Begins in childhood. It's as if the person is a kind of as it were, tagged animal, and on it goes. And the person is picked up many, many times in their childhood. Now, this is just a very interesting thing that, again, this is something I found out tonight in one of my cases, but I have several cases where, as small children, people remember having been abducted, and at the end of the abduction, having been given a small object, almost like a reward. And in one case, with one little boy, it was a kind of rather rare geode-like mineral formation, very strange, that there's actually something that is available and sold in stores that sell minerals and crystals and so forth. This little boy had a collection of 3 or 4, and finally, when his mother found them, he told her that the little men gave them to him if he was good. And this is a little boy at the time, was 6 years old. He had no access to a store where he could have bought these things. The mother gave them to me on the ground she didn't even want them in the house with her. She was very upset by them. But I just picked up another case where a little girl, again, I mean, she's now an adult, but she remembered being given, every time something happened, 3 marbles, and they had strange inscriptions on them, little raised characters, and she loved to hold these, and they were very frightening to her, but very somehow appealing at the same time. There are so many sub-patterns within the abduction phenomenon, but this would suggest, again, their knowledge of how to control children by rewards and, I suppose the carrot and the stick together.
Okay, again, speaking now for the person who might be out there and have had these experiences, and the phones are all lit up, so I assume many have, but, vague feelings of unease or even a fairly serious uneasiness with events that have occurred in your life, are you fairly sure that a person would be better off exploring them and finding out what they are, or could it be that when you found out it was something really kind of on the negative side, an abduction or multiple abduction experiences, it might be more of a negative?
Well, you see, every case involves a very distinct human being who has had some kind of experience. And as in any other of life's problems, everyone is different in how they respond to let's say, a buried trauma or whatever.
Don't you?
And there are times when you don't. It doesn't seem to be a good idea to pursue it, and there are times when you feel like, again, it's worth working out the splinter. So.
All right. As a researcher, do you make that judgment as you hear the story? Are there times, Bud, where you think it better not to tell them?
Yes. I try to make the decision with that person. In other words, we do this as a kind of a joint process.
I understand.
This is why I try to do a very solid, long interview before I do any kind of regressive hypnosis. There are just too many things to consider. And we have a little kit which is mailed out. It's an 8-page brochure, really, about when to do this and when not to look into your experiences. And this is available, again, through the Intruders Foundation, through IF.
And how do they get hold of it?
They could write to just the letters IF, and it's Box 30233. 30233.
Right. New
York, New York. And the zip is 111. 10011. And we will send this out free of charge to anybody who feels that they've had this experience and wants some information about whether or not they should look into it.
That's great. That's IF, which stands for the
Intruders Foundation.
Intruders Foundation, Box 30233, New York, New York, 10011.
Right.
All right, good. Line 1, good evening. You're on the air with Bud Hopkins.
Yes, the last time I spoke to Mr. Hopkins on this program, you said it was preposterous to think that people who claim to be abducted by aliens were actually victims of government mind control. But consider the fact that for years the government has had a technology that can use microwaves to place people in a hypnotic trance from a remote distance and then project any kind of image or thought into their minds. So someone could be zapped from a van sitting on their street without noticing anything unusual before that. And so I think that anyone who understands the UFO movement will realize that it's part of the New Age movement, which is working to create an occult world religion, which would be very useful to a world government in controlling the public by superstition and religion. So what do you think?
Well, I suppose what you say is possible. I think it's, again, I would have to say I think it's preposterous, but I think it's possible.
Thank you for calling again. All right, thank you. He's determined to think that it's government control.
We have too many situations of UFOs connected with abductions, so with these experiences.
All right. On the first wild card line 3, you're on the air with Bud Hopkins in Las Vegas. Good evening.
Good evening. This subject is it all about just people who have been captured, or can it be about one that had laid on the ground and the person went over to investigate after he had left?
Well, no, that's right. I'm interested in all kinds of things. Tell me your experience.
Okay, out in the desert in 1959, we were on a motorcycle run. We was laying out a run, and there was 2 of us. And he ran out, his chain broke, and I was pulling him, and it got dark, real dark, no moon. And he was lighting bushes of fire so we could run to one bush to the next, and I was riding him. We left his behind. And all of a sudden, a light came down out of the sky, and I saw him running, and I looked up, and I took off running. And this round object landed on the ground, and we could hear it clinking around on the ground. We were hiding in an outcropping of rock. And after this object left, we stayed behind the rocks until it grew light. And it was one cold night, and it was about 30 miles away from Edwards Air Force Base. Okay, we went over there to investigate, and both our motorcycles were standing side by side with the clutch lever to brake lever. So they had picked his up and put it next to mine.
And well, did you see how they did that? If you were watching,
no, we didn't. We were hiding behind an outcropping of rocks.
You didn't kind of peek out to see what they were doing.
No, we were afraid to put our head up because we didn't know if they had some sort of gun. We didn't know what they were doing.
Let me ask you one question. Did you ever have dreams about that after that?
No. In fact, I haven't, but we've been keeping in touch. But what happened, see, he called. I was afraid. We told all our buddies the next day at the motorcycle meeting that we didn't want to put the run there. But we had taken this thing left it melted all the sand into glass. This thing was so hot. And in the daylight, it cooled off, and we took a bunch of chunks of this stuff. Well, he got all involved, my buddy. And he called the Air Force and told them where it was. Well, the Air Force annexed this place, stripped it to the ground, and he tried and tried and tried. I told him, just keep your mouth shut, man, because you're not going to get nowhere.
Did he say any about melted?
Yeah, I had a chunk, and he came to me about 2 months ago and asked for a chunk of it. I have a little chunk of it left from Facebook, but actually... it looks like pepper-fried wood melted into this stuff.
Yeah. Wait a minute, caller, hold it. Bob, would you like to solicit something here?
I was thinking, if he could leave his phone number off the air, he'd put him on hold. I could talk to him tomorrow.
You willing to do that, caller?
Information.
Sure, I'm willing.
You are. All right, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put you both on hold, do a station identification, get the number, and we'll be right back, all right?
Okay.
All right, both of you stand by, and we're going to do a quick station identification here.
Jackie Gone's Plaza downtown. This is KDWN Las Vegas.
All right, we got that done. Good evening, everybody. You're listening to Area 2000. My guest is Bud Hopkins, and we just made a transaction there, and we got the number, and Bud Hopkins now has it. Back now to Bud Hopkins. Bud, are you there?
I am.
All right, I'll be interested in the follow-up on that one. Anytime there is physical evidence, it's pretty exciting.
Makes a difference.
Is that something that... what would you do if you got hold of that? If you managed to get hold of a piece of that, what would you do with it?
Well, I have an abductee who happens to be a top-flight chemist who works in an extraordinarily well-equipped commercial laboratory, and I will send material to him and see what he has to say about it.
Get it analyzed. All right. Line 2. Good evening. You're on the air with Bud Hopkins in Las Vegas.
Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you very much for taking my call. Great program.
Glad you're enjoying it. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just have a question for Mr. Hopkins. When these people say that they have been quote astral projecting unquote. Have any of these people been able to describe any, like, Martian terrain or Jovian atmosphere or anything that's remotely scientifically able to be confirmed?
Well, first of all, I haven't used the term astral projection, and it's not a term that I feel is applicable to the UFO experience. This is the UFO experience, the abduction experience is quite physical. The person is taken out of wherever they were.
All right, so it's not an out-of-body experience.
No, it's not. It's an out-of-the-house experience.
No, that's right. Thank you.
But they're taking it, into a craft, and the experience generally, pardon me, takes place completely inside a kind of closed space. People describe it as being like a doctor's office or a lab or something, extremely clean and so forth. Now, in terms of there are some reports of people who feel that they have seen other worlds within this experience. We don't know whether that's actually true or whether imagery is being shown to them. There are many cases where it would seem an abductee is
is shown some kind of situation imagery, some kind of disaster or whatnot, which we think is kind of an alien projective test to see if people, how people react emotionally. But in terms of the astral projection issue is not really applicable here.
All right, let's keep moving. On the first time caller line, you would have been on the air. Good evening. You're on the air with Bud Hopkins in Las Vegas. Where are you calling from, please?
Riverside County, Mr. Bell.
Yes, go right ahead.
Yes, Mr. Hopkins, if I could ask you a question about, well, it's not exactly missing time. I have had experiences during the night when I've had too much water to drink and I have to go potty. I always check my watch just to see what time it is, for the heck of it. Sometimes it says 1 o'clock. Okay, I go back to bed. Next time I get up, look at my watch, like an hour or two later. It's 1 o'clock. The second hand's still moving. There's nothing wrong with the watch. It is not missing time. What on earth is it? It has happened many, many times.
Well, again, from this distance, it's very hard to know exactly what's going on. We'd have to sit and talk about other kinds of experiences and other things you might have noticed. Does this ever happen to your watch during the day?
No, no, not during the day at all. I have seen UFOs, and I've had witnesses with me when it has occurred. I have those, like pock marks, one on my, in front of my calf, one on my ankle. When I was a child in Texas, we were visiting, and the doctor didn't know where it came from, and it just oozed and oozed until finally it took like 6 months to heal.
That's unusual.
And left these embedded scars in my calf and on my one ankle that looks just like these scars you speak of, the scoop marks.
Now, when you have these experiences at night, is there any sense that you have dreams connected with them?
No, no. And I have never remembered anything like abductions. I actually have, like I said, I have seen UFOs, and I've sat there and watched them for as long as 5 minutes on one, about 3 minutes with the girl down at the market, the box girl. We've watched right across the street. I really don't know what's happening. It's gone on throughout the years. Just odd things that have occurred since I was a child. But this one thing has got me puzzled because you talk of missing time. This is like time doesn't go anywhere.
Now, if I assume if you get out of bed and to go to the bathroom and it's 1 o'clock, that when you come back from the bathroom, you probably look at the clock again, right?
Yes, correct.
And
a couple hours later, you know, I don't just get right out of bed again at 1 o'clock. I mean, it's usually like a couple hours later, and I'm looking at my watch, and here it still says 1 o'clock, and I said, I was just here at 1 o'clock.
Do you have a digital clock in the house?
No, this is my watch.
Well, it might be interesting to put another clock in there and see if the other clock is doing the same thing. Digital clock.
All right.
Okay.
I'll do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, really a good idea. 2 clocks. Have you ever tried something like this before? Have you heard a similar story to that?
Well, there are a lot of anomalies around clocks for some reason in these cases. I recently was aware that there was an abduction in someone's apartment, and the clocks in the bedroom were flashing as if they had,
been unplugged.
Electricity had failed,
right?
And yet there was no power outage in the rest of the house, and none of the other clocks were doing no power outage anywhere around in the neighborhood. Just the bedroom from which the person was evidently taken. This sort of thing happens frequently. There's no way that one can imagine that electricity could be interrupted on just certain outlets in one room when those outlets are connected to a circuit that continues into another room with no interruption of service.
Absolutely. But is there any indication that the time that people spend away from wherever the area from which they've been abducted, is it linear time, or is there some indication that for an apparent large amount of time spent in the abduction, hardly any time has passed?
Well, there are a very few cases like that. We do hear of that occasionally, but it's generally what we get is a very literal kind of situation. the person is gone for 2 hours, say, and generally has a range of memory that approaches when we take normal memory and put it together with what comes out under hypnosis, you generally begin to account, it would seem, for the full amount of time they were gone. But we do have a few cases where there was a very famous South American case, I believe the case was Bibi Dura, but a man disappeared from his detachment of infantry when it kind of had encamped, and he was gone for something like 20 minutes and came back, and he had a 5 days growth of beard and so forth and so on.
Mm-hmm.
And the sense was that an enormous amount of time had gone by. There are very few stories of this nature, which are, of course, very interesting and very puzzling, but they're very far from the norm.
Okay. A lot of people want to talk to you, Bud. Good evening. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Bud Hopkins. Good evening. Where are you calling from, please?
Reading.
Reading, California. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. I'm a first-time caller. I'm a second-time listener.
Mm-hmm.
I was in Ely, Nevada on April 17th of 87. I was in a place that was working for Nevada Department of Forestry out of the prison system. I was out in the desert. It was a clear day. And to this day, I don't know if I'll cry when I tell you this, but there was something that was about 100 yards away from me in the desert, and it was making no noise at all, and it was flying at a slow rate of speed. It was a light tan color with, like, tiger stripes going across it. It made no noise at all. It stopped. It sat there, and then took off again, and I just shook. I didn't know what I seen to this day. My father's been listening to you for a long time, and he told me maybe I should call you and ask what it was that I seen, because it's bothered me since.
Yeah.
And,
how? In what ways did it bother you? You just were curious, or you felt kind of upset by it?
Well, yeah, because I never really gave UFOs a thought until I seen this.
Uh-huh.
When I had told the camp and some of the guards there, they told me not to say anything. And later the next day, there was these huge planes, like the ones that carry all the Army troops.
Mm-hmm.
They flew in formation 3 in a row, back and forth across the desert, and they were flying low enough and slow enough to where I was standing on a hilltop with some friends of mine, and we could see into the cockpits, and you could see all the way through, and there was nobody in the cockpits flying these planes.
Yeah. Well, that's a very interesting story. We do get situations like that. Did the planes make a tremendous roaring noise?
After they left, yeah. They didn't when they were right above us. They made no noise. But after they got like 100 yards away, then there was a loud rumbling noise.
Yeah. Well, I think
what I seen made no noise, and it was only so far away.
Mm-hmm.
I probably could have ran to it, but we were only allowed to go only so far out of the boundaries.
Right. Tell me one thing. Have you dreamed about this afterwards?
Oh, yes.
And what happens in the dream?
I just wake up, and I'm sweating everywhere, and I don't understand why. I know I had a problem when I was there afterwards. We lived like 27 to a mobile home, and you're not allowed outside the mobile home any time at night. And I found myself out in the middle of the yard.
Well,
and I woke up, and I was there, and I got so scared because I knew I was not supposed to be out there.
Yeah.
And
well, I think this should be looked into, and again, if you have that address that we gave, write to me and tell me when you do, what's the closest big city to where you are in California?
Reading, California.
And that's I'll get it on the Atlas and see who we can refer you to. But I think you ought to look into it. I think it'd be very important and helpful to you.
I've seen out there, but I was told again not to say anything. I wasn't even supposed to mention anything to anybody else.
Mm-hmm. All right, caller, thank you, and please contact Bud. You want to give that address one more time? It'll say.
Okay, it's just to write to me at F, Box 30233, New York, New York, 10011.
All right, very good. Let's keep moving, Bud. Boy, I'll tell you, these are busy phones. Line 3, you're on the air with Bud Hopkins in Las Vegas.
Texas Bob, San Jose, California.
San Jose.
How you doing?
Fine.
Just a real quick comment. McDaniel's paper referred to by Dreesen defines a very pragmatic methodology with which to prove or disprove Hoagland's Mars structures hypothesis. And it's kind of pertinent here. McDaniel's also in the same paper compares NASA's ignorance to the Catholic Church's condemnation of Copernicus's astronomy and mathematics. And it kind of goes hand in hand with some of the things that people, Mr. Hopkins certainly is having experiences with that are being denied by the government.
Yeah.
I have 2 questions for you, Mr. Hopkins, and then I'll take them off the air.
Sure.
With reference to your paper, ethical implications of UFO abduction phenomena, and Lear's public statements of alien farming human and animal body parts for sustenance, how do you see his story? And my second question is, why would someone of your stature bother to acknowledge someone as inconsequential as Philip Klass? And I'll take my answers off the air.
All right. Well, I appreciate the sentiment there. First of all, John Lear is a man I've known a long time, and I feel a genuine affection to John, although I must say I do not feel that the evidence has ever surfaced that would support the aliens using us as food, so to speak. Those issues, I think, just simply have gotten blown up out of rumors or whatever. I've worked with so many abductees for so many years. It's now 18 years. I've never run into this event, this kind of thing, ever. So it's not an issue that I think John's worries here are, let's say, vastly overblown. And I'm glad you mentioned that paper that I'd written, which was published in IUR years ago, called "What They're Doing to Us." But I still feel that that's an important paper, and I think it states my feelings pretty much down to the present time. Although I wrote that thing 6 or 7 years ago. But in terms of answering nameless people, like I think you mentioned a nameless person a minute ago. The reason my feeling is that people like this particular individual should simply be frozen out of the dialogue. Unless a man is going to be, first of all, truthful, and he's not truthful, he has deliberately lied, and also, unless someone is going to be a gentleman and treat people as human beings with rights and so on, and if one's going to try to be a journalist, which he doesn't try to do, for instance, he wrote an entire book attacking about 7 or 8 people, me very centrally, without interviewing any of us, because obviously it's a terrible thing to get facts in the way of your opinions. And so if that's the kind of person you are, from the point of view of serious investigators in this, I think you're absolutely right. We shouldn't pay any attention to them. And I want to make one very simple point here. What you were saying about the analogy with, of course, the Copernican revolution. The interesting thing is that I feel I'm the open person when it comes to belief systems, and it is the skeptic in the traditional scientific sense of vis-a-vis UFOs, people like Carl Sagan, who have the very narrow, rigid belief system. Because when somebody tells me an event that, such as the one we've just heard from the man's report about the desert and so forth, I have 3 options. That the man is a liar, that the man just totally made it up. The second one is that he's deluded and somehow didn't happen, but he thinks it did. Or the third is he's telling me the truth, it really happened. I have 3 options. And I lean very strongly to the third in the case of what he was saying because of the genuine emotion I was picking up in his voice. But the true believers, these people with very radical, narrow beliefs, such as the professional scientists of the, like Carl Sagan, who's, I must say, is a very nice man personally, but has this narrow range, he's only limited to the first 2 options. He doesn't have the breadth to accept the possibility of the third. And therefore, his belief system is a narrower belief system, obviously,
all right,
than yours and mine.
Sure. Wildcard line 3, good evening. You're on the air with Bud Hopkins, who's in New York. Where are you?
Oh, hi, Art. This is Dave. I'm located in Mohawk Valley, between Quincy and Portola.
Okay.
And in reference to the last caller where he said something about these humans are being used for human food, and in reference to that, I did catch the interview many times with the John Lear, and he did not ever mention about them being used for human food. What you did reference to is like enzymes and stuff like that, so I did kind of take reference to that. I think the previous caller had its information wrong.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Line 1, good evening. You're on the air with Bud Hopkins in Las Vegas.
How you doing, Art?
Fine.
I have a piece of information I read. I don't know if you're familiar with this, by Milton William Cooper on the MJ-12. And I was just going to ask a question. It tells about, this was a man of sorry, Art.
All right, well, he left the line, whoever he was. Good evening. You're on the air with Bud Hopkins in Las Vegas.
Right there. Hello?
Yep. Yes, hello.
Okay, well, listening on all the waiting for the phone, I got disrupted here. How are you, Bud Hopkins? Fine. Okay, now I've kind of been with you for the last 18 years or so, but you kind of feel like the aliens are some type of evil type of force. But have you been much just like Earth? There's good and there's bad. There's been a war on in heaven for quite some time. Have you been aware?
Well, I just want to say I'm not getting into disputes as to whether aliens are, gods or devils, which is a kind of theological framework people try to stuff them into. They're neither one, and
they're one or the other. Yes.
Oh no,
they are. Yeah.
Well, we have a different theological point of view, and I think it's probably going to be fruitless to continue this.
Okay, no,
we'll just have to agree to disagree, I'm afraid.
Oh, sure, okay, surely, but you've been doing good work and kind of find out what exactly what's going on, because it's been like a cosmic Watergate against our United Friends of Space, surely, that the Earth is being healed by their presence. The Hubble telescope, the white star that's coming from the Mars mission. Now, this is getting down to Earth, right? You can see that. Richard Hogan is Rick. Hello?
Well, I'm there, yeah.
Well, the United Nations, are you aware of the 1992, February 27th, at the United Nations, the Richard Hogan's presentation that he done at the Hartsford Library?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You are aware of that?
Yeah.
Okay, now you're aware of that, and you still are well, why cannot everybody that wants to know the truth, I mean, this Mars mission, it was the most important event, and once again, the government in control of the planet, whether they're Russians or Americans or Chinese or whatnot, silly mortals, right?
All right, caller, thank you. We're going to hold it there. But I want to ask you about how you deal with people who bring up the religious connection, how you deal with the whole subject of religion as it mixes in with this.
It's, of course, a very difficult situation, and I found myself once dealing with a young girl, 13, who was had been abducted the night before, along with her mother and her sister. They had identical experiences. They remembered the whole thing in great detail the next morning. And the 13-year-old was a born-again Christian who wanted to be a missionary and so forth, and was in tears and absolutely terrified by what had happened, and felt that her religion had been challenged.
Right.
And she prayed to God to save her when she was on the table and these experiments were being done, and to her. And I found myself in a position of trying to defend her faith by saying that, of course, at the time of Copernicus, the belief was that if this was to be understood that the Earth was not the center of the universe, then that all of religion was over with. And I said, of course, that belief has been accepted, that we're not the center of the universe, and religion is thriving. And I also pointed out that there must have been other times in her life when she prayed and her prayers were not answered, and that if that has ever happened to her, then she would have to realize that maybe this is there's some theological reasons for all this that's happened, and that perhaps the theologians in her religion will make sense somehow of the presence of another life form. which is different from ours. I think that the religious people of the world are just going to have to face this and try to reconcile this new information with their religious beliefs.
Okay. Good evening. You're on the air with Bud Hopkins in Las Vegas. Bud's in New York. Where are you, please?
San Diego.
San Diego. Go ahead, sir.
Do you ever share information from abductees with government officials?
Do I?
Yeah.
Well, let's put it this way, not knowingly, in the sense that I don't have any government officials knocking on my door asking for information, but I would say that what I'm doing this very moment, as you and I are speaking, is sharing information, I should certainly hope, with government agents, because I hope there's somebody listening in to get a little bit of enlightenment on this subject who works for the government. I was giving a talk just recently in Connecticut, and a woman came over and said, there are several government agents in the audience. And I said, good, I wish there were 50 of them in the audience. They need to hear what I have to say. So
why do they need to hear what you say when they should have most of the information?
Well, because obviously not everybody in the government, probably only a very, very tiny few in the government, which is my guess on this, because need to know is the way these things operate, really know what's going on, and the rest are quite confused. And people in the government who don't know about the reality of this could be of use in helping the government, help push the government towards a greater attitude of openness.
So you're saying it's like all top secret information that doesn't go down to lower levels?
Oh, well, listen, you can have a CIA operative, I'm sure. I've read enough about how this works. You can have a CIA operative who knows everything that's going on in Cuba and not a darn thing that's going on in Poland, because no one is going to tell him, because he doesn't have a need to know what's going on in Poland. He's just as ignorant.
Everything is in little compartments.
Well, absolutely. That's the way intelligence communities work. And I'm certain that with the UFO material, it has been very highly restricted to just very, very narrow ranges. Otherwise, we'd have more people coming forward. Okay. But I thank you for your raising the point.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, caller. And I guess that is true, isn't it? And so do you get a lot of interest? Have you ever had government people walk up to you, Bud, and ask you questions about this?
Well, as I say, not in any formal, official way, Lord knows. I suppose the government, probably some branch thereof, knows quite a lot about what I do that I'm not aware of. But I have had a NASA scientist come to me as an abductee on a personal, private level, asking to have the personal experiences looked into through regressive hypnosis. I had a full colonel in the Army who has quite an important job and extremely high clearance as an abductee. I've worked with him, and on it goes. So there's absolutely no reason to think, with the phenomenon as widespread as it is, that there aren't people in the Senate and Lord knows, perhaps the cabinet, the Supreme Court, other people who are also abductees.
Will you ever make public this person you talked about earlier, a political type person? Will that ever become public?
Well, my profound hope is that he comes forward himself.
Are you urging him to do that?
Yes, I am.
You are.
And he is very aware of the
implications.
The implications of the situation, absolutely, yes.
Sure. Line 2, thanks for waiting so long. You're on the air with Bud Hopkins.
Hi, Art. Hi.
Hi there.
Hi, Bud. I talked to you one time, Bud, when you were here at the library, and I didn't get the chance to finish my story because the lady came up about her child, which seemed very significant, and I backed off. But did you ever hear about the Northern Cheyenne Indian Reservation up in Busby? The whole tribe seeing the flying saucers?
Well, it's possible I've heard about it, and it doesn't register right now. I hear about so many things, so many cases, but I know there have been many such reports in other areas. But do you have something to tell us about that particular
About 1970.
It's going to have to be fast, ma'am.
Pardon me?
I'm sorry, it's going to have to be fast. We're running out of time.
2 years later, I went up and was doing business in Busby, and the Indians all told me about But, you know, they went out on their cars to sit and watch the parachute drops over that area. And they had great big B-29s and everything running out there with the...
Ma'am, we're never going to finish this story if you don't hurry.
They saw three flying saucers over every one of the airplanes. The whole tribe saw them. Yeah, it was about 1970.
All right. Thank you very much for
interesting.
relating that.
How much?
Sorry we didn't have more time, Bud. We don't have more time.
Yep.
It has been again wonderful, and I'm sure we'll connect again. But I will try and get your address out one more time here. It's IF Box 30233, New York, 10011. And Bud, anything in particular that you want to hear about?
Well, again, if people feel that they may have had this sort of experience, abduction experiences, and it's causing them a little anxiety and trouble, they would like to get some information about whether or not they should explore it and how to go about it, those are the people I would like to hear.
All right. It's been, as always, Bud, it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
It's been my pleasure. Thank you.
Take care. That's it for Area 2000 this week. Good morning. Good evening. The preceding program was made possible by a grant from the Bigelow Foundation. This has been Area 2000, a program that introduces our listeners to the scientific approach for discussion of two particular subjects, UFOs and near-death and after-death experiences. To contact the Bigelow Foundation, please call during the week between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m., area code 702-456-1606. Ask for Angela Thompson. That's area code 702-456-1606. And be with us next Sunday evening at 8 for another edition of Area 2000. This program introduces our listeners to the scientific approach to discussion of two particular subjects, UFOs and near-death and after-death experiences. To contact the Bigelow Foundation during the work week, call Angela Thompson between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. at area code 702-456-1606. That's Angela Thompson at area code 702-456-1606. And now, Area 2000. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Area 2000. Good evening. I'm Art Bell. It's going to be kind of a fun night tonight. We're going to have our usual report from Angela Thompson, and we're going to reverse order this evening because our guest for the entire evening is going to be George Knapp. And I've very much been looking forward to this. He, of course, provides us with a regular report at the beginning of most of the Area 2000 shows. He's been investigating the UFO phenomenon now for years, and actually is considered to be one of the, in fact, I guess he is considered to be the leading journalist who's been looking into the UFO phenomenon. So, I bid you all a good evening on behalf of the Bigelow Foundation. And let's go all the way to Philadelphia for a glimpse at yet another reality. Here from Philadelphia is Linda Howe. Good evening, Linda.
Hi.
Hi.
Well, tonight I thought what I'd do would be to give you an update on animal mutilations before you go into the full interview with George, which could be fun. I have a very interesting mutilation update from a place called Vendor, Arkansas, which is about 50 miles southeast of Eureka Springs. On Wednesday, September 1, about a month and a half ago, cattle farmer Mark Ewing checked all his cows, and they were well, including one of his 2-year-old pregnant cows. The next day, on September 2, Ewing went as usual to feed the herd, and the cows ran away from him as if spooked by something that he could not see. And that night there was a huge thunderstorm, and Mr. Ewing's daughter, Kathy Royce, who lived about 400 yards from her father's farmhouse, said that she heard a very strange sound like the roar of an ocean in that storm. Then, on Saturday morning, September 4th, Mr. Ewing found 20 feet of his electrical wire missing from the fence that he kept around his cattle in the cattle pasture. While trying to find the missing wire, he could see that his pregnant 2-year-old cow was lying in an odd manner with her right leg folded under her and her left leg sticking straight out, he said, as if something dropped her straight down in her tracks. Mr. Ewing had 6 dogs with him that ran ahead to the cow before he got there, and they began sniffing her body. Suddenly, all 6 dogs began barking and yelping as if frightened by something Mr. Ewing could not see. All 6 dogs ran from the cow back to the house 200 yards away and remained agitated for the next 3 days. And I thought of the Cherretts in southern England when I was there in August that I reported earlier in Area 2000, where he had 2 steer mutilations, and a couple of days in and around those mutilations, his cows went into a panic and stampeded against him and scared the English farmer. Mr. Ewing said that before he could get to the cow with the dogs running past him, that he felt suddenly like he should not go to where the animal lay, and he turned around and he went back home without investigating the cow and said he didn't really understand his own actions. And it took him about 3.5 hours to decide that he had to go and look at the cow. So about 6:30 or 7 o'clock in the evening on Saturday, September 4th, he did go, and he was shocked at what he found. The first thing that he noticed was that the unborn calf, a portion of its face was protruding an inch or so from out of the vagina, but he could see that the cow and the calf were both dead. There was a very similar case in Alabama earlier this year in January, where the Fife Police Department and others investigated a cow that was dead and mutilated. The udder had been removed, and the calf was also partially out of the vaginal opening and also dead and mutilated. Well, Mr. Ewing, when he further checked, could see the jaw had been stripped on the left side, and there was a hole, a strange small hole underneath the vaginal opening. And he called the sheriff's office when the deputy came out and made his report. And when the deputy got there the next morning on Sunday, the deputy wrote in his report that he was looking at cuts with sharp instruments on an animal in which the hole underneath the vaginal opening was a square. And Mr. Ewing was surprised that it had changed shape from the night before because it had been round and smaller, and when the deputy came, it was square and larger. And they discovered that the calf was now completely removed, and yet they could find no evidence of the embryo sac, the umbilical cord, the calf. There was no fluid. There was nothing. And the pregnant cow was now, her stomach was flat, abnormally so. The deputy officially listed this as cut with a sharp instrument, cuts that were smooth, and the deputy noted that there was an absence of blood in these excisions. Now, they did check for bullets or stab wounds. They did not find any, and while they were looking, they discovered that the tongue was removed in the throat, but the eyes and the ears were completely in place. There were no signs of struggle around the cow, even though the ground was damp from the rain. It was as if the animal had simply dropped in her tracks. One interesting thing that happened after they had found this animal was that Mr. Ewing's son-in-law, Mr. Royce, who lives nearby, a few nights later was coming home and saw a huge, unidentified, he said, ball of light that was lighting up the entire side of a mountain near their home. From it, he could see two beams of light coming from the huge ball of light as if they were searchlights searching the ground from approximately treetop level. The son-in-law said that the light, he saw it around 1 a.m. on September 19th, and that he watched it for at least 10 to 15 minutes, but no one else in his family was there to see this large light with these beams coming out of it. Investigators in that Arkansas area have now checked with other neighbors to see if anyone has had any other mutilation reports or heard or saw anything unusual that first week or two in September. And so far, no one has outside of the son-in-law and then Mr. Ewing's mutilation case. But subsequent to this, there has been now a report, apparently, of a dog mutilation in that area, and investigators are trying to see if they can get some photographs. And I bring this up for any of the listeners in your own local areas who may have heard about any unusual happenings with animals. I would appreciate being notified either through Art Bell in Area 2000 or directly to my address, because this is the kind of phenomenon that you don't hear about in national news. In this case, this very unusual story that has so many facets to it would not have reached me or anyone if one reporter in a very small newspaper did a 2 or 3 lines about the fact that Mr. Ewing had lost this cow. And then when the case was investigated, it turns out that it has all of these highly strange facets to it. So this is the only way we can keep up with this strange phenomenon.
Linda, if you push aside the UFO connection for just a moment with all of these mutilations, and you simply try to consider what terrestrial phenomenon or motive or persons might be doing this, what are you able to produce in terms of ideas about what might be doing this if it's not UFO related?
Well, this goes back to the documentary I did 14 years ago, A Strange Harvest, in which I talked with law enforcement about all sorts of things, ranging from the satanic cult hypothesis to the possibility of the government carrying on some kind of an environmental contamination experiment.
Exactly. Do any of those stand up?
No, they have never stood up. When you get down to the fact that in the pathology examinations of tissues on now over 30 animals that we've been able to look at under a microscope, and you find that the hemoglobin has been cooked at the excision sites, you know automatically you're separating out the cases from disease and from predator. And when it comes to the issue of satanic cults, why would a satanic cult, and even how would they have the resources to carry on a global, this is a worldwide phenomenon, for 30 years at least, going back to the 60s, being able to get in and out of sandy sandbars and snow and wet ground without leaving a track, and leave these animals in the strange, bizarre fashion that I just described that happened in Arkansas in September, and do so with some kind of equipment that could excise tissue with high heat. The smallest portable lasers that exist go about 500 pounds, and these are take a team of people to set up. And they demand large electrical generators on the size of triangles, having to get on remote areas of the world.
All right, that point's well made. Suppose you go the other way then, Linda. In what percentage of the animal mutilation cases is there a connection to some unidentified object?
Right from the very beginning of that horse in southern Colorado that made the newspapers globally as Snippy the horse, but in fact it was a female horse named Lady. The reporter got the name wrong and the sex wrong at the time, but there had been so many sightings of strange lights, round discs, small stubby winged things that people said looked like little tiny airplanes zooming around in the San Luis Valley of southern Colorado, but they didn't know what they were. That when this horse was found, stripped of flesh from the neck up,
and no tracks around it in the dusty southern Colorado ground in September of '67, and that the closest tracks to the horse's body were about 100 yards away, where the horse itself, you could see that the hooves had gone prancing around in some kind of a frantic circle, and there was evidence of heat on one of the bushes near this horse's body. Everything was highly strange, never explained, and the headlines themselves said, quote unquote, did a UFO zap this horse in Colorado? So right from the beginning, there was an association with odd things in the sky and these strange animal deaths, and throughout the decades, there has always been some kind of a connection to orange lights or bizarre lights, or what a lot of people have said look like the searchlights from helicopters coming down in pastures where they later found mutilated animals.
All right. Fascinating. Fascinating. So there is a better connection to the UFO phenomenon than there is to the possibility of some terrestrial something or another.
So when I began as a TV reporter working on this story 14 years ago and doing a documentary about it, I was not thinking in terms of the UFO phenomenon or anything that was non-terrestrial at the time. I began with the idea that I was getting into some kind of an environmental contamination story.
So that, in other words, it is not something that you tried from the beginning to connect, but rather a connection that you found.
No, I had no association with any of this high strangeness material at all in my life. I was focused entirely in science and medicine and environmental issues, which I thought this was one issue. But it was the interviews with the sheriffs and the deputies and the fellow journalists and the few veterinarians who would talk with me off the record, who told me off the record all of their encounters with these bizarre, strange lights.
So then, Linda, this is actually how you came to this topic in the first place.
That's right, as an environmental story.
I see. That lends a lot of credibility to it. Well, that's some story, Linda, and
when we talk on, again, I think on November 7th, I can go into that in more depth for you, but I was a journalist working in science, medicine, the environment long before I did A Strange Harvest. And A Strange Harvest was a documentary that I did 14 years ago, and since then I have done many other documentaries and done many other investigations on issues that are related to all kinds of other subjects. But I think that these phenomenon of animal mutilations and human abductions, the crop circle phenomenon, all of this that I'm calling glimpses of other realities, are something that we should be paying a great deal more attention to, because the implications for our planet could be something in the future that we have underestimated.
Well, I'm sure glad we've got you out there looking into this.
Well, I'm trying.
All right, Linda, thank you. Keep up the good work.
Yep, and talk to you next Sunday.
Take care. That's Linda Howe and her glimpse into another reality. And isn't that something? I never realized that Linda came to her present field of interest and its relationship to UFOs through other scientific research. And as I said that, I think that lends more credibility to what she's doing. All right, onward. George Knapp is an award-winning investigative reporter whose previous documentaries on the UFO topic are considered to be among the best ever produced. His UFO investigations have been honored by UPI, that's United Press International, Associated Press, and the Fund for UFO Research. In 1989, Knapp first broadcast allegations by controversial physicist Bob Lazar concerning secret programs in the Nevada desert. Those allegations attracted worldwide attention. Knapp earned a master's degree in communications from the University of the Pacific, where he also taught public speaking and coached the debate team. He's taught communications and journalism at other colleges, including the University of California at Berkeley, Cal Poly, Loyola University, and UNLV. Currently, George is Senior Vice President at Altamira Communications in Las Vegas, Nevada, where he is producing a multi-part comprehensive UFO documentary series, including research obtained from his March 1993 fact-finding trip to Russia. You all know him. He does a report here weekly, and it's high time that we had him as a guest. And yes, you will be able to ask George questions very shortly. So let us go. And strangely enough, I had to come from Pahrump, Nevada to Las Vegas to do the program. George has gone from Las Vegas to where he's spending, I guess, the night in Pahrump, Nevada. So to Pahrump, Nevada, and George Knapp. Hi, George.
Hey, Art. How you doing?
Fine. It is kind of a cross we've made here.
It's kind of weird, yeah, but it's a real nice place out here.
Oh, it's beautiful in Pahrump. And as a matter of fact, keep your eyes open out there.
Oh, I know. I've heard some very prominent broadcast personalities have seen some interesting things out here.
It has been reported. All right, where to start with you, George? I think since we've got you for a greater period of time, let's find out a little bit about your history. I know that you were a very traditional, and I guess still are, journalist. You worked for Las Vegas Television. Give us a little idea of where your career has been.
Well, it's jumped all over the map before I got into journalism. As you mentioned, I did some teaching and debate coaching and things of that nature. Ended up in Las Vegas almost in a whim and weaseled my way into television and into news. Traditional, that would be a good way to describe my approach to news. I mean, I did all the stories that investigative reporters do, worked a lot on organized crime stuff, a lot of political corruption and political coverage, the legislature, all of those sorts of things. So I was very much grounded in the basics of journalism and had never really given any thought to UFOs until 1977.
George, I had always thought of you as the heir apparent here in Las Vegas to reporting on mob activities.
Oh, sure, because my mentor, in essence, was a guy named Ned Day.
Sure.
Who, he taught me a lot of what I know and taught me the basics about the ethics of journalism, and I learned a lot from him. And it was coincidental is that because Ned was not interested in UFOs is why I did get interested. In 1987, a guy named John Lear came walking into the TV station, and John had been an important source of Ned's on a story about stealth technology. Ned broke that story before any other reporter in the country had it, and I think John was partially responsible for the information that led to the story. Well, John came into the station with the MJ-12 documents and a pile of other UFO-related material and was trying to sell Ned on getting interested in it. Ned was having no parts of it. I, of course, was eavesdropping as always, and as John was heading out the door...
Said, just one moment. Yeah, I suppose that's how it happened. So you stopped him and said, wait a minute, I want to look at that stuff.
Exactly. Sure, let me take a look at this stuff. And I think, I have the same kind of attitude that most people have about UFOs in those days. I mean, it's interesting, but show me something. The MJ-12 documents were intriguing at that point. I didn't know if they were real or not. The other material that John opened up to me was even more interesting. I'll have to say this at this point, that John and I part ways on a great number of issues and controversies in the UFO area. He believes a lot of stuff that I don't necessarily think is supportable, but he was definitely instrumental in getting me going into the field, opened up his files, and for that reason, I guess I'll owe him a debt of gratitude. Anyway, it didn't take very long. It didn't take long at all to realize, after reviewing some of the material that was available, some of the books, some of the documents, some of the really credible people who were out there working on it, that there really is a body of information concerning UFOs and the alien presence, alien for lack of a better term, to indicate that it's real. And I just couldn't believe, after seeing some of the material, that other mainstream journalists had not taken a fair and serious look at the topic.
I have a very good copy at home of UFOs, The Best Evidence. And it certainly is, without a doubt, I think the best thing ever produced in the area. And so I guess your interest then, while you were still there in television, local television, culminated in that, didn't it?
Sure did. It started with having John come on this little public affairs program I did called On the Record. It's a show that, you have a politician one week and somebody trying to sell a book the next week, and basically no one watches it. It's a small, dedicated audience. Well, John came on, and all of a sudden my phone started lighting up. I had him on again, and the public response was incredible. People were obviously hungry for this sort of information. And it occurred to me that this seems to touch something with the public pulse. And the more I did on it, the more response I got from the public, which also made it curious to me why other mainstream journalists would not take a fair look at it, because, after all, ratings are part of the business.
Oh, there's no question about it. But you're also right. It really touches something in the public, and this is something I've observed doing shows on it over the years, George. There is more interest in this than I think the average person can imagine. Surely the anchors who laugh it off as the final story, generally in a newscast, if there's something to be said, I don't think they understand how much real interest, significant interest, mainstream interest there is out there.
No, they wouldn't unless they did something serious on it, because, I travel around all over the world, and there is an innate sense among regular people everywhere that this is real. Now, they don't fully understand what it is, but they know something's going on. Something's going on with the planet. There's some kind of other intelligence that's interacting with us. It's almost a subconscious kind of an understanding. And people in the eye, the public eye, the news anchors who scoff, they're going to have to get the message sooner or later, because it's real, it's out there, and regular people all over the world know it.
How much damage, George, was there to your mainstream journalistic career, in your opinion, when you began doing this? Certainly just prior to, and definitely after Best Evidence, your name became connected with the UFO phenomenon. And how did that affect your career?
Well, I guess there was quite a bit of damage. In one sense, it damaged me with my colleagues who, and I've talked to Linda Howe about this before as well. You can do all the stories in the world about organized crime and corruption and things like that, and win this award and get this person fired and do whatever. But when you tackle something like this, suddenly you're not the same person anymore, and it's hard to figure out why. With my colleagues, I think there was a lot of damage. But with the people that counted, the viewing audience, the general public, it was a big plus. There were a lot of snide comments made in the newspapers here in Las Vegas. Those are still going on. I know. I can do a couple of editorial cartoons that are very funny, and that's part of the territory, and I don't mind it. Some of the shots have been really nasty. The RJ had disabled the grand umbrella of cosmic technology at one point. So I had done a series of stories about alien abduction. We're careful to say, isn't necessarily as yet true, but it's true that it's something that, of course, I was saying that's necessarily not have to believe it. I had problems with that attitude when I was just going to the lab and I was seeing the nasty stuff that I was experiencing in the air, and understanding about everything in the UFO sphere. Absolutely. Let me quickly ID the station, George. We'll be right back. Good evening, everybody. You're listening to Area 2000.
From Jackie Gons Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
Good evening from Las Vegas. We will, in a bit, have the lines open. You'll be able to ask George Knapp a question. He's a man who has, in a way, sacrificed a mainstream career to begin looking into something that all of you, I know, find fascinating, the world of UFOs. And toward that end, George, are you still there? Good. With all of the investigation you've done, from then when you began until now, are you, and I ask everybody this, are you convinced, absolutely convinced, that we are being visited?
Yes. I would have to say yes. I don't understand the cosmic implications of it. I think Linda has a much better grasp on that. There are certainly people who are much deeper thinkers than I am in terms of what these beings are, or where they're from, or why they could be here. But there definitely is an interaction. There's an intelligence. I don't understand the big picture. As a reporter, I'm more interested in the government's response to the phenomenon than the phenomenon itself. But it, in my mind, is definitely real.
In your mind, George, is it benign or malevolent?
I would have to say benign. Perhaps even the technology demonstrated is too powerful. If it was going to be benevolent, they could certainly help us. If they were going to be malevolent, they could certainly hurt us, and it doesn't appear that they've been willing to do either. They seem to be, whatever it is, they seem to be more interested in helping themselves to something that we have that they need, and that's the best nutshell I can put it in.
All right. Let's back up a little bit. Really, you're the fellow who broke the whole Lazar business. Bob Lazar has been a hot topic and still is. His story, you've had a lot of time to digest it, plenty of time to talk to Bob Lazar and look into his story. What have you concluded?
Well, I think Bob is telling the truth. Now, whether that is absolute truth, that everything that he said he saw is real and true and out there, I don't know. I mean, even Bob will admit that there were some games played with his mind by these people, that the folks who are running this program are experts in disinformation, that they may have ulterior motives in dealing with it. But I know that the story that Bob told me the first time I met him is the same story he's telling today. A lot of it checks out. Now, there are gaps. There's no question about it. Things which cannot be documented. There are things in his story which do not make sense. But there is too much information, too much circumstantial, too much corroborative information about what he has said that checks out to simply dismiss it. I guess the fun thing, the cool thing to say in UFO circles these days is that it's all some sort of a disinformation plot, and a lot of people believe that Bob is part of that plot. I can tell you flat out, categorically, that is not the case. Bob may have been used to some extent, but I believe that he is telling the truth about what he saw out there. That's basically the bottom line.
How are the publications, the various UFO publications, treating the Lazar story?
Poorly. In general, it's like I said, it got cool to say it's all disinformation. There was one very prominent UFO publication that sent some people out to the Rachel get-together a couple of months ago, and the article generally focused on Bob, the fact that he drove up in a Corvette and that he was wearing a white turtleneck and he had his latest female flame on his arm and he had a Hollywood hairdo, those sorts of things. Of course, the mainstream press has been even nastier. It's amazing to me. After we did our stories, the series in 1989, everyone took pot shots at it, but none of the other media here in Nevada were willing to send a reporter 80 miles up the road to check this stuff out. Now, this is a heck of a big story. It's a heck of a big story if it's true. It's a very interesting story if it's not true.
That just plain doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense, especially the RJ, which has been the most vehement critic about this stuff. The first time I ever heard or read the rumors about alien technology at Area 51, it was reported just as that, a rumor in an RJ story about the military land seizure around Groom Lake. It's interesting to me that they felt it was sufficiently interesting to throw it into a story, that there's a rumor about alien technology, but didn't find it sufficiently interesting to actually assign a reporter to it and check it out.
Well, that just doesn't make sense. As you know, I live out there where you are at the moment, and I had my own little sighting, fairly serious sighting, George, and the newspaper in Pahrump, Nevada printed a story the week after I had my sighting talking about a classified C-130 mission. I couldn't believe it. A C-130 is insulting. This gigantic triangular thing floated slowly and silently above me, and they try to tell me it's a C-130. Is that typical?
Certainly is. I remember the story about the flight of a Japan Airlines flight between Japan and Alaska. These pilots watched this gigantic walnut-shaped object, twice the size of a battleship, follow their plane. Right. This thing was picked up on airborne radar. It was picked up on ground radar. The pilots themselves saw this thing and followed them for a long period of time.
They later denied the radar, didn't they?
Well, I think so, but there are all kinds of pressures can be brought to bear on it. They tried to say that it was planet Venus right off the bat before Jupiter.
Jupiter?
Planet Jupiter, twice the size of a battleship. Well, that's insulting to the pilots, That's insulting to anyone's common sense that Jupiter does not look like a giant flying walnut. That kind of stuff goes on all the time.
Yeah, after I read this article in the paper that a lady was kind enough to send me, I just was flat angry. My whole face flushed. I was so angry I couldn't believe it.
Well, whoever is on the other side is very good. I subscribe to something. There's a little bulletin called the Secrecy in Government Bulletin that comes out. It's published by the Federation of American Scientists, and they don't deal with the UFO topic so much, but they do deal with all kinds of government secrecy issues. And one of the things their most recent issue dealt with was this Star Wars production where the Air Force takes these trusts for Star Wars to get further funding. As part of the article, they talk about special access programs. They have actual written rules written regulations that specify what can and cannot be done in disinformation campaigns.
No kidding.
Stories.
No kidding.
Yeah.
You don't happen to have copies of those?
I certainly do.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
There's another one I would like to see. And speaking of things I would like to see, tell the audience, again, if you would please, about a picture that you had possession of for a while here.
Let me set it up this way, is that Bob Lazar, for those who don't know, had said that he worked at an area on the designated S4 on the Papoose dry lake bed, which is just a few miles south of the Groom dry lake bed. He said that there were hangars built into the side of the mountain adjacent to this dry lake bed, that inside these hangars were alien saucers, discs, one of which he saw fly.
9 of them, I believe.
9 of them. And Bob is a pretty bright guy. He says that the physics involved in the propulsion system is not of Earth origin. And it's been one heck of a struggle to try to prove that what Bob is saying is true. And I can tell you this, 2 people that I know with high-level security clearances have been to the Papoose area in the last 3 months, and both say that they flew over this area. There are no hangars, there are no saucers, there are no indications there has ever been anything there. If what Bob is saying is true.
Is that still restricted airspace?
It is restricted airspace. That the whole area, Area 51, Groom Lake, Papoose, very highly restricted.
So they took their chances then.
Yeah, the Nellis pilots refer to it as the box, because if you fly into that area, your butt is in trouble. Anyway, it's been difficult to prove that there was anything ever going on there. One of my sources who was out there was told there's never been any programs at Papoose, and in fact that the dry lake bed was still so contaminated from radioactive tests years ago that nothing could go on there, which is just an absolute pack of baloney. There aren't that many hot spots still out at the Nevada test site, and I now have documentation to prove that. Anyway, a company in California associated with a movie studio that wants to produce a story about Bob Lazar's life and experiences at Papoose sprung for Soviet satellite photos, and they went back to 1988, bought this photo at a fairly exorbitant price to zero in on the Papoose Lake area to see what they could see. The photo that I was shown shows it's a flying saucer, Art. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. It's a big, fat flying saucer caught in the air flying over Papoose Lake.
That is
being analyzed by some folks who formerly worked for NASA.
Yep.
I'm told that additional analysis is being done on the photos. Additional photos are trying to be obtained, and that not only this disc is caught in the air, but that there are roads leading into the area where Bob Lazar said hangars were, that black buses are parked outside, and what it would suggest is Bob was telling the truth, and somebody has destroyed the hangars, moved the equipment, and tried to cover it up.
George, I've heard a lot about photographic analysis. I've had some experts say that in this day of digital technology, just about anything can be faked. How well do you suppose are they going to be able to nail down the authenticity of this photograph?
Well, the people who I've been told are working on this are just about as good as you get. And if it's a fake, they should be able to tell it, because, again, there's a company that bought the photos. It's other people, independent people, and I'll see if
So the origin of the photos is well known. They're Russian, and I guess the Russians sell just about anything these days.
That's exactly right, and I suspect that if the photos had been touched up and somebody wanted to prove that, it's a very simple matter, because I know the date of the photo was taken, and anybody could go to the Russians if they want to pony up the bucks and get their own copy and see if it was phony. It's interesting to note also, Art, that...
Do you know the satellite that took them? Because that might be another way to confirm, George. You could literally, if you have the name of the satellite, the Russian satellite that took the photograph, you could look at orbital tracks and determine that on that day and that time it was in that area.
It is known to the people who bought the photo. I don't know it offhand, but yes, it is known. So that would be another good way to check. It's interesting also that the Russians were taking regular photos of that area out there on an ongoing basis before May of 1989. They'd do 1 a month, 2 a month, something like that. After May of 1989, all of a sudden, the Russians started taking photos like crazy. Now, along with the photos, they will give you a list of all the photos that they have, all the times and dates of when they took snapshots of that area. And before May of 1989, they'd take one or two here and there. After May of 1989, they were taking them basically every day. What happened in May of 1989 is that was Bob Lazar's first appearance on KLAS TV. It could be a coincidence, maybe not.
Maybe they saw that technology flying about and threw up their hands and said, "That's it, we quit."
Oh, it could be, but Bob had suggested that the Russians were in on that program at one point. That some kind of a discovery was made at some point, at least that's what he had been told, and the Russians were booted out. So,
wow.
That is.
Well, of course, we had Ronald Reagan back at that point saying that we were going to share Star Wars technology with them. Do you recall?
I certainly do. That was his vision for it. There are a lot of interesting connections to the Star Wars program. Bob had said he'd been told that money was being funneled out of that program in order to fund the saucer research. I learned a lot in Russia about a connection with the Star Wars program over there as well, and we can get into that perhaps a little bit later.
All right. What about the whole aspect of government cover-up? You say you're sure they are here. That means surely that our government knows. Perhaps they're playing about with some of the technology. I can imagine that which I saw out there could have used that sort of technology. I can't imagine what else would have done it. At any rate, so the government knows. They've been keeping it secret all this time. This is a standard government cover-up question, George. How can they keep it secret?
Well, it's as Linda Howe has said to me in interviews, you have to have a context in which to view this story. People talk, documents leak, books are written, but unless you have the proper context to evaluate it, it doesn't mean anything in a person's day-to-day life. This is a non-secret secret. I mean, enough people have talked about it. There's enough information out there. For example, a journalist like myself who wants to take the time to look at it can't help but come away persuaded that this is really going on, that there really is a cover-up of it.
Yeah, but isn't it a little like the Kennedy conspiracy in the sense that there actually is so much that's been said about it, so much that if the truth suddenly came out, if George Knapp had the truth in his hand and he came out and had a big press conference and told the world, it would be just one more theory on the pile of theories. It would be lost.
That's exactly true. And, when we did the documentary, the Best Evidence, and the series, actually, that led to the documentary, it sort of brought things home for the local audience in a way that I don't think, like, for example, a national expose could do. People see this stuff on television all the time. They see the X-Files, they see Unsolved Mysteries, right. And they tend to, I think, equate some of these kinds of revelations with the movie of the week. Well, that's very interesting, and then go back to wait up for Letterman or something. The fact that they saw this on local news with personalities and reporters involved who were known to them, who had been in their living rooms and that they knew lived among them, sort of made a difference. And that I think that had a lot to deal with why that program had such an impact here.
That program, George, should have been national. Did you make any attempt, or did anybody ever approach you about that?
I had several inquiries from producers that wanted to go national. I talked to CBS for a while. They had seen the Lazar material, were astounded. They were in our conversation that they didn't know whether to give it to 60 Minutes or the Evening News, and then nothing happened. Nothing happened. I know that there have been a lot of inquiries from the tabloid-type shows.
I was going to suggest Fox. It seems to me that's something they might like.
Well, yeah, it's entirely possible. I think a lot of the material in that is I don't want to say passé. It's still interesting, but so much has gone under the bridge since then, and so much has changed, and so much new information has come to light that...
All right, that brings us to the new information, and I know that you're working on something very serious right now. What are you doing?
Well, I work for the company called Altamira, and they've basically given me the green light to produce what I hope will be the most comprehensive series of these UFO documentaries ever done. I mean, soup to nuts, beginning with an overview of the whole phenomenon, all the different aspects of it, zeroing in on the cover-up issue in a more comprehensive way than's ever been done anywhere. Abductions would be its own separate topic, the crop circles, the whole ball of wax, all in one big series.
How long will it be?
Oh, I've outlined 10 programs already.
How long is each one?
Approximately an hour to an hour and a half.
Oh, this is significant.
We are currently editing the third of those programs, and I think it's about the best stuff I've ever done on this topic, and maybe on anything, because it's important. It's important to put it in a format that people will take seriously. We poke fun at some of the aspects of it as well, and I think that's only natural. I'm really jazzed about this. We've been working really hard. We've been traveling all over, have interviews with basically all of the knowledgeable people in this field, try to separate the wheat from the chaff. We're leaving out some of the crazies, the zanies, the conspiracy buffs, and the zealots, and getting down to the heart of the matter.
What are your intentions for this series? Where would you like to see it?
We're looking at going directly to home video. We're going to market it on television, and as well as through a couple of other venues, but mainly through television. We're constructing the programs in a way that if there was broadcast interest, and there already has been some, it wouldn't be hard to put it into that sort of a format. But mainly it's to go directly into the homes, because I think it's the kind of thing that people should have in their homes. It's that important. It shouldn't be the kind of thing that you switch the channel and then you don't think about it anymore. And then the things are so packed, like your show, Art. I mean, it's so packed, you got to kind of listen to it more than once.
Sure.
That's all.
All right, let's cover a few aspects of this larger phenomenon. One that I know that you know a lot about, and I want to ask you about, is remote viewing. Almost everybody that I talk to keeps touching on this remote viewing thing. And I know that you've investigated this a little bit. It's a little off topic, but I want my audience to understand what remote viewing is and what you know about it.
Well, I guess we would have called it basically psychic research years ago. All of a sudden, the remote viewing term started coming into popular use a few years ago. My own interest in it was really piqued with the trip to Russia. Like I said, I'm more of a nuts and bolts guy. Show me a document, show me a witness, that sort of a thing. Show me a craft, and tried to stay away from more of the esoteric topics, channeling, automatic writing, those things, because I didn't always see the direct connection to UFOs until this Russia trip. We dealt with a general over there who reports directly to the Russian equivalent of Colin Powell. His boss is the #1 guy in the Russian Ministry of Defense, and he runs a program that, for want of a better term, it deals with remote viewing. He prefers the term enhanced human potential. It's kind of a roundabout way until it gets hooked up to UFOs, but he, in essence, teaches regular people and says everyone has this ability to some extent, teaches regular people to tap into a universal consciousness. Call it the Force if you want, if you're a fan of George Lucas. But tapping into this thing, you get into contact with, he claims, and his disciples claim on a regular basis, some sort of alien intelligence. You also enhance your own intelligence and human abilities. I saw training films used by the Russian Ministry of Defense, by the Russian military, by Russia's KGB and police agencies in which these techniques are applied, and it'll just knock your socks off. For example, they would take some Navy cadets down into the bottom of a ship. They'd leave them there for a couple of days, no windows, bring them up to a map room, and then say, locate all the targets located within 50 miles of here, and they would do it with 70% accuracy.
Wow.
Would take Air Force cadets, put them in a plane, fly them over these fields where targets are camouflaged, and say, find the targets and tell us what's under the camouflage. They would put them in a room and have them target practice with handguns, things of that nature, turn off all the lights, and then let them still be getting the target.
Okay, I had no idea, George, that there was a connection to an alien intelligence at all. I'd never heard that with remote viewing.
Oh, that's what they're saying. That's what the Russians saying, and in that as part of this enhanced human conscious capability, you tap into this universal consciousness that other beings are tapped into as well. Now, some of it gets very, very strange, and I have trouble in dealing with some of it, but I had to keep reminding myself just who I am dealing with here. This is a top Russian general who reports directly to the top of their military. They take it seriously. They're training their troops and officers with these techniques, and it was just flat amazing. Now, we have a program like that as well that is not this far along. I know this because the man who, in essence, oversees its budget is a friend of mine and is an important contact of mine. He's also somebody that's very interested in UFOs. The remote viewers that we have employed by the United States government working on Pentagon programs have also encountered alien beings, have had communications with alien beings, and other kind of entities as well. They have also had the same kind of enhanced human capabilities where they can project their consciousness around the world and peek into people's mouths. They can read minds and check on first sources.
That's incredible, dude. You know what? This ability that some people seem to have isn't very hard for me to believe. I've never had a hard time with that. I've always thought the brain has more capacity than we know about. But now this connection that you're talking about is absolutely incredible. And I wonder if it might be true that the condition that you put yourself in to be able to remotely view is the same condition that opens you to the possibility of this contact.
Yeah, I suppose so. I know there is a physical regimen involved in this. They want, the Russians at least don't want their subjects to eat meat, but apparently once you get involved in this training, you don't want to eat meat anyway. There's no alcohol, no cigarettes, no drugs of any sort can be consumed. But I guess after you're into it for a while, you don't want to do any of that stuff anyway. I know that the difference between the American program and the Russian program is the Americans are dealing with people who already had demonstrated psychic ability, whereas the Russians specifically went out and found average people who had no such experiences, or at least none they'd ever demonstrated before. In essence, they want to prove that it's possible for everyone to do it. And I'll tell you this, when we got back from Russia, I told my friend in Washington about my Russian contacts. He knew that the program existed but had no access to it. We set up a meeting between Washington and the friends in Moscow, and now they have reached an agreement to have joint research on this program, so that the Russians can share with us what we know, and we can share with them what you got there.
Yeah, I do. I note that the Russians, since the end of communism, have gone kind of bonkers on this kind of thing, and I think on their, just before their evening newscast every night, they have a faith healer that comes on. Did you see a lot of that kind of thing? Is there much of it going on, as has been reported?
Well, there is a lot of it, but you've got to realize what they're coming out of. You know, some of the ultimate debunkers over here in America have already been setting themselves up so they can dismiss anything that comes out of Russia by saying, well, those Russians are crazy. They're all into psychic stuff and ghosts, and you can't believe anything they say. You believe them less than you believe the Americans.
What do you have to say about the Amazing Randy? Is that his name, the Amazing Randy, or whatever he is? He's a debunker, isn't he? He did a documentary that came on CBS. I don't know what he's called, in which he wrote this and that, and he actually went to Russia and debunked a bunch of Russians who were claiming remote viewing capability, and I think there was one Russian who claimed that he could raise the blood pressure or heartbeat of an individual or change that individual's brain waves. And as I watched that, I thought, it is pretty simple to debunk. It's easier to debunk, it seems to me, than to do almost anything else.
Well, that's true. And it's sad, like I said, that these people would be blanketly dismissing anything that might come out of Russia before they even know what it is. But that's exactly what they're doing. It's too bad that they have stolen the word skeptics and skepticism, because it means a lot, something much different from how it's been twisted. It's not that just you don't believe. They refuse to believe, and it doesn't matter what evidence you can show them.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me quickly, we don't have a lot of time before the top of the hour. I want to jump to abductions, because a lot of the guests that I've had on the program have said, we know the UFOs are there. There are so many reports that it's almost not even interesting unless one, wants to land on the White House lawn or something. Otherwise, I think they say it's established. They're here. What we're now interested in are these abductions, and they are probably the best thing to look at for proof. Would you agree with that?
Oh, I think that's where the phenomenon is heading, in dealing with people like Bud Hopkins and Linda and Dr. John Mack of Harvard. That seems to be where it is heading. It seems like this other intelligence, whatever it is, wherever it's from, keeps raising the stakes. Used to be just lights in the sky, and then it was craft, and then craft that landed, and then humanoid-like features, and all of a sudden we started having interaction reported on sporadic basis, like Betty and Barney Hill. Now the stakes have been up. This is happening to a lot of people who are not making this stuff up, a lot of people who who really are physically missing, who have physical indications that something really happened to them, whose lives are messed up by what happens to them, and who tell their stories at great personal risk. I really do believe that is where the phenomenon is heading. It's not our choice. It's the choice of whoever's on the other side calling the shot.
You produced the documentary 12 Best Evidence. Now, in 1993, if you had to say what you thought the best evidence was, which you can do, what would you think? What is the best evidence right now? Let me think about it. Come back to that question. Let me think about it. All right, because I know you've looked at an awful lot of evidence.
I'm going to have to think about it before I boil it down.
I wonder, for example, if it's your current baby, these pictures of the discs at the...
I don't know, because until I get my own independent evaluation of the pictures, I would be reluctant to say that. I hope that turns out to be, but I suspect that as you suggested when we first started talking about these, is that with such incredible technology these days to do this and that with graphics and computer technology, that I'm not sure any picture of any nature would convince people that it's true.
Hypnotic regression as a tool.
I think it's very valuable. A couple of points that Bud always makes is, 25 to 30% of the cases he deals with, these people remember this information without hypnotic regression. Obviously, there have been abuses over the years, but I've sat in on a couple of these sessions. John Carpenter came out to Nevada at our behest several months ago and did some work with a Nevada family that's been going through absolute hell with some kind of an alien presence for a long time. Yeah. I watched his technique, and although the critics will say that hypnotists, hypnotherapists lead the witnesses to certain conclusions, it is completely the opposite of what Carpenter did. He would, for example, use questions about assuming that it's a disc-shaped craft. He would ask the people, look around in the corners, tell me what you see in the corners as they're under hypnosis. Well, that the genuine confabulation incident, if somebody was making this stuff up in their head, they would make something up that they would see in the corner. The UFO abductee who is in a disc-shaped craft gets a puzzled look on their face, looks around, and can't see any corners. That sort of a thing. Every step that he took, at least in the sessions that I sat in, led the witnesses away from the standard scenario of an abduction as opposed to leading them toward it.
And I suppose the mainstream journalist in you looks very carefully for exactly that sort of thing.
Well, absolutely. You don't want to be part of a story that's going to turn out to be bogus and blow up in your face. I mean, the key is, for people like you and Linda and others, is personal credibility. Exactly. Once you blow it, it's gone.
That's a fact. George, we're up to a newscast here at the top of the hour, so relax for 5 minutes. We'll come back and open the lines, all right?
Okay.
All right, stay right there. If you want to start stacking up on the lines for George Knapp, this will be your opportunity. We'll get the numbers out as soon as we come back from the news. This is Area 2000. Good evening. Welcome back to Area 2000. I'm Art Bell. My guest is George Knapp. Most of you know him. Those that don't will soon. He is a journalist. He's a reporter on this program on a weekly basis. And he's respected throughout the entire UFO community. If you would like to speak with George Knapp, this is going to be your opportunity. Let me give you the relevant telephone numbers. In the metropolitan area of Las Vegas, the magic number is 383-8255. 383-8255. Outside the state, toll free. It's 1-800-338-8255. 1-800-338-8255. Then we have the wild card lines at area code 702-385-7214, 7214. And then finally, first-time callers at area code 702-385-7213, 7213. And now, back to George Knapp. George? Good. One last area, and then we'll take phone calls. And the last area I want to cover with you is crop circles. How much connection. I asked Linda, of course, about this with respect to crop circles and the animal mutilations. We might as well try and cover both. There seems to be more of a connection to the UFOs than not. Is that an opinion you share, or what is your thinking in this area?
Yes, it is an opinion I share. I mean, there's far too many witnesses who have seen anomalous aerial phenomena in association with the formation of these things. In addition, the kinds of changes that are occurring in the plants and in the soil are things that I'm not quite sure we have the technology to do. I also know from speaking with other researchers who are far more involved with this topic than I am, at least as far as the crop circles go, that there is intense government intelligence agency interest in this subject. Several of these researchers have been approached, have been offered bribes, have been threatened, in essence, by people who want to be able to control the flow of information about the crop circles. It seems like whatever intelligence is behind this phenomenon is sending a message that can't be easily brushed away by government intelligence agencies. They're trying to send a message. I don't think we understand exactly what it is yet. Perhaps it's at some sort of a subconscious level that can't be swept away like a document can or a witness can. It'd be like trying to sweep away the Crab Nebula.
All right. It's been a long time since I think you've been directly in contact with the public. Are you ready?
Sure.
All right, let's do it. Lots of calls. Wild Card Line 3, good evening. You're on the air with George Knapp.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. You're on the air. Go ahead.
George, when I was a kid driving back from Florida in Georgia.
There's something wrong with your phone line, sir. It's got a big hum on it. Oh, that's better.
Better now?
Yeah, that's better. Go ahead again, please.
Driving back from Florida in Georgia, we stopped in a gas station and went to sleep. We woke up, there was a light, like daylight all around, so we jumped up and we just got out of there. Now, going back to New York, we almost got killed twice. Once we're going up on the Jersey Turnpike for no apparent reason. We were on the side going up when cars were coming down. And we switched, I don't know how we switched over, how we even got there. And then coming in from Arizona one time with me, my wife, and my children with two cars, they just went dead at a certain point. And in the background on the mountains, we see some, strange-shaped objects, and no other cars came by. It's a funny situation. I just can't understand it.
Well, it sounds very familiar with a lot of the cases that people like Bud Hopkins have been digging up. What you are describing sounds very close to a missing time experience where one minute you're somewhere and the next minute you're somewhere else. A lot of times these happen in cars where people suddenly find themselves at their destination either really late or really early and don't remember how they got there. Also, what you're describing is, more than one experience, which, as we're learning more about this phenomenon, seems to be how it goes. It's not chance encounters that people have. People are followed. Families are followed, often for generations, by whatever intelligence we're dealing with. I sympathize with the weirdness of your experience. The only consolation I can give you is that there are a lot of other people who've gone through the same thing.
Oh, well, it really don't bother me what happens. I'm starting to think about this New World Order and all.
Uh-huh.
I think that, I'm starting to think that maybe they're trying to change our mind in order for these people to take over the universe and do a rule out of time, because they got plenty of time. It don't mean nothing. It may not happen.
All right, sir. Where are you calling from?
Las Vegas.
Las Vegas. All right, thank you. George, there are a number of UFO researchers, and I won't name them, who seem to have almost branched out from the UFO phenomenon, perhaps through the cover-up aspect of it, into the New World Order business. Why are they making that connection?
Well, I'll put it this way. I try to keep an open mind on just about everything. I don't want to shove something out just because it sounds weird. Why they make the connection in a lot of cases is because they're profiteers or because they're right-wing fanatical types who are trying to draw attention to themselves, or they have a religious agenda that they want to pursue, or they just want attention. I have seen no compelling evidence of any kind of a New World Order threat. I'm open to it if someone's got it. The Trilateralists and the Council of Foreign Relations and the Bilderbergers and the Illuminati and the Jason Society, and you've got any number of of conspiracy theories. Some, at least a few of these researchers have tried to tie them into, the mother of all conspiracy theories, and they're all involved with the aliens. I just don't see a compelling case for that. Now, there may be some other political agenda that's going on. I certainly believe that there is collaboration between certain governments on a UFO cover-up, but I don't see any plot to have the New World Order, the One World Government, to put us all in concentration camps, and I certainly don't see any evidence that we've got secret treaties with aliens. There may have been communication at some point. I find that entirely possible, but aliens, if that's what you want to call them, don't need our permission, for example, to go ahead and abduct people, because we couldn't stop them if they wanted to.
All right.
As some people have surmised.
All right. Good evening. You're on the air with George Knapp from Jackie Gons Plaza Hotel. Where are you calling from, please?
San Diego.
San Diego. Okay, go ahead.
How can you get a non-believer to become a believer?
Well, that's a tough one. I think it has to be a relatively slow process. You don't try to convert them like you would convert someone religiously. You just show them some of the best information. I would start with, there's a couple of books. Any of the books by Jacques Vallée. Timothy Good's book, Above Top Secret, is a good place to start, and let them delve into it themselves. I mean, people have to reach this conclusion on their own. I think most people would reach the same conclusion that I've reached if they take the time to do it, but it's not something that happens overnight.
By the way, where does your career go from here? When you're finished producing this long series that you're now doing, what do you see ahead for George Knapp?
That's a good question, Art, and it's a scary question, and I'm not quite sure. I mean, I'd like to see this out until the final resolution to this question is reached. Whether or not that's going to happen in my lifetime, I don't know. It could happen next week, and then I'd be looking for something else to do. But I have a lot of different kinds of interests. This just happens to be the dominant interest at the moment.
Understood. I frequently ask my guests this, and I will ask it of you because it's such a good question. If you had conclusive, incontrovertible evidence that they are here, and you could prove it, I mean, you just could go on television and lay it out and prove it, would you do it?
I don't think there's any question I would do it. I mean, I have had those same kind of soul-searching sessions. I've had those conversations with other researchers. I've actually gone back and forth on it occasionally because you realize that the world is going to be very different. There are going to be profound effects. I'm not sure people would panic in the street, but there would be some who would panic. There would be profound economic effects. It would have a dramatic impact on the world as we know it. But it goes back to Ned Day, Art. You know, what Ned Day had taught me. He said the journalist credo, the ethical imperative is, get the story, get it right, and tell it no matter who it helps or who it hurts. When journalists start employing self-censorship, then they're not doing what they're paid to do.
But are there not, George, occasionally times, I mean, if you had this evidence and the government came to you and said, look, we know you're about to blow this, but listen, here are the reasons why you shouldn't, and laid out some, no doubt, national security matters, or laid out several studies to you that would show that psychologically the American public would not be ready for it and it would cause great social disruption. Would it stop you? I guess it would.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to say absolutely because there are a few absolutes in life. I guess that they would have to take an offer. You have to remember dealing with the government. Well, they don't have a whole heck of a lot of credibility with me or with a lot of other people to begin with. It would have to be an awfully persuasive case. And I would not say absolutely that I would not go along with it, though. No.
All right. Line one, good evening. You're on the air with George Knapp.
Yes, this is very interesting tonight. A couple of things. With abductions that are going on, it reminds me of what we do with research, with animal research. And
in what sense?
In what sense? The same way as I was watching a thing on television the other day where they were working with gorillas and stuff like this, and with blinds, and going in and taking samples and doing stuff like this, and it might be the same way that they're just doing zoological research on us as another entity. But the other part was you were talking about remote viewing. What do you know about this guy by the name of Al Bielek that was talking about a lot of the same things that you're talking about.
Oh, yes. All right, sir. Thank you. Al Bielek and the Philadelphia experiment.
No, I know of Al Bielek. I've come close to meeting him a couple of times. I don't know, a great deal about the Philadelphia experiment or the Montauk Project. I've just tangential information. I think it's an interesting topic, and it certainly has a UFO connection. But if you're asking me, is Al Bielek a credible guy? I have no indication of otherwise. Whether or not the Montauk Project is real or the Philadelphia experiment really happened, I really would be reluctant to say. As far as the abduction question, the comparison to animal research, that's a fair comparison because what a lot of the abductees are reporting is, the taking of physical samples, scoops of flesh, sperm and ovum samples, and that's the sort of thing that we do with less intelligent species. But after speaking to folks like David Jacobson, Bud Hopkins, and John Mack, it seems to be something else that they're looking for, some sort of an interaction with our species, something that we have that they can't duplicate in the laboratory. And a lot of people, John Carpenter included, have suggested it has something to do with the human soul. The abductees, a lot of them that are reporting having hybrid.
George, that's something that John Lear's been talking about for some time.
The soul?
Yeah. Yes.
I think John has picked up tidbits here and there from Bob Lazar and others, and maybe has gone his own way with it. But the discussion of the interest in the soul is not only new with John. It's Whitley Strieber has suggested that he felt the visitors were interested in the soul. Dr. John Mack has said something similar, that we have something that they need, and they want some sort of an ongoing relationship. Perhaps even they're hoping that if we're going to kill ourselves, blow ourselves up, or poison our planet, that something human or humanoid, human-like, will survive.
George, we touched on Al Bielek, and that's a kind of almost a time travel story, and it's been a personal fascination for me, the possibility of time travel. Is anybody working on time travel that you know of?
I am right now reading a fascinating book by a guy named Mark Davenport. It's called Visitors from Time, The Secrets of the UFOs, in which this guy analyzes UFO sightings, UFO phenomenon over the years, and it's a very persuasive case that the technology being exhibited by these craft is a time travel technology as opposed to just what we would call a propulsion system. That's also fairly consistent with what Bob Lazar has said, that part of the research that was going on out there was dealing with time travel.
All right, I interviewed John Lear not long ago, and Bob Lazar also came on the program, on my syndicated program. And a lot of people seem to think, or there is a rumor going about, that Bob Lazar might be working on some sort of time travel apparatus. And I asked Bob, and he said, no, I'm not. I said, well, Bob, if you were, would you tell me? And he paused for a long moment and said, no.
Well, that's typical classic Bob. I talk to Bob on a fairly regular basis, and I think I probably would have caught some wind of if he was working on a time machine of some sort. I think he may have learned enough to where he might be able to work on something like that in the future. Learned enough, in other words, from his experiences at S4, but to my knowledge, he's not doing that now. This book, anyway, by Mark Davenport, it's really a persuasive case that what the technology being exhibited is time travel, and
he might be an interesting guest.
That's a good idea. Well, maybe Angela Thompson and I can try to set that up.
All right, mention it to Angela, please. Good evening on the Wildcard Line 2, I guess it is. You're on the air with George Knapp.
Yes, good evening, Art, and good evening, Mr. Knapp.
Good evening.
I'm very reluctant to undergo hypnosis, but I had an occurrence which has terminated recurring dreams, and I would willingly undergo it to see if my interpretation was right. Was there ever, time will not permit my relating the entire thing, was there ever a colony here on Earth, in the accounts that you listen to upon occasion, which was abandoned, and there are descendants on the Earth here and now of that original colony from extraterrestrials, and that they are now returning and warning certain people of a coming catastrophe? Have you heard that at any time?
I've heard it again and again and again.
I am relieved to hear that.
Bud Hopkins refers to these kinds of apocalyptic visions as alien editorials. He's not entirely convinced that what the aliens are describing, or in many cases graphically illustrating to the abductees, is actually going to happen, as opposed to they're trying to give us a message that you better clean up your act. As for the ancient civilization, of course I've heard it. I wish I could answer your question about whether it's true or not, because it would answer a lot of the big theories that are still in my head. I just don't know.
Experience, the atmosphere is now hostile to them. And they'll be suited when they come back, but nothing like the cosmonaut or an astronaut or an underwater or anything like that.
Well, you know what we've been hearing, and I think what I discussed last week, Art, is that again and again there seems to be some kind of a growing sense of urgency as I travel around the country and speaking not only to researchers but just members of the general public. Abductees are getting messages. Regular people have got a real uneasy sense that something is happening. Clearly, there are changes occurring in our planet. The crop circles, people like Colin Andrews, who are doing research on that, feel that whatever
something or another. Thank you.
When I wanted further information, I assumed it was male that was communicating with me. Only the visor across the eyes, only a very narrow from temple to temple, seemed to be an energy emanating from them. That there was no time he had to communicate with others, and that was it. I'll hang up and listen to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That something, George, is imminent. Do you have that feeling, too? Do you have any sense of something around the corner?
It's hard to separate it because, I try to be the blank slate and listen to what people say and try to separate truth from fiction, but I keep hearing it over and over again from people whose opinions I really respect. So whether or not I feel it myself or whether I've just heard it so many times, I don't know. I'm reluctant to give too much credence to these predictions because, as you and I have spoken many times, you hear them over and over again, and it just doesn't seem like any of them come true. But
what about the proposition, George, that they're getting us ready for this information, that all these programs on television, and they're abundant these days about this sort of thing, are preparing us mentally?
Oh, I find that completely credible. I don't know. The human mind is trained to look for patterns in these sorts of things. Certainly over the last 40 years, our attitudes about aliens have changed a lot. Our attitudes about space travel have changed a lot. What we think is possible in terms of getting elsewhere. And certainly, the movies that used to show aliens here to eat us have changed. Now they're ETs, our space brethren. We've got mainstream shows on television now that clearly take the subject seriously. Anyone who's got a television has been exposed to this stuff again and again. I think if it is a program of conditioning, it has worked. And if it is not, it's had the same effect.
All right, let's keep going. From Jackie Gones Plaza Hotel, you're on the air with George Knapp. Good evening. Where are you calling from, please?
Rock, California.
All right, go right ahead.
George, on In Search Of, I was watching the crop circle section, and they said that they caught one being made. I think somebody should look into that. They said that they were researching the tape.
Well, I know that there have been a couple of times when they have seen these odd aerial things flying over the circles. Whether or not they've seen one actually made, I haven't seen that tape. I know I've seen video of.
Yeah, look into the crop circle segment that they have in Search Of, and toward the end there, they say that they caught one being made, and that they're analyzing the film footage.
Did they suggest what had made it?
And no, they didn't suggest because they didn't want to say anything until they knew for sure. Also, Art, you were asking earlier about what UFOs and the New World Government had in common.
Yes.
Well, this is just a theory. I don't know for sure, but supposedly a lot of people believe that Christ came from, since the Virgin Mary they think she was implanted and by an alien, and since the New World Government is supposed to be just before the recoming of Christ. So I think there's something there.
All right. I appreciate the call, sir. Thank you. So there is a connection, I suppose. And also, George, that kind of talk, that kind of discussion brings on a lot of anger. Boy, I'll tell you what. If you have some religious folk out there and they hear that, they just boil right over. And generally, you get it on the air, and believe me, I've had it.
Oh, some do, you know, but I've dealt with a lot of religious folks over the years, religious leaders. In fact, earlier this year I went to Nashville, Tennessee to help produce a series on UFOs, and I realized this is the Bible Belt here. I better find out where I might stand in terms of a nasty public reaction. So one of the first people I sought out was one of the primary leaders in the Baptist community in Nashville, and I laid it out to him. What if this is real? What if these aliens have been messing with us for a long time? And his attitude was refreshing in its simplicity. He said, well, if they're out there, you know, God created them too, and we have a message to give to them. In other words, he was ready to start converting them and having them sit in the pews next Sunday.
Well, presumably, though, if they are the ones who created us and God created them, that wouldn't be necessary.
Oh, I guess that's true. I also spoke to some folks in the Mormon community here in Nevada. Now, the Mormons are very conservative, as you know. The alien reality, they have no problem with it. In fact, much of their teaching suggests that we came from other planets. We were, in essence, seeded here. So I think the idea that people would panic, that religions would crumble, is probably exaggerated just on the basis of those kinds of conversations.
I know, but I'll tell you right now, George, if the saucer came down and they walked out and they weren't in front of the White House or some other relatively safe area, somebody would fill them full of lead.
Well, there's no doubt about that, because it's happened enough times already where people have shot at them, thrown rocks.
Exactly. Line 2, good evening. You're on the air with George Knapp.
Good evening, Art and George. Before I ask my question, I just want to say this, that Al Billig, in my opinion, is a total fraud, and he has created his own fantasy. Now, to the question. George, have you ever considered, or have you been approached to make a documentary on the Billy Meyer conduct case, and what is your opinion about the Meyer case?
I have never been approached to make a documentary on it. I did include a segment on the Billy Meyer case in the original UFOs, the Best Evidence. I'm intrigued by the case. I think I look at some of the photos that occurred at the latter stages of Meyer's experiences, and they look completely phony. I look at some of the photos that were taken in the beginning, some photos that are supported by multiple independent witnesses who said that they saw these things too, and I'm very intrigued. I suspect it's like a lot of other UFO cases. Billy Meyer might have been onto something, was getting some genuine information, had some genuine contact, started drawing attention, and drew the attention of intelligence agencies or others who wanted to discredit him. We heard over and over again this story about a model that was found in a barn. I don't know that anyone has actually ever seen that model, but you hear that story over and over again.
Well, those are the defectors from the group, and how can a one-armed man create all those 4 or 5 different variations of UFOs? Plus, he had, in those days, 8mm footage. I mean, the man is honest. Of course, the mud's going to fly in the UFO researcher's face when the time comes, because the Billy Meyer case is not going to go away, and eventually a worldwide distribution of this information will come forward.
All right, sir, thank you. So that is a case you find intriguing, George.
I do. I find it intriguing. Like I said, I think somebody got to him or infiltrated his camp. He had all kinds of people that were living with him and staying with him and acting like his disciples after a while. The attention may have gone to his head for a while. It's like anything else in this field, Art. Everything is controversial. There's almost nothing that even ufologists can agree on. You know, the Gulf Breeze case, tremendous photographs, a lot of corroborative evidence.
No question about it. George, hold on just one sec while I ID. You're listening to Area 2000 from Las Vegas. I'm Art Bell. My guest, George Knapp.
From Jackie Gons Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
Good evening. We're going right back to it. There's one local line that just popped open. That's it. That's all that's available. That number, of course, 383-8255-8255. George, good. All right, back to a lot of people here, George. Wildcard line 2, you're on the air with George Knapp. Good evening.
Hello, this is Minerva.
Minerva, where are you?
Eureka, California.
Eureka, all right.
I'd like to give you some information about a different kind of time traveling. This is mental time traveling. There's a new book published last year about Nostradamus predictions, which is quite good. Written by Maurice Lacasse, C-A-S-S-E. It's 1995. It's called Nostradamus, the Voice That Echoes Through Time. And he says the third Antichrist is Saddam Hussein. and he pinpoints a particular time that's of future interest, and that is March and April of 1996. And I'm an amateur study of astrology, so I looked that up, and it is very interesting.
All right. So a different kind of time. It's not all that different, really, because these there have been a number of things done on time travel that can actually be achieved with the mind. And it, again, is a fascinating area for me. George, do you have any comment on that?
It's just a little out of my area. Like I said, I try to keep an open mind about all of it, but it's just not something I've delved into to any extent.
All right. Line 3, good evening. You're on the air with George Knapp.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, Art?
Yes.
Hey, Art, I had two things. First of all, I just went and saw Al Bielek, and I spoke with him personally, and I feel like your last caller there.
You think he's fantasized it?
Well, yeah, he's got a good story, but he won't look you in the eye. You know, so.
Well, no, I don't know if that's fair. I listened to the man for several hours. I don't know whether you heard the show I did with him or not. But he was pretty convincing, pretty credible. I don't know what he's like in person.
That's where I had the problem. In other words, it was credible. Everything that
but there are people, who.
I'm not, I'm not the last say-so on anything. But the other thing I want to talk to you about is that I saw something 2 years ago down at the Salton Sea, and it was right where they have their bombing area down there. And we were out camping out there for about 4 or 5 days. And at nighttime, we saw these two objects go through the sky so slowly, and there was no sound of an engine or anything, and we could see like a lights on them. It appeared like there was some kind of windows or something, and I saw it first, and I pointed it out to these other friends that were camping, and we watched this thing for about 15 minutes, and there was just two of them, and they just went slowly across the sky, and they were close enough where there was no wind, so we should have been able to hear their engines or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that maybe that was something like what you saw. But
that's why I chuckled. It sounded a little like what I saw.
Yeah, and that's the only experience I've ever had with anything like that. But it's got a great show tonight.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you. There's just another report. There are so many of them, George. I wonder really, too, how many there are. We hear, people call a program like this where nobody's going to laugh at them. But I would think that the great majority of UFO reports, or even abductions or experiences of that sort, would be not reported.
I think the figure is 9 out of 10. It's an interesting dichotomy that even ufologists will admit that 9 out of 10 UFO sightings are probably misidentifications of explainable phenomenon. But it's also true that 9 out of 10 UFOs are never reported at all. And the simple fact is that there's no one to report them to. Of course, UFO organizations will take those reports, but the vast majority of people, even here in America, are not part of those organizations or wouldn't know how to contact one if they wanted to. Police agencies don't take the reports. The Air Force claims that it stopped in 1969 taking reports, so you can call your airport and they'll keep you on the line to find out if you're a nut, but they don't take down the information. So it's just, in essence, most of that information is lost forever.
All right, onward. Good evening. You're on the air with George Knapp. Where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling from St. Louis.
St. Louis, Missouri.
I am?
Yes, sir.
Just wondering how the Democrats, referring back to the election, how they got away with it.
I'll tell you what. I know what you're doing. You're listening to my syndicated program in St. Louis, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
All right. We are doing a different program on the air right now.
What would that be?
We'll be back. We're doing a program on UFOs. And we'll be back on the syndicated show live on Tuesday morning early.
All right.
All right?
UFOs.
Right.
Have nothing to contribute on that topic.
Well, in that case, good hearing from St. Louis anyway.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye. Line 1, good evening. You're on the air with George Knapp.
Yes, I was wondering if you could give me some information on, number 1, Project Blue Book, exactly what it is, how it pertains to the government, and number 2...
What it was.
What it was? No, I'm sorry, I didn't know they closed it.
Oh, yes.
And number 2, it's a case called something like the Mothman Prophecies. I think Keel reported on it.
George, do you know about that?
I do, a little bit. The first question, Blue Book, was the name of the third official at least publicly known study launched by the U.S. military into the UFO mystery, although study is probably not a good term to use for Blue Book. In essence, and everyone associated with it, including its first director, said that it was little more than a public relations exercise aimed at dismissing or explaining away UFO sightings. The first two projects which preceded Blue Book, Project Sign and Project Grudge, were a little bit different. Project Sign was conducted in total secrecy. It concluded that UFOs were real and probably extraterrestrial. That recommendation was rejected by the head of the Air Force. Project Grudge then concluded UFOs were studying. That was followed by Project Blue Book. In 1969, Project Blue Book ended when the military, in essence, announced that because of studies it had done, there appeared to be no threat from UFOs and that further study would be a waste of time. We also know for a fact, because of the Air Force's own internal documents, that there is an ongoing study that was even underway at the time of Project Blue Book. Any cases involving national security, like UFOs over ICBM bases, went somewhere else. That somewhere else is still unknown to us, but it's probably still going on in that way. As for the Mothman prophecies, I haven't read it. There's a guy named John Keel who wrote it. It's about some incredible experiences. I'm trying to remember the town, but it's a town back east, Virginia, West Virginia, somewhere like that, that was basically inundated with UFO sightings, with strange aerial phenomenon, with people reporting seeing humanoid-type figures with wings flying around. As I said, I have not read it. It certainly is well known in UFO circles, but that's about all I know about it.
How's that, caller?
All right, thank you. And let's hope Douglas Adams wasn't right about all that.
All right, thank you. And good evening. Out of state, you're on the air from Jackie Gons Plaza Hotel with George Knapp. Where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling from Riverside, California. Good evening, Mr. Bell and Mr. Knapp.
Good evening.
I want to just say thank you for having a show like this. I think more information should be brought out to the general public. And I have a question for Mr. Knapp. In all my readings and study that I've done on this subject, I probably started on the Betty and Barney Hill situation, or not abduction, but back in the 50s, and worked my way recently through about 25, 30 books in the last 2 years. However, the question is getting back to the human spirit and the soul. What I've gathered is that they've asked a lot of abductees that one of the things they admire about the human race is our individuality. Could you comment on that, Mr. Neff?
All right, yes, it's a good question. George, do these aliens have some sort of collective mentality?
It seems like it, and what's been described by the various witnesses, it's almost like a hive mentality. I'm not sure that, the aliens, what we perceive to be aliens, what's most commonly reported in America, at least, as the aliens are the real aliens. It's the bug-eyed, big-headed grays that are reported most often.
Right.
Almost in a lot of ways seem to be androids or some kind of machines that are directed by other intelligences, often humanoid-type intelligences that look just like us.
Perhaps a race of android-type creatures left in the area to keep track.
Sure, or to do the dirty work, to go down and collect the samples, to have the interaction. But the fact that there's a question about them being interested in individuality, what is the actual for interaction, for play. A lot of the abductees remember being asked to play with these other strange-looking hybrid beings because that's not something that these others seem to understand.
Well, that's fascinating.
The individuality point is exhibited in a lot of the stories told by the abductees. They obviously, we have something they don't.
All right. Wild card line 2, good evening. You're on the air with George Ness.
I'm calling from Reno.
Reno, yes, ma'am.
George?
Yes?
I've been wanting to say for quite a while how much I appreciate your reports each week and would really miss them if they weren't there. Linda's too. They're usually a guest on and we don't get a chance to thank you for your contribution.
Well, thank you.
You reported that on the day Israel and the PLO signed their papers, a Star of David appeared in a field. Has any testing of the grain been done on that particular formation?
Not to my knowledge, and that's my fault for not following it up. I'll make a note of that now and try to have some information on it for next week.
Oh, that'd be great.
Okay.
That could have been so easily man-made, but it would be interesting if it wasn't. And does anyone that you know of publish a comprehensive list of UFO-related conferences and events? I know we have one coming up in San Francisco and then one in April in Los Angeles.
Several publications. The MUFON UFO Journal keeps up with not only the conferences, always has a monthly list of them, but as well as pretty serious, incredible research that's going on in the field. UFO Magazine, published out of L.A., always keeps up with that stuff. They're very credible as well. There's a service called the UFO News Clipping Service that not only lists a lot of conferences, but also gives you news from around the world relating to UFOs and other related topics, but from newspapers all over the world reported in the mainstream press. I'd recommend any of those.
Where are they located?
Well, I don't have the addresses here. Perhaps, Art, you tell me, how do we arrange to get this lady this address?
Well, we might bring it to the program next week.
Okay.
All right. All right, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And just make a couple of notes, George, and we'll try to get that information out next week. All right. Good evening. You're on the air with George Knapp in Las Vegas.
Hello there.
Hi. Where are you from, sir?
I'm from the source, but I'm from Mount Shasta here right this moment.
All right.
I'd like to talk to George if he's aware of the disappearing, sure he's aware of the disappearing Mars observer craft.
Sure.
Oh, yes.
Are you aware of the sudden misoperation of NASA's photography equipment when he landed on the moon?
That doesn't ring a bell.
All right, but your first question, sir, is a good one. And, George, what do you hear? Everything is buzzing with rumors and thoughts and attempts to turn the Mars Explorer back on and all the rest of it. What do you hear about that? Is it your judgment that it's a simple malfunction, that's true, or is it some sort of cover-up?
It's a mixed bag, Art. I tried to call Richard Hoagland today because he seems to be tuned into this as much, or if not more, than anyone, and was unable to get a hold of him to get the latest on that. He has some very high-level sources within NASA, and I think I mentioned last week, he is convinced that this thing is going to turn itself back on in January or February, that it's still out there, that it's taking back pictures. The other side of the coin, you've got people like Ed Dames, the guy who had predicted this big event in New Mexico that we've talked about several times, who has, I just received an issue of the New Mexico MUFON News, had an extensive interview with Dames, who said that whatever happened up there to the Mars observer was directly related to the event that he had predicted was going to happen, that has now been delayed, that the Martians or whoever is living up there were directly involved in sabotaging it. I don't know was the thing really blew up. I really don't know. I suspect from dealing personally with NASA that it is not out of the question that sabotage could have been on purpose, that not by NASA itself, but perhaps people within NASA who did not want the Sidonia region photographed, or if it was going to be photographed, didn't want the photographs made public. I know it for a fact in dealing with them that they want nothing to do with anything that sounds like they are looking for Martians or ETs. That's one of the reasons they changed the name of SETI to Hermes. I know that they are uncooperative with researchers who are looking into the UFO angle. I know that although a lot of them are very much interested in the face on Mars and the Sidonia region, that they just don't want to admit it because they don't want to seem like wackos.
Haven't they had their funding cut?
For SETI?
Yeah.
Yeah, SETI is gone. In fact, the news that I hear is that the House and Senate Conference Committee that killed it has given it $1 million in essence to phase itself out, which is an absolute tragedy.
Well, that and the Super Collider, which gets about $670 or $80 million to do the same thing, fill the hole back up and forget it.
Exactly. it's just it's politicians trying to throw the public a bone to show that they're cutting government waste when in essence they're spending so much money on other ridiculous projects that throwing a little bit of money to answer the fundamental questions of where we are in the universe, whether or not we're alone. I mean, which even somebody like Carl Sagan would admit is the most fundamental question of our time, and which would be the biggest scientific discovery in human history if contact were ever made. It's a small price to pay for such big possible returns, and I'm really bothered by it.
Well, if all this comes to be true, and you're still part of it when it comes down, George, maybe that'll be worth some gigantic reward in money.
I don't know about that. I just know it'll be a chance to raise some holy hell with the to a
Kid on line 2, good evening. You're on the air with George.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
Fine.
Another great show. You've got to get this thing a little longer if you can. You know what I mean? Huh?
Yeah, we'll do what we can, sir.
I know. I was very upset that the Super Collider was canceled. I think that's a great slap in the face to any future we have as far as...
Well, the Super Collider is canceled. You just heard George talk about the SETI program going down the drain, and I think they're cutting back on the space station bit by bit.
There's got to be some reason for that they're not telling us.
I think it's just pinheadedness. I mean, it's pinheadedness taking to the pinnacle. It's we are going through tough times. We do have a deficit to deal with. People don't want to pay higher taxes, but this is drop in the bucket stuff. And we're talking about
it's so easy for the government to cut $20 million to Bosnia or something, you know.
I don't even want to get into that. I think it's important to have fundamental scientific research going on.
That's the way I feel.
Yeah.
So, Art, what was I going to say?
I don't know, sir.
John Lear always says that we're 30 years ahead of where we are. I firmly believe that. I'll listen off the air. I'd like George Knapp's opinion on that.
All right, thank you. That we're actually at least 30 years ahead scientifically of where we apparently seem to be, George.
Well, as I alluded to earlier in the program, John has a lot of opinions which I do not share, and I've seen no indication that is the case.
Although you admit that we may possess technology that could have been shared by aliens that we don't know about, right?
Sure, but I suspect that if we do have that technology, that 30 years is far from an accurate figure.
Okay. Wildcard Line 2, good evening. You're on the air with George Knapp.
Good evening. George, I was wondering if you ever heard of a book called Matrix 2?
Yes.
You have. How accurate is it, do you think?
Well, again, that's put together by some people here in Nevada that I had some brief contact with. There's a lot of stuff in there. It's a big book, and
it's very lengthy. Yes.
I think it's like a lot of other things in the UFO field that it's a mixture of stuff that can be supported and stuff that's a lot of speculation, and it's important for the reader to know the difference between the two. I can't tell you page for page what's true and what's not because I don't know. I have access to all that information, but
well, was there a place called Paradox out in Nevada?
Not that I know of.
Not you know of. And what about the various Syrian males and Syrian females and the Orion group?
Well, again, that gets a little far afield from what I know to be supportable. It's such a crazy field, and people can print what they want, and it's very difficult to prove that it is either accurate or inaccurate. And a lot of folks are in this field to make money. A lot of them are into it for disinformation purposes. A lot of them just want attention.
So you think
buyer beware.
Do you think this thing could have a lot of that disinformation in it?
I'm not sure I want to give it that label. I know that the guy who puts this stuff out, he's an interesting man who has extensive military contacts. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, caller, and good evening. Line 3. Hello there. Kid on line 3. You're on the air with George Knapp.
Okay. I have a little quote here for you. There is no proof, there are no authorities, whatever, no president, academy, court of law, Congress, or Senate on this earth has the power or the knowledge to decide what will be the knowledge of tomorrow. That was Wilhelm Reich. But you were talking about a case of evidence for extraterrestrials. I think a lot of people have to get an idea of perspective of their place in our universe by sheer numbers. For example, our galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy, is just a couple 100,000 light years in diameter. And we're in what they call a local group of galaxies, which is 300 million light years in diameter. Now, outside of this local group of galaxies, which is about 20 galaxies, there's a big void of space. But then you come across these galaxy clusters, which are clusters of the galaxies, like the Virgo cluster. That has 1,000 galaxies in it.
All right, you're doing a call Sagan to us. Where are you headed here?
Well, where I'm heading here is this. At one time, people believed that the Earth was flat. And there's probably a good case. You probably still prove today that the Earth was flat because actually you can't actually see the evidence of the world not being flat.
Yes, you can.
Well, you can, but you can. There's always a counter argument for the world being.
Well, not one that makes sense. I mean, we have spacecraft that clearly show us the world is not flat.
Yeah, that's true. But still, when you think about the perspective in the shape of a sphere, and if you put it on a flat screen, it looks round, but actually that's flat. But get away from that. I think what happens is people lose their perspective of our place in the universe by sheer numbers, because all we are, Earth, is just it's not even the focus of the solar system here, and the Milky Way galaxy is on the suburbs of our local group, and our sun is in the suburbs of the Milky Way galaxy. So by sheer numbers, there has to be trillions and trillions and trillions of stars out there. So by sheer numbers alone, the evidence is overwhelming. And do you think that the galactic void, do you think that there's like a area that you come to towards, say like you have all these other galaxy clusters, do you think there's a finite, in other words, once you step out of the realm of these galaxy clusters, and that there's an end to like the universe?
All right, thank you. That was a long trip to get there. In other words, George, is there an end to it all? Sounds like a question my son asked.
Oh, yeah, and I'm sure you were as pleased to get that question as I am. I have no idea.
Well, you're the guest. You answer.
To put it this way, is that it's the cliche you hear the most in UFO circles is there's so many planets, so many galaxies, there has to be life out there, which is a good point, and it's even people like although the people who are coming here very much could be extraterrestrial, I suspect Jack Delay and others who that the larger picture is so much more serious. Making from other crimes, dimensions, or all of the above. The witnesses describe craft that can do amazing things, craft that collapse themselves here out of nowhere. They can be from anywhere or nowhere, anytime or no time. So to suggest they are merely extraterrestrial, I think, is missing the larger picture, which I hope and believe is going to turn out to be far more wondrous than we could imagine at this point.
Excellent. Boy, you've been a good guest, George. Good evening, Wildcard Line 2. You're on the air with George Knapp.
Hello, Art and George.
Where are you calling from?
I'm right here in Las Vegas.
All right, go ahead.
And George, I don't know if you still live here. I know you did in the past. And I have a number of questions, but I'll limit it to one this week. George, have you been on, I think it's Highway 93 on the way towards Searchlight from Vegas? And they've got this, I believe it's called an ELF, extremely low frequency transmitter. set-up antenna system that
Yes.
communicates with submarines.
Right, yeah.
Okay. My question concerns this. UFO sightings, light, and always seems to be the common denominator. Of course, you know, to sight something, you've got to have light. Have you ever investigated or heard anything about why that ELF station, you've probably seen it when it was strobing at night over, you know, like a mile long, why those strobes were there on a system that's really designed to communicate with submarines underwater, you know, some thousands of miles away? That's really my question. What's the light factor? Why this big strobe thing?
All right, thank you. I know something about the ELF transmitter, George, but I didn't know anything about a light frequency strobe.
I've seen them out there. In fact, I've seen something similar up to Area 51. I've got 3 or 4 videos that people have captured of something weird, like a strobe effect, flipping around. Some of them are white, some of them are red. I don't know the connection. I have had the same thought. You know, the basic question I have is why that facility's out there in the first place. It's a strange place to have something that's, you know, keeping in contact with submarines out in the middle of the desert. But, if you have some information on that, I'd like to hear it, Art.
No, I know that the main ELF transmitter, I think, is up in the upper Midwest somewhere, isn't it?
That's unknown to me.
Okay, yes, it is. It's miles and miles of underground transmission line. Line 3, you're going to be about our last caller this evening. Good evening. You're on the air with George Knapp.
Good evening.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Oh, I'm glad you're there. I tuned in a little late, and I heard George talking about when he was back in the Midwest, and he wanted to get his bearings straight on what the local opinion might be, you know, regarding their religion and everything. And I'm not here to preach or anything else, but I would just think it would be a mighty dangerous thing to have a world without religion.
Indeed.
Just something to think about.
All right, thank you. I guess it would be, wouldn't it?
I can't argue with that, and I don't think anything that we're talking about is inconsistent with religion. I think a lot of what the aliens or these visitors have communicated to abductees and others they've communicated with is that their own religious beliefs are not all that inconsistent with.
All right, George, we're out of time.
Okay.
We're out of time. I have no choice. I wish we could go on for hours, but we can't. You've been a wonderful guest. I'm going to have you back as a guest.
I'm here.
All right.
All right.
George, thank you. George Knapp, our guest. That's it. Area 2000's over because there's no more time. Remember, if you have something that you want investigated, you have comments on the show, you're welcome to make them to the Bigelow Foundation. Angela Thompson is your contact. Angela Thompson, area code 702-456-1606. Back next Sunday at about the same time. Good morning, everybody. Make that good evening. Take care. See you next week.
The preceding program was made possible by a grant from the Bigelow Foundation. This has been Area 2000, a program that introduces our listeners to the scientific approach for discussion of 2 particular subjects: UFOs and near-death and after-death experiences. Area 2000. This program introduces our listeners to the scientific approach to discussion of 2 particular subjects: UFOs and near-death and after-death experiences. To contact the Bigelow Foundation during the work week, call Angela Thompson between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. at area code 702-456-1606. That's Angela Thompson at area code 702-456-1606. And now, Area 2000.
On Halloween. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Area 2000. I'm Art Bell. This week, George Knapp is traveling someplace or another and will not be with us. We'll catch up with George Knapp last week. Of course, we had 2 full hours of George last week. And by the way, that was a very, very popular program. An awful lot of people have called me about that particular program, and we'll have George back on again. But this week, he's traveling. However, with a glimpse into another reality, we do have with us from, I'm guessing, the San Francisco Bay Area this evening, Linda Howe. And so let us begin with Linda, and good evening, Linda.
Hi, yes, Art, I am in San Francisco. I have been one of the speakers at a conference here this weekend, and with me is a colleague, Michael Lindemann who is head of the 2020 group in California, a futurist who is interested in the various trends sociologically, politically, and economically of the future. And one of the subjects that he thinks plays an important role in what may be coming is the implication of the UFO phenomenon. And I thought it would be interesting tonight to discuss with him a question that all of us are provoked by, and that is, why would the government of the United States have a policy of silence about the UFO phenomenon for at least 50 years if the alleged testimonies of people in military and government are true, that we have been essentially covering up crash disks and alien bodies since the 1940s? So I would like to introduce Michael Lindemann, who has a background in theology and in psychology, and who is now working on future trends to discuss this issue of a policy of silence. And here is Michael Lindemann.
All right. Thank you, Linda.
Hello, this is Michael Lindemann.
Michael, good evening. I'm Art Bell, and this is a program called Area 2000. You're with a group called the 2020, was it a foundation?
2020 Group is a private research organization, Art, and basically we're studying forces that shape the future. And that includes a wide variety of forces. But as a futurist over the last 4 years, I've looked a great deal at the UFO controversy and have come to the conclusion that it is perhaps one of the largest and certainly one of the least recognized forces that will impinge upon our future, that is causing the human future to evolve in an unexpected direction.
Wow, that's quite a conclusion.
Yep. No, I'm pretty firm on that.
What do you base that on?
Well, I base that on a great many things, Art, but if we go back to the question that Linda posed, I think that what we see in the ongoing policy of government secrecy is a premonition that the reality of an alien presence on planet Earth would have profound and largely unpredictable social consequences. I think it's the recognition of that likelihood, which is probably something they've thought about since at least the early 50s, if not earlier than that, that probably provokes the secrecy to this day. And what they're seeing today is that they can no longer contain the secret in the way they used to. The so-called UFO cover-up has actually evolved through several stages, and today we see basically that the containment policy of secrecy is completely breached. It's not working at all anymore. So instead we have a kind of a nuanced quasi-disclosure policy, which is actually very far from telling the truth, but it's a holding action. You might say it's a damage control operation today.
Where do you see quasi-disclosure? That was the term you used. Where is there that? In programs like mine? I'm speaking now of the government.
Well, no, I don't. Yeah, I don't think your program, I'm sure, is an effort to, to bring forward good, strong information as credibly as possible.
Well, yes, but we are part of the disclosure.
The disclosure apparatus.
Absolutely.
So one of the things that comes up, and I think it's something that troubles many good, solid ufologists. Linda Howe and I have discussed this. I've discussed it with other colleagues as well. Is are we giving comfort to the enemy? In effect, are we doing what they want us to do anyway? And in a certain sense, we may be. Because in a certain sense, we're creating a kind of a pillow for the general public to fall into. This is very alarming stuff we talk about here.
It certainly is. So then, when you say quasi-disclosure, what exactly do you mean? Who is disclosing anything officially?
Well, it's very difficult to be certain of that, but I consider it a matter of rather considerable curiosity, for example, that after 31 years of dead silence, suddenly a great many Roswell people were willing to talk. I'm not saying there's any conspiracy around that, but it's very interesting to me.
No, it is true, and a lot more about Roswell is suddenly coming forward.
Right, and then there's the curious disclosure of MJ-12. Now, MJ-12 came out of nowhere. No one has yet claimed responsibility for it, and yet I would say the evidence is piling up that MJ-12 is actually a hoax, but it's a very important hoax, okay? I'm still open to the possibility that it's real, but frankly, it's about a 95% hoax there. And the idea that it would come forward in a way that is extremely difficult to penetrate
that no one would lay claim to it, and that despite the likelihood it's a hoax, it is so carefully constructed that it has all the appearance of a genuine document. That has a signature on it of disinformation, very high level. Someone is trying to perpetrate a conversation in our culture about this material. Someone wants to nuance or spin the public understanding of this information. And I think MJ12 is a very good example of that.
Any other current examples that you'd cite? In other words, the pathway being prepared, that sort of thing?
Well, it's unclear, again, where or whether there's a plan. But one thing's for sure, the amount of alien imagery in our culture is skyrocketing. We see it in all different venues. We see it in the straight press. We see it on television, all kinds of specials, both fictional and documentary. We see it to a mind-boggling degree in advertising. There's a whole, in fact, a very strong undercurrent of abduction themes in all kinds, everything from television sitcoms to advertising for all kinds of different products, whether you're talking about hamburgers, telephones, airplanes, or anything else. We're seeing this undercurrent of thematic material about abduction. This, to me, is absolutely extraordinary. I search my soul asking the question, is this really a strong hook for selling, hamburgers or Hondas? And I say to myself, I don't know about that, but I do know this. Today, and this is something that I show every single time I give a public talk, I throw up on the screen a cartoon. It's a Ziggy cartoon, that little kind of doughboy funny guy.
Sure.
Okay, Ziggy is driving along the street. It's after dark. There's a billboard, and on the billboard there is a flying saucer, very clear, a line-drawing flying saucer, and under it a couple of lines come down that look like probably what you'd say a beam of light. And in the beam of light, 5 or 6 little stick figures kind of floating upwards, okay?
Uh-huh.
Well, that's a pretty clear symbol. You know what it means. I know what it means. Underneath it says 3 words, next 5 miles. Now, check it out. I use that. I believe that is a Rorschach test of our culture, okay? I believe that is a symbolic test of a social experiment that has been wildly successful. You know why? Every single time I throw that up, I do it without a comment. I just put it on the screen. Well, of course, what happens is what you did. People crack up. And then I say to them, now check it out. Why do you get this joke? Why does this mean something?
Well, because our culture has been, as you point out, inundated with this kind of material.
Exactly. Now, what is the real consequence of this? The real consequence of it is that people have gotten so used to the idea that abduction is real that this extraordinarily bizarre abstraction in this cartoon doesn't faze them anymore. And that, to me, is a monumental event.
What does the 2020 group do in trying to predict the future? Do you look at social trends? What generally do you study, whatever the subject would be, UFOs or anything else? How do you approach trying to formulate what might be the future?
Well, of course, I use a wide variety of sources. I use research that is conducted by other people. I use news as it is reported in the straight press, both television and print. I use my own field work, and I, have to compare notes constantly with the work of other people. It really, futurism is an inexact science, and we don't predict the future. What we do is we look at trends and try to determine their strength, try to determine their direction, and we say, if we understand this trend, can we project its likely outcome?
So then, with regard to the UFOs and all of what you've been describing so far this morning, you would take this then to be a very strong trend.
Very strong trend, yes.
Do you draw any conclusions? In other words, is this preparatory work? And if so, do you draw any conclusions about when?
No, I don't draw any conclusions about when. And I'll tell you why. Because as far as I can tell, there remains no political advantage at all to coming clean on this subject. I think that the whole process is being pushed primarily by the alien intelligence, which remains utterly inscrutable. We have no idea what these guys are up to. We don't know who they are, where they're from, or what they want.
But I do think that if there is an acceleration underway, and I have a sense there is, but I can't prove that, the acceleration is being driven entirely by the aliens. The human side has been foot dragging as hard as ever. The problem is they're actually caught in a rock and hard place. Is the fact that the aliens are here. And that's a big, huge political problem. But the hard place is that they've been lying about it for 45 years. Okay? Now, people are very tired of being reminded that the government's lying to them. It happens time and time again. I happen to think the lies that have been told about the UFO phenomenon do not, by and large, represent bad people doing something bad. I think these people were scared. I think they did what they thought they had to do. I think they formed very hard decisions around very hard information. I think it really freaked them out. But I also think today they're stuck with the very nasty fallout of their policy.
What do you think the logic was as they sat around deciding that this information had to be kept from the public? What train of logic do you think they used in deciding that?
I believe there are at least 5 or 6 different reasons which all are kind of interlocking. Reason number one certainly was that in 1947, if not sooner, in fact, probably during World War II, when they had the Foo Fighter phenomenon, which was very strong, and then the ghost rockets over Scandinavia and other places right after the war, so especially in 1947, just after we had invented the atomic bomb, we had Joseph Stalin on the scene, we had new technologies such as rockets, radar, and so forth. I mean, we had entered a new era, and suddenly we got flying saucers literally littering the sky, but also littering the ground outside Roswell, New Mexico, and other places. And suddenly we've got a very real question. Are we being invaded from space? Militarily speaking, that was absolutely the question of the day.
Sure.
And military was on high alert. So, first of all, okay, here's a problem. Just defeated the worst, character in history. We just invented the atomic bomb. Do we need aliens? Not on your life. And if we've got aliens, is there anything we can do about them? Doesn't look like it. They're flying circles around everything we've got. Who are these guys? Where are they from? What do they want? Those 3 questions still bother us today, but they were really troubling back then. So that's problem number one. We got an invasion. Can't tell the people. What can we tell them? Yep, we're being invaded from space. Can't do a thing about it. Sorry. Very bad political problem there.
Yeah, I suppose.
Secondly, the second reason was that they thought that even if we didn't have aliens in space, what we did have was we had a vast proliferation of stories of flying saucers, and they were really worried that it would cause public panic and pandemonium no matter what. And so the CIA by 1952 was recommending to President Eisenhower that they institute a policy, official policy of debunking. And the reason was not that they thought the aliens were actually a national security risk. In fact, by 1952, they had actually lowered their estimation of the risk involved in the aliens themselves because the aliens were not showing overt hostility. But they did think that public interest in the subject was a terrible problem. And so they actually said, we've got to get people to stop thinking about this. And how they did it was a combination of denial and ridicule. Now, the third reason for secrecy, without a doubt, was they really thought they might have a secret weapon on their hands here. Mm-hmm. Now, if you, for example, if some very deep inside group knew that we had recovered alien wreckage from Roswell, I happen to think we did, many others do too, so some inside group knows about this, and they're looking at an alien spacecraft, they're looking at alien technology on board, and they think to themselves, wait a minute, isn't this what we want? Don't we want the ultimate edge? Is this the ultimate edge? Have we got something here that no one else has got, no one else can get for 1,000 years? Is this it? Is this the Pandora's box? And are we going to keep that secret? You bet your life. We're going to keep that secret.
Sure. So
I'm saying that there are a number of reasons. We could trot out a few more, but you get the picture?
I do, and I want to talk to you about the public panic aspect of it. Now, with what's been going on in modern society, people like you talking to people like our audience, has the public panic aspect of it, should there be a revelation about all this, has that changed? Would the public still panic? Is it well, in your view, that they would be told, or now, or should it be kept as deep and dark as ever?
I think we have to try our best to become more open to this possibility. I think the real danger is sudden revelation of something totally unexpected. People don't handle that well, never have.
All right, I asked just about every researcher this, and you sound like you'd be a good candidate. If you had incontrovertible evidence that you could go on television and trot out, and suddenly it would all be out in the open, would you do it?
It would depend on the nature of the evidence. If the evidence were the kind that had the overt appearance of something extremely hostile or extremely scary, I would have a lot of second thoughts about it. But I would want to move in the direction of revealing it as fast as possible. Knowing that I had the smoking gun in my hands, I would do everything in my power to bring people along fast to where they could actually grasp it at a later date. Now, if it were not very scary, very hostile kind of material, I would say, yes, let's bring it out. I would. And I think that there has been enough change, enough evolution of human awareness that we could probably get away with it. But whenever it happens, it's risky. I don't see any time in the foreseeable future when it wouldn't be risky, but it becomes increasingly untenable to stall for more time.
Risky for the American public, risky for the aliens, risky for our government that would be seen to be lying for many years, or risky to all of them?
Well, I cannot speak at all for the aliens position, but I can speak to the idea that the government that has tried so hard to keep this under wraps has always perceived grave political risk in saying anything really legitimate about this. I don't think those risks are substantially changed, although I think, as I said, with the containment of the secrecy absolutely breached, there's a lot of effort to bring people along. The risk is that people won't handle it well, or that it will precipitate unpredictable changes. This confronts so many of our basic belief structures. We don't know what alien technology will do to our science. We just don't know. We certainly don't know what revelations of alien activity on this planet are going to do to our religious structures, and I have a feeling it's going to do something pretty horrendous. Not necessarily bad, but in the short run, it's going to look like a lot of cherished belief systems are being assaulted by something, akin to...
Well, that would produce violence.
Could produce violence.
Would produce violence. I'm convinced of it. I speak with people on this program every week and on related subjects on other programs, and I'm telling you right now, if Jesus Christ came back, somebody would fill him full of lead. People wouldn't, or he'd be thrown into an insane asylum. And people just don't handle that kind of thing well, Michael. When you challenge their belief systems, the usual response is anger.
I agree with you. I think that right there, you put your finger on the risk, and that is why I say there is no time in the foreseeable future when we're going to be able to eliminate the risk, but we also cannot eliminate the fact that this is happening. And so what I feel we have to do is bring people along as fast as we can with the strongest, most credible, most balanced material we can find, and bring them along to where it will not be a huge surprise. Because sooner or later, this is going to be in our face. We don't have a choice about that. We're only stalling for time right now.
Well, my guest this morning, following you, Michael, is Don Berliner, who wrote Crash at Corona. So it should be an opportunity to look into what seemed to begin it all and is cited today as the best evidence, I suppose, that we're being visited. By the way, do you agree with that, with all the new information coming out about the crash in New Mexico? Is that about the best evidence?
Oh, whenever I give a talk, I tell my audiences that I feel it is basically fundamentally important that they pick up one or another of the major Roswell books, and there have been several good ones lately, including the one that Don and Stan Friedman wrote, and just learn the basic chronology. It is the most important single case we have. I think it's also important to recognize that it's not the only case, that there are many, many other strong corroborating cases. But Roswell sets the tone in so many ways because it has so many quality witnesses. It has all of the features, all of the claims for the basic UFO phenomena are there. The technology, the recovery, the bodies, the witnesses, and the cover-up, all in one huge, beautifully packaged picture. And if we had no other case but that case, we would have enough to build something pretty strong.
Fascinating. And fascinating getting all this from your perspective as somebody who looks at trends and toward the future, and you see all of this increasing toward what, Michael? Toward a revelation eventually, and how do you picture it coming? Will somebody come out with the President of the United States, trot out with a big primetime evening news address and tell the American people the truth suddenly, or how do you think it might occur?
Well, as I think I've already tried to intimate, I don't really think there's any political advantage in just trotting out the truth. I think that remains.
Well, the government usually trots out the truth when they have to. In other words, when somebody else is about to reveal something, or it's going to break in the Washington Post or who knows what, they try to get out ahead of it.
Well, indeed, and I think that, as I say, in some instances, with MJ-12 as a striking example, they have been trotting out pieces of quasi-truth. The problem is this is a very complicated subject at best. It's highly ambiguous. They can trot out a lot of stuff that ain't true, but that looks pretty interesting. And it's going to be difficult for anyone to know precisely when they're hearing the truth.
Well, that's it. Short of, say, the president announcing something, Don, I've thought about this many times. If you consider the Kennedy assassination,
right,
which has a million theories, just like the UFO business does, if Don Berliner or anybody else came out with yet another, you would purport it to be the truth, and you would have a film, and you would have trajectories showing how the bullet went and all the rest of it, it would be, Don, when all was said and done, still just one more theory thrown onto the pile. And even if it were the absolute truth, it would be lost in the shuffle.
It could be lost in the shuffle, that is correct. Obviously, if it came from the lips of the President or the Secretary of Defense or somebody like that,
different
it would bring all kinds of additional weight. But I think what we have right now is a growing national conversation, which I don't know your show as an example, and alongside your show, literally hundreds, maybe thousands of other venues that are cropping up around the country, mostly in local markets, that are bringing out this material. We've got more credible research being put out in print and in television work than ever before, by far. And so what we see here is a sort of a building momentum of information which helps the entire situation along. I think I have a personal concern that people need to be brought into this gently, because none of us handle this kind of surprise very well. You've made that point yourself, and you're absolutely right. So again, we can't just pitch it to them and expect them to take it lying down. It's not going to happen that way. But bringing them along is very important.
All right, Don, we're woefully short on time here, running over, but you would make a really good guest, and I would like to suggest to Angela Thompson that she contact you at the from the foundation, and perhaps think of you as a guest. You'd make a good full evening guest.
Well, thank you very much. I'd be very happy to do that.
All right, Michael, we've got to scoot, and you may want to put Linda on one more time, but please, let's follow up on that. I'd like to have you as a guest.
All right, I will see to it that we get that information to you. And here's Linda.
All right, thank you, Michael. Linda.
Right.
Hi, Linda. Boy, he'd make a great guest.
Well, I think so, too. I've always thought that. Michael and I have had long and complex discussions for the last 4 years on a lot of these issues. And next Sunday, I believe, I'm on the docket for you to lob questions to me about some of these facts and eyewitnesses that are global and are supporting the, at least circumstantial evidence that something else is involved with our planet. And I think this current interview that you've just done with Michael Lindemann underscores the difficulty that the government has in getting this out, and that some of us who are writing and producing television shows may, in the long run, be the people who are helping them tell the story that they can't tell easily.
Okay, Linda, I will look forward to speaking with you, as everybody else will, next week as a guest. And I want to thank you for being here this morning and bringing Michael Lindemann. He was really fascinating.
Right. Well, thanks, and I know that Don Berliner also has deep knowledge about the Roswell incident, so Godspeed on that interview.
All right, Linda, thank you. What I hear in just one moment, Don Berliner.
Egon's Plaza downtown. This is KDWN Las Vegas.
Good evening, everybody. You're listening to Area 2000. I'm Art Bell. And now Don Berliner, a staff writer for the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena. Between 1965 and 8, a member of the Executive Committee and National Board of the Fund for UFO Research since 1987. He wrote, or co-wrote, I guess, or wrote, Crash at Corona, published by Paragon House in 1992. He is a full-time, self-employed aviation and science writer since 1969, with 20 books, hundreds of magazine articles published on American and European aviation history, supporting aviation, space, and science. And Don Berliner comes to us from Alexandria, Virginia. So to the state of Virginia we go. Mr. Berliner, good evening.
Good evening to you, Art.
Welcome to the program. This is all the information that I have on you, but I guess you wrote Crash at Corona, correct?
Yeah, Stan Friedman did the investigation, and I wrote the book.
And you wrote the book.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Let's begin there, if we can, Don. It is, by so many people that I've had on this program, considered to be, without a doubt, the best evidence, and there's a lot of new information coming forth now. What would you say about it, having written that book?
Well, certainly the case is the most thoroughly investigated, and it's the most thoroughly supported. More impressive witnesses who were involved in a variety of aspects of the case than in any other case, anything remotely comparable. It's not the perfect case. There is no such thing, I suppose. If we had a body or if we had a big pile of wreckage, I guess that would make it perfect. But short of that, it's as close as we have gotten so far to what we've all been chasing after for a very long time.
Let me just diverge for a moment. You heard, I'm sure, Michael Lindemann. And he works on trends and where we're headed with this whole thing. I wonder if you generally concur with what he had to say regarding the public's eventual knowing or knowledge of everything that's going on.
In general, yeah, I agree with some parts of what he said, disagree with other parts, but eventually this has to come out. Whether it comes out by the government voluntarily releasing the information, or whether the government's forced into doing it, or whether it comes out as a result of some major change in alien behavior, it's anybody's guess. But
you are convinced the government does know and is covering all this up?
Close to 100% convinced, yeah. As close as is needed to keep going in this.
What's done it for you? Is it writing the book on Corona?
Oh, no, I've been in the game for quite a while. I go back to the mid-'60s with NICAP. Prior to that, I worked on newspapers and covered UFO stories. Back in the early 50s. I'm trying to... That's a long time. Trying to get this clear in my own mind. I was involved in investigating reports and tracking this, that, and the other. So it's come gradually.
Okay, you've studied UFO history, particularly 1944 to 1952, I guess. How do you compare that period of time with today, or with the last few years?
Oh, very, very different. In the early days, the late 40s, early 50s, most sighting reports involved daylight observations, where the witness or witnesses were able to produce considerable information on shape, color, detail, maneuvers, that sort of thing. Today, we get, by and large, funny lights in the night sky, which are next to worthless. The subject was frequently on the front page of the paper. This is not the case anymore. In fact, sightings are a minor part of it anymore.
The focus seems to have moved toward the abduction phenomenon.
Yeah, very definitely. Very definitely. And another big change is that there's considerable interest among scientifically trained people. In the case of abductions, interest in the mental health community, psychologists, psychiatrists, etc.
By the way, while we're on that subject, and I'll try and dig it out, there is a Associated Press report this morning on exactly that topic, and I'm trying to figure out what I might have done with it. I'll try and locate it, but it's out this morning showing that people who have seen UFOs and have been tested are psychologically no more impaired than anybody else.
Interesting. I like to see it.
I'll see what I can do.
Okay. But back to this idea of comparing the early days with today. I don't see much in the way of similarity, frankly. There was far more public interest in the subject many, many years ago. As they say, it was on the front pages. It was on the radio, on television when television became common. Today, most of the coverage we see is unfortunately under the heading of entertainment, because there is not all that much breaking news on the subject. Gradual trends, gradual development, but hardly any spectacular sightings that produce news coverage, that warrant news coverage. And so with abductions, they're so complicated, and they are so emotional and so personal, they're very difficult to cover. And so the public isn't aware of a whole lot of detail on these. And so...
All right, let's go backwards. You wrote the book, Crash Corona. Tell me a little bit about that crash. What impresses you so much and everybody else about it? And what's new in terms of people coming forward?
What impresses me is the witnesses. After all, this is how you have in the great majority of UFO incidents, whether they're conventional sightings or crashes and retrievals or whatever. Neither you nor I was there when it happened, so all we have is the testimony of people who claim to have been there and seen something very unusual. In the case of the crash near Corona, New Mexico in '47, it's the number of witnesses, the caliber of those witnesses, the behavior of the witnesses.
All right, how many were there?
Witnesses?
Yes.
Oh, boy, I don't... over a dozen first-hand witnesses and more than that many second-hand witnesses. I've heard claims of hundreds, 400, 500, 600. I don't believe anything of the sort. And you don't need that many. We've had that many witnesses to UFO sightings, and it really didn't make a whole lot of difference. But
how much did the witnesses actually see? When we say witnesses, are we talking about people who saw the crash itself, saw the pieces on the ground, saw the alien bodies that some people have talked about? What kind of witness testimony are we talking about?
We're talking about people who saw and handled wreckage and can describe it in detail. We're talking about people who say they were involved in, as GIs, in cleaning it up, loading it on military aircraft, being members of crews that flew this stuff out from Roswell Army Airfield, including pilots of the transport airplanes. People who were involved in the cover-up, people who claim to have seen the remains at other bases. Just about every aspect of it. That's the rate of testimony. Oh, well.
Well, that's why you can write a book about, separating a little bit.
There never has been since Roswell an incident of similar seriousness, has there?
There have been a lot of rumors. Len Stringfield from Cincinnati, Ohio, is the keeper of the archives of that sort of thing, and he's got dozens of reports from people who talk about other crashes. However, with the exception of the crash near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in 1965, I'm not aware that any of the others has been investigated to any great extent or has been substantiated. They remain very interesting rumors. It's quite possible that if people put the same kind of effort into one of those additional cases that we put into the New Mexico business, it would rate right up there with it, but it hasn't been done to my knowledge. And so this particular thing in 1947 pretty much stands alone in its detail and believability and strangeness.
All right, how much of that story of Roswell do you buy? For example, do you buy the fact that there were bodies?
Yeah. We've gotten testimony from enough people who claim to have seen them, who describe them the same way, and who had reason to be where they were. The whole thing seems perfectly logical. I accept these stories. I wouldn't shoot myself if they were proven wrong, but by and large, I find them acceptable. Yeah.
All right. Do you have any idea where those bodies are? Certainly they've been preserved one way or the other. Where are they?
Haven't the faintest idea. There have been lots of stories over the years of bodies being seen in storage at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, Ohio.
Correct.
But that doesn't mean they're still there, assuming they were there. It shouldn't be all that difficult to move them at night. And so...
all right. How much evidence is there that what crashed in New Mexico was not some sort of secret government something or another, but indeed something secret, something that they then transported, but something other than alien?
Well, you have to look at the possibilities, and that's very important. You can't just accept this because it's so darn colorful and exciting. You have to challenge the assumption that aliens were involved, and so you've got to look at what else it might have been.
All right. When you challenge it, how well does the alien theory hold up?
Far better than any of the others.
In other words, if you just start picking away at the details that I'm sure even you chronicled in Crash at Corona, and start picking away, how many things can you dismiss from a debunker's point of view?
Complicated question. The alternative explanations that I'm aware of concern balloons, airplanes, and rockets. None of these things was made of materials that remotely resemble what people said was found on the sheep ranch near Corona. Not a slight difference, a great difference. Plus, and there was always a possibility that some advanced aircraft or weapon of some sort was made of some new type of material, but it also would have included conventional materials and parts, rivets, bolts, nuts, screws, whatever.
Right.
Nothing of the sort has ever been reported among the wreckage that was found.
All right. I have also heard rumors, Don, that there is existing in private hands pieces of wreckage. Have you heard that?
Oh, sure. I'd be surprised if that weren't the case. We keep trying to follow up on leads, and as yet have gotten nowhere. but there are lots of stories. And let's face it, it fits in with human nature. If I had been one of the GIs assigned to help clean up the sheep ranch after the crash, I certainly would have tried to pocket something. If I had been clever enough, I might have gotten away with it. And that would be somewhere today. We've heard from a number of people who have reasonable stories about seeing scraps of material long after the crash. But as yet, we haven't found any.
All right, I promised you this story. This cleared the wire literally a couple of hours ago. Thought you might find it interesting along with the audience. A new study says people who think they've seen a UFO or space alien are no crazier than the rest of us. Researchers found that UFO reporters scored no worse than others on tests of psychological, health, intelligence, and fantasy proneness. Study co-author Patricia Cross of Carleton University in Ottawa says they appeared to be, quote, very normal, end quote. Cross reports the work in the Journal of Abnormal Psychology. The finding does not mean these people actually spotted a UFO or space alien. Cross thinks many misrepresented unfamiliar sights or experiences and were influenced by a prior belief in visits by space aliens. But she says the findings contradict the idea that these people have wild imaginations and are easily swayed into believing the unbelievable. Fascinating.
Mm-hmm. When we're done, maybe you could fax that, a copy of that to me.
I would be glad to. I don't know if I have your fax number here or not. I don't think so.
Okay, I'll give it to you off the air.
All right. So there you are. And I must tell you, Don, and maybe you can comment on this. I had my own sighting. I'm 48 years old. Never saw a thing like it in my life, Don. One night on the way home from work, my wife, on a very lonely country road, I live about 65 miles west of Las Vegas. As we were approaching home, or near home, she said, "What the hell is that?" and looked over my shoulder. I was driving. I said, "I don't know," and I stopped the car, turned off the engine, totally quiet. You could only hear crickets, Don, a quarter of a mile away. That tells you how quiet it was.
Yeah.
Here comes this this gigantic, triangular, very dark shape, about 150 feet above me, not high at all, with lights on, white lights on two sides and a strobing red light on the front of the triangle. It was close enough to me, there was a moon out, that I could see it perfectly. I could actually make out the mass, the black mass of this thing. And it was going slowly, could not have been supported in aerodynamic flight at that speed. I would describe it as floating. Floated just almost directly over my car and kept going out across the valley. It was totally silent, not even the sound of rushing air, and could not have been flying as we understand flying. And it was big, 100, maybe 150 feet from one edge of the triangle to the other. It was monstrous. I've never seen anything like it in my life, Don. We live close to Area 51. We're just one valley over, so it might have been government experimental, but I'll guarantee it's technology that I'm not aware of.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't fit anything I know about the science of aerodynamics. But we got a lot of reports from that general area of quite peculiar flying things.
Well, if it is ours, A, I'm glad we have it, very glad. B, it's technology that hasn't even been hinted at, because this thing was large and quiet, and I'm telling you, Don, I've never seen anything like it in my life, and I don't expect to ever again, but it was quite an experience.
I can imagine.
And my wife saw it as well. So there you have it. We have something, or they have something. What do you know about our technology? Since you write about aviation, what do we have?
I don't know how we would make one of those, frankly. But just because I don't know doesn't mean that the people in charge of making things like that don't know. After all, the most advanced airplanes that are generally known to the public are Lockheed's SR-71 Blackbird spy plane, which has been retired,
right,
and is 25, 28-year-old technology, and Lockheed's stealth fighter, which has been around for quite a few years. So we have to have more advanced types of aircraft. And who knows what we've learned in the past couple of decades that has been kept secret.
Well, is it your view that we are privy to some alien technology?
I don't know. I don't see any evidence of it. I will not go so far as to assume that this strange thing you saw was not developed by one of the aerospace companies strictly on its own. They've done some pretty good work over the years. It might be the result of acquired technology, but without some evidence, I won't go that far.
Well, what did, if there was a crash at Corona, what did we learn from that, do you suppose? In other words, we must have had the pieces and parts and bodies and this and that, so presumably we'd try to reverse engineer or learn whatever we could learn from it.
Oh, sure. And people have been looking at major advances in technology whose origins are a bit misty and could have come from that. Obviously, nobody's going to include on his patent application that he started with a chunk of alien spacecraft. And so he's got to cover it up with some kind of a cute story. But you can never cover up anything completely. And so there are a number of things being looked at as possibly having come out of the wreckage. Relatively simple things. When you get into really high-tech stuff, you're over my head. And it would take somebody with real scientific knowledge to look at that. But consider something like Velcro.
Yes.
It appeared not long after the crash. Now, it's credited to a Swiss who said he was walking his dog in the woods and noticed how the burrs clung to his trousers and the dog's coat, and he invented Velcro. That may be true.
Oh, darn.
And it may not be true, because a number of the reports of people who claim to have seen the body say that their uniforms were held together without common devices, buttons, zippers, etc. It's a possibility that deserves to be looked at, and it is being looked at.
Really? So Velcro could actually be technology from elsewhere?
Could be. Not saying it is. I don't want the listeners...
I understand. I never considered that.
I don't know where the patent payments would go, but maybe the aliens have bank accounts there. Anyway, another possibility is the transistor.
Oh, yes. Certainly the transistor marked a change in our whole science, in our whole future, and has allowed almost all of the advances since.
Oh, we'd still be playing around with radios having vacuum tubes if it weren't for the transistor and what it led to. And there is reason to be suspicious of the development of the transistor.
Why? Semiconductor technology, why?
According to a history of Bell Labs, and that's where the transistor supposedly was invented, it appeared rather suddenly. I've seen a reference in one Encyclopedia of Science, I forget the exact name of it, where they said the transistor didn't say it was invented at Bell Labs, they said it was discovered. Well, you discover something that's already in existence. You invent something brand new.
It's true.
And so, and it, again, like Velcro, it emerged shortly after the crash. I believe in December 1947. which is just a few months after the Corona crash. So,
it is true.
Intriguing. No proof, and not very solid evidence for that matter, but enough, I think, to warrant investigation.
Was the, and this is, I guess, a technical question, you may not be able to answer it, but it's a good one. Was semiconductor technology at that point a logical leap from the place where we were, or is it, in fact, an illogical leap?
I don't know. You're over my head there.
It's a very good question, though.
Yeah.
And I don't know that you can answer the same question with regard to Velcro, but certainly with the transistor, it seems to me somebody who's familiar with the technical history, and I know something about it, could tell us whether that's a logical or illogical technological leap.
Good question, and maybe a listener knows something.
Perhaps so. So at any rate, given all the evidence that you've studied and all your study, you are absolutely convinced this is real.
They say almost 100% convinced. 100% only when I have a piece of the thing in my hands. But short of that, yeah.
What about a modern piece of evidence, something a little more modern? What about all the sightings, for example, in Florida? Is there anything of modern significance, the abduction phenomenon, somebody you may have talked to that would be of great modern significance? What would you cite as the best current evidence?
I think we have to go back to the way we looked at things during the heyday of daylight sightings. No one sighting meant that much. No one abduction case means that much. It's the great stack of them that means something. Any one case can be discounted, I suppose. But when you've got hundreds of them that all say approximately the same thing, then you've got something of great consequence.
Is it your view that all of this is benign or in some way malevolent? Have you made that decision yourself yet?
I haven't. No. I don't see any particular evidence of evil intent. And there again, this is something we used to talk about back in the great days of sightings. There were several cases of pilots, military pilots, being lost on attempted intercepts of UFOs. Some people took this as proof that they were bad guys. I never saw it that way.
All right, Don, I'm going to ask you to rest, just sit down and rest for 5 minutes, and we'll do a newscast and come back and open the telephones and let some people talk with you. How's that?
Yeah.
Don Berliner is my guest. Stay right there, Don. We'll be back. You're listening to Area 2000, an occurrence on Sunday evening each, beginning at 8 o'clock, 8 till 10 o'clock each Sunday. I'm Art Bell. There's more with Don Berliner in a moment.
Jackie Gong's Plaza downtown. This is KDWN Las Vegas.
Good evening. Welcome back to Area 2000. My name is Art Bell. And I want to remind all of you that what you're listening to is provided by the Bigelow Foundation. And that's a non-trivial matter. They're arranging for all this. They arrange for guests. They sponsor the program with a grant. And that's why we're here. If you'd like to contact the Bigelow Foundation, would like something investigated, or you'd like to make a comment on the program, contact Angela Thompson, please. She's your contact at the Bigelow Foundation. Angela Thompson, area code 702-456-1606. And it probably wouldn't hurt just to call and thank them for doing this. That's area code 702-456-1606. if you enjoy the program. My guest is Don Berliner. If you have a comment or a question, here are the relevant telephone numbers. In the Las Vegas metropolitan area, the number is 383-8255. 383-8255. Out of state, toll free, it's 1-800-338-8255. 1-800-338-8255. Then we have the wild card direct dial lines. Let them ring until they're answered. Area code 702-385-7214. 7214. And finally, if you have never called at all, the first-time caller line at area code 702-385-7213. 7213. Back to our guest now, Don Berliner. Don, are you still there?
I am.
Are you ready for your public?
I guess so.
One quick question first, Don. You've written Crash at Corona. What might be next for you? Are you working on anything now, or do you plan another?
Not working on anything on UFOs at the moment, but my agent has some ideas he's trying to sell. I'm back to doing aviation stuff right now.
I see. All right, fine. Well, it makes you well qualified to comment on things that do fly. All right, let's see what we've got on the telephone. On our first-time caller line, you're on the air with Don Berliner. Good evening.
Hello, Art. Don, my name is Mike. I'm calling from San Luis Obispo, California. And I am kind of playing catch-up with a lot of the evidence that's coming out. I've been reading since my own lost time experiences and sightings. And I'd like to ask Don a kind of a critical question. And I'll just ask my question and then let you answer on the air.
Okay.
First, is the evidence that you know of substantial enough to suggest that the events described in Whitley Strieber's Communion or other books are real in the common sense? And what are the scientific theories that make this possible? And could you just comment on the round room experience?
All right, let's see what we can do with all that.
Okay, as far as the legitimacy of Whitley Strieber's experiences as described primarily in his first book, Communion, they fit in pretty well with what hundreds and hundreds of other people have described. And so, I would assume that this probably did happen to him. Now, most of his writings on the subject are wrapped up in his own philosophy, his own attempts to explain what was going on, and that's strictly Whitley. But his descriptions of his experiences fit in very neatly with other people's descriptions of their experiences. So either they're all genuine or they're all something else. And so I tend to think that he probably experienced what he described, and of course he's far more capable of describing things than the great majority of people.
He asked about theories that validate it.
Well, I don't think there are any. I think all this stuff is outside our theories, our scientific theories, and that's one of the puzzling and one of the fascinating aspects of it. This is something very, very new and different.
All right, and finally, what in the world is the round room? I've never heard of that.
That makes two of us.
Oh.
I don't know what that is.
All right, very good. Line one, good evening. You're on the air with Don Berliner.
Hi, this is Mike in Las Vegas.
Hi, Mike.
And I'd like to ask you, Art, when you'll be having your guest back on who spoke about the Philadelphia experiment. And secondly, I'd like to ask Don if anyone has ever reported encountering female aliens. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'll answer the first question. Al Bielek will be back on. I don't yet know when. I had him on my syndicated program in the early morning some time ago, and we'll have him on again. Your turn, Don. Female aliens.
I'm losing my mind.
Female aliens. Have you?
Female aliens, sure. Yeah. Quite a few reports of female aliens. Some of the reports indicate that the witness didn't know why he or she considered them female, but was convinced they were female. But in some cases they were female-shaped. Other cases, it wasn't clear why they seemed to be female. But that certainly is part of it.
Would it be your view, Don, that there are aliens on Earth now? Some people suggest that.
I've never seen any. You mean this idea that they're living among us? And
that's right.
Like us?
That's right.
How in the world do you tell? I mean, I've had some odd neighbors. If they were clever enough, we would never be aware of it. And so I think it's a very tough question to deal with. I assume that they are continuing their abduction activities, which means there are probably a number of groups of them landed in various farmers' fields around the country right now. But as far as aliens who look exactly like people, you've right there, you've eliminated any mechanism for detecting them.
That's a very good point. Well, good evening. It would have been good evening. Let's see. Good evening. You're on the air with Don Berliner in Las Vegas. Where are you, please?
I'm calling from Oceanside, California.
Oceanside, yes, sir.
Hi, Mr. Berliner. Hi, Art. For the most part, whenever I hear people talking about things dealing with aliens and visits from outer space, it's always, when will the government release the information, or how is the government going to do it, and things like that. How about the possibility of an alien spacecraft just plain coming out of the sky and exposing themselves to the some great population center?
Coming down at, say, the White House, something like that.
Or anywhere. Instead of always waiting for the government to reveal some knowledge about spacecraft.
Well, since we don't have any way of encouraging aliens to do that, and it's obviously very much up to them, we just got to sit back and wait for something to happen.
Well, it sort of sounds when, for the most part, people seem to think that the government is controlling alien access to Earth.
No, I think that people feel the government is controlling access to government-held information. But I don't think the government has a whole lot of control over the aliens.
Yeah.
I don't see evidence of it.
So what do you think of the possibility of, say, instead of relying on the government, what do you think of the possibility of a spacecraft one day?
All right, caller, it's a good question. Let me rephrase it for Don, and listen on the air, please. Don, let's try it from this point of view. What do you think might happen if an alien spacecraft actually did come down and just hang above a city where it was obvious, nobody could deny it, everybody covered it, CNN rushed over, there it is, an alien spacecraft? How do you think that our society, the world, would react?
Oh, boy. By asking that question, you're giving me far more credit than I deserve. I think some people would insist that it wasn't happening. I think some people would panic. And I think other people would find it a very interesting event, and if it did not appear to be directly threatening to them, probably wouldn't bother the majority of people. People become blasé pretty quickly.
Well, they do, but I think that story would run for a while. Actually, Don, it would be, I suppose, the story of all time, wouldn't it?
Well, it depends. If the whole story were that this huge craft hovered over Los Angeles for an hour and let itself be televised, etc., and then flew away, then the implications wouldn't be all that great. However, it landed on second base during the third game of the World Series, and a bunch of hideous-looking creatures got out.
We've got a problem.
Well, unless people thought they were playing for the Phillies. But it could be very, very frightening. And so it all depends on what happens, not the mere fact that something significant happens. And so the reaction could range all the way from near boredom after the first few minutes to utter terror.
Utter terror. Mm-hmm. All right. Line 2, good evening. You're on the air with Don Berliner.
Don, the alien tunneling in the Earth, do you know or do you have anything?
Oh, that is a good question. Yes, a lot of people have talked, Don, about alien tunneling and that there are mazes of tunnels that run underground, in some cases from one state to another. What have you heard about that?
Nothing that impressed me. I'd like to see some evidence of it. You know, there are lots of theories, but any theory that isn't backed up by something doesn't carry a whole lot of weight. And so I don't know who these theories come from and if there is anything to support the theory.
Yep.
I'm not aware of anything.
Right, and everybody always wants to know where is all the dirt gone that was taken from these tunnels and all the rest of it. So that's not one of the things you give a lot of credence to.
No, not at all.
All right. Wildcard line 3, you're on the air with Don Berliner in Las Vegas. Where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling from Lake Tahoe.
Lake Tahoe, all right.
Yes. And I have an interesting story about sighted aircraft. My great-great-grandfather lived in Healdsburg, California, and he sighted an airship in 1897, and they didn't know what to really call it or how to explain it. And he was afraid to report it to the authorities or newspaper because he was afraid he'd be accused of inventing the machine. And it emitted a very bright light, such as an arc lamp, and it was sighted in San Francisco around the Cow Palace and up and down the west coast, the Pacific coast. And
when was this, actually? Can you tell
1897. And it was reported, I don't have it with me right now. It's in my home in Yuba City. I'm Nancy from Yuba City. Remember, Art?
Yes, Nancy, the worst place in the whole U.S. to live. Yuba City is what they say.
Anyway, it was sighted at night. I don't know that it was a balloon. I don't know why people would be flying a hot air balloon at night. It was in the newspaper, the Healdsburg Tribune, and I think it was around November and December, those months that they sighted it, and they explained that it preambulated through the sky. It's really...
Don, what, all right, let me take it from there, Nancy. Thank you. Don, what about UFO studies prior to the mid-40s? As you go on back, incidents like the one that she just described or others, is there a lot of history prior to the mid-40s?
Oh, sure. In fact, the first recognized wave of sightings was exactly what Nancy was talking about. There were reports from coast to coast of what became known as the 1897 airships. Not all that much similarity to modern UFOs or flying saucers, except that they were just as mysterious. A lot of the reports were obviously phony, created by unscrupulous newspaper reporters, but it appears that there was also something substantial going on that could not be explained by existing lighter-than aircraft. There's almost no lighter-than-aircraft flown in this country.
Is there enough evidence, in your opinion, to suggest that the UFO phenomenon, as we understand it, has been going on nearly forever, as long as we've been recording events, or...
Well, I won't go that far. You go much more than 100 years back, and it's really hard to tell because the reports are very vague. hardly any specific bits of information. You obviously can't go back and re-interview the witnesses. They're all dead. Language has changed. But there were reports of very peculiar things in the sky 100, 150 years ago. Before that, it gets awfully murky. And it's intriguing, it makes good reading, but it's of no particular scientific value. But certainly starting with the 1897 airship wave, which was from coast to coast, something was going on, something as yet unexplained.
An intriguing area of study.
Oh yeah,
intriguing. It's but of course no video cameras back then, and much less evidence, so it's difficult. But nevertheless, an intriguing area. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Don Berliner. Good evening.
Yes, good evening. This is Bob from Las Vegas.
Hi, Bob.
And I enjoyed the book written by Stanton Friedman and Don Berliner. I thought it was quite well done.
Thank you.
I'm particularly interested in the resolution of the question of where the main crash site is, whether it's somewhere between Corona or in the vicinity of Corona, or whether it's in the plains of San Augustine. With the credibility of one of the characters in the book, Gerald Anderson, being questioned by several writers, I'm also wondering whether there's a disagreement now between you and Stan about adhering to the plains of San Augustine as the main crash site.
No, we never considered it the main crash site. The way we express it in the book, and the way we still see it, is there probably were two crashes, separate crashes.
Mm-hmm.
The great amount of evidence and testimony is for the crash in Corona, near Corona to the east, in the eastern part of New Mexico. The crash in the plains of San Augustine, which is in western New Mexico, the main witness, the main eyewitness, is no longer considered reliable. That's Gerald Anderson.
Was there another witness
Yes. Oh, yeah. Enough other evidence to make us feel there was a crash there. It's just that we cannot rely on the details provided by Anderson. And so the primary crash, as far as reliability and witnesses and such are concerned, is the crash near Corona. And we're still looking for more witnesses to the San Augustine crash, but it does appear that there was one, and they probably happened at about the same time, and probably were related in some way. Whether it was a mid-air collision or what, we don't know. But the more substantial event was the one near Corona.
I see. Were you able to come to any satisfactory conclusion about how or why Mr. Anderson may have given false information, if in fact he did?
No, you never pin those things down, unfortunately. It's not that we think that none of his information is good, but because of his subsequent behavior, we just can't rely on it.
I don't know whether the audience is familiar with that. You may wish to comment on that.
Well, Gerald Anderson claimed to have been with a group of relatives when they stumbled across an intact craft and 3 bodies and 1 live one about 150 miles west of the crash site near Corona at about the same time, early July of '47. And he went into great detail describing the bodies and the behavior of the live one and the craft and the damage to it and what it looked like in the damaged area, and on and on and on, and how when the military arrived and what they did. And he may well have been there, but he has done and said some things that bother us, and so I have written a special preface to the paperback edition, which may or may not be published now, in which we state this clearly, that we unfortunately can't rely on him anymore. And that's life. This does happen. You never can pin down a single witness. You can never prove that a witness is telling the truth. And so you have to go on your best instincts, and in this case, we were wrong.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, caller. Don, if I were in the disinformation business, or I wanted to quiet all this down, I think what I would do is I would create a very believable UFO incident, something that really seemed solid, and then a little time later, I think I would prove that it was a complete fraud, and most of the public, in their minds anyway, would suddenly go, yeah, see, nothing to it really. I mean, it would really be a service to the disinformation folks.
Yeah, but it could also be very difficult to prove that it was a fraud. This is certainly the case with the main MJ-12 document, the Eisenhower briefing paper. No one has ever proven that it's a hoax, even though a lot of people assume this. But
what is your view?
That it's almost certainly genuine. It may have been jimmied up. There may have been some cutting and pasting involved. It's certainly incomplete, but either it's genuine or it is so close to the real thing that you could hardly tell the two of them apart, because it makes sense. It fits what reasonably would have been done. And there's no way to prove, at this stage of the game at least, that it's genuine, because the few people who would know are not going to talk. And so far, no one's proven that it's a hoax.
All right. Wildcard line 3, you're on the air with Don Berliner in Las Vegas. Hi.
Yeah, hi. I'm going to take this answer off the air. I heard an interview out of Denver with a forensic investigator, and he said that microscopic examination of the physical scars inflicted on the abductees appear the same geometric design as the crop circles, and 2, he cautioned that aliens conduct deliberate misinformation. Nothing they say can be trusted, and they wish to discredit all the reports. Now, this fellow, if you know him, was a Mr. Darrell Sims. And just tell me if you know him, then I'll hang up.
I don't know him, and I have great question about what he's saying. He says aliens are conducting disinformation.
Well, when they
how does he know?
When they answer, he was 1-for-1, and he's got about 200 people that he's working with, and he's an anesthesiologist, hypnotherapist, or whatever.
It's a mouthful, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's doing a lot with them, and people ask questions, say, what are you doing with us, and so on. And you can't believe anything they say.
Yeah, I'll go along with that. The answers that people get are generally nonsense.
Totally, yeah.
But whether that's disinformation or not, we have no way of knowing, because we don't know how aliens think.
All right, ma'am, we're going to have to scoot. Where are you?
And the geometric design. Okay.
Well, that I hadn't heard about. But there's such a wide variety of designs and crop formations that you could find something just about anywhere to match one of them.
Crop formation. That's a good question. Don, hang on just 1 second while I ID the station here. Don Berliner is my guest. This is Area 2000.
From Jackie Gone's Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
Sunday night and Area 2000. Good evening, I'm Art Bell. My guest is Don Berliner from Alexandria, Virginia. He is an aviation science writer. The subject this morning is UFOs. Back to Don Berliner. Don, are you still there?
I am.
Good. What about crop circles, Don? Linda Howe and others are looking into both crop circles and animal mutilations. Does all of this, in your mind, figure into the rest of the phenomenon?
I don't see any connection yet between crop circles and UFOs.
Well, there are frequent sightings of UFOs in the area of crop circles.
But not very good sightings and pretty vague reports, actually. And, of course, there are sightings lots of places where they don't have crop circles. But, as I say, I don't see a connection. There could be coincidence.
All right.
However, I consider the crop formations, since they are going much more than circles, to be an independent mystery at this stage. Absolutely fascinating. Certainly not all hoaxes.
Right.
But what's going on is anybody's guess. If it's a form of communication, it's a pretty terrible one because nothing's been communicated. But it's very, very intriguing. And
all right, what about the animal mutilations? They seem to kind of go together, and they are very specific, Don. There are cuts made with high-heat instruments.
Oh, yeah.
Very precise cuts, organs removed, incredible things. We can see no other explanation.
Well, Linda is the expert on that. I'm not. But, again, I don't see much of a problem with UFOs. Again, there have been sightings
in the same general area, but not very good sightings, and not sightings that have produced much information. And so until there's better evidence, I can't say that there is a connection, but it's a fascinating mystery unto itself.
It is, indeed. Line 3, good evening. You're on the air with Don Berliner.
Good evening. I don't know any aliens, but since the 60s, I've seen an awful lot of strange people that act in strange ways that I would prefer to believe that they're aliens and that the human race has degenerated to that point.
And I think you're reaching. I think we are degenerating, but I don't know that I'd blame it on the aliens.
But you asked a question before about the research and the discovery of semiconductors.
Yes.
That was done through hard research. They researched many materials before they came upon the silica crystal, which has a particular atomic structure which has 4 holes in it, positives and negatives.
All right, well, you're suggesting then that the leap to semiconductor technology was logical and well-researched.
It was come about exactly like Edison came about through much experimentation. As to transistors, the first I knew of transistors was in 1947 when my cousin, who never finished high school, as a matter of fact, he never attended high school, but he's some sort of an electrical genius, and he built a radio that worked underground in the subway in New York, and he used transistors which came from Japan at the time.
All right, do you have a question for Mr. Berliner?
No, I just really wanted to fill you in on that semiconductor information.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it, and that does help. I guess maybe it was a logical progression.
Well, there is considerable reason to suspect the origins of the transistor.
Why, Don? Give us a few of those, if you would.
Some off-the-record comments by people in the intelligence community, for instance.
Oh.
Who say that's one of the things that came out of a crash. You can't go into court with information like that, obviously, but it keeps you investigating. So.
That brings up another question, Don. If the government is keeping all of this secret, then surely a lot of government intelligence people don't know about this, because other guests that I've had on the program say they give lectures, and inevitably some people from the government, even the CIA, will show up for the lectures, as interested as anybody else.
Sure. Well, highly classified stuff is handled on a need-to-know basis. There's something like 700,000 people in this country cleared for top secret. You don't tell every one of them everything. When you're dealing with very sensitive stuff, you limit it to people who need the information in order to do their jobs. It's what's called compartmented information. And so just because some CIA people or some Air Force intelligence people are not in on this doesn't mean that it's not there. And even if they are in on it, they wouldn't be able to say so.
Right, but presumably they wouldn't attend a lecture of that sort because they would already know the real stuff.
Or maybe they want to find out what the private community has learned recently.
That's true. That is true. Good evening on the first-time caller line. You're on the air in Las Vegas with Don Berliner.
Good evening, Art. Good evening, Don.
Hi. Where are you, sir?
I'm right here in Las Vegas.
All right.
I have a series of 2 questions here. My first question has 2 parts. And in contact with aliens, whether it be through direct contact in a civilized or peaceful manner, could they possibly be considered our friends? And the second part of that question, in contact with aliens in a traumatic or frightening experience, such as an abduction or a possible biological testing, could they be considered our enemies? And the second question, do all supposed aliens, in all documented cases, or reported cases for that matter, look like the traditional big head, big eyes, human-like body, or are there other types that are out there?
All right, those are a couple of good questions.
On the matter of their being friends or enemies, they seem to control contact or meetings or communication. And the feeling that abductees come away with is that they're neither friends nor enemies. They treat humans like laboratory animals. They have no apparent feeling toward them one way or the other. They're using them for something and sending them back where they came from. So I don't know that you could call them friends or enemies. As far as the types, the most common type is the little big-headed gray fellers, but there are other types described frequently. Some that look pretty much like humans, some that are kind of halfway between the human types and the little gray guys, and occasionally something else, some really weird ones. So what this means, we don't know. They could all come from the same place. They could come from different places. They could all actually be the same, but the witnesses who are certainly not clear of mind when all this is going on could just get odd impressions. We're dealing with fuzzy information, unfortunately.
Okay, let's see, where to? Here, I guess. Good evening. You're on the air with Don Berliner. Where are you calling from, please?
Mount Shasta.
Mount Shasta.
California?
Yes.
It's a mighty high place. It's not as grand as that face on Mars. What could you say about that, sir?
All right, thank you. The face on Mars, Mr. Berliner, a lot of talk about that. The NASA space probe, as you know, lost. A lot of people suspicious. What do you have to say?
Well, the pictures that were sent back years ago are certainly interesting.
Not to NASA, though. They seem to want to try to avoid investigating it further.
Well, I think they're afraid of being laughed at, just like most UFO witnesses and most abductees. They're afraid of negative public reaction. And, of course, we don't really know what's going on in closed-door meetings at NASA. But as I say, the initial photographs were very intriguing. It's quite unfortunate that the Mars Observer quit working.
Unfortunate, so then you do attribute it to a technical malfunction?
I have no reason not to, and certainly this sort of thing has happened before. In fact, it's becoming frighteningly common right now. I don't know whether NASA is making a plea for more funding or they're showing the effects of less funding than perhaps they should have gotten. But until I have some reason to think that there's some monkey business going on, I'm not going to jump to that conclusion.
All right. Wildcard Line 3, good evening. You're on the air with Don Berliner.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Fine. Where are you, sir?
Here in Las Vegas.
All right, go ahead.
I had 2 questions. In the world, there's only two places, or actually two cultures, that created pyramids, the Egyptians and the Aztec Indians out of Mexico.
How about Steve Wynn?
Oh, Steve Wynn now. Or rather, the Luxor guy.
Yeah, the Luxor guy, right, I'm sorry.
And, well, my question would be, supposedly it's been reported that inside the pyramids, especially in Egypt, that there are paintings on the walls, or many paintings on the walls, of alien spacecraft, little guys coming out and supposedly communicating with the Egyptians. And my question, I guess, would be, at the time that the Egyptians were supposedly the most technologically advanced culture on the Earth at that time, and I guess I kind of wonder, did that possibly, if that happened, play a part in our traditional technology that we have today?
All right, thank you. The ancient astronauts, I guess.
Yeah. Well, again, some very interesting information, some questions that need to be answered, but I think there's been far too great a tendency to jump to conclusions. The works of Eric von Däniken exposed a lot of information, but unfortunately were analyzed by the author in a highly unscientific way, and so the questions remain. I don't know anything about paintings inside the pyramids of Egypt. That's something new to me. But there are ancient wall paintings and caves and that sort of thing that can be interpreted as spacecraft and aliens and whatnot.
We have in this area, Don, an area called the Valley of Fire, which I've been to, and there are some drawings on the side of some rock canyon areas there that really do look like, I mean, we're talking about stick people here with what appear to be helmets and all the rest of it. And if you were to press to say what they were, it's a man in a helmet.
Oh, yeah, there are a lot of things like that that look very much like they could have been ancient man's interpretation of some strange things he'd seen. But how do you check it out? That's the problem.
It sure is.
No way to get additional information. And there is insufficient information contained in these paintings. And so we're stuck. Until somebody comes up with something new.
All right. Line 3, you're on the air in Las Vegas with Don Berliner. Good evening.
Hi, I'm in Las Vegas.
Yes, sir.
In Revelation, it says that whenever the false prophet and the Antichrist get together, that they cause fire to flame down from heaven. And by this means they'll deceive many. That kind of tells me that they're going to have the ability to maybe have laser beams burn up part of a city or something at will. But I'm looking for deception. And it's not going to, interfere with my faith no matter what they do. And I just was wanting your opinion on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I won't get into religious matters. They're too sticky. And so people are welcome to interpret religious writings as they wish.
Don, would it be your view? A lot of people suggest that the aliens, in effect, are our creators. Would you lean toward that view?
No, it's certainly a possibility. But again, where's the evidence of it? They don't look all that much like us. And there are general similarities, yeah.
Well, a body.
2 arms, 2 legs, a head on top.
Exactly.
But there are some major differences, certainly. And so it's an intriguing possibility.
A lot of people suggest the aliens are here for some sort of genetic renewal or experiment or something, that we can, in effect, do something for them or have something they need.
Well, certainly the stories we get from abductees point to great interest on the part of the aliens in the human reproductive process, but interpreting this is pretty tough. We don't know why they're doing it. We don't know if the reasons they give are the truth, because we've seen enough evidence of them giving ridiculous explanations and obviously incorrect explanations for things.
You are to be applauded for not leaping with so many of the rest to conclusions about all this, Don. And
well, I'll tell you,
done that.
In my 3 or 4 years working full-time for NICAP back in the 60s, I saw an awful lot of people lose their effectiveness by jumping to conclusions and then losing sight of the difference between theory and fact.
Precisely. Wild Card Line 3, good evening. You're on the air with Don Berliner.
Yes, this is Leota from Tempe, Arizona.
Tempe, Arizona. Hi there.
Hi. This is mainly a sort of a confirmation for the sighting that you saw. A group called the Center for the Study of Extraterrestrials went down to Mexico the first part of February this year. And they were out in the desert about 11:45. They saw this light. They signaled it, and it came closer. And it was your triangle.
My triangle.
Uh-huh.
Don, it's a strange thing. I had never heard. To me, they were always saucers or oblong or cigar-shaped, and I'd never heard of a triangle. And then I saw a triangle, and I've received nothing but reports of triangle sightings ever since. It's incredible.
Well, a lot of the UFOs seen in Russia a couple of years ago and chased by then Soviet Air Force fighters were described as triangular. So it's not that rare, but over the years they haven't been common.
It's like buying a new car and then seeing others just like it everywhere.
Everybody bought the same thing.
Same phenomenon, yes. Anything else, ma'am? Ma'am, anything else?
No, I just wanted you to know you're not alone. This thing was 300 feet across.
Oh, boy.
And when it turned, it this straight part, the triangle part, there was a bank of lights that went on.
Huh. All right, thanks for the report.
Bye-bye.
Right, bye. There's another report. They're constant, Don.
Oh, yeah.
These reports just keep coming, and as you have suggested, the number of reports, even if you dismiss some percentage of them, is very strong evidence when taken in total.
Yeah, and especially when you face up to the fact that the great majority of sightings are never reported. We're just getting a few percent of the total.
I would imagine that percent is slowly rising as acceptance of it all seems greater. Wouldn't you imagine?
I don't know that acceptance is any greater. Gallup polls over the years have shown roughly about the same percentage of acceptance. But I think people are simply afraid of ridicule. And whether there is ridicule there or not doesn't matter. If they're afraid of it, that's what counts. And now, with no well-known private organizations in the field and no admitted government interest, people don't know how to report sightings.
Right. All right, Don, let's keep moving. A lot of people want to talk to you. Good evening. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Don Berliner.
Hey, good evening, Don and Art.
Hi, you're hard to hear, sir, so you have to...
I said, good evening, Don and Art.
Yes, good evening. You're a little hard to hear, but go ahead.
Okay, what my question is, what do you believe is the method of attaching equipment or joining material on these ships, since there are no nuts or bolts? That's one question.
It's a good one, too.
And I said, the other one is, what does the government do when they have a new design of an aircraft? The first thing they do along with it. You should know that. You're an aircraft man. And if you can't answer that, I'll tell you what it is.
Okay.
Pardon?
As far as joining parts together, I have no idea. The descriptions I've gotten from people who say they handled wreckage suggest that it would be very difficult for us to try to make anything out of that kind of material. No way to drill holes in it, to put rivets through it. Maybe there's some way to chemically bond it. I don't know. But I've never heard anything about how parts were joined together.
Don, I don't want to hold any other callers up, but I'll give you a hint.
Yeah.
How about optically?
I don't know how that would work.
It works. Good. The other thing is, the other question I had is on when if the government builds a new aircraft, what happens? They build a simulator alongside of it, right?
Frequently.
Okay. No, most any time when they build a new aircraft. The other item is that why aren't you investigators checking in on investigating certain simulator companies? And I think nobody will pay for it before. That's it.
All right, thank you very much. Don, is that how you classify yourself, by the way? Are you an investigator?
Not primarily. I'm a writer and reporter. I've done some investigating, but I say in the case of the book, Stan Friedman did a great bulk of the investigating, and no, I would not describe myself that way.
All right. Let's see. Line 3, good evening. You're on the air with Don Berliner.
Yes, good evening, Art.
Hello.
Good evening. I just have two questions, and it's hard to answer it. First of all, I think, just very briefly, I think this is from Vegas, Las Vegas, obviously, North Las Vegas. But anyway, I think that the UFOs are real, and I think we have been genetically sort of inbred maybe thousands of years ago, and I don't think that we would be so speeded up in our technology. That's my thought for there. But I want to ask two questions, and I'll let you answer that on the air. One, we haven't gone back to the moon. They tell us it's too expensive. Now, I've asked this before, but I don't know. We have a big rock out there, and I was wondering, number one, are there some bases maybe or some type of alien activity on the moon? And number two, for years, people who have seen a UFO, supposedly, they have a blackout, naturally, like they see a light and then they don't remember an hour or two. They're put under hypnosis, policemen, people that don't have maybe emotional instability, and then they have seen definitely something being examined, and ugly-looking humanoid type of people, and maybe it's shock, but there's so much similarities. I'd like to know what you think of that and the moon question, and let's keep up space research. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the call.
Okay, as far as the moon is concerned, NASA's having enough trouble getting money for its existing programs.
Mm-hmm.
They have plans to go back to the moon. They have plans for permanent installations on the moon to do research. But the big problem is the cost right now. And so Congress is not in the mood for funding elaborate scientific efforts. They killed the superconducting super collider the other day. And so I don't think there's anything more than economic problems to blame there. As far as other bases on the moon, I am not aware of any evidence of this. The second question was what? I didn't write it down.
Let's see, I guess it was just I heard the question about science. I may have missed the last question myself, Don. I'm sorry.
Both getting old.
Yeah, we're getting old, that's for sure. Good evening. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Don Berliner.
Okay, I have two quick questions, and I'll listen on the radio.
All right.
One, are you the author of the Bermuda Triangle book?
I am not.
Different Berliner, I guess?
No. That's Berlitz.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I screwed that one up altogether. Okay, second question.
We're all getting old.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Earlier, Al Bielek was mentioned, and I wondered if you had done any research or writing about the Philadelphia experiment. I just understood that you said you're not really a researcher, but I wondered what you knew about that.
I've never looked into it because I have enough to do just keeping track of all this UFO stuff.
Okay, well, I'm sorry about that other question.
Oh, no problem.
No problem. Thank you very much for the call. Line 1, you're on the air with Don Berliner. Good evening.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
Fine.
It's been a question that I've been saving for you, and now I'm going to let it loose. We live very close to Groom Lake, and it's where you live. It's close to the test site. And if you look out tonight, when you're off your show, look out, and there's a ring around the moon, and those clouds are up pretty high. And there's a beam of light from the Lexer. And also, you must also think that the best way to hide something is in plain sight. I am very been mulling this over, that the light from that Luxor, that whatever candle power it is, I know it's enormous.
A signal, sir?
Yes.
What's a Luxor?
The Luxor is probably the largest pyramid outside of Egypt, or maybe the largest period that's just been built here in Las Vegas. It is a new hotel casino. It's pretty odd, Don. I'll tell you.
But I'll tell you, Art,
there's a light that comes right out of the very top of it, Don. A brilliant light that goes right up to the clouds.
Can you see that in Pahrump, Art?
Well, barely. Yes, you can see it depending on the conditions.
Right.
So you think they're hiding something in plain sight?
I think so.
All right. Well, Don can obviously not have a comment on that.
What do you think, Art?
Mine is, who the hell knows?
You're just like me, but come on, who knows, huh?
That's it. Thank you. So that echoes your comments, Don. Who knows about these things? We're very short on time. Good evening. You're on the air with Don Berliner in Las Vegas. Where are you calling from, please? Hello there. No, you're not. They missed it. Line 2, you're on the air with Don Berliner. Good evening.
Oh.
Hello.
Oh.
Yes, you're on the air, sir.
I'm trying to investigate something concerning the caverns in the Grand Canyon that were written about by Smithsonian and the Phoenix Gazette. Had you ever heard of anything connected to the Egyptians with that?
All right, we're way out of time here, Don.
And way out of our territory.
Yeah. So, obviously, then, no comments.
I don't know anything about it.
All right, Don, it has been a very good interview, and I enjoy your caution on all of these things, and I share it. Is there anything you'd like to tell everybody out there? Do you have any for example, do you want to be contacted by anybody for any reason?
Well, if people want to contact the Friends for UFO, if they're interested in what we're up to and
like to participate in any way, they're welcome to write to us at Post Office Box 277, Mount Rainier, Maryland. That's Rainier, Maryland, 20712. And we'll send you information and go from there.
All right. Lots of people left on the lines, but not lots of time. So, Don, I'm going to simply say thank you. Thank you very much for the interview, and I'm not going to have a chance to get your fax number off the air here. Somebody else steps right in, but I will contact you, Don, and get your fax number. I'd be glad to send you this Associated Press story.
Okay, if it doesn't run in tomorrow's Washington Post...
It may, because I just heard it on the Associated Press News at 9 o'clock, so...
Oh, okay.
My guess is it's going to run all over the place.
Oh.
All right, so if you need it, let me know.
I'll give you a call.
Don Berliner, thank you.
Thank you, Art.
There he is, Don Berliner, aviation science writer, and yet another guest from the Bigelow Foundation and Area 2000. Good evening. The preceding program was sponsored by the Bigelow Foundation. And now, Area 2000. Good evening, everybody, and welcome into Area 2000. I'm Art Bell, and this is going to be an extremely interesting program this morning. George Knapp is back. We've got him. We've got glimpses into other realities. We're into another reality with Linda Howe, all the way back in Philadelphia. And then I think you're really going to enjoy this morning. Walter H. Andrus, Jr., who is the international director of the Mutual UFO Network, Inc., will be with us. So it's going to be quite an evening, and I suppose we ought to go ahead and get started. So, here, roving who knows where, our roving journalist, George Knapp, is back. And here he is. George, good evening.
Good evening, Art. Good evening, listeners. The UFO flap over Clear Lake, California currently continues. As we have mentioned before on this program, this rash of sightings began this spring, and since then, dozens of witnesses have reported seeing disc-shaped craft, balls of light, and other unexplained aerial phenomena. We've been told this week that videotape of one such craft has been captured, although we have yet to see the tape ourselves. What's more, witnesses are now seeing telltale helicopter traffic, as if the government or someone else is monitoring the UFO situation there. We've heard this sort of thing again and again around the country in places of considerable UFO activity or even animal mutilations. People start seeing UFOs or they report mutilation cases, and then these unmarked helicopters start showing up in great numbers. Whoever it is behind it, they seem to have a heck of a lot of helicopters. Another perennial UFO hotspot, Missouri, is experiencing yet another UFO wave. Witnesses near Springfield are reporting the appearance of luminous, silent, flying objects, triangular in shape with red lights on the top. Witnesses near Sparta, Missouri, have seen groups of luminous UFOs flying in a trapezoid formation. And residents of Dade County, Missouri, have been seeing these glowing yellow cylinders flying around, something that's been described as akin to a fat flying sausage. Sightings also continue over Gulf Breeze, Florida. Some fairly impressive photos of disc-shaped craft have been snapped during the past several weeks. These photos have been analyzed and appear to be genuine as far as we can tell. That the craft are quite similar to the ones that were seen and photographed by the infamous Ed Walters. A lot of people have doubts about Ed Walters and his photos. In fact, your guest tonight, Walt Andrus, could certainly address some of those questions. But these pictures would tend to corroborate, I think, what Walters has been saying. A couple of media notes. A feature film about UFOs is in production and is expected to be released in theaters early next year. The documentary film will be titled Beyond This Earth. At least 2 British TV networks are interested in producing UFO programs, and traditionally, Art, as you probably know, the government-regulated press has stayed away from the topic altogether. But in the past week, I've been contacted by 2 British networks about UFO projects being produced in conjunction with English researcher and author Timothy Good. Also in the works here in the U.S., at least 2 syndicated UFO talk shows. One is being produced in New Orleans by renowned abductee Calvin Parker. The other is being put together in Los Angeles, hosted by Don Ecker. He's the research director for UFO Magazine. We don't yet know what markets these programs will be airing in, but both production teams hope for nationwide distribution. UFO conference news, a big one scheduled for this month in Las Vegas, beginning November 28th at the Showboat Hotel. It lasts for a full week and features many of the best-known names in UFO research. The conference will also delve into topics not always given much credence in UFO circles, such as channeling. Angela Thompson of the Bigelow Foundation has further details if anyone's interested. And also this month, UFO Conference East will be staged in New York City. The dates November 20th and 21st. Nearly 24 speakers are scheduled, as well as a UFO march on the United Nations in protest of the alleged international UFO cover-up. A lot of people have mixed feelings about such protest actions. They worry that it affords the mainstream media yet another chance to poke fun at UFO nuts in funny hats carrying funny signs, and that it might denigrate the quality research being conducted. That's something you might want to discuss with your guest tonight, Walt Andrus. I don't think there are many people in the world who know more about UFOs than he does, and I look forward to hearing the show.
How do you feel about it, George? These protests that are going on, there was one at the White House, and now you're saying there's going to be one at the UN. Is it a good idea? Is it productive, or anti?
Almost anti. I think that there is interest, as we've discussed before, Art. There is interest among serious people in Washington, D.C., for example, in getting to the bottom of the UFO cover-up. There is belief among members of Congress that it's real, that it's going on, that someone is lying to the public. I think this creates some political problems for people like that they are supporting sort of an ongoing behind-the-scenes investigation of the matter. And for it to come out now, when they don't really have the smoking gun, when they don't really have the evidence they need to nail the people who are behind the cover-up, I think it makes it less likely that they would stick with it.
So it's almost hard to even know what to demand when you don't have the evidence.
Exactly.
All right. George, wonderful. Thank you very much, and we'll look forward to your next report.
Okay.
All right. Take care. That's George Knapp, and with quite a bit of information for us this evening, as a matter of fact. All right. You're listening to Area 2000, coming to you from Las Vegas. It is a weekly event. We're here beginning at 8 o'clock every Sunday evening. Now we're going to go all the way to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and somebody that you should know and shouldn't really need any introduction at all, nevertheless, with a glimpse into yet another reality from Philadelphia, here is Linda Howe. Linda, good evening.
Hi, Art.
Welcome to the program.
Well, again, George and I are sort of on a similar track in these news leads. He started off with a discussion about the unidentified helicopters in California, and the unidentified and often silent helicopter has been one of the very confusing aspects of strange phenomena in the past few decades. There have been reports of helicopters silent or noisy and unidentified over pastures where animals have been found mutilated, or over the homes of people affected by the UFO abduction syndrome. A strong link between these mysterious helicopters and the animal mutilations began in the 1970s throughout the Midwest and eventually spread to most of the rest of the United States, including Alabama, this winter and past spring that I've reported here on earlier Area 2000 broadcasts. The helicopters can be of several varieties and colors and almost always without identifying marks. A friend and colleague of mine, Tom Adams, in Paris, Texas, has researched the helicopter connections to animal mutilations and human abductions since the 1970s. Tonight, I asked him to update us on his research, and we began our discussion with an example of an eyewitness report that linked a mysterious helicopter to beings that did not look like typical humans.
Well, there was one case that occurred in 1976 in Montana, in the area of Norris and Madison County, Montana, which again was, they had, well, between June and October, had about 22 confirmed mutilations of livestock, and again accompanied by numerous reports of helicopters, some unmarked, some jet black, many reported as silent. And during this time, there was a hunter from Bozeman, Montana, who was about 3 p.m. one day hunting in an area near Norris, Montana. And he watched a black helicopter without any discernible markings fly overhead and land behind a hill. So he climbed the hill and saw about 7 individuals apparently disembarking from the helicopter. And he began to walk toward them and offer greetings, and he realized suddenly that these men appeared to be Oriental. He wasn't sure if they were Chinese, Japanese, or whatever. They certainly were not white male Caucasian. They appeared vaguely Oriental, and they were jabbering in some language that was indecipherable to him. They had slanted eyes and olive skin. They didn't have uniforms, just everyday street clothes. And suddenly, as they saw him approaching, they ran back to the helicopter and took off before he could reach them and find out who they were. And we've also been told that there were similar reports of Oriental-appearing helicopter occupants in England. You don't have too many accounts of people actually seeing the occupants of these helicopters. And, of course, as you know, and many people already know, that there, in the history of the UFO phenomena, there have been reports of occupants who have been reported as vaguely Oriental.
Great. Now, what about the strong association between helicopters in or around the vicinity where people have reported also seeing what would be considered a UFO?
Well, one of the primary cases is that of Cash Landrum, Betty Cash, Vicki Landrum, and Colby Landrum, which occurred in December of 1980, north of Houston, Texas, where the three were encountered a large diamond-shaped object spewing fire and smoke in a rural area. And, of course, as many know, they went on to suffer physically from the after effects of this encounter, which apparently included some kind of radiation effect. But while they were viewing this large diamond-shaped object, there were
the report has been 23 helicopters which appeared around the object, some of which were single-bladed, single-rotor helicopters, others were the big Chinook or flying banana-type helicopters. And, of course, again, as is usually the case, all attempts to determine with any finality where the choppers are coming from have met with futility. There are some suggestions, of course. There aren't too many places that would house as many helicopters. And this kind of leads us to the possibility that they would be military, because you have to ask who would have the manpower and the facilities and the logistical capabilities of operating a fleet of helicopters outside of the military and be able to do it with impunity.
So in that case, it might actually have been some kind of a military operation, either guiding the strange diamond glowing object in the sky or monitoring its activities. In the context of whether or not all helicopters could be military or terrestrial, there is Sheriff Lugeroto's famous quote from the documentary I did when he said that he and other investigators had become convinced that some of the helicopter activity they were trying to chase was actually, and this was his quote, creatures not from this planet here involved with the animal mutilations and using the helicopter appearance as a camouflage for their own work so that we would not pay attention to them. What is your comment about what Lugeroto has had to say?
Helicopters over the years have been reported as silent. Has led a lot of people to think that perhaps we're not looking at helicopters at all. Maybe they are some kind of non-terrestrial craft in disguise, which of course it makes sense they would be able to move about without being noticed as readily as they would be if they were in their, regular non-terrestrial configuration. But to play the devil's advocate, there is a technology which might explain the existence of silent helicopters, active noise control, where you produce a sound to cancel out an already existing sound. And what you have essentially is you wind up with silence. So the technology is there, but again, the question has to be asked, which Lugeroto asked many years ago, how many of these operations can be carried out with such impunity without anyone being caught or captured?
And
that very fact itself lends some credibility to the idea that there's something a little bit more exotic going on here than just a military operation.
And it's been going on for over 30 years in association with what people have described as looking like a helicopter. And I remember when I was working on A Strange Harvest, the insurance guy in Denver who called me and said that he and his mother-in-law saw what they thought was a low-flying helicopter come over their house west of Denver and suddenly turn into what looked like a square through which they could see the sky and continue to rise vertically upward and changed or metamorphosized into something that looked like a solid round disc.
Yeah, that was an interesting story. We don't have a lot of others like that, but of course if that one story is true, that again lends credibility to the exotic element of this.
That it could actually be a camouflage operation in some of these cases of an alien life form using a helicopter shape to confuse us and to keep us from understanding what's going on.
Possibly. I also think there may be more than one thing going on here, that there may indeed be an alien camouflage operation occurring, but also there still may be some kind of military or at least governmental operation wherein some of these choppers are actually terrestrial. And there are some indications that this may be the case, some indications that there are helicopters like these that are based on certain military reservations.
And Art?
Yes.
In that whole issue of if there were military helicopters involved with both flying over abductees' houses, being in pastures either before or after animal mutilations, would be who are they, how are they monitoring and tracking all of this, and is there any truth to what somebody in the military told me some time back, unofficially and off the record, that there was in fact a system of teams that were tracking various frequencies of things that were identified as non-terrestrial with the idea of getting to locations both to monitor and to break up some incident like an abduction or a mutilation.
What an incredible mystery this is, Linda.
Yes. if anybody out there listening has any information about any of these aspects of abductions, mutilations, or government monitoring of frequencies that might be non-terrestrial in association with these unidentified and strange helicopters, I would certainly like to hear about it, and I know Tom Adams would too.
How do people contact you, Linda, if they have information?
I can be reached at Post Office Box 538, Huntington Valley, spelled Hunting, D as in dog, O-N, Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania, and the zip code is 19006. And if anyone has anything to report, please get in touch with me, and I will also share it with Tom.
Good. All right. Well, that's something. I'm very curious myself about these helicopters, Linda, and I think there's good reason to be curious and try and pin it down because it is at least something we can follow toward trying to figure out what's going on here.
It is. Tom has said this himself many times. If we could literally get to the crux of the strange helicopter phenomenon and understood exactly what it was, which may be very clearly two things, our own military trying to monitor something that is another intelligence, and the other intelligence camouflaging itself so they can move around on the planet more easily, we might begin to get closer to understanding what is involved with our planet. And it has these helicopters, or something that looks like helicopters, have been reported now since at least 1973. There were dozens of reports back then, and they were reported with great regularity this winter and spring in Alabama, and most recently I understand there was another helicopter report in Colorado. Able to report these stories to someplace so we know what's going on. So I hope I will hear from those of you out there who may have information about this.
Good. Linda, we'll look forward to your report next week.
Thank you, Art.
Thank you, Linda. Linda Howe from Philadelphia, actually, near Philadelphia. And if you have any reports for her of this nature, please do get in touch with her. That's Linda Howe, Post Office Box 538, Huntingdon with a D, Huntingdon, Valley, Pennsylvania. Zip code 19006. And the information is power. So she could use some, and if you have reports, we'd very much appreciate it. Walter H. Andrus, Jr. As one of the founding members of MUFON in 1969, Walter H. Andrus, Jr. has been the international director of the Mutual UFO Network, Inc. since 1970, succeeding Dr. Alan Yuki, I believe it is. He served on the staff of Skylook and the MUFON UFO Journal beginning in 1968. Walt is presently the associate editor. He's been editor or co-editor of the annual MUFON UFO Symposium proceedings since 1972. Born in Des Moines, Iowa in 1920, Mr. Andrus graduated from the Central Technical Institute in Kansas City, Missouri in 1940. He's a graduate of the U.S. Naval Electronics Technician program during World War II, taught in their schools. Walt was formerly employed by Continental Airlines as a station manager. 1949 to 1975, he was employed by Motorola, Inc. in successive capacities as assistant plant manager, manager of quality control, and operations manager in their Quincy, Illinois facility. In 1975, he transferred to the Seguin, Texas plant as a production manager. After a tenure of nearly 34 years with Motorola, Walt retired at the end of 1982 to devote full time to the management of the Mutual UFO Network. Even though being retired, he continues to provide consulting services to the Motorola Seguin plant. Mr. Andrus has been interested in the UFO phenomenon since August 15, 1948, when he, his wife, and son had a daylight sighting of 4 UFOs flying in formation over downtown Phoenix, Arizona. and amateur radio operator since 1939. Walt's present call letters are W5VRN, Victor Radio Nancy. In addition to presenting slide illustration lectures in the USA, Belgium, Brazil, Canada, England, Italy, and Mexico, he's appeared on television in the USA, the United Kingdom, and more recently with Oprah Winfrey. Walt is vice chairman of the International Committee for UFO Research and is one of the founding members of the new Joint American-Soviet Aerial Anomaly Federation, or JASAAF, organized in 1991 to promote UFO research and cooperation between UFO organizations in the USA, similar organizations in the Russian Commonwealth of Independent States. So, all the way from Texas, here is Walter Andrus. Good evening, Walter.
Good evening, Art.
Good to have you with us.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Walt, it's hard to know where to start with you. There's so much I can ask. I guess I'm going to begin with the subject of the first two reports, or at least they both touched on it. What have you heard? What reports does MUFON have on this whole black helicopter thing?
The black helicopters have been prominent in many cases to identify each and every case of the question. However, we have to study these for the very reason that, for one of the identifications, if it's daytime, your Coast Guard helicopters are painted a dark blue. The Air Force may have a blue helicopter. The Army is using camouflage or the olive drab green helicopters. Coast Guard is blue. So this is one way of identifying that, yes, these black helicopters have been seen. We've actually photographed them in daytime. They are not, when license numbers have been checked with registration, there's nothing registered with the FAA. So involve one of the agencies of the U.S. government.
Does this, Walt, lead you to believe that this whole UFO phenomenon, or at least part of it, or maybe just part of it, is indeed connected with the government? That in some way or another, it is either all a government project, or what do you believe about that? Certainly the helicopters would seem to suggest terrestrial origin and cooperation or knowledge or something.
Well, we don't blame or even consider that the United States government is responsible for the UFOs that have been sighted for hundreds and thousands of years. We have nothing on the planet Earth that will fly and perform like a UFO. So if our government had them, we would be ahead of everyone on the planet Earth in space travel, but we don't have them, sorry to say. And the helicopters have been seen. We don't know their purposes entirely, but they're apparently trying to learn what is going on in these different events.
All right, well, what I guess I'm asking, Walt, is since they are helicopters, since helicopters probably are from Earth, unless there's some kind of change artist and can change shapes or change our impression of what we're seeing or something, it certainly suggests some sort of at least cooperation then between what you have firmly said is not of terrestrial origin and our government that definitely has some black helicopters.
Well, we don't know if there's cooperation. Again, we work with facts, Art. If we are speculating on a subject, well, I'll preface the comment accordingly.
Okay.
But
all right.
We have to resolve the phenomena, and I think our government would like to know more than they know at present.
I agree. Walt, we've got to take a brief break for a station identification. I understand you are an amateur radio operator. I am as well, Walt. You should know my call is W6OBB. So, welcome to the program as a fellow ham.
Well, thank you, Art.
All right, Walt, stand by. We're going to do a quick station identification. We'll be right back with more. You're listening to Area 2000 from Las Vegas.
Jackie Gone's Plaza downtown. This is KDWN Las Vegas.
Once again, good evening. Reminding you that all of this happens not without substantial support. All of this area, and I speak now of the Area 2000 program, happens because the good people at the Bigelow Foundation are there. If you'd like to contact the Bigelow Foundation, your contact is Angela Thompson. She's a research coordinator there, and you can reach her at area code 702-456-1606. And you might just want to thank them for their support of this program. The original concept was theirs, and it has worked like crazy. Very popular program. Again, area code 702-456-1606, the Bigelow Foundation. Mr. Andrus, welcome back.
Well, thank you, Art.
All right, we've got clear sailing now to the top of the hour, and I guess there are a whole bunch of things I would like to ask you. But first, there will be a lot of people in the audience, Walt, who have no idea what MUFON is, where it came from, why it is still in business, and what you guys do. So tell us about MUFON.
Yeah, we'd be happy to, Art. MUFON is the acronym for the Mutual UFO Network. We were organized on May 31st, 1969, and we'll be celebrating our 25th anniversary in 1994. Talk about anniversaries. My wife and I celebrate our 50th anniversary right there in your building in the beautiful glass dome dining room at the Plaza Hotel.
Well, congratulations.
That was a year ago, and we just passed our 51st.
Wow.
That's getting off the subject. We did want to tie it in with your location there at KWDM.
KDWN.
KDWN.
There
right.
you go. There you
go. Going back to MUFON, we started on May 31st, 1969. The reason was that there was a contract issued to the University of Colorado during 1968, extended in 1969, by the United States Air Force under the charge to determine if UFOs deserved further scientific study. The charge first was going to be, do UFOs exist? And no one would take the contract because, as the managers at the University of Colorado pointed out, yes, we have UFOs. We don't have to determine that, but it's going to change the contract to the UFOs deserve further scientific study. And Dr. Edward U. Condon headed up, and he attended, well, he did nothing toward investigating. In fact, I don't think he read any of the reports that his committee and team went out and interviewed people. He did go to a kook UFO convention in New York City because he felt anybody believed in UFOs was a kook. So his report came out, and they called it scientific study, but however, it's a little bit different than a conventional scientific study whereby in a lab for physics or chemistry.
Sure.
A class, you'll set up your experiment, conduct your experiment, record the results, and then determine what did I learn. This makes the report that the University of Colorado published quite unique in that the conclusions are in the first chapter. And he probably wrote that before the study was even done. And criticized people for teachers for teaching students to study UFOs. They should be close to it. Quote.
Oh, my.
Oh, yes. And this was in Charles in the Manhattan Project. He's head of the Bureau of Standards at the University of Colorado.
So how do you account for an attitude like that?
Well, a preconceived opinion. And they probably should never hired him. But his people worked real hard at the project, produced a big, thick book. And even in their book, 30% of the cases they treated, they classified them UFOs. So it's quite evident that Dr. Condon didn't take the time to read the work of his own committee. It cost the Air Force about $650,000 to conduct the study, and they came out and made recommendations that they close Project Blue Book by the United States Air Force. That was probably a good recommendation because people
weren't reporting sightings, were not reporting sightings to the Air Force because of the ridicule that was involved in being told, let's say on 2 o'clock in the afternoon you were watching the planet Venus in the sky, and so people just refused to report them.
Well, you've been the collection point, Walt, for sightings for years and years and years and years. Are we getting more sightings, fewer sightings? What do your statistics tell you?
Our statistics show, Art, that we're not getting a lot more sightings, but we're getting higher quality sightings because people are more knowledgeable of the subject. Years ago, back in the 50s, a light in the sky was considered a UFO, something that unusual that moved. Well, we find that of the raw reports that we get from the public, that 80 to 90% can be explained as something mundane after a very thorough investigation.
Mm-hmm.
That is, sending an investigator out to interview the witnesses, go to the scene, get the facts, determine if there's any physical evidence, photographs, and so on, and then also try to determine what else could they have seen. Just misunderstood what they were observing. It was, of course, a UFO, which simply stands for unidentified flying object. It was unknown to the person reporting it. They are very, very anxious to find out, what did I see? It was confusing. 80 to 90% of the reports can be explained as something mundane. One of the items that receives a lot of attention these days, especially if you happen to have a clear evening across the United States, the space debris coming in puts on a tremendously beautiful show as rocket shells and debris burns up in the atmosphere. But it's always going in a straight line. People say, well, it should be coming down. Well, no, it comes in quite flat and burns up slowly in the atmosphere. And even when the last space shuttle passed over Texas, we got UFO reports at 3:15 in the morning. It put on a pretty fair show, but kind of a blue haze around the nose and an orange glow from the rear. But that was what we call an IFO, an identified flying object.
Sure.
So we're interested in that 10 to 20% residue after a thorough investigation that represents what we call the real UFOs.
All right.
Those we explain, we call those IFOs, or identified flying objects.
Right. You must collect pictures, photographs, videotapes, whatever sort of evidence people have. I'm sure they try to get it to you.
That's right.
Do you have big full files of videos and pictures, Walt?
Yes, we have. Most of our file are documentaries and so on UFOs, but in each of the individual cases where video was taken, we have those files.
What do you consider to be the best evidence, the best picture?
Well, news people will ask this one question: what is the one case that proves beyond a question of doubt that we have UFOs? Well, the same answer applies to photographs. There isn't any one case that really proves the whole picture. It's a series of cases, multiple cases, where the evidence repeats itself. You have patterns developed.
Still, though, Walt, if I were to ask you, look, go to your files and bring me back the picture, the best picture, the greatest detail, or the one that you like best, what would you bring?
Well, we have more pictures right now on the Gulf Breeze, the Ed Walder sightings.
Right.
In quantity. They are much superior. We're still getting pictures. We'll have an article in the December issue of our MUFON UFO Journal on the sightings down at Pensacola Beach, Florida. They are daytime sightings. They're not very clear, but there's certainly something on video and also on still cameras. But the pictures Ed Walters took are very, very good, and I have more of those in our file than any other one. You see a lot of publicity on what they call the Billy Meyer pictures made in Switzerland. They are beautiful, but they're simply 5 different models suspended and posed for the benefit of Billy Meyer to photograph them.
I see.
And they're good-looking pictures, but I wouldn't pull those to show you because they are not UFOs.
What about The Ed Walters situation in Florida. How do you personally look at that? Are you a believer that something really is happening there, or do you tend to believe those who, you remember the model that was found and all the rest of that baloney? What do you think about Ed Walters?
Well, when I first heard about the pictures, our local committee in Pensacola, Florida, and Gulf Breeze interviewed Ed. That was on January 7th, 1988. Well, I took off the following week, went down because I wanted to meet Ed personally. Pictures can be faked. We know how it can be done. You know how we could actually simulate the photographs he has. But I wanted to know, what is the credibility of the photographer? What kind of person is he? And the credibility of the photographer is even more important than the photograph itself. Is he credible? And I found Ed to be a very successful businessman, a builder of the finest homes in the Pensacola Gulf Breeze area. He's won awards from the State Builders Association. He's a businessman, very active in the Chamber of Commerce, the school system. He has everything going for him as a credible person. And yes, we have confidence in him, and we support his case.
So, what have you done? Do you have staff people or anybody that works for your organization that actually goes to Florida and tries to get pictures or meets with Ed, or what do you do now?
Well, we cover the entire world. We have nearly 5,000 members, Art, and we try to cover every county in the United States. And so that when something like this breaks, our people around the scene, and our investigators knew who Ed was before he went forward and admitted publicly that he had made these pictures, because we were already interviewing other people in the neighborhood in Gulf Breeze, Florida, that were having the same similar sightings to what Ed Walters has, even before he had agreed to a public interview with our investigators. I've been down there 4 times. I went down the first time on January 15th in 1988, and then back 3 times since then. But I was not fortunate enough to have seen something while I was there. Maybe I should stay up all night each night. So I went down to take a look at the pictures. On one trip on March 4th, I went down when he made his first stereo picture with a camera that we shipped down from here, sealed it. It was a little Minvo 3D camera. So when you take one picture, you get 4 images from the 4 different lenses and on 35 millimeter color. And he got an object that has multiple lights on it, very different than he had previously with his old Polaroid. His old Polaroid that he used to show progress on homes he was building for people that were going to move to Florida, or who wanted to see how their home was progressing. You can show him how you can use that to take a double exposure, triple, quadruple, anything you'd like. Just don't pull the film out. It's got manual eject. But as soon as we showed him how that the camera would do that, he went out and bought a brand new 600 LMS Polaroid, which has a motor eject for the film. The film is packaged in a carton. You probably have one of these cameras yourself. And there's no way you can hoax that, take a double exposure. He bought the camera on March 6, 1988, and on March 7th, they got his first picture in the backyard of a UFO with that camera.
Walt, let me ask you a question about that. You say with the mechanical eject, there's no way you can double expose, but suppose one simply removed the batteries that operate the mechanism for the mechanical eject or the automatic eject, then you could.
You can't, let's see, you can make one picture. Of course, you have to set it up. I've been through his home looking for what really he might have used, if he did, to have a model with a black background. To do a double exposure, you'll take, let's say you take your model against a black background and walk outside and shoot again without removing that film.
Right.
And you have your background. So but on this, you take your batteries out, but your camera probably wouldn't perform with the batteries.
There's no way to independently disable the mechanical ejection of the...
The Polaroid engineers looked at this, and I don't know how much time they spent on it. It took them 2.5 months to come back and explain how you could disable the camera, take the film out. It's in a pack. You get 10 shots to a pack. It's in tin foil, and they'd have to go in there and take that out and then replace it and put it back in the camera, but interrupt the camera's stroke. And they said it took them a long time. These are Polaroid engineers that were responsible for servicing the cameras, whereas Ed, he was so sharp he figured that out in one day. You can believe that.
All right, let's approach it from this angle then. Of all the cases that have come to MUFON, I don't know how many people ever ask you this, but I'm going to. What percentage of them does MUFON itself judge to be faked?
Fakes?
Fakes.
Oh, fakes are somewhat rare, and we get them regularly, several a year. But fakes, it takes much work to figure out a fake as a real one.
Sure.
Because you have to be sure what you're doing, what you're saying, and how you arrive at that.
Well, I guess I'm asking you more for a judgment, not so much what you've proven, but with regard to the material you get, what percentage do you think when you all get it at MUFON you say, oh no, this is questionable, or it seems to us like it's fake?
Well, you have to separate those art. When a person makes a photograph of something unusual, and we get those once a week, so they see something on film they can't explain. Now, to them, this could be a UFO, but we have to sit down and figure out what is it on that film that is quite unique and quite different. Some of them are just film defects. That's one of the items, but that's not considered a fake. This person was very sincere. They just developed the film, and here's something they didn't see when they made the picture.
Sure.
And we have one right now made in the Far East, where you've got a big temple there, daytime picture, a group of people going through some religious ceremonies, and running right across the picture, a little red dot zigzagging across the picture. Now, we've got to figure out what in the camera would cause something like that, because it's not a UFO. So that person just simply is asking, what do I have here?
Sure.
And we don't call that a hoax. That's not a fake.
No, what I meant by that is things that would almost have to be intentional frauds.
No, I wouldn't call it intentional fraud at all.
No, not that. Not that, Ed. I'm talking about things that you would privately, when you look at it, say, baloney. That's fraud.
Yes. A lot of these pictures are very easy. For instance, on the Polaroids, we found it's simply dust on the between the layers of the emulsion on the film, and it makes quite a unique little picture.
Ed, there was a protest seeking information at the White House not long ago, and now there's about to be a protest regarding UFOs, we understand, at the United Nations. How do you view these protests? Is it positive or negative?
Well, we have not supported the one that occurred at the White House on July 5th this year, nor are we supporting the one that's going to take place next weekend in New York City, the Dag Hammarskjöld Park area. They did receive a lot of publicity on the one this past year. The one before, this was the second one. The first one, no publicity whatsoever. But this isn't the way you can get action from Congress. We have other plans. We're doing things behind the scenes that can have positive results and get the proper attention.
Any idea what the Clinton administration attitude toward all this is?
No, we haven't been able Bill Clinton has been so busy.
Yeah, he has.
Problems since he came into office that when people write to him about UFOs, and he'll have an aide simply say, well, we thank you for your interest in the subject and best wishes, and they have an answer. We don't know what Bill Clinton really thinks. Past presidents we do know, and we'll be able to pin Bill down one of these days, provided to get some of these other problems behind him.
Ed, which U.S. president do you think has had the most interest in trying to get into this?
Well, George Bush was head of the CIA, the director, and the CIA has been into UFOs since the 1947-1948 era right up to the present day. Therefore, he's probably more knowledgeable than any president. Even the president has to have a need to know.
No, I don't know, Ed.
He isn't told.
I don't know, Walt. He was probably out of the loop.
Well, he could be.
That was just a
Unless
joke.
he asked questions.
Yeah, that was just a joke. But yes, he headed the CIA, and obviously he would have known. Do you think most presidents do know, Walt?
No. For instance, Jimmy Carter made a campaign promise that if he was elected, he would release all the UFO information, because he'd had a personal sign back when he was a Rotary governor down in Georgia before he became the governor of Georgia. Gerald Ford was responsible for getting an investigation started in Congress after the 1966 swamp gas sightings in Michigan, where his constituents pressured him. Ronald Reagan didn't talk about his personal UFO sightings until he only had 2 months left on his second term.
Right.
And of course, he was not going to couldn't run for re-election, therefore we didn't hurt him. He even found out about Nancy and her astrologers and friends. Reagan on 4 occasions mentioned 3 times to Gorbachev that if the Earth was attacked from space, we would unite as Russians and Americans to defend ourselves. Now, he made that statement once later on to a AFL labor meeting in Chicago, another time to a group of high school students in Maryland. So he could have known more than meets the eye. Jimmy Carter got real excited about UFOs after the motion pictures were made on the weekend, or I should say New Year's 1978, and they were shown between the football games on New Year's Day in this country. He went to NASA and suggested we have to. They said, well, yes, we will if you'll provide the finances. But they took Jimmy Carter aside, and Robert Fries, who headed up the NASA at that time, NASA, talked to him like a Dutch uncle, no doubt. Since I heard Jimmy Carter on the Larry King radio program about 3 months ago, when Larry asked him about his personal sighting down in Georgia. And Jimmy Carter promptly recited to him, and one of our members in Virginia called in on the program and said, well, how about your campaign promise to release all the UFO material? And Jimmy says, well, we did. But the Air Force probably said, yes, sir, Mr. President. But before they released it, 2 lieutenants sat down with big black felt pens and marked out all the names of the witnesses, the dates and places, and just destroyed the whole file basically before they released it. They didn't tell Jimmy Carter they'd done this. They said we released it, and so they had. Now, so there, you can say, what does the president know? He has to have a need to know. And if he doesn't have a need to know, he probably hasn't been told. We know that Truman could have gotten involved way back in 1947 when he was president, possibly with the what they call the MJ-12 documents. We're still trying to determine if they're legit. This was actually a briefing that Harry Truman was having made available to General Dwight Eisenhower when he became president. And it was a report of what they call the MJ-12 Committee, 12 distinguished scientists of that day, about 6 scientists and 6 military and CIA people that were each one was MJ1 through 12, and the report covers the Roswell crash and other events that occurred prior to January 1952. This report was ostensibly prepared, but we're still trying to determine, is it authentic? It's been a difficult job. A lot of money's been spent trying to check it out by going through archives of Eisenhower, Truman, and others to check out other possibilities and to confirm the format and so on. One of the problems, it was a hoax. That's probably easier to prove than trying to prove a truism, and that's where we're stumped right at the moment. So we can say if that one is true, then Truman was involved.
How many reports do you get? Do the reports come to you there in Texas, Walt, or do they come through regional centers and then get filtered to Texas, or how does the reporting system work?
Well, the reporting system works like this. Our investigators at the scene will go out and conduct the investigation, prepare a report, and turn that over to their, the state section director, if that isn't the person that did the reporting. Then it goes to our state director to screen and determine if it's been filled out properly, that all the details are there. And they, in turn, forward it to a regional director. We have 4 regional directors, 3 in the United States and 1 in Canada. We call him the national director. And from there, he'll go through there and take excerpts from it to be used for what we call a current case log in our monthly magazine, the MUFON UFO Journal. The report will go from the regional director to our deputy director of investigations, who is Ronald Johnson in Austin, Texas. He is the final one to receive it. There we put in the computer in Austin, Texas. Another chap does that. Then the original file comes to Seguin, and we keep the hard file here. We have 7 4-drawer file cabinets still full of UFO sighting reports.
That's a lot of material, Walt. Has the government ever come to you?
No.
No. Isn't that something? I would think they would be very, very curious how much you know.
Well, they may be listening to this phone conversation right now, but we really don't care.
Well, that's right. But you would think with a collection center of data the way you have, if they're curious how close you guys are to having something.
Well, remember, they collected the Project Blue Book. They had Project Sign. Project Sign was set up about 1947 after the Kenneth Arnold sighting and the crash at Roswell. Their report came out and it was submitted to Hoyt Vandenberg, who was then chief of staff, that UFOs represent alien spacecraft visiting the planet Earth. Hoyt Vandenberg says poppycock and had all the reports destroyed, and he closed down Project Sign and set up Project Grudge. When Project Grudge, which the name may imply, was set up to explain away all UFO sighting reports.
Exactly.
And that didn't work.
All right, Walt.
Then they went to Project Blue Book.
All right, we're at the end of an hour, Walt, so relax for 5 minutes. We'll come back, and if you're up for it, we'll take some phone calls.
Very good.
All right, you're listening to Walt Andrus, Jr. He is director of the international director of the Mutual UFO Network. More in a moment. Back now to Texas. Walt, are you still there?
Yes, sir.
Good. Walt, before the program, just before we get to calls here, prior to the program, I told you, and my audience is well aware of, a sighting that I had a couple of months ago. How does that stack up with a lot of the other sightings you're hearing about, Walt?
It follows very definitely a pattern that we're seeing here. The object that you started was triangular in shape. Years ago, that was not common. But with the sightings around the lower Hudson Valley region in New York State, the triangular or boomerang-shaped objects became very predominant, and that's what you were saying there. the two white lights on the corner, sometimes they have three lights. The red strobe light was very unusual, I thought. That isn't reported near as often. But the white lights are. The sightings in Belgium in 1989 were the big triangular objects with three white lights on the three corners of the triangle. But the fact that it moved very slow or floated, as you pointed out,
right,
without sound, puts it in the category of a UFO definitely, because we don't have any craft that can support itself in the air without the benefits of power of that nature as we know it,
Sure.
without making a lot of noise.
Well, on top of that, it no matter what sort of support it had aerodynamically, it was going too slowly. Aside from there being no sound, it was simply going too slowly to have supported itself in flight. I do guess we're doing some work with sound cancellation, aren't we, Wes?
Tom Adams mentioned that, but I'm not aware of it. We have a lot of people as our members that are in the aerospace industry. For instance, one of our deputy directors is John Schuessler, our vice president. He's with director of Dow Douglas over at the Space Center, and they're not aware of the thing that Tom Adams mentioned, so I cannot confirm that.
Okay. All right, let's take a few calls. Wildcard line 3, good evening. You're on the air with Walt Andrus.
Hi, my name is Mike in San Luis Obispo, California. How you doing, Walt?
Hi, Mike. Good evening.
It's a pleasure to talk to you and a real opportunity to ask you a question that involves a little physics. I guess you're an engineer, so you'd be aware of the possibility that the aliens are operating outside Newtonian physical laws. For example, wouldn't faster than light travel make the aliens very old? And could you speculate on that?
All right.
In other words, some people have made that statement. I used to argue with Dr. Heineck about that. The assumption is made sometimes that every time a UFO is seen over Las Vegas, Nevada, or Pirate, Nevada, that it came from some distant planet, appeared over Las Vegas, and went back. They don't do that. They've been here for several hundred years, maybe several thousand years, and they're staying around the planet Earth. They aren't going back and forth, so we don't have to really worry there about the speed of light and how fast they travel. Yes, they do things that are beyond our physical world. That is, somebody pass right through our solid world and take human beings right with them through our solid world through a window. How that's done, we do not know, but people have seen it happen, and that certainly isn't our physical world, but they're taking someone like you or me and making it possible for us to do the same thing. That we cannot explain.
Okay, Walt, let's keep moving, shall we? On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Walt Andrus Jr. Where are you calling from, please?
Yes, good evening, Art. This is Bruce in Yuma, Arizona.
Hi, Bruce.
EL7LF.
Another hand, that makes 3.
Yeah, I just like to pass on an experience I had when I lived in western Wyoming, and then get the comments off the air from our guest on what his interpretation would be. But we in Mountain View, Wyoming, just south of Evanston, I lived there back in the mid-'70s, and we had a series of cattle mutilations, and it was really funny because I just kid around with the people at work where I was employed out there, and one night I was just about knocked out of bed by, what I swore up and down were helicopters, dead, 3, 2 in the morning, something like that. And then the next day my landlord, where I was staying, said, hey, Bruce, you want to come out and see one of these mutilated cows that we had? And sure enough, there it was. But the thing was the helicopters, and the point that, there's never anything in the news about it, but just word of mouth and, on shift work and like that, it was just all anybody could ever talk about, and we were taking shifts out, watching fields and like that, and in the evening. So I just passed that on, and that was probably in 76, 77 in southwestern Wyoming.
All right. Any comments, Walt?
Now, this follows definitely the work that Linda Moulton Howe, you had on your program earlier.
Right.
Colorado had a lot of sightings in the same period, more so than Wyoming, probably because they thought it raised more cattle down Colorado than Wyoming was. Wyoming, the cattle be spread over a wide area. That's easy to monitor what's going on out there. But the heaviest cattle mutilations, and the areas you're talking about, occurred along the northern New Mexico and southern Colorado area. There were a big share of them, but Colorado was well covered at the same time. It had some in Wyoming.
Walt, if we look at the various permutations of the sorts of reports you get, I wonder what you consider to be the more interesting to follow now. You know, and I referred to the sightings, the abductions, the cattle mutilations, the crop circles. I wonder what aspect of the whole UFO phenomenon you think is the most intriguing at the moment.
Well, we have to look at where can we learn the most. We're trying to resolve 4 questions. But one of the UFOs exists, and the evidence is overwhelming when you have tens of thousands of reports in your computer and in files. 2, how are they powered? And this is what our aerospace engineers and aerospace companies would like to know, because the group that can design a craft that will fly like a UFO will be head and shoulders above anyone on the planet Earth in space travel. 3rd, where are they from? Well, we don't know. We can only say that of the 9 planets in our solar system, we think there's only one that can sustain life as we know it. We think there's some intelligence here on the planet Earth. Sometimes we even question that. And 4th, what can we learn by studying these, shall we say, the pilots of these craft? Because they definitely seem to be far more advanced than our technology on the planet Earth. So that 4th one definitely has the greatest merit, and that is in some of the abduction cases giving us clues what is taking place. I have all your tapes. I haven't played all of them from prior programs. I don't know how far Bud Hopkins has carried this, or Dave Jacobs in the genetic engineering that's going on with humans and breeding half-breed children and so on. I feel that the purpose there is to sustain their species, because it looks like they're very frail and weak. They cannot reproduce as we do. No genitals.
I have heard a lot of reports, Walt, that in encounters they are in fact almost always reportedly physically weak.
That's true, and that's why I speculate that by mixing with humans, they're going to be able to build up the physical attributes of the alien in such a way that otherwise they would just pass out of existence. It looks like they may be cloned, and when you clone anything, each time you lose a little bit. The creatures have very fragile bodies, large heads, even their fingers are sometimes split, very, very thin, and no thumb or a stub. Even their feet, the toes are starting to grow together because they don't do a lot of walking, and certainly have not entered the New York Marathon, which was conducted today.
So of the 4 things that MUFON is trying to learn, only one has really been settled, and you have settled it. They do exist.
That's right, very emphatically.
All right. Line 1, good evening. You're on the air with Walt Andrus, Jr.
Good evening. This is Fitz from Los Angeles.
Hello there.
Although you have been a tremendous force in the UFO research, and you run a very respectable organization, but you also made a very big mistake, and you continue to make the mistake. In the early 80s, you and the late Lorenzen, the founder of Apple, and just about all the major UFO researchers, you threw the baby out with the bathwater. And I'm talking about the Billy Meyer complex case. Now, Walter, let me explain this for you in the audience.
He mentioned Billy Meyer a little while ago.
No, I know. When a planet like ours goes through a cosmic awakening call, a three-way conditioning process by the alien was applied. That's from above, from below, and from within. Now, transit souls are recycled. That maybe sounds metaphysical, but that's the way it is. They are groomed, primed, and conditioned for a planetary surface contact. Now, Billy Meyer was such a transit soul, and he has done the job very well to his ability. I know whether this is a thorn in your eye. Time will tell that the Billy Meyer case is real and the photos are real.
Comments, Walt?
Our investigation today shows that they are simply 5 different models suspended from the limbs of the tree or bushes and photographed. Whenever we send investigators over to check Billy Meyer out, he won't talk to our investigators. He insists that he can't speak English, but we know better. We've heard him narrate 5 motion pictures, video pictures, using broken English. So, as soon as the investigation started, all the pictures stopped.
Walter, I know you're up in age, I know, and I hope you're going to be around with us for a long, long time. But you will see the Billy Meyer case stands solid.
All right, well, that's a prediction.
Who are you, sir?
Well, his name is Fritz, and he's from Los Angeles.
Yeah, I knew it was L.A., but I didn't catch the name.
Uh-huh. Fritz is the name, and you're going to want to remember it. He's very active in these circles. All right, so you think, again, that the Billy Meyer case was just some models hanging from a tree branch?
Yes, when you do photo analysis on these, it shows the model is up real close to the camera. When you do computer enhancement and break the whole picture down into pixels, if the object is real close to the camera, you get a sharp edge of the pixels around the edge of the object.
Sure.
If it's at a greater distance where you have diffusion of the dust particles in the air, the edge of the object will be rough in the little pixel breakout. And it shows either being real close to the camera. His camera was jammed. You cannot adjust the focus. Therefore, if he would try to range the object to be at the focal length to get a good picture. If he got too close, it was out of focus, being too close to the camera, because he couldn't adjust the focus.
Plus, you said that
some of the way right there.
Yeah, and you said the photographs stopped the moment the investigation began.
Yeah.
All right, good. Well, I think that kind of adds to the credibility of your organization and yourself, that you just don't buy everything out of hand. Good evening. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Walt Andrus. Hello there.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. You're on the air. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Payette, Idaho.
Payette, Idaho. All right.
Payette.
Right.
And I'm K6QT.
That's another.
So I've known Walt for many years, and I represent him here in Idaho for MUFON.
I see.
State Director.
State Director in Idaho.
Hello, Walt.
Good evening, Bob.
Hey, I have mostly congratulations for your fine work there, Walt, and Art. I have a question about the 50 kW that you've got there in Las Vegas. I have a heck of a time reading it here. I wonder if you're on any channel besides 720, because it's real noisy here. I wonder if you have a directional array there that...
Yes, we are directional in the nighttime hours, basically with a pattern that protects WGN in Chicago, which is also on 720, and you're beginning to get on the edges of it, so that accounts for your difficulty in Idaho.
Yeah, well, real good there, and... one other thing there, do you have a post office box or something like that? I'd like to send you a QSL card and also find out, I heard you mention that you get on 75 meters, and I missed the frequency. I wonder...
I do. I'll be on 75 meters tonight at about midnight or maybe 1 o'clock, somewhere in there.
Yeah?
Very late, and on 3857.
Okay.
3857.
We have several amateur radio nets within the Mutual UFO Network. The 40-meter net operates off the East Coast every Saturday morning at 0800 Eastern Time. Thing that Bob has tried to start when even back when he was on the West Coast and Art, you might be able to help too. We need a 75-meter net and a 40-meter net to cover the mountain states in California because our 40-meter net doesn't get out this far.
Well, I'd be glad to talk to you about the possibility of a net on the weekends on 75 meters, if that's something you'd like to follow up. So
we would.
All right. So there you have the frequency, and if you want to get a hold of me, you can send me materials at in care of KDWN Radio, and the address is number 1 Main Street. Very simple address, number 1 Main Street.
Yep.
Las Vegas zip code 89101.
I got it. You are sound, old boy.
All right. All right, thank you.
All right, thanks. Good talking to you. And I get it all here, but the signal's pretty noisy, and I'm using a 160-meter delta loop to do that. My 80-meter ZEP won't even do it here.
All right, well, I'll tell you, we're limited to KWN right now. Eventually this program, no doubt, is going to syndicate, and maybe we'll get a station there in Idaho.
I listened to you from Bakersfield, and they got a terrific signal in here on 1560.
Oh, yes, on the syndicated program.
Right.
All right, thank you, my friend.
Hey, 73s. God bless, fellas.
All right, take care.
Thanksgiving holiday greetings to you. I listened to try to see if we could pick up KDWN here, and I got to hear WGN Chicago.
Yeah, there you go. That's what you'd be hearing, I'm sure, in Texas.
The Challenger football game was ending.
All right, Walt. Line 2, good evening. You're on the air with Walt Andrus.
Good evening, Art and Walt. The reason that I'm calling is I live out here by Nellis Air Force Base in Las Vegas.
Nellis Air Force Base, yes.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that certainly the government knows about this, that UFOs do exist, but my only question is, why won't they disclose it to the public? Is it, I asked a few people this question, and they think it would just change the whole order of the world, and, you know.
Oh, it's an awfully good question, actually. Thank you, ma'am. Walt, it is a good question. It's I can rephrase it and just say, why the cover-up?
Well, the cover-up started in 1947 with the crash of an object near about 70 miles northwest of Roswell, New Mexico. That was about a week and a half after the Kenneth Arnold sighting on June 24, 1947, near Mount Rainier in the state of Washington. The cover-up started with the crash. The report was released to all the newspapers, radio stations, and those that had evening papers published it that evening. And the next morning, it was rescinded by General Roger Ramey when he said all it was that they recovered was a Robin weather balloon, the radar reflector. So that was the cover-up. And once you start the cover-up, that was 1947. This is 1993. And no one in our government is willing to come forward and admit that we're lying. We've gone through the Gary Powers U-2 flights over Russia, and they said that we were not doing that until Gary was shot down, and then everybody knew it. We had Watergate, Irongate, and our government does lie to us, or prevaricate.
I'm afraid that's more.
What you like to use?
Yeah, it's more apparent than ever now. I'm sorry to say.
So once that started,
yeah, but the
they would kill the credibility of our government if they admit that they're lying about something as important as this that affects every nation on the planet Earth.
So in other words, once the lie began, they really had to maintain it. It's like most lies that you tell. Once you've told it, you've got to remember what you said.
That's right. That's the difficulty telling lies. You remember who you told what to.
Right. All right. Back to the phones again, and on the first-time caller line, good evening. You're on the air with Walt Andrus.
Hi, Walt. Hi, Art. My name is Dennis, and I'm from Santa Cruz, California.
Hi, Dennis.
Listen to your program. It comes in very clearly out there.
Good.
I have a general question for you. The question for both you and Walter is this. With supposedly crashed alien vehicles, one would think that their technology would be so sophisticated as to avoid crashes as we try to do here. Is it possible that we're actually taking physical action against the aliens, or even more possible, is it possible that there's a conflict amongst aliens that happens to just be in our neighborhood? Could you comment on that?
You bet. Walt, I'll let you try it. Go ahead.
We've been told that there are many different alien groups from different places, and it's conceivable that they don't get along, shall we say, the good guys and the bad guys, and that they may have destroyed one of their own craft. Their technology is certainly far more advanced than we have on the planet Earth, but even in quality control circles, they're not perfect. The one at Roswell, it's conceivably two of them collided during an electrical storm. The debris was found at Roswell about 300 yards long, about 100 yards wide, and it crabs all in small pieces, whatever it was, and material there that is not known to the planet Earth people. Another craft was supposedly found 130 miles straight west in the St. Augustine Plains at the same time and recovered, and it was only damaged slightly. It had a big nick out of the one edge, and there were 4 creatures there, 2 dead, 1 injured, and 1 still alive when the Army Air Force people arrived at the scene. We're still working on that one to confirm it. So if 2 of them did collide, and one landed 130 miles west, and the debris of the other one was just torn in shreds at Roswell. Now, that could happen. We've had aircraft crash and run into each other on the planet Earth frequently.
Walt, of all the researchers that are out there, and there are many that I have interviewed, is there any researcher that you would consider to be, well, I guess there are several questions here. One is, do most of them belong to MUFON? And is there any researcher that you would consider to be doing the best work?
The News UFO Network is the world's largest UFO investigative organization.
Right.
And yet not everybody belongs to it. There's a smaller group in Chicago called the J. Allen Hynek Center for UFO Studies. Some of those people, it's a very small and limited group. Some of them are members of MUFON and some are not. But to name, there are a lot of people doing tremendously good work in the field. Dr. Bruce Maccabee was chairman of the Fund for UFO Research in Mount Rainier, Rainier, Maryland, Mount Rainier. Richard Hall is now the chairman of that group.
Mm-hmm.
Both of them have done real fine work. You can go on and on. For instance, John Schuessler, who is our deputy director, is one of the founding members of MUFON with McDonnell Douglas. Our director of research for MUFON is the R&D director from McDonnell Douglas in Burbank, California. It's their headquarters. And this goes on and on. We have 202 people on our board of consultants, all have doctorates in their individual fields. We have 398 research specialists with master's degrees. So it shows that we have some very competent people.
Boy, it really does. That's extremely impressive. Walt, I've got to take a quick break here at the bottom of the hour and ID the radio station. Stay right there. Walt Andrus, the international director of MUFON, is with us this evening. If you'd like to ask a question, the telephone numbers are coming up in just a moment. You're listening to Area 2000.
From Jackie Gone's Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
Good evening, everybody. This is the largest organization and the head of it that we have with us this evening, and it is kind of an unusual opportunity for you to ask anything you'd like to know. In the metropolitan area of Las Vegas, 383-8255, 8255. If you're calling from outside the state, several ways to get in. The toll-free line at 1-800-338-8255. The wild card direct lines at area code 702-385-7214. And finally, if you have never called the program at all, you're welcome to use the first-time caller line at area code 702-385-7214. Walt, good evening. Are you still there?
Yes, sir.
All right.
We probably should put it at this stage of the game. We have your address where we can write to get all of Art Bell, but your listeners would like to know where they can write to contact the Mutual UFO Network.
Or even call, Walt.
Yes, well, let's give them an address first if they would like to. We need investigators all over the world that can go out and interview people that have a sighting.
All right.
For instance, Bob from Payette, Idaho called in, and he is our state director for Idaho. We have a state director for every state. We have representatives in foreign countries, so we cover the planet Earth quite well, but there's still a lot of open places where we need help.
Okay.
The address here is either write the Mutual UFO Network or the acronym MUFON, M-U-F-O-N. The address is 103, I'll repeat, 103 Old Town, one word, Old Town, and then Road. The city is Seguin, that's spelled S-E-G-U-I-N, Seguin, Texas, and our zip code is 78155. We get mail as far away as Russia with this UFO, Seguin, Texas, with the proper zip code, and we got it.
I guess they know you go by now. What about a telephone number? I mean, if somebody were to have a sighting or something really urgent was occurring, is there a way to call?
Yes, they can call area code 210-379-9216. That's number we're on right now, Art.
Okay. Area code 210-379-9216.
We have two lines in here, but it'll switch over to either one of them.
All right. Excellent. On the first-time caller line, good evening. You're on the air with Walt Andrus. Hello there.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Let me turn off my radio.
Thank you. Yes, we have a delay here. Where are you calling?
Andrus, I'm in Sacramento.
Sacramento.
And I'm a first-time caller. I listen to your program during the weekdays. And I have a friend, which Mr. Andrus is probably familiar with, William Fredwell Hamilton III.
Yes, I know, Bill.
I'm his friend, Maxie. And what I'd like to ask you about is the Brian Scott case back in the 70s. If you're familiar with Bill's work on that.
Yes.
Well, I went through the whole thing with Bill, and I have personal knowledge. Has Bill told you about Jim in Colorado and the documentation on the case?
No.
Well, this case, part of the requirement on it was 2 trips to Tijuana to Bolivia in 1976 and then in 1977. And there was a party of 16 people that were witness on the second trip, and it was professionally filmed. And they have 5,000 feet of professional color film.
Who has this, Maxie?
The man that has the proprietary rights, named Jim Frazier. They have 400 hours of tape material and 35 rolls of film, color film, that were taken on the second trip.
And what is this show?
Well, I've never seen the professional film myself. I've seen some of the slides. A lot of the slides have a peculiar vignetting on them. They had a phenomena where the battery packs were zapped, and he went to his backups, and the backup battery packs were zapped on the professional camera. And so he used a 35 millimeter, which was mechanical. But the whole case was extremely paranormal, psychokinetic, just wild things that went on that were, defying description. And I know I've had a lengthy conversation with Bill on this, but it was an extremely well-documented case. I went one time, and I had a set of prepared questions, which I double-blinded and didn't let Bill see any of. Kept the folder closed, so we had the appointment, and we were sitting in the living room, placed myself well away from anybody else, had the contactee in a projection state, and then began to ask him the first question, and I said in regard to, and he cut me off and said in regard to the Sarsen stones and the transport thereof. The verbatim recital of the topical content of the first question having to do with Stonehenge, which is one of the elements in this case. But I'd just like to point out that if you're interested in the individual's name, I can mail you some information on the individual that has the documentation in Colorado.
Well,
All right.
please do, because I'm not aware of this at all.
All right, please send it along. And Walt, what about connections of this kind? How does it mix in, or does it mix in your estimation, with the UFOs? All these reports of psychokinetic activity, of people being contacted mentally, of time travel, of all these other areas that are very mysterious themselves. Do you see connections to the UFO phenomena?
We're not blind to periphery material that's going on, but most of our emphasis on, shall we call it, the nuts and bolts scientific aspects of UFOs, because they very definitely are a materialistic craft. They can land and leave physical evidence. You can go up and tap on them. They're metallic in nature, some of them. So we've somewhat confined ourselves to the craft and the beings as comparable to humans, to some type of aircraft that we would like to duplicate.
So you're
we spend very little time on
I understand.
things that he's mentioning.
All right. That was what I was curious about. Line 3, good evening. You're on the air with Walt Andrus.
Well, a couple of questions, guys. How you doing, by the way?
We're both fine.
Good. Number one, it sounded like your last answer, you might not be able to help me with this question, but George Knapp, when he was on, he spoke about a thing called remote viewing.
Oh, yes.
Okay, I wonder maybe if the guest can maybe comment on that, if he knows anything about that. And there was a special on the pyramids, and I guess they speculated they used the heavy, they moved the heavy stones with air generated by sound pressure.
Air generated by sound pressure? I don't think we can move stones with that today.
No, there was a special on the pyramids on the networks this week.
You mean that one of the Sphinx?
Yeah, and they speculated that the way they manipulated the stones was with, I guess it was sound pressure, the air generated by it.
Well, I think the air factor came in when they were looking deterioration on the face.
Okay, I got that wrong.
And they thought that
I misunderstood.
All right, caller, thank you.
The lower area, it looked like, it kind of surprised the investigators that you had water erosion that takes back to a much earlier age than was originally considered. But going back to remote viewing, we're going to have a fellow named Ed Deems who will speak at a MUFON International Symposium in Austin, Texas, July 8th, 9th, and 10th next year. And he is the president of SciTech, which is a firm that obtains contracts to do studies through remote viewing, a group of people that can take a subject, or even it's been used trying to read files in Russia, and they've been trying to do the same thing in our confidential files. But it's a whole field in itself, and our interest there is that we would like to utilize their help if they can develop a high percentage of accuracy and credibility to use some information they provided.
So you are interested then in this field, at least from that point of view?
Very definitely.
All right. On the first-time caller line, good evening. You're on the air with Walt Andrus.
Yes. I'd like to find out. I had heard on an earlier another.
You're listening to Coast AM. Try the wild card line. Dial 1, area 702-385-7214.
That had occurred in November of '92 in Long Island, New York, and I'd like to know what he knows about it.
All right, thank you. November of '92 in Long Island. Know anything about that, Walt?
Yes, a fellow named John Ford claims that there was a crash there, but we have his videotape and information he has available, but it certainly doesn't prove anything, and I'm afraid that he's got very, very excited about nothing.
It actually it does my heart good, Walt, to hear you when it's necessary not hesitate to suggest that something is not productive or that you didn't think much of it. To me, that adds to your credibility and means that you're objectively looking at all this. And that must be hard, to remain objective all the time.
I call myself an objective skeptic. I don't believe everything people tell me, but if I can check it out from several independent sources to come up with the same information, then we'll accept it. That's one of the problems we're having with the Bob Lazar material there in Las Vegas. We hope that, and here's where George Knapp has been doing some beautiful work in following this. And there for a while it appeared he was going to get some other people to come forward that weren't up there and to confirm what Bob said, but so far that hasn't been possible. So Bob Lazar is still in the gray basket, and we're still looking at it.
Okay. Good. Line 3, hold on, please. I'm coming to you out of turn. I think it's line 1. Good evening. You're on the air with Walt Andrus.
Good evening. I'd like to ask Walt Andrus in particular and about MUFON in general, if in their research they put any stock in the work of Nikola Tesla and Wilhelm Reich, and what kind of a relationship, if any, they have with the International Tesla Society. And I'll take my answer off here.
All right, thank you. Tesla and the Society and any connection to MUFON, Walt?
Not at all. It's a field all in itself, and they have an organization, society, that's worked on studied Tesla's work, and it's certainly admirable the things he did in his time because he was far more advanced than others in the field. The Wilhelm Reich rainmakers and his Oregon Energy, we take a dim view on that one.
Mm-hmm. All right, good evening on the first-time caller line with Walt Andrus in Texas.
Hello.
Hello, you're on the air.
Yes, I'm calling from Palm Springs, and I had a question for your guest. Abductees have seen markings on the UFOs, and I think it's all the abductees in Europe have seen the same type of markings. That they look to me, from pictures I've seen of them, as Egyptian-type hieroglyphics. Has any effort been made to try to translate that? It might be cool if we could ever come up with an idea of what they say.
That's a really good question, and that is what they look like, Egyptian hieroglyphics.
Yes, that's right. That's my impression.
All right, thank you. Walt, how about it? Has there ever been an effort?
Jesse Marcel Jr., who saw the debris that was picked up at Roswell, his dad brought home and dumped on the kitchen floor for his mother and himself to see. It had symbols, and he's drawn them to the best of his knowledge, but of course he was only 11 years old at the time, and now we're in 1993, and it had occurred in 47. The letters have been shown, have appeared when abductees been aboard craft, but those have been kept reasonably quiet. Bud Hopkins has been doing a study on this. It uses kind of a check measure against different abductees that come up with the same printing. Mm-hmm. It's not legible. No one's figured out what they say, but when different abductees can draw the same symbols that they've seen aboard a craft, and this has never been published, this is another test factor to determine their credibility. So it hasn't gone past that stage right now because...
Walt, how many of those have there been? That is, similar reports?
Probably about 10 that I'm aware of.
10. Oh, that's pretty impressive. That's pretty impressive.
Bud's got about 5 questions that he asked about abductees that when it comes to where they claim they have hybrid children. And he has 5 test questions there that have never been published. I'm aware of what they are. Mm-hmm. But this is another way of measuring when a lady says, this is how it happened, blah, 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 and spells out the details, and that others have given at a prior time. We have to have things like this because once it's published in a book and becomes public domain, anyone can fake it or hoax it and claim this is what they saw aboard the craft. And so the fact that it's not published means that it can be used as a test.
Since you are clearly the international organization, Walt, and you get reports from all over the world, it's reasonable to ask you where most of them come from. In other words, do we get more reports per capita in the U.S. or in the Soviet, or what used to be the Soviet Union, or what part of the world seems to lead in sightings, or are they generally spread about?
They are spread about. They've had sightings in every nation on the planet Earth, in every country. The real problem in those is the language barrier. Someone has to translate it into a common language. The reports, therefore, for a while we didn't get anything out of China, but now it's opened up, and Russia has been very, very open here lately. They've had enough internal problems, but prior to, go back 10, 20, 30 years ago, it was difficult to get things out of Russia. So we couldn't say that they have more reports there or less reports because we didn't have access to them.
Well, have you caught up, though? Is there any KGB file or file in Russia that has been turned over to you since the decline of communism?
Probably the best work has been done by your own George Knapp. He and his partner went to Russia in March of this year and brought back about 400 reports, which they are in the process of having translated now. So that was probably the most current. We're getting some, but some are quite old in the work of, as early as 1957, we got the first book out of Russia that Felix Ziegel, Dr. Ziegel, put together of reports, early reports in the 50s in Russia. And they are identical to what we were reporting in the United States. So by trying to cover up UFOs here, we didn't kid the Russians because they were having the same kind of sightings over there.
Right. All right, let's keep moving. Lots of people. Line 2, good evening. You're on the air with Walt Andrus.
Yes, sir. Mr. Andrews.
All right, you're hard to hear, so get good and close to your telephone.
Okay, Mr. Andrews, I'd like to know, does your organization have any follow-up on the face that was pictured on the surface of Mars from the lunar orbiter?
Good question. What about the face on Mars, Walt?
Well, those pictures were made by the Viking probe in 1976, and they look very interesting. We thought maybe we'd have that pinned down once and for all with the new Mars observer in making photographs this year, but as most of us realize now, apparently they've had technical difficulties and they are not transmitting pictures back.
Yes, do you buy
If we would have put the thing to bed once and for all, we'd had good detailed pictures because the cameras aboard the Mars observer were so superior to what they had in 1976 with the Viking project that we would know once and for all, or maybe even see far more detail. Right now, we'll have to wait, I'm afraid.
There's a certain percentage of researchers and others interested, Walt, who think that the high-quality photographic capability is exactly why the Mars observer sort of mysteriously malfunctioned, and they don't believe it. What does MUFON conclude about that?
Well, the jury is still out as far as we're concerned. I've heard these conspiracies, and even our friend Richard Hoagland has made some statements that even people at NASA were responsible for the failure.
Right.
Intentionally, but we have too many people in our organization that work at high levels at NASA and the aerospace industry that do not concur.
Uh-huh. You're so level-headed, and you seem to debunk as much as you do confirm, or maybe even a little more debunking. How are we to know, and this is a hard question, Walt, take it with good humor, that you are not, in essence, sort of a continuation of Project Blue Book and a disseminator of disinformation yourself?
You have the right to pose the question.
Thank you.
Some of us have worked too many hours and years and years and years trying to resolve the greatest scientific enigma of the space age to spend our time putting out disinformation. We're trying to sort out the wheat from the chaff, and you can do it from a scientific viewpoint, such a way that we have something to support it, and we have documentation to support what we're doing.
Of course, if that was what you were doing, this is precisely the answer you would give me, right, Walt? And so that may give you some idea of how it is people feel when they're constantly accused of that. There actually is no defense. Line 3, good evening. You're on the air with Walt Andrus.
Yes, good evening. I'm calling from Vegas, Art and Mr. Andrus. I just want to ask 2 questions and hang up and you can answer it. You know, let me just say this. We have a telescope above the Earth that's taking pictures of billions of stars, maybe millions of light years away or millions of stars, and we have not heard any reports of them. I wonder, number one, if that is the big telescope that had a malfunction with this glass or whatever, or the mirror. I'm wondering if you suspect that they're hiding some pictures or some of other planets, perhaps, or some information with UFOs. I wonder what your guess is on that.
Well, I can tell you a little bit. The Hubble has a stigmatism problem, and they're going to have a mission here shortly to fix the Hubble, in effect.
You haven't heard anything because of the malfunction, I guess. But my next question, just to go by, is there was an incident in 1980, believe it or not, in England. I think it was a British base or American base there, where they recorded sounds of UFOs and lights and everything. I don't know if you remember that case. It was recorded on not visual paper, but recording, and they say it was quite accurate. Let me know what you think about that, and away I will zoom away up above.
All right, off with you then, sir. I'm trying to recall.
I can report on that one.
All right.
This is what they call the Bentwaters case in 1980.
Right.
December of 1980, that occurred outside of the combined base of U.S. and England. We have the tape that Wallace Halt, the commander, made at the time. We have his letter, his report to the Minister of Defense, and also that's how they got the letter, because our Air Force said they destroyed their copy, but they did release the one that he wrote to MOD in England, because it was a U.S. English base, and so he reported both places. Halt is out of the service now, and that is there. We've talked to several people that were at the scene, and it looks like a very interesting case, but there's still some conflict. So to some people it would be a solid case. To us, it's still, the jury is still out, and because there are quite a few discrepancies in the reports.
All right, Walt, I appreciate that assessment of Bentwaters. I've heard
something really happened there, but we want to find out what.
All right. Good evening from Jackie Gonn's Plaza Hotel. You're on the air with Walt Andrus. Where are you calling from, please? Hello? No, you're not. Line 1, you're on the air with Walt Andrus. Good evening.
Yeah. Hi, Art and Walt.
Hello.
Well, there's a lot of mysteries, I guess, that probably will never be solved, but the indications are pretty strong that there has been space travelers coming by Earth for a long time, because when you consider I guess there's some type of an airport in Chile or in South America that's visible from space. The Model S on Easter Island, and some of the big stones that.
Okay, we're kind of pressed for time here. Do you have a specific question, sir?
Yeah. Is it possible that we could be, that there could be another dimension out there that we can't quite perceive?
Mm-hmm.
That there could be some crossover between ours and theirs in some way that could explain some of these things?
All right. Actually, that's a good question. Thank you.
Yes.
Well, a lot of people have talked about another dimension.
Different dimensions that these people may be in. Some say that they're in a parallel dimension to ourselves, traveling alongside.
Right.
Others that they're in reverse and we're passing them. We don't have the answers there by any means. That's just one of the hypotheses, but there are many to try to explain our so-called space travelers, our entities or aliens that are visiting on the planet Earth.
So you don't dismiss it, and you follow, I guess, people who are interested in this aspect of it, of other dimensions, or the possibility that it is a parallel universe of some sort. It seems, Walt, as likely, frankly, as a scenario that they come from another physical place, in space and time.
Now, that certainly has merit, because we don't claim to know the answers, as you well know.
No, you really don't. And I think, as I said earlier, that adds to your credibility. We've just got enough time for you to blast out your address one more time quickly. Walt, why don't we do it?
Yes. Write to us at the Mutual UFO Network, or the acronym MUFON. The address is 103, and I'll repeat it, 103 Old Town, which is one word, Old Town Road. The city is Seguin, that's spelled Seguin, Seguin, Texas. Our zip code is 78155, and the phone number here is area code 210-379-9216.
Well, Walt, it has been a distinct pleasure to have you on the program, and we're just flat out of time, so I'll just be able to say thank you.
Well, thank you, and it's my pleasure to be on Area 2000.
Walt Andrus, take care. And everybody else, take care. Sorry, we're out of time. See you next week.
The preceding program was made possible by a grant from the Bigelow Foundation. This has been Area 2000, a program that introduces our listeners to the scientific approach for discussion of two particular subjects: UFOs and near-death and after-death experiences. To contact the Bigelow Foundation, please call during the week between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m., area code 702-456-1606. Ask for Angela Thompson. That's area code 702-456-1606. And be with us next Sunday evening at 8 for another edition of Area 2000.